Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Hope you had a great weekend. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. I had a great weekend. I'm not going to let the Astros dampen my weekend.
Well, let's see if we can make it through this show without another Astros pitcher being sent back to Houston.
Yeah.
Yesterday was rough, and I don't blame Todd or Jeff Blum for this at all. But between talking about how many pitchers have been sent back to Houston and all of the incredible walk stats, not to mention how great the 7 through 9 batters have been against the Astros on this road trip, it was depressing as hell. I was going to start sending Blum some other interesting walk stats. How long did these boots were made for walking last on the charts?
A bunch of walk things, yeah.
Art Garfunkel took up long-distance walking as a hobby after he was out of Simon & Garfunkel. All of these things about walking.
That sounds like a fun Google search.
Average
Chat GPT.
Average number of steps people take per anything except how many times the Mariners have walked.
Oh my God! Well, the big one is that the Astros are on pace, like by a mile, to set the record for walks given up in a season. They're on pace for giving up like 1,000 walks this season.
Well, don't worry. There's
993, I think, was the number I saw.
Sean, they signed 6 pitchers in the offseason,
Yeah.
okay? So clearly they have depth. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you've only been casually watching, and maybe you don't realize they've already used 20 freaking pitchers. The depth.
Dude.
You signed? Oh, you can't sign Dylan Cease or spend any kind of money on actual pitchers. So you just sign as many as you possibly can, and they all suck.
The pitch, well, and then you go on the flagship on the pregame show on Sunday and tell people that you're not concerned because you have such depth with your pitching right now. That's what Dana Brown did.
You know what? Another thing too. All right, what the
What's
hell?
that?
What is with any of the discussion at all about Abreu and whether he's in high leverage situations or he's not a closer? He's thrown 2 miles per hour slower than he usually does. I don't give a damn if he's out there in the 8th or the 9th or if he's an opener. He's not a good pitcher right now.
No, that was the funny part. It was yesterday, and so welcome in everybody on a Monday. There's a lot to dig into with the Astros from the weekend, and none of it's good. The very last inning yesterday, I know is what you're referring to. And as he was warming up in the bullpen, Abreu, in the 8th inning, and of course the final, the score was 6-1 at the time. Not normally a time that you bring in your closer. Certainly not a time you bring in your closer when he pitched the day before and walked 3 guys and gave up a game-winning hit on Saturday night. But they're bringing him in just to try to get his head right. And for the first time all season, he doesn't give up a run. He had given up a run in every outing. His ERA going into that game yesterday was over 20. Has a clean inning with air quotes because they didn't score any runs. But I'm like, he had runners on second and third when he got out of the inning. Like, he didn't do anything in that inning that would say, oh, yeah, got to get this guy closing games again, for sure. Like, he put 2 guys on. And gave up hard contact to get out of the inning. It was so. Yeah, the whole thing's bad right now, and this is how bad the pitching situation is. And if you haven't been keeping track, and if you've been not paying attention the last few days, I don't blame you one bit. This is just an unwatchable mess of a baseball team.
Saturday they looked awesome up until the 5th inning.
Because I didn't watch. We were out on Saturday night.
They had a 5-run lead, Sean.
Yeah.
It was everything. That set all kinds of records too for having so many more hits and still losing the game.
Stats. I've got them right here.
I can't keep track of any of it anymore. How many more hits did the Astros have than the Mariners on Saturday?
They had 17 hits. The Mariners had 7.
Yeah.
The Mariners in that game on Saturday night faced a 5+ run deficit, but still won. They got out hit by 10 and still won. No Major League Baseball team. You ready, Seth? No Major League Baseball team had done both of those things in the same game since the Indians against the Yankees on July 27th. 1932. Why is it that it feels
less than a century?
Why is it that it is less than a century? That's true. Why is it that it feels like we in Houston get hit with more of these types of tweets than any other city?
Nobody's ever done this since. Some of them have been positive.
Texans made a cottage industry out of it a year ago.
Offensively, some of it's been really positive. There have been a lot of really good. They're the best. They're the best offense in the league right now.
Right. Yeah, and the pitching stinks. And this is what I was going to say. If you haven't been keeping track, the Astros have sent 3 pitchers home during this, and that doesn't include Cody Bolton, who left with back tightness yesterday. I just know they may not have time to send him home for an MRI.
They might have run out of the budget
for MRIs. Yeah, they sent Hunter Brown home on this trip. They sent Christian Javier home on this trip, both with shoulders. They sent Imai home after his 1/3 of an inning on Friday with quote arm fatigue. And he was complaining about the hard mound. But this is how bad the pitching stuff is right now, Seth, is that Jeremy Pena leaving the game on Saturday and not playing yesterday is almost obscured by the pit. Like, that's a big deal. Like, he was your best player last year, and he's got a knee injury right now. And it's almost like we don't really have time for this, Jeremy. Sorry, because we've got the worst pitching in baseball right now.
Yeah, the worst pitching in baseball, which tied into the best hitting in baseball. But then with Pena hurt, Correa is seemingly taking he's like a wealthy aristocrat from the 1800s and how he's recovering from this
what
illness
is that?
he
Okay,
had.
thank you.
He just
okay, the guy and
going off to visit a sulfur springs or something. What the hell?
Maybe he's powering through something. Maybe he got 3 hits on Saturday in the face of just.
It was a heroic effort.
A COVID
even more
equivalent.
So than we know.
Yeah, I have no idea. All I know is it was one of those double takes I had where, like, Carlos Correa is still recovering from the illness that he had in Colorado on Wednesday. And I'm like, he had 3 hits last night. What are we doing? Like, what is going on with this baseball team?
No, and you're right. And the
game they had to
have,
kind of, you know?
Like, how are they so? It feels like they're incredibly soft because somebody's leaving up for something all the time. And you're right with Imai. Oh, gosh, we've heard about the balls are more slippery. The mound is steeper.
God,
the mound in Seattle is hard. He's not used to pitching in weather like it was 66
it was
degrees.
64.
It was 66.
This cool
whatever
weather.
It was.
Yeah, it was in the 60s. I know that. Yeah.
Does he understand the Fahrenheit Celsius thing?
I don't know if he does. I don't know.
Maybe he actually thought it was hot.
Yeah, right.
66 Celsius.
Oh my God! You can practically boil water. Oh my God! So it's bad right now, man. It's really, really bad. Other than the hitting shows up, 60, 65% of the time. There's nothing good going on. And if you want to make some money, just keep pounding overs on the other team. Keep taking that Astros opponent team over on runs, and at the very least, you can get wealthy during this time of horrific baseball.
Just to follow up on, because remember the whole great thing about right now, the thing we're supposed to be looking at is glass half full, is that they signed so many pitchers in the offseason and there's so much depth. So 5 of these 6 guys that they've added have pitched for the Astros. Pearson hasn't pitched yet. Yeah. The other 5 have a combined 6.56 ERA.
Yeah. No, Dana Brown sounds delusional, and he's in a tough spot to have to answer questions on the flagship about just how bad the pitching is right now. But you read quotes like this one yesterday, and he's talking about who could be on the way as reinforcements for this whole thing. Lambert, who you mentioned, Colton Gordon, and Jason Alexander. Obviously, Arrighetti's going to pitch here at some point. I know he's on the schedule to pitch later this week. But Dana Brown, literally, this is a direct quote. This is not paraphrasing. We feel like right now we're going to be able to sustain these injuries because of the depth we have. That is a terrifying quote to hear from your general manager when your baseball team has an ERA of 6.5.
Your relievers have pitched more innings than your starters. It's just absurd.
Seth, think of how many starts they've had in the last week.
Yeah.
Where the starter hasn't made it out of the second inning.
Yeah.
Yep. They had like 4. I saw the stat. They had like 4 or 5 of those all year last year, which feels like a lot to have even in a full major league season where you have starters that either for injury or performance get yanked in the first or second inning. They've had 3 on this road trip. They've had 3 in the last week.
All right. The one positive, I was trying to take positive yesterday, and those guys were talking about the standings and how the AL West pretty much would as of entering yesterday, everybody was at pretty much 500 or less, except for the A's, who are they're 8-7 right now. I don't know if they played yesterday or not. Right now, the A's, the Rangers are tied at 8-7. The Angels are 8-8. The Mariners are 7-9, and then you have the Astros.
Yeah, the division stinks right now. It's not. It's a.
So that's the reason for hope would be that the division stinks, Sean.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, you started off with a horrendous record, and ended up winning the division.
Yeah, they're both 8-7. So the 2 teams you talked about, Rangers and Athletics, as of this morning, as we wake up. Yeah, I didn't know if those were from yesterday or not. Sorry, the standings.
Okay.
Because you said you didn't know if the A's played yesterday. That's why I was
right. Yeah, I was just reading the standings from today.
Yep. So that's where we are with the Astros. That it's a horrible weekend. It's a terrible time to be a baseball fan in Houston. The one thing we did get that we hoped for, I think I was hoping for at least over the weekend, was that the Rockets will be playing the Los Angeles Lakers in the playoffs. I thought the computers were going to get me, Seth, because all Denver had to do was lose last night with a skeleton crew, and they would have fallen into 4th place. But Denver actually went out and tried last night, and they beat the San Antonio Spurs. So the Rockets get the Lakers in the first round.
It was a motivational and inspirational tale for the ages.
Yep.
I was excited about it.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we wanted. We weren't ashamed of it. You want a weakened Lakers squad, and the Rockets. What's the Rockets are favored in this pretty heavily?
I would guess. I haven't looked at the odds yet.
I haven't looked at them either.
I actually stayed up. I was going to go to bed early last night because the Rockets game didn't mean anything. They weren't playing any of their guys last night, and so I was going to go to bed. And then I opened up the score because I assumed that I just assumed that the Nuggets were going to lose last night and fall into the 4 seed because they weren't playing anybody. Well, it turns out the Spurs weren't playing any of their guys either. So it was a battle of backups. Other than Jokic playing 18 minutes last night, it was a battle of backups. And so I wanted to play the Lakers. I didn't want to play the Nuggets. So I actually ended up staying up and following that game till like 11 o'clock. But I know the Rockets play their first game Saturday night against the Lakers. Yeah. So you're going to get a lot of, because it's the Lakers and it's LeBron versus Durant, and this is probably looked as like some sort of final battle between these two because we don't know what LeBron's going to do next year.
Right.
You're going to get a lot of, I would imagine, pretty prime spots from a scheduling standpoint here during the playoffs.
If the Rockets win this series, Durant will be 3-1 in his career versus LeBron in the playoffs.
In the postseason.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that'd be cool.
Yeah, that would be great.
I feel like this, too, even though the Lakers are weakened and even though the Rockets are favored, and it's not the same as the challenge the Rockets had last year in the first round of the playoffs, I feel like if they can win this series, it's definitive. I don't want to say success, but it's progress. Mm-hmm. That if you just, factor in back to, let's talk about Fred VanVleet for the 978th time, but that the progress they've made in the last few weeks is something that makes you feel a lot better about moving forward next year, no matter what happens in the second round of the playoffs. They just absolutely have to win this one. Tari Eason has to be the best version of himself. The young guys got to not turn the ball over so much in the fourth quarter. If they just do that and they win this first series, I will be gung-ho, full steam ahead, no matter what happens in the second series.
Okay, here's the update on I'm looking. I Googled Luka Doncic update, and I'm looking at an article from Heavy.com. Major update on Luka Doncic status for Lakers-Rockets playoff series. Slovenian guard, it already feels like AI. Slovenian guard Luka Doncic is not expected to be ready for Game 1 of the Lakers and Rockets playoff series. It begins on Saturday.
Yeah, all the Lakers writers in the articles I've seen just don't seem to be acting like that's going to happen.
He'll be in attendance.
All the talk is how is LeBron going to be able to carry the team without Reeves and Doncic. So I'm not anticipating those guys being back.
No. He's expected to rejoin the team midweek, so he'll be on the sidelines for Game 1 on Saturday. But the report published by a Slovenian outlet over the weekend said, quote, after a short break in Slovenia, Luka will return to Madrid for a new series of therapies. So I guess he's going to give this a try.
So he's going from Madrid and back to Slovenia for a weekend of gallivanting, I'm guessing?
Back to Los Angeles, and then he's going to go back to Madrid, I guess, for a new series of therapies.
Wait, he's going back to L.A. as well?
Yeah, he's going to be on the sidelines for this series. I'll read
and then back to
back. Yeah.
So he said it, but also after a brief trip to Slovenia.
I'll read it. I'm going to read exactly what's in
world traveling.
I'm going to read exactly what's in front of me here. Okay, Doncic, currently in Europe seeking treatments for his hamstring, visited his home country of Slovenia over the weekend. So he's like, "Oh, I'm over in Europe. Yeah. I may as well go visit the folks and whatnot to spend time with his daughters." So his daughters are in Slovenia. He's reportedly slated to return to Madrid early this week to complete a second round of stem cell therapy. Then he's expected to rejoin his Lakers teammates midweek this week, meaning he'll be on the sidelines for Game 1. The short break in Slovenia is the one we were just talking about. So he's not going back over to Madrid. He's coming to L.A., and then he'll be here for good.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. So that's the deal.
That seemed like a lot of globetrotting while you're trying to recover from this. It was almost like he had to go to the stem cell to recover from the flight and the trip to the stem cell.
Do you think that Luka is one of those people that we were talking about last week that goes onto the airplane in a wheelchair because he gets to get on early?
Yeah, I bet he is. I bet he's boarding early.
But he leaves walking off the plane.
Yeah,
before everybody else.
Just jumps off. And, he's doing his Russell Wilson airplane exercise while he's on the plane. He boards early because he's got a medical condition, and then he's doing lunges and air squats
in the aisleway. And they even have a wheelchair waiting for him when he gets off the plane. He's like, good, I'm good. And he just do. Yeah. So no Luka, no Austin Reeves. I'm excited for these NBA playoffs, man. After what's been this regular season in the NBA, the fact that it's been so much about tanking and everything. This regular season in the NBA has been more about the crappy teams than it's been about the good teams this year.
Yeah,
I'm glad
really
it's
has.
over.
Yeah, well, and then the Lakers. I feel like the Lakers are almost. People talk about the Lakers like they won 40 games this year or something. So it would be a different deal and story, obviously, if Doncic and Eason were both healthy.
Yeah.
But they're not.
They're
gallivanting around, getting stem cell treatment, and visiting their children. Like that matters. You got a series to win, son.
Yep. The place that I go to get my updates on or to get my odds does not have odds for the postseason up yet. Probably because they're waiting for the play-in this week to take place with the 7 through 10 teams in both conferences. So there you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, off and running. We've got an update on the latest story in the NFL about Bijani and Mike Vrabel from over the weekend. Bijani has basically been placed on the equivalent of the commissioner's exempt list. So the affair that's sweeping the nation, we've got the latest on that coming up next. But first, got to tell you guys about BetterHelp. And if you are looking
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, a lot of Astros fans weighing in here early this morning. Looks to me like the Astros pitching staff approach is eerily similar to the Texans' approach to fielding an offensive line. Maybe last year, but not this year. The Texans spent a little bit of money this year, I would say. Can you make a comp there? Is there a comp between?
Well, I mean, I don't know. They didn't. That's actually, I think that's more fair than it might seem.
Yeah, because
they signed aging veteran guys to short-term deals that aren't necessarily projected to be all pro or anything.
Well, and Imai was a decent chunk of change for the Astros.
Yeah.
So
Imai was the most aggressive move they made, where it felt, at the very least, that felt a little bit like the old school Astros.
Yep.
All right, you're breaking out of your mold.
Yeah.
Just like when they got Hughley out of Cuba, when they rescued him from Cuba, they became one of the teams that had more Cubans on the team in their system than anybody else in baseball. And remember, they paid more money for Hughley than a lot of people thought was smart, and ended up getting incredible work out of him.
They did.
So with Imai, I kind of applauded their aggressiveness in going towards an entire hemisphere that they've ignored largely.
There was a funny picture that surfaced last night. Funny, like cathartically funny. Like it was depressing, but funny at the same time. It was a picture of Greinke, Garrett Cole, and Justin Verlander just chilling in the dugout together as Astros, and they're like, Luno got these three guys for 3 piles of trash.
Well, no, and this is the other part of it too, with the brain drain that happens in an organization, starting with Brent Strom. So there's the old school pitching side of things, and then there's the analytics side of things. And Brent Strom was cool because he was an old school coach, but who had an appreciation for the analytics, and I think was the really good bridge. Him and AJ Hinch were two guys that were old school baseball guys, but who had an appreciation for the analytics and an understanding of maybe how to bridge the gap between them.
Yep.
You're getting to the point now where a lot of people are wondering, all right, like the Astros pitching injuries have been absurd. And at what point is it possible that just maybe by messing with their pitch selection and going so far outside of what maybe they just naturally feel comfortable doing, you can get great short-term results, but is it the best health-wise? Because we're supposed to be one of the most analytically advanced teams in the game, and I don't know if they have that edge anymore. Maybe they're just flat out actively destroying the health of the pitchers. I don't know. My guess is as good as anybody's.
I think it is, again, dark humor funny that this is the third straight year that I don't think we said it outwardly as much this year as we did maybe last year, but like the injuries can't be any worse than they were last year. It can't get worse injury-wise. This is the third straight year that I've at least been thinking that.
Right.
And it gets worse every year. Like, I don't know. Like, the only way it can get worse in 2027 would be, literally if the earth opened up and it just swallowed the entire pitching staff and they all disappeared. Like, that's, like, it's so bad. You sent 3 pitchers, including your ace, home from this road trip for MRIs.
Yeah.
How many guys did they send home all of last year for MRIs? And it was and that was an injury-plagued season.
Sean, I grew up in a suburb of the city where Kodak was founded.
Okay.
And Kodak was a big deal.
Yeah.
Kids, your parents used to take pictures on Kodak cameras, and it was all the rage. The disposable camera, they're knocking it out of the park. They were awesome.
I remember the disposable cameras.
Yeah, you can't go anywhere in Rochester without something being named George Eastman this, George Eastman that, founder of Kodak.
Yep.
And so it was awesome. It was amazing. It was like with a huge employer and everything. And then they had all of these patents on all the digital photography technology and everything. And they said, it looks like this is a little gadget. People seem to like this digital photography, but it'll never replace film. That's where it's at, baby.
Yeah, you know what people love? They love putting flash cubes on top of a camera and attaching them.
So I imagine, I think in these board meetings at Kodak for years, it was probably like we've been for the last 3 years with the pitchers. We're like, oh, this can't clearly continue.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, let them listen. There's going to be some injuries. They happened at times.
They'll be
okay. Bad. Just like a 2-megapixel camera. Who's gonna want that?
Yep.
Yeah. Now Kodak is dead, and so are the Astros.
That's right. Right now they
My
are,
uncle doesn't have a job because of you.
Dana Brown. Yeah.
Dana Brown.
The Athletic is reinvestigating NFL reporter Diana Rossini's coverage and the nature of her relationship with New England Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel and questions raised about the two this week.
What do you think they're doing? You think they're just watching her Facebook status? See, like, we're monitoring it. Rossini. We're going to see what the relationship status is.
Oh, that'd be great.
If she changes it to it's complicated, she's out.
It's over. She's done.
Yeah.
So they, you got to keep in mind, The Athletic is part of the New York Times, who's been around a long time and has at least some stated journalistic ethics standards and whatnot. It seems to me, Seth, that they're not buying this is what it feels like, because every report that I saw about this over the weekend, first of all, people should know she is essentially, it feels like suspended with pay is what it is, without saying she's suspended with pay.
You had said the commissioner's exempt list.
I texted you yesterday. Like, it feels like she's on the New York Times version of the commissioner's exempt list, and that's in the NFL when someone's under investigation for something. They're not allowed to play or practice, but they're still getting paid. They're just sort of backburnered. You're still getting paid, but we don't want you near the product right now because we're investigating you. And that seems like that is what they're doing with Rossini. They're investigating her story, basically, that, hey, those pictures don't really show the context of what was going on there. There were, I had two friends there and Mike had two friends there, and it was really just 6 people hanging out, even though every single picture is of the two of them, and some of them in, more intimate poses, I'll say, than two people who are just work colleagues.
Right.
Intertwined fingers.
You know what I saw this weekend was a lot of people saying, hey, how come mainstream media isn't covering this story? And I guess I don't know what they're asking when they say that. I feel like, at least in sports radio, it's been, and on the internet, it's been pretty heavily covered. I think when it comes to, I guess newspapers and whatnot, are they not covering it that heavily?
I haven't seen. I don't know. I do know. I get emails, like 2 or 3 emails a day, sometimes more, from People Magazine with pop culture stuff.
Yeah,
it is a crossover with People Magazine right now. There was.
Yeah, I think that part of it is that. And it's ironic, I suppose, because she's being accused of, bad journalistic ethics.
Yeah.
And part of it is when the actual journalists, like the newspaper writers and everything, are going to start writing a story about journalistic ethics, it gets real dicey when you're talking about people speculating about a relationship.
Yeah.
And you kind of got to just lay the facts out, I suppose. And maybe to a greater extent, they're like, well, I got to be really careful with my journalistic ethics as I'm writing this story about journalistic ethics.
Yes. The 2 things that I saw this weekend, one, and we don't have time to play all of it. We're going to do it at 8 o'clock, and we have a longer segment. There was more like retro audio and video of Rossini coming out this weekend, like trashing her husband and making
gushing over
Vrabel, all kind. Like there's just so much of it. We literally didn't have time in this segment for it, but that was number one. So. The internet, I've never seen a story like this, Seth, where so many people have all these receipts coming out of nowhere. Like it's been 5 straight days of it, and there'll probbe be more today.
There's millions of people going back to watch old Levitard interviews and everything.
Yeah, or WEEI. And she's to her credit, she does a lot of media promoting her stuff. Like, that's a good thing. And she's got a fun personality, and part of that fun personality was she likes to take shots at her husband. It just has a different context now that she might be involved in an affair with Mike Vrabel. So there's that. The thing that I saw about the reporting of it more so was, why are all the people that are peers of Diana Rossini silent on this right now? Or why isn't like the article I just read to you was like a Wire report from on ESPN.com, but nobody from ESPN, which is where she used to work, is saying anything about it. And the thing that I saw people maybe speculating is, some of those people, if they start talking about her, she may know where some of their bodies are buried.
Yeah. I think it's interesting because for the most part, it's mostly men covering the NFL, and I would say or a majority men covering the NFL.
Yeah.
most of the women that I've ever had experience with in sports, and especially since I've come to Houston, I would never suspect of doing anything like this. So I don't think it's like a rampant thing or anything. I do think that half of the male Nugget hussies that are out there and prominent totally would do what she's doing if they had if they were inclined to or whatever. That's why I call them Nugget hussies.
Yeah.
Like I call them Nugget hussies when I'm talking about Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter and anybody else. It's because they abandon all of their journalistic ethics to just try to get these nuggets, and they don't follow the same rules. They're not really journalists.
Right.
They're nugget hussies.
They're nugget hussies. Well, you're right.
Bijani has just come closer to the actual meaning of a hussy.
Yeah, you're right. Those guys
allegedly.
Those guys would all definitely sleep with Mike Vrabel, for sure. For sure. A few of them would, at least, I think. Yeah. So Rousini is on the sidelines right now, which is that's
okay. This is the interesting part about this story, though, is that one of her in her original denial of it, or the statement, she said that they were there as a group of 6 friends.
Yeah.
That she was there with 6 friends, but we haven't heard a single one of those friends come up and say, "Hey, that's where I was."
No.
Yeah.
It sounds like she was. The story is. Yeah, there were 6 of them total. She had 2 friends, and Vrabel had a couple buddies with him.
Okay,
3
yeah.
and 3.
But none of those actual friends have come out and said, "Yeah, I was there."
You would think they would.
Here's my flight receipt.
Well, and this is the other thing, too, that I saw pointed out from over the weekend by several people was, when was the last girls' weekend? Because that's what she was saying. She was there for like a girls' weekend at this Ambiente or whatever it's called, the resort they're at. Is that when was the last girls' weekend you knew anybody have where pictures don't surface on social media, like by the pool,
especially from Rousini?
Yeah,
that
right.
would totally be her brand. It's like, hey, look at me out having a good time in Arizona.
Nothing. So that's the latest on that. We'll have the audio that's popped up from over the weekend. We'll do that at 8:00. That's kind of fun. So we'll do that a little bit later.
The only journalists who are willing to cover this story,
that's right.
We're brave enough to do it.
exactly.
Despite Sean's many instances of unethical behavior that could be exposed at any time.
Oh, yeah. Don't go digging on me. Yep. I wouldn't stop texting Vrabel. He just won't return any of my texts. He's a little like Gruden that way. All right. Headlines.
I hung out with Vrabel to get a scoop once, and then he would not shut up about it. Just calling me, "Hey, I thought we shared a special moment. What are you doing?"
We intertwined hands.
Like, this isn't worth it, man.
Yeah. It's sweaty palms and everything. I'm intertwining my fingers. All right, headlines. Astros, Rockets, Masters, little Texans news. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln and the Lincoln Spring Sales Event. Spring is here.
610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
We thank the Men's Tea Clinic for powering headlines as we do every day. Let's start with the Astros. They lose 3 to the Mariners over the weekend. They'll play again today to close out the series. 3:10 first pitch this afternoon. I used to look forward to afternoon baseball so much, Seth, and now the 7-game losing streak that they're on right now. I'll watch, but I don't gotta like it.
I don't. You know what? The fact that they're so good at the plate has made it a more enjoyable hate watch. I don't know. They're not angering me as much because it's so easy to just focus in on the pitchers and the injuries and everything else. But in the meantime, there's a lot of action going on.
Yeah, I guess I guess what has me the most upset is that they've gotten off to slow starts before. They've literally gotten off to sub-500 starts through 15 games each of the last 6 seasons. So they've been a, to quote your wife, Brandy, notoriously slow starters.
Yeah. As is Bregman this year, by the way.
Yep. So they've been. I saw the numbers yesterday. They were starting in 2021, post-COVID. They've been under 500 through 15 games every single year. So this is nothing new. And the last couple of years, it's been more the hitting than the pitching. It's been the culprit. But I could look at those teams and say, okay, well, so-and-so is going to start hitting. This guy's going to start hitting. They're going to get Jordan back. They're going to this. They're going to that. And it was a matter of underperformance from guys who you expect to perform. I don't see a way out of this right now. That's the big thing is it's injuries to key guys, and despite what Dana Brown is trying to sell people when he goes on the flagship and saying they've got depth in pitching, they do not. They do not have depth in pitching.
That's the issue is before you always at least could say, sarcastically or not, guys are going to start playing like the back of their baseball card. At some point, all right, you can't expect these guys to hit this poorly. Or some of the name pitchers, guys that had a back of the baseball card, you could say these guys aren't going to pitch as bad as this all season long, most likely. Now they've got a whole bunch of guys who don't even have baseball cards.
Right.
And you're just like, all right, I'm going by their minor league stats and their projections and everything else, but they're getting injured to add on to that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the hell to expect out of any of these guys.
Yeah, like the whole dynamic of what we were just talking about the last couple of years, some of those guys ended up not hitting. Like Jose Abreu never ended up hitting. But I'm talking about sitting here in April, the middle of April, and how I feel about it right now. I at least felt hope the last few years when they'd start 7-8, 6-9, 4-11 2 years ago. I'd be like, all right, well, these are weird things happening. They're going to hit their way out of this. They're going to start, so-and-so is going to start doing this. They have the best offense in baseball, and I feel less hope now than I have at any time since the 2020 season.
Sean, they've got their 30th in ERA right now.
Right.
And they are a full 1 run behind the Washington Nationals, who are at 29.
Yeah.
Their ERA for the team right now is 6.49.
Yeah.
The Nationals are at 5.51. So excuse me, not a full, but 0.98.
One more number. You want it along since we're talking about ERA.
Yeah.
The 6 most recent teams with an ERA of 6.47 or higher through 15 games. That was the Astros ERA going into yesterday's game. 6.47. The 6 most recent teams, all of them this century, none of them won more than 70 games in a season.
Well, they've pulled off the improbable or the impossible before with slower starts.
Yeah.
I guess if the bar is lowered all the way to 70, I feel like you have to go back and watch those teams and see, did they have one of the best?
Hit?
Did they? Yeah. Did they have the second most hits in baseball? Or no, they've got the most hits in baseball right now.
Yeah.
They've got the second highest OPS.
Probably
they've got the
not.
second highest batting average. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if those two things just negate each other, I guess maybe you can end up a 500 baseball team.
Maybe. Right now, it's a 7-game losing streak, so who knows? So that's the Astros. I don't mean to make this a footnote here, but it's headlines. It's a quick segment, and we'll give him more shine in Acknowledge Me when that comes up at 7:20. But sad news yesterday in the Astros world. Phil Garner passes away at the age of 76. Did you ever have a chance to interact with Phil Garner at all?
Yeah, we interviewed him a couple times a long time ago, and he was just like, he was the same way we've ever seen him anywhere. He's just awesome. He just seems like he's the guy that you would love to be your uncle.
Yeah.
Some of the best stories to hear about Phil Garner from Bagwell. That he's just Bagwell. Bagwell tells a story about Garner. Basically, sounded like he kind of Tom Sawyered Bagwell into accepting a rest day, because I can't remember the total story, but it was Phil Garner using kind of that old school reverse psychology, and just he had a way with players and an understanding of players that just everybody gushes about.
Everybody loves him. Yep.
Espada, and the Espada during the broadcast yesterday said that Garner would just send him a lot of notes of encouragement. Yeah. In a couple of these rough starts in the last couple of years, that he was always super positive.
Yeah, and Phil Garner, and it was a rough past couple of years for Phil Garner. Pancreatic cancer is what got him. Age 76. We'll talk more about him in Acknowledge Me in the 7 o'clock hour. We mentioned the Rockets' playoff picture. They begin their playoff run this year by facing the Los Angeles Lakers. The series will start in L.A. on Saturday night, 7:30 tip-off. Right now it looks like Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves will be out for this series, at least for the first part of it. So that's good news. The Rockets, Seth, minus 750 favorites to win this series.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be and for those who don't know what that means you risk $750 to win $100. So that means they are heavy favorites. I got to imagine that's got to be one of the biggest favorites that a road team is in a playoff series in a long, long time.
And it's very much really all about. I don't want to put the cart before the horse here, but it really does feel the kind of series where the Rockets can only mess this up.
Yes.
And it's that if they just play relatively clean basketball and don't turn the ball over, they've got such a size advantage that obviously the Lakers don't have two of their best players. They're incredibly weakened. That it really is just play good, clean basketball, and you should win this pretty handily.
Yep. Rory McIlroy repeats as Masters champ. He becomes just the fourth guy to do that. Tiger Woods, Nick Faldo, Jack Nicklaus, the other three. And, Seth, they caught the guy who robbed Jalen Reed, Texan safety, of some of his household items and his car a few months ago.
This seemed like forever ago, and I barely remembered it, but it was only 2 months ago.
It was in January. It was the first week of January, yeah.
The three guys held. They were like they waited until they pulled the old Reed pulled into his garage, and they stormed in while the garage door was still open.
Remasked men with rifles. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And they said, we want everything in your house. And then two of them took off in the car. The other one took off on foot. I don't know if they've caught the other two guys, but this particular guy is going to jail for 10 years. His name is in the article, which will not pull up right now. I don't think it matters. But he apparently had priors. He was on probation, and you can't do Seth, I don't know if you know this, but you can't do things like rob people and steal cars when you're on probation. It's frowned upon. So he's going to jail for 10 years. All right, those are your headlines for today. Let's circle back to the Astros. Chandler Rome, he did the thing I like to do, power ranking things. What are the biggest concerns right now? We're literally 1/10 of the way through the season. We are 16 games in. I don't know if I can do another 90% of the season like the first 10%. What are the biggest concerns and how addressable are they? We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, you could score big in retirement by beating the shot clock with a call to Trajan Wealth. And
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Couple texts before we get into the Astros again. Ocho is saying, hey, I'm only finding it the Lakers as an underdog at plus 173 on the CBS app. It'll update, Ocho. Don't worry. They're plus 500 everywhere else. I'm looking at, just opened up DraftKings just now. The Lakers are 5-1 underdogs against the Rockets. So it would be, to your point earlier, Seth, in headlines, if the Rockets lose this series, to the Lakers, then I think the offseason all of a sudden becomes very, very interesting here in Houston. Whereas I think if they win this series, I'd like to see them win this series fairly convincingly, as the odds reflect. But if they win this series and then get into a 6 or a 7 game slugfest with the Spurs, I guess it'd be the Thunder in the second round because they're the 4-5 would match up against the 1 seed Thunder. If they get into a series with the Thunder where by and large they look like they belong on the same court with them, but maybe the Thunder win because they've got home court in a game 7 or something like that, then I think Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka are going to be inclined to just say, okay, well, we'll run this back, but we'll have a real point guard next year.
Well, my biggest fear that would have been bubbling more increasingly up towards the surface if the Rockets had just fizzled out these last few weeks the same way they had been playing up to a few weeks ago before this last win streak. Mm-hmm. My biggest fear would be that, okay, somehow there's going to be some kind of drama with Kevin Durant, and he's going to decide, nope, this isn't the organization I thought it was, and then who knows what the hell happens just with the ugliness that can ensue with that. I feel like the thing that happened hand in hand with that win streak was that, hey, they had some players-only meetings, they had some come-to-Jesus meetings. They just really, sounds like they were really frank and honest with Tari Eason and got him back on track. And things started to look more like, oh, okay, we can build something from this, especially with Fred VanVleet coming back. Mm-hmm. So whether you as a fan or Kevin Durant as a participant or anybody else a few weeks ago would have had justification for really wondering if this was ever going to work, I think that a lot of those concerns have been set by the wayside. The only thing that could disrupt it at this point and dampen my enthusiasm for 2026 would be if all of a sudden they just got destroyed by a weakened Lakers team or something in the playoffs.
Yep.
As long as they go up and take care of business, as long as they go out and take care of business versus the Lakers, I'm going to feel pretty optimistic going into the offseason.
All right, let's get to the Astro concerns. Chandler Rome kind of taking inventory of the Astros a tenth of a way through the season here. So he does the six concerns for the Astros. And let's keep in mind, just to lay the groundwork for this, they have the best offense in baseball right now. They have the highest scoring offense in baseball right now. And yet they're on a 7-game losing streak, and they're in last place in their division because they have the worst pitching staff in the sport. They've issued more walks, the Astros pitching staff, than the offense has scored runs. Mm-hmm. 96 walks. We're at that very convenient stage of the season, Seth, where all we have to do for the most part is just multiply everything times 10, and that's what you're on pace for. We're 16 games in to a 162-game season.
Yeah.
96 walks. That's nearly 1,000 walks.
And even if you look at some of the advanced stats or something and it doesn't look as bad, the problem is that you've gotten more innings out of your relievers than your starters at this point.
Yeah, that's not normal.
I don't care. Okay, great. The starting pitcher's ERA, expected ERA isn't as bad as it looked. Right. I don't care. I need to. Can you give me 5 marathon innings? Can you make it through 5?
You know, it's funny when they showed that. I know you saw this graphic. They showed the last 10 starts for the Astros and how many innings each of them pitched. And when Lance went 4 1/3 the other day, it was one of those things like, hey, he went 4 1/3. You know, it looks so just so hysterically dark funny when you look at they've had multiple starts where guys Tatsuya Imai pitching 1/3 of an inning the other day.
Logan Gilbert was out there, and I was looking at him in awe. Yeah. As if he was, I thought, he's in
the 7th inning.
It's like, Sean, is 7 innings? Is that a complete
lot,
game?
yeah.
I don't remember what that is. Will you get credit for it? No? Oh, there's 2 more, are there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he made it deep into the game, man.
I mean, I look at it. I mean, he lasted 7 times longer than Cody Bolton.
yeah, that's right.
Oh, man.
Dude, when I saw Cody Bolton leaving the mound with a trainer yesterday, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, my God. I've never seen anything like it. All right, so here's Chandler Rome. Chandler says this: an eternity remains in the season, but concerns are plentiful. Here's a list of 6 ranked from least to most concerning. All right, so let's see if we agree with these, Seth, all right? Number 6, Joe Espada's managing.
I wish I were in a position to criticize Joe Espada at this point. I really wish I was, because I don't know exactly how you're supposed to manage this rotation. I don't know what you're supposed to do. Mm-hmm. I can't fault him for that. I think that if you look at, for the 3 years now that we've heard them talk about how they want to improve the plate discipline, et cetera, it's showed up. And that's been improved. The fielding has been good. They've been more aggressive on the base paths, and that's been beneficial. I think part of that is just finally Perez Chica learned that it's okay to wave guys home. Mm-hmm. So that part of it, that's the least of my concerns right now. I hope the Astros pitchers get to a certain level of health and competence that we can start blaming Espada for some of these things.
Yeah, they don't play like a poorly managed baseball team.
Right.
They play like a team that has really, really bad pitching and major injury issues in that pitching staff. Chandler even says that here. This almost feels like Chandler's just putting this in as and this is probably why it's ranked 6 out of 6.
Yeah.
Just sort of a token acknowledgement that, hey, when you're 6-10, it's going to fall on somebody. And I will say this, that if this continues, Joe Espada is easily in the most danger of anybody here. Mm-hmm. You know, they're not going to fire their GM in the middle of the season. They could look at this. I could totally see Jim Creighton let a GM go after winning a World Series. I could absolutely see him looking at this in May or June, and he's spending $250 million or whatever he is on a team that's circling the drain, and him going, look, this team needs a jolt.
Well, I think Josh Miller's on the extreme hot seat though too.
I would say that
look at what happens. You swap out your hitting coaches, and so far with Victor Rodriguez and whatever else they've done to kind of streamline the process there, that's paid dividends. And right now, it's not like he's the one person by name that we know, but when it comes to the entire analytics staff and they took a look at their medical systems in the offseason and they made changes. Okay, so maybe that somehow gets streamlined. But as far as the initial injuries themselves and what can you, supposedly one of the more analytically advanced teams in the league still, I hope, that what can you guys do to either through pitch selection or whatever else it might be, figure out a way that guys just don't keep routinely leaving every 2 innings for 3 straight years now. It's not like this is a one-off anymore. We can't just say, well, injuries are flukish from year to year.
No, and I don't look around enough to go, does any other team have issues like this? Like for multiple years now. There's teams get hit with injury. I was just reading yesterday. I forget who I was reading.
The Blue Jays are the one team that's worse than the Astros
the Blue Jays are who I was reading about because I was reading about Springer's broken toe. George Springer fouled a ball off his foot and broke his toe. That's who I was reading about. But, yeah, like is this – it's for multiple years now it's been happening. So, yeah. Someone says on the text page, Base Power text line, 6 concerns, starting pitcher 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the bullpen.
Yeah.
You could do that article if you wanted to. All right, number 5, Yainer Diaz's disappointing start. And he had a disappointing start last year, too. And Chandler points out he's the outlier in this offense right now. Free swinging catcher. And I did hit a home run yesterday, so that was good to see. But he is an OPS of well under 600 right now.
And the thing is, look, he's not a good catcher, but he's supposed to make up for it with his bat. So when you're a guy that we're supposed to be excusing your deficiencies as a defensive player by virtue of the fact that, oh, you're a catcher who can hit, we just want you to hit, or at the very least, watch a few pitches go by. Mm-hmm. He's at the 7th lowest pitches per plate appearance in the league.
Yeah.
Nobody trusts him to make a challenge. I don't know if he even has a vague understanding of where any strike zone, either historical or under the new ABS is. Mm-hmm. That part's the frustrating part.
Yep. So,
but he's kind of skating by without as much scrutiny as there would be because everybody else is hitting so well.
Well, he's hitting so well, like everybody in front of him is hitting well, so he's going to come up with guys on base all the time, and he has. He said 5 Astros, Chandler says 5 Astros have taken more plate appearances with a runner in scoring position than Diaz, who's hit 7th, 8th, or 9th in all but one game this year. Houston's lineup still has the highest OPS and has scored more runs than any offense in baseball, and that's despite having Yainer Diaz off to an awful start.
Vasquez hasn't completely come down to earth yet, Sean. It's I don't know why I called you Hun. Sitting at a 984 OPS right now.
No, you're right, sweetie. It's his Vasquez.
Is he ever going to start playing like the back of his baseball cards?
Yeah.
Sean, he's got a career 668 OPS.
I know.
He's at 984.
I like him. I like the pudgy catcher is a him and Alejandro Kirk, man. I like those guys. Okay, I have not scrolled through the rest of this article. I'm literally going through and looking at this for the first time. And the fact that Brian Abreu's brutal beginning as a closer is only 4th on the list.
In any other year, that should be number 1.
With a bullet.
And the problem is, it's just I hate that the word closer is even there.
Yeah.
If it were even like if you were just struggling on a normal level, then I would listen to the excuses about how, hey, he's not actually, he's not naturally a closer.
Yeah.
That's not his role. He's throwing, and you know what else bothers me? All right, he's throwing 2 miles per hour slower than he typically does.
Right.
But don't worry, it's mechanical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, fix it.
The mechanics.
Yeah, fix it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got no appetite for he's not used to coming in as a closer.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Was 3 what was the deficit last night when he came in?
It was 6-1.
6-1,
Yeah.
5-run deficit.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, but you're not used to being a closer.
Yeah.
He did. He, to his credit, sure, he put people on base, but he didn't allow any runs.
They didn't go home. We'll save Abreu because I'm
finished the inning.
Abreu's going to get an ironic acknowledgement and acknowledge me in just a little bit. So I'll save going through all of Chandler's numbers here. We don't need to sift through a bunch of numbers to tell our audience sitting in their car right now that Brian Abreu has stunk this year, and he wasn't all that great yesterday either when he came in and got his clean inning, air quotes.
Yeah. So Hader hasn't started facing hitters yet, and so who knows when the hell he'll be back.
Yeah, I think last I checked, he probably needs to do that before he comes back to face hitters.
It's one of the big milestones.
It is that and playing catch.
I've got a chart in my room, and
Yep.
we haven't ticked that off yet.
Number 3, the off-season pitching additions. Again, if you're just getting in your car, Chandler Rome has his power ranked his 6 biggest concerns about the Astros. Again, this is number 3. I shudder to think what number 2 and 1 are going to be. I haven't looked yet.
It's it was the time-tested strategy this offseason, Sean. You know how everybody always says, hey, quantity over quality, whenever you can. Never lose with quantity over quality.
Yeah.
So let's sign as many pitchers as possible, and we'll have this long, almost a scroll. We have to unroll a scroll to read all of these magnificent pitchers we have.
Yep.
They suck.
Yep.
Their ERA is 6.56. Of the 5 additions they added, of the 5 of the 6 additions they've added have played so far in the major leagues, and they've been awful.
Yep, they've been bad. They've been really bad. I mean, part of it is when I watch Ryan Weiss go out there, I'm like, oh, what you're telling me is the guy that signed for a $2 million one-year deal out of the Korean League or wherever he was. Oh, that's not working? That was the plan, was for that to actually work? Yeah.
Because, quantity over quality.
Yeah.
That we really thought, boy, if ever there was a place that should work, it's in Major League Baseball, right? They're just going to roll anybody out there, mess with their pitch selection a little bit, and then there we go.
Number 2, injuries. Talks about how this winter they hired a new strength and conditioning coach, a new director of sports medicine and performance, a new assistant athletic trainer. On numerous occasions, Dana Brown lauded the, quote, deep dive the front office took into the team's maligned return-to-play procedure.
Yeah.
Which is probably why they're being so cautious with people like Jeremy Pena, and it's probably why Carlos Correa got a day off, because he's recovering from an illness he was suffering from last week, despite getting 3 hits on Saturday night.
Yeah.
So they looked at all these things, and they are even more injured now than they've been 2 weeks into any season over the last few years.
Yeah, so there's, people wonder sometimes, all right, man, messing with guys' pitch selection isn't everything is awesome for getting this ideal perfect performance or an improvement, but what's it do to you over time if maybe you're throwing things that your body's telling you that you shouldn't throw, or just going by feel or whatever it is? And that's where that's why I just wonder if the Astros pitching development program, including the coaching, the analytics, everything else, if they just do as good a job as they used to of kind of marrying the two, like being that bridge between the player and the analytics, and figuring out, okay, there's what works mathematically, and then what works with you. But then especially when you got a bunch of either young pitchers or people who have come in, eager to be converts to the Astros way of doing things, that they're just thrashing these guys' elbows all the hell.
Well,
I don't know.
And how capable are they of overhauling it? Like how capable. Dana Brown is at his core an old school scouting guy. He's not an analytics guy. Would this be something that if Jeff Luhnow were here, he would see what the glitches are and would do something outside the box to address that. Jeff Luhnow was a very spatial thinker when it came to stuff like this. Dana Brown, more of an old school baseball guy, more of a scouting guy. How capable is he to spearhead some sort of overhaul that addresses all these things? I don't know, but something's got to be done. And so number 2 is injuries. Now, number 1 is actually, I think, what Dana Brown was brought into to address, and that's organizational depth. Number 1 concern. Few franchises in the sport have enough depth to overcome this constant attrition, is what Chandler says, but fewer feel more ill-equipped to handle it than the Astros. That's not what Dana Brown would have you believe. He was saying yesterday their organizational depth is what's going to carry them through this spate of injuries with guys like Colton Gordon and Lambert and Jason Alexander coming up. Oof.
There's one thing that I can't abide. It's having both a Cody Bolton and a Colton Gordon in the organization at the same time. It's driving me insane. It's almost as bad as the Jayans situation with the Texans.
Yeah. It's
the Jalen's or the Jadens. They're just, I cannot keep everybody straight.
I'll tell you where the organizational depth hurts them, aside from just, hey, they need guys right now. I brought up that graphic, or the picture that I saw, Seth, over the weekend on social media, and it was an Astro fan posting a picture, and this is just one way of lamenting the horrible situation they're in right now pitching-wise. And maybe this is also probably indicative of how some people feel about Dana Brown as a general manager, but it was a picture of Zach Greinke, Garrett Cole, and Justin Verlander just kind of all sitting there in the dugout with each other, kind of looking bored during a game, but the three of them are sitting next to each other. And it said that the caption for the picture was, Jeff Luhnow got these three for 3 piles of trash or something like that.
Yeah.
And that plays into this in a way. Now, piles of trash is, that's a little extreme. They traded away some of their best prospects to get those guys because they had the prospects to give away to get those guys.
Yeah, that is. I mean, it's a little unfair to act like Dana Brown's operating with the same checkbook or the same bank account, in terms of prospects. But I don't know. It would help. I'd feel a lot better if Bryce Matthews were hitting better than he is right now. That's one thing I don't like to see is people point out, like, well, hey, this first draft pick already got elevated to the majors. Like, all right.
He strikes out all the time.
Yeah, when you draft the guy and then you elevate him, and I'm not being down on Bryce Matthews right now. It's just I can't look at him as evidence that the process is working just because the GM who drafted him elevates him to the major leagues.
Yeah.
That's like me grading my own paper.
What's of all the ones Chandler outlined here, injuries, organizational depth, the pitching additions aren't pitching well, Brian Abreu, Yainer Diaz, and then Joe Espada himself.
It's got to be the offseason pitching additions, just because it's a big fat reminder that the organization isn't going to spend for actual pitchers.
Yeah.
And that they're just going to try to bubblegum and baling wire their way through this thing with probably how many more years of this is it going to be of just signing random guys you've never heard of and then trying to present them like, here you go, put them through the Astros pitching car wash. Everybody's Charlie Morton. They think everybody's Charlie Morton. That's the problem. They think everybody's Charlie Morton.
It's almost like 1, 2, and 3 are kind of intertwined with each other, because the offseason pitching additions have not pitched well. And they're either not pitching well or injured.
Yeah.
Your organizational depth is exposed. It's almost like all three of them. I'm with you. I can't the organizational depth hasn't even dawned on me just because every day is such a triage situation with the team that I'm watching on the field at the major league level. I should be more concerned about it because eventually they're going to need to keep dipping further and further. There was a highlight that popped up this weekend, Seth, of some guy on the single A team for the Astros there he hit 102 on the gun and struck a guy out. I'm like, that guy will be a middle reliever for the Astros by May 1st, the way things are going right now.
Well, and it's just, and by far, too, you just don't even get into the fact that the Major League roster construction has been janky since the offseason, and and it's worked out well because of the injuries to Pena and because Correa is not always available. But again, the overall sum total of things is, man, why the hell do you have all these guys in the infield that they're still open to trading Paredes, I would imagine, despite the fact that it's worked out in the short term. It's just everything's janky, man.
Yep, it is. All right, so that's the Astros. We ready to do some acknowledgments from over the weekend? A little acknowledge me action. Let's acknowledge some of the big performances, ironic and otherwise. Some of them are. Acknowledge me is Seth and I have gotten older since we started doing this segment. It's become half acknowledgement of positive things and half ironic acknowledgement of we're a little cynical. But I'm going to start with a good acknowledgement here, and that would be Dusty Baker.
Acknowledge me!
Got a new autobiography out, Seth. Dusty Baker does. I would say, of all the people, I'm not inclined to read a ton of books. Takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
This would be Dusty Baker's autobiography. It's called Crossroads, and obviously there's people who have copies of it. It drops in bookstores in early June. Dusty Baker has led a very, very interesting life.
He's had an incredibly interesting life.
Yes.
And, it spans in career. I mean, it spans the civil rights era all the way up through everything in society and sports that changed over the years. And I always appreciated kind of his philosophical approach to things. I actually read one of Albert Camus' books because of Dusty Baker. When he asked Chandler Rome that one time if he'd ever heard of Camus, and kind of questioned.
Dusty called him Camus.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah.
Which, what tells you? It's that he actually read the book.
Yep.
He's not just, he didn't hear it on a podcast or something.
That's a good point.
He read the book, and probably nobody else in the clubhouse wanted to discuss Camus at the time.
Yes.
So he just, I read Camus because of Dusty Baker. So I will purchase this book. I'm not going to ask for
free copy,
the review copy or anything.
Oh, you could probably get one though if we just.
I don't want
nicely.
to. I want him to get the royalties.
You want to support Dusty, right?
Actually, I could just get the free copy and then Venmo him some money. Yeah,
that would be awesome.
I'll Venmo him some rose seeds.
Hey, Dusty, we're cutting out the middleman here. The publisher doesn't get anything. We got a free book, and we're sending you a Venmo. He's still employed, Seth. He's working for the Giants. He's getting a paycheck right now.
Sean, he's a senior citizen. Okay.
He's on a fixed income.
He's on a fixed income. It is fixed by his contract, and it's a lucrative one, but it's a fixed income nonetheless.
It is a fixed income. The story that the story in the article about the book, Bob Nightingale of USA Today has an article about the book, and the story that Bob Nightingale tells in here is pretty awesome. That Dusty Baker, when he was the manager of the Astros, he would take the food that was in catering in the clubhouse. There was always leftover food. There's always way more food than you eat. And so it would normally just get thrown out. Dusty would package up that food and take it over to the overpass of 59/69 over there near where a lot of the homeless, there's like a big homeless, at least last I drove by there's a lot of homeless underneath that overpass, almost an encampment over there. And Dusty would bring food over to them to feed them. And there was another woman that was in downtown that he called Mama, who he would bring meals to her. And apparently Mauricio Dubon was leaving the ballpark one night and saw Dusty doing this. And Dusty said that, don't tell anybody that I'm doing this. I don't want it. I don't want a big deal made out of it. And I thought that was pretty cool.
The Astros would operate too. They'd be like, "Wait a second, there's leftovers. We need to cut the food budget."
Did you see? Yeah. Did you see how the Astros Baker, this is an excerpt from Nightingale's article. Baker, who said the Astros discouraged him from feeding the homeless in case someone got sick, possibly leaving them open to a lawsuit.
Astros are completely the doctor who wouldn't help somebody on an airplane because of fear of.
Can I have their health care card, please?
Sorry, I'm not gonna touch that person. Not without signing. They haven't signed the form yet. No.
But Dusty, to his credit, refused to stop because it made him feel good knowing what it meant for the homeless sharing the same high-quality food that the ball players ate each night. So good job, Dusty. Good job. Autobiography coming out in early June. Phil Garner passed away at the age of 76 yesterday. 2-year bout with pancreatic cancer. The last public appearance that we saw from Phil Garner that was getting cited yesterday was about a year ago. It was on his 76th birthday. He would have turned 77 a couple weeks from now. And he threw out the first pitch at an Astros game, Seth. And, man, the outpouring, the number of people that were there that played with Phil Garner here in Houston and that played for Phil Garner here in Houston was remarkable. Phil Garner, probably best known here in Houston for his stint as a player in the 80s. He was a veteran leader on that 86 team that won the NL West with Glenn Davis and Mike Scott and company. And then probably best known for taking over. And I forgot about what a weird situation this was. But as we sit here and talk about Joe Espada and could he be in danger or whatever, back in 2004, the Astros were 41-41 at the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Or halfway through the season, I guess. And they fired Jerry Hunsicker and Drake McClain fired Jimmy Williams, the manager, mid-season, and called up Phil Garner, he had just been fired by the Tigers a couple years before that, and hired him as the manager. They went 36-10 down the stretch and made it to Game 7 of the NLCS. That was with Carlos Beltran on the team. I wasn't here at that time. You actually were here at that time. That had to be a fun time to be here in Houston.
It was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. I was trying to remember. I'll think of it during the break.
Yeah.
A specific memory about that series.
The
personal of where I watched and everything. But that's where I first I didn't know Phil Garner. I had never seen him or anything before that. But that was he's probably one of he's like a throwback personality, and starting with his nickname. Because it might be one of the last great nicknames in sports because we don't have nicknames like we used to.
Right.
But he got that from his high school football days because he was so tough as a high school football player.
Oh, okay. Brian McTaggart said in his article that Milo Hamilton gave him that name.
Oh, really?
Gave him Scrap Iron. Yeah.
Well, I take it back then.
Yeah.
Because, all right.
Unfortunately, we can't check
I'll defer to McTaggart. I had read somewhere that it was from his high school football days.
Yeah, McTaggart had an obit for him yesterday and mentioned that in there. Yeah. So
I wouldn't put it past Milo as perhaps maybe claiming that he came up with the nickname.
Well, the only ones that really know would be Milo and Phil Garner, and neither of them are here to corroborate the story anymore. So, but either way, yeah, he was. It's so funny because he was such a such a Southern gentleman and such a kind individual and a great storyteller. The few times that I got to spend time with him, he always made you. He always made you feel right at home. He would say your name when he talked to you, which makes a big difference when you meet strangers and things like that. And it's so funny because he was almost the opposite when he was between the lines. Hell, I watched a YouTube of all the Phil Garner ejections yesterday. I got trapped in that wormhole. So, he was scrappy, man.
Okay, yeah, I'll go with McTaggart and Milo. Garner was nicknamed Scrap Iron due to his gritty style of play. After being traded to Pittsburgh, the team's announcer, Milo Hamilton, asked Pirates Hall of Fame outfielder Willie Stargell about Garner, and he said that the tough and competitive Garner was like an old piece of scrap metal that can be beaten and bent but not broken.
There you go.
Good job, Milo Hamilton.
That was my first team that I loved was the We Are Family Pirates back in 1979 when they won the World. I was born in Pittsburgh. So that was my squad, man, back in 1979. And Phil Garner, good player too, man. Made the All-Star team a few times. Obviously sad that he's not here. I'm sure he was suffering, so that part is a blessing that he's no longer suffering. But passes away at the age of 76, old Scrap Iron. Brian Abreu.
Acknowledge me.
This is where we get to the ironic acknowledgement. Seth, I'm acknowledging Brian Abreu. His ERA is all the way down to 16.20 right now. He's got it under 20, his ERA, yesterday with that scoreless inning that he pitched. So it's down to he pitched a clean inning, air quotes. He put two guys on base, but neither of them got home.
What's his whip right now?
Good question. I'll give you his line on the whole season, and we can do the calculations. He's pitched a total of 5 innings. I know it feels like he's pitched 50 innings so far this year.
Yeah.
He's only pitched a grand total of 5 innings. He's given up 7 hits and 11 walks. I know he's probably hit a guy or two as well.
So almost
four.
Around a 4. He's at 3.6.
Yeah.
Whip.
Yeah.
So he might not have hit any batters.
Maybe he didn't hit anybody. Yeah, whatever. Anything
Good
above
job.
anything above 1.5 is troubling. He's at
maybe if his velo was up, even though with his erratic control, maybe he would have hit somebody at least. But now because his velo's down, that's probably why he hasn't hit anybody.
It's so funny. He's pitched 5 innings, which 5 innings is like a normal start in Major League Baseball these days. And I look at his line for the season, and I look at it. I'm like, can you imagine if this line was just for somebody who pitched 5 innings in one game, and they just left him in there for 5 innings? 7 hits. 9 earned runs, 11 walks. I mean, this staff right now with the walks, they've got 96 walks, and Brian Abreu's got 11 of them. 10 strikeouts. He's given up 3 home runs. Yeah. He's thrown 144
But
pitches.
no hit by pitch. Yeah.
No HBPs, huh? Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
That's you know what that is. He's a humanitarian.
That's right. He's being nice.
He's not going to take everybody else down with him. He's just like, nope. I'll stay on this ship and sink by myself. You guys all take the lifeboats.
Dude, these Espada and Dana Brown quotes are going to be the end of me if the team keeps playing like this. And they're having Dana Brown with his quote about we got all this depth and we'll be fine. Joe Espada said this about Brian Abreu. Brian Abreu is a really good pitcher. He's been one for a very long time. And for us to get where we want to get to, we need Brian Abreu.
Oh, crap.
And we'll get Brian Abreu. He's going to show up.
No.
We just need to be patient and give him opportunities. Do you remember?
Yes, I remember exactly.
The last Abreu that he said that about.
Yes, I remember. No, Espada said, yeah. Who had that quote just then?
Espada.
That was Espada?
Yes.
He said the same thing he said about Abreu in 2024?
About Jose Abreu. All he had to do was Mad-lib in Brian's name. It was really easy.
Oh.
I hate this team sometimes. Oh, man. All right.
So is they going to send Brian Abreu down to rookie ball?
Florida, yes. Yeah, same path. Clint Capella.
Acknowledge me.
Clint Capella hit his first career three-pointer last night, Seth. Not much to acknowledge from the Rockets over the weekend because they lost on Friday. Although Amen Thompson had 41 points. I'll give Amen Thompson an acknowledgement.
Acknowledge me.
But then they didn't play any of their guys last night. But Clint Capella, they blew out Memphis with their backups. Clint Capella hit his first career three-pointer. So he got to do the post-game interview with Vanessa and then hit the red button afterwards that launched all the confetti.
He said that he was kind of in disbelief after he hit the 3. He had to look to the ref to be sure that it went in 3, not 2.
Oh, yeah.
Good for him.
Yep.
Good job, Clint Capella.
Good job, Clint Capella. And Clint Capella, kind of a, underrated key part heading into the playoffs here. We know last year, Seth, they like going with the little double big lineup oftentimes with Alperen Şengün and Steven Adams. Any sort of configuration like that means Clint Capella is going to be on the floor. So we'll see. They got a big size advantage over the Lakers. So we'll see if Clint Capella factors in at all.
His career three-point percentage has now been elevated from 0 to 12.5%.
Yeah. I think he's 1 for 8 now, something like that. Yeah. I can't believe he took 7 of them before this. Under what circumstances is Clint Capella shooting three-pointers? I guess blowouts and he's in late in the game.
Yeah.
Ted Ginn Jr.
Acknowledge me.
Another ironic acknowledgement, man. Head coach of the Columbus Aviators, former first-round pick of the Miami Dolphins. They were playing the Dallas Renegades on Sunday this weekend, Seth. The team got to Dallas, it looks like, on Friday night. Ted Ginn Jr., head coach of the team, went out and got a DUI at 1 a.m. in Tarrant County, Texas.
Ooh.
Yeah. So he didn't coach the team on Sunday. Todd Haley coached the team on Sunday. In case you're wondering where old Todd Haley is,
I know where Todd Haley is. I interviewed him on my Believe podcast this offseason. He was awesome.
Oh, had he taken the job with the Columbus Aviators?
I don't think he had at that point. No, yeah, he had. Yeah.
He was a good interview?
Yeah, he was really good.
We played some audio from it.
It was right. You know what? It was before the Steelers playoffs game.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
he was the Steelers offense coordinator and
for a number of years.
He's from that area originally.
Yeah.
His dad had been an equipment manager with the Steelers growing up. His dad was on the personnel staff growing up.
Okay, that had to be cool.
Todd Haley was an equipment kid,
Like a
out
kid.
there during training camp and everything.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Ted Ginn Jr. put out an apology. We can maybe rate his apology later and see if he was sincere. But man, a head coach of a football team being out and having drank enough to get a DUI on a Friday night before a game—that's some bold partying.
That's
right
some
there,
Gary Moeller stuff.
That is some Gary Moeller stuff. Yes. Yeah. Yep. It is. So Ted Ginn Jr., you are acknowledged. All right, that was Acknowledge Me. We do it every Monday to acknowledge things from over the weekend. Mock draft injection time. We've got 7 of these left. We've got 5 this week, 9 of these left. Okay, math not my it is a Monday. I do know that. So the draft is under 2 weeks away. We do a mock draft injection each and every day at 7:45. Zachary Pereles, CBSSports.com. He's got the Texans making a trade, actually. Are they trading up? Are they trading down? We'll let you find out coming up next. But I want to talk to you, business owners or decision makers.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a couple texts on the base power text line, and we'll get to the mock draft injection in which the Texans make a trade. Someone said you guys forgot to acknowledge Rory McIlroy. You know what? Back-to-back Masters, he'll get an acknowledgement.
Acknowledge me.
There you go, Rory.
Sorry, Rory McIlroy.
You go, Rory. This is great, this text right here, Seth. Text message about Phil Garner. Phil Garner was a great man. When I was a kid in the early 80s, he and Carol, Phil's wife, looked at the house next door to ours when they were moving here. So this is when he got traded from the Pirates to the Astros. It just so happened that a kid on his bike had just had a horrible accident and was semi-conscious on the street when Carol and Phil drove by. They stayed until the ambulance got there, helping make sure the kid stayed conscious, and Phil was even showing off his World Series ring from the Pirates. When I realized who I was looking at, I told him that story again a few years ago. He remembered it. I'll never forget that moment. R.I.P. Scrap Iron. That's a good story, man. That is a good story.
Yeah, send in your Phil Garner story.
Phil Garner memories, man. Yeah, send them in. 713-572-4610. All right, mock draft injection time. This particular one is from Zachary Pareles. Zachary Pareles of CBSSports.com. Seth, he's got the Texans making a trade back, but not back and out of the first round. Texans make it.
We get to have our cake and eat it, too.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. So the draft party is not torpedoed. You got to be patient. You're going to have to wait 3 more picks.
And remember, too, if you are at the draft party and the Texans trade out, remember, Nick Cacerio, who is my source on this, told me and everybody else assembled for that they did try to trade back. No, they didn't
not.
try to. No, Nick Cacerio told us they did not try to trade back into the first round.
Yeah.
Everybody ignore what I just said. It'll be fun and exciting at the draft party, even if they trade out. Yeah.
There's going to be drinks and food, and it's going to be a good time. The cheerleaders will be there. It'll be great.
Yeah, I had to fact check it with my other source, Nick Cacerio.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Cacerio told us, no, that's not true. There was a report last year that they had tried to trade back into the first round.
Yep.
And Nick shot that down. But they did try to trade up earlier in the draft.
Yeah.
They tried to trade up into the teens at some point.
Yep, unsuccessfully. So Nick meets with the media today. We should mention that at 11:30. And I don't know if we'll be carrying that. I know we'll have audio from it. I'm assuming that we'll be I know. We'll have you covered with audio from the Nick Cacerio press conference later today. And he joins us on this show on Wednesday this week at 7:15. So we'll get the Texans GM here on Payne and Pendergast. All right, so in this particular mock draft, Seth, Nick Cacerio trades back with a familiar entity, the New England Patriots. And the Patriots move up from 31 to 28. They draft Denzel Boston, the wide receiver from Washington. So a guy named Boston is going to New England.
Is he related to David Boston?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. Good question. I don't know. David Boston's from here. He's from Humble, Texas. So, yeah, I don't know. So the Patriots move up to 28. In the process, the Texans get a 4th-round pick. Mm-hmm. So they get a 4th-round pick, and they move back 3 spots. And with the 31st pick in the NFL draft, the Houston Texans select Blake Miller, tackle Clemson. We're back on that Blake Miller train.
Yay, Blake Miller. This is interesting about Blake Miller is that, he's played a bunch of football, and the reports on him, I just saw some anonymous personnel director say the guy he's going to play. He's all about team first, all of those things. He's going to play through injuries, all those things that the Texans love. So I don't doubt whether he's a tough person or not, but he doesn't necessarily have a physical style of play. And, man, there's been such an emphasis on physicality this offseason that I wonder if Blake Miller quite fits the profile. Yeah. So that's not me hating him as a prospect or anything. I just don't know if he's 100% the mold that they're trying to fill right now on the offensive line, because he does have a lot of upside, and he moves really well for a guy that's as big as he is. He's 6'7". But I'm curious about what they really think of him.
The 3 guys that go right before the Texans would have picked at 28, presumably right before they make a trade out of 28, are Caleb Lomu, who we've seen. He goes 25th to the Bears. He's been mocked to the Texans quite a bit. Peter Woods, Blake Miller's teammate from Clemson, the defensive lineman, goes 26th to Buffalo. And then 27th is a guy who was going to the Texans in one of the drafts, the mocks we did last week, Max Ionichor of Arizona State goes 27th. You know, you wonder, I don't know how deeply the guys who put these mocks together think this stuff through, but you wonder, like, let's pretend that they do, that they're really thinking like each of the GMs are when they get to each of these spots. I wonder if Cacerio would have been looking at that going, all right, well, they have Lomu, Woods, and Ionichor on a certain level, and we now have, there's now a drop-off from the guys. Yeah. We can easily move 3 spots back and still get so-and-so or so-and-so.
Yeah, that is, actually, because I think, did Freeland come on a top 30 visit for the Texans? I can't remember.
The tackle from Georgia?
Yeah.
Monroe Freeling? Yeah, I don't know if he did or not.
So Freeling
Freeling too. He goes right before those 3 guys.
Freeling hasn't been mocked to the Texans a lot because he's typically going earlier in the draft. But that would be if I think he would be on the radar more if he weren't going earlier in the draft. So that's 4 guys in a row that might be of super interest to the Texans. And that would feel like a classic Texan scenario, the way it's worked out at times where, man, you're thinking, okay, one of these 4 guys is going to fall to him, and then all of a sudden, boom, they
Donovan
don't.
Jackson last year.
Yeah.
That was the one last year. He went the pick right before the Texans were to pick at 25.
Yeah.
He went to Minnesota with the 24th pick, and then that's when Nick picked up a couple thirds and bailed from 25th and went down to 34th in that trade with the Giants for Jackson Dart. So there you go. That's the Zachary Pareles mock draft. Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson. Get more texts on the Base Power text line. The WNBA draft is tonight. Let's go, Connecticut Sun. Oh,
they signed Brittany Griner.
They did, yeah. We haven't mentioned that. We should have mentioned that in headlines. Yeah, Brittany Griner presumably is going to be a member of the Houston Comets when they come back here to when the Connecticut Sun move here next year.
That made me feel old. Because she's like now she's a great WNBA player who's near the end of her, closer to the end of her career.
Yeah, she did. That's like it's the equivalent of the Durant trade.
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, I remember him.
Yeah,
I remember her when she was at Nimitz High School, and I remember him when he was at UT. And like, here they are.
Here they are.
One thing I did, I started to watch more of the centers this week because people are very curious about the centers in the draft. And this is what you need to know. The most annoying thing about the centers is that every single time I read some article about the centers, it'll say, this is a great year to take a center in the draft. And immediately you think, like, wow, are there a bunch of first and second round picks? No, there's a bunch of guys that are worth going in 3rd through 5th round.
Yeah.
People treat the center position weirdly in the NFL draft. But it is true. There's like 5 kind of consensus top guys at center right now, and maybe, or you could say 6 possibly, but going probably in the 3rd through 5th round, maybe a couple in the 2nd, but going through and watching all of them, and then also just reading the scouting reports and reading the anonymous scouts and everything, like every single one of them seems like the mold of what you want in a center. Tough, really good technique, smart in school. Half of them have won a bunch of academic awards and everything. Like, I think every one of them is Texans worthy. I think that they're swarm type players, and I think D'Amico would like any one of them, which leads me to think that it's almost a certainty that they draft a center sometime between the 3rd and 5th rounds.
Yeah, I think so too. Did you have a favorite out of any of the ones you watched?
Okay, people aren't going to like this because they're going to say it's not a scheme fit and everything, but screw it. I almost said the F word. I like Sam Heck out of Kansas State.
K-State, yeah.
Yeah, which I think it is. The pronunciation guides are all over the place. I watched the Kansas State podcast where they interviewed him, and the Kansas State guy introduced him as Sam Heck with no T on it. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I've heard Hesht. I've heard Hecht. But this is the thing about him, like, he's not a big guy at all, but none of them are. The only really big guy of the top guys is the guy who barely played center in college, and it's Trey Zune, the offensive tackle from Texas A&M.
Yeah.
But the thing about Sam Hecht is that he pulls and moves in space really, really well.
Yeah.
And there's certain parts of him where I think, man, that opens up the playbook, and you could do a lot of things with him. But he's not a big guy. So as far as if you want to be a big, huge, gigantic offensive line, the way it looks at times the Texans want to be, he's not necessarily that guy. But I like him as a center prospect.
Okay, we have the piece of audio that might be the biggest smoking gun about the Bijani-Rousini-Mike Vrabel relationship yet. There was audio flying around this weekend from old Rousini appearances, including one where she pays a huge compliment to Mike Vrabel, or actually pays what she thinks is a compliment to a podcast host about Mike Vrabel. We'll explain. We'll let you hear it, and that's all coming up next.
Mokaram injury lawyers, you need to hear this. If you've been in an accident that was not
West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right into the 8 o'clock hour we go. All right, so if you listened to this show last week, we're following the Bijani, Mike Vrabel situation with great scrutiny and the news over the weekend, and just to get people up to speed, Bijani, lead NFL reporter, senior NFL insider for The Athletic, and Mike Vrabel, head coach of the New England Patriots, were spotted at and photographed at a resort in Sedona, Arizona, the weekend before the owners' meetings in Phoenix a couple of weeks ago, and the photos have raised a lot of questions because they are holding hands, they're dancing, they're in a hot tub together. This on the heels of years of smoke around the relationship between those two, rumors within the industry, things like that. And both had claimed that they were there as part of bigger groups. If Vrabel had a couple friends with him, she had a couple friends with her, and they just happened to meet up there. And that the pictures, all of which are just the two of them, don't capture the context of what was really just an innocent encounter and six people hanging out together. The Athletic, Rousini's employer, had initially come out in support of her, in great support of her. They put themselves out there, Seth, at first, the Athletic did. They basically echoed what she and Vrabel were saying about the photos, saying that, this is, there's a lack of context here and so forth. Well, since then, the Athletic has begun investigating, and it looks like there may be more to the story than the denials would seem to indicate that there were. And Bijani Rousini's coverage and the nature of her relationship with Vrabel has led to this investigation. The New York Post on Tuesday published the photos that we talked about. The Athletics executive director, Steve Ginsburg, is who I was talking about before, issued a public defense of Rousini. But now they're essentially putting her on either an administrative leave or a suspension, kind of like the commissioner's exempt list in the NFL, where I believe she's still probably getting paid by The Athletic, but she will not be reporting on anything NFL-related for the time being. While they're doing this investigation.
The biggest thing is that immediately when people would, rise to their defense without knowing anything more about the situation than any of us do, they would say, well, these pictures are just taken out of context. Rousini and Vrabel said that they were there as part of a larger group. And meanwhile, none of those members of that group have stood up, as far as I've seen, in public and said, oh, yeah, I was there. It seems like the simplest thing in the world to do.
Who are
help
they?
Out your buddy.
What are their names?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Seth. I was there.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, we were all having a good time. These are just a couple of isolated incidents from, a larger party going on. Nobody. It's been radio silence.
No. One of the things I saw, and we're going to get to the audio here in just a second, more and more audio popping up over the weekend of Rousini in prior appearances, even some dating back to her ESPN days, where she says some things which at the time probably felt like jokes, but now that we've got the context of these pictures, feel a little bit different. We'll get to that in a second. The one thing that I saw, Seth, about a couple things I saw about this investigation with the New York Times is that, one, this may take a while. When they do investigations like this, they like to make sure they have all their ducks in a row, so this may take a while. Number two, her contract is up this summer. And there may be more of an inclination for the Athletic just to let her contract run out than fire her, because when you fire her, you open the door for the lawyers to come in.
Right. And, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So you can't be...
So just say you're not working anymore. You're not breaking any scoops. We don't want you to do... We're going to pay you.
They can't call it retaliation if she just lets her contract run out or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
I mean, things get... This is where I would give the employer a pass on treating this as delicately as possible, just because it also adds into the, whenever there's any kind of a relationship involved, and if you're firing a reporter over this, is this behavior that is she being targeted because she's a female or whatever? It's just a whole quagmire of potential issues, so they got to be super, super careful about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other funny thing, before we get to the audio, Bobby Burak, who writes for Outkick, used to cover media for them, he dipped his toe back in with this and started making some phone calls to people. I'm not going to go through all the bullet points of things he found out, but the interesting thing I thought was the very last nugget that he had about this. He said he talked to an executive that keeps track of all the NFL free agency scoops, basically a Nugget Hussey scoreboard set is what this exec has. Per this exec, Diana Rossini was 6th in scoops behind, in order, number 1, Rappaport, big shock, Rappaport and Pelissero, the 2 that work for the league, are 1 and 2.
They get fed information by the league,
Schefter 3, Fowler, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN 4, Jordan Schultz checking in at number 5, and then Rossini number 6. So, who knows? I don't know how accurate that is.
We know that Schefter basically gives expensive gifts to people who give him nuggets.
Yeah.
Rappaport and Pelissero are fed a lot of crap by the league themselves.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of honor amongst any of these nugget hussies.
No.
I don't honestly. If that's what Diana Rossini was doing with Vrabel or anybody else, I don't put her on any different level than Schefter or Rappaport. They're all nugget hussies. They will do anything to get a scoop.
Maybe the most ironic thing of all, in all this, of all people, Jason La Canfora, who we know John McClain refers to openly as Jason No La Confirma.
I liked mine better. Jason No La Confirmation.
Yeah.
Jason No La, what did I say? No La, I had a better one than that.
Okay.
Never mind. Go ahead.
So anyways.
Damn it.
So Jason, it sounded awesome.
Jason Confabrication. That's what it was.
Okay.
Jason Confabrication. He would just make stuff up.
Yeah, because the one you just said was basically what McClain said.
Yeah, it was basically, No, it was Jason La Confabrication.
Yeah.
Jason La Canfora once reported that, I want to say it was with the Eagles, that this linebacker was at the team facility because they were going to give him an extension. And 4 hours later, it was, he's actually retiring. So, you just made it up. Okay.
So here's La Canfora getting up on his soapbox.
Confabrication.
Thank you. The page 6 photos last week, talking about the Rossini and Vrabel photos, the page 6 photos last week, an immediate response to it by parties involved, is another indicator of how sordid this insider subset of the media has become and what corporate media is willing to stomach and enable. It's not new. It's just more brazen and sad.
Yeah.
It's Jason Lockett. And then he has 6 more tweets that I'm not going to read after that.
Yeah.
But this guy taking a shot at the nugget hussy industry as a whole.
Well, didn't he just get fired for something?
From our sister station in Baltimore.
But for what, though?
I don't know.
I don't think it was just for not having good ratings or something.
I don't know. Okay. And I'm not going to touch that. I have no idea. So, yeah.
I think, the whole insider part of it, it's seedy. And it has been for a long time. That's why it's hilarious that Syracuse, those guys love to puff their chests about their sports journalism department. They have Schefter back every chance they get, and they put him up as oh boy, look at our boy done good.
Well, Schefter
he's not a journalist.
Schefter went to Michigan. He didn't.
No, then who was it then? Who's the other one that went to Syracuse? Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah.
You can tell why I didn't go to journalism school.
All right, let's get to the audio.
Never checked a fact in my life.
Let's get to the audio. Lock-on fabrication. Let's get to the audio. This was Diana Rossini telling Ryan Russillo, podcast host for The Ringer. This is back in January of last year. Russillo brings up the ultimate compliment that he got. He's a New England guy, too, so he loved this, that Rossini compared him to Vrabel.
You once said to me, I think it's one of the nicest compliments I've ever gotten, was that you thought that I was a lot like Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, you should scream to the world. In fact, you should put it on any dating app if you are on one, that someone once said that you're like Mike Vrabel.
Okay. Pretty high praise for Mike Vrabel right there.
Has he weighed in on this since then?
Russillo?
Is he one of the large media personalities that's saying very mute about all of this?
He may be. I don't know. So I don't want to. I don't know if Russillo has spoken up about this.
Levitard doesn't, because Levitard used to have her on, and Levitard's uncomfortable commenting on it as well.
The only one I've seen out of that whole crew is Levitard's old cohort, Stugatz, who now is a host on Fox. He left Levitard and now has his own show. And he was like white knighting for Rossini. He's like, I don't ditch my friends. If she gets fired by the Athletic, she'll be sitting right here next to me on this show. Next thing you know, I'm like, that's very brave of you. Look at you. So that was Russillo, who had been paid the ultimate. I don't know what's creepier about that. Her like being, hey, put it on a dating app, or Russillo being so excited about being compared to Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
In that instance right there. All right, this one is from Barstool. This is Diana Rossini throwing more shade at her poor husband, the Eagles fan.
Max said, I don't understand how Diana is married to an Eagles fan.
I did say that.
And she keeps getting to say bad stuff about the Eagles. And then we might have said that your husband needs to maybe, like, withhold sex from you.
You said that. You said that.
He's got to do
something.
something.
You say it because it's actually happening right now.
Yes, that's my guy. I love that guy. I've always loved that guy.
That is so the truth. Kev has lost attraction to me since I put out a tweet.
Yes.
Like I think he thought I was like cute at one point. I can just tell by the way he passes me in the house. He's like, you're disgusting.
Okay. The good news there is that maybe her husband's not all that broken up about this whole thing. If he was disgusted with her over...
She just, there's so many sound bites now of her just bagging on her husband or making fun of how bad their relationship is and everything, which, yeah, at the time you would think, okay, she's having fun with it and everything. It might have been way closer to the truth.
Yes.
The most revealing one... Are we going to play it again? The one about...
No, I have all new stuff today.
This is all new stuff today.
I'm
the one we
playing
played
new...
last week was about how she and him are just leading completely different lives because she's always traveling and everything.
They text each other, and it's like AI is texting each other.
That's right. Yeah.
Like robots.
Yeah. That's kind of sad now in hindsight.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm going through all of this assuming the guy's a good dude. Maybe he's a jerk. I don't know.
He might be.
We don't know any damn thing about him other than he works at Shake Shack.
Well, he's an executive at Shake Shack. We should point that out. Like
he works at Shake Shack.
He does. Technically, he's right. Yeah, I just say someone works at Shake Shack.
If I were In-N-Out's social media director, I would be all over this.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
yes,
I would be publicly courting him.
Good call.
You get to control the In-N-Out here. Yeah.
Okay. So here's another one from Rossini. This is actually from an old Le Batard show. Saying not only
Syracuse alum,
no, University of Miami. It's so sad that I know where these people all went to school. That I could actually you about Schefter depresses me actually in a way.
No, I know that. I don't know why.
Here's Rossini ragging on her husband again, and maybe indicating that she's not that great a mother at the same time.
Here's the best thing about being a NFL reporter is I can just poke holes in all his joy, happiness, and optimism about his team. So I just stand there and I was like, oh, the Giants beat the Eagles. And I just harp on all the weaknesses that they have on offense right now and some of the issues I've seen in the secondary for Philadelphia while he's arguing with me that he thinks that I have not really done a good job on the mothering side of my responsibilities. For example, yesterday, there was a really big story that broke and my sons are both sick. So they're home with me and my parents are also sick, so they couldn't help. And I had to put a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old in a playpen, which if anyone has small children, putting 2 young boys in a playpen that's, maybe 5 feet wide isn't safe. It's not smart. And after a while, they're going to start beating the hell out of each other. And that's what happened. And I got the story, and that's all that matters, guys.
She got the story.
So
kids beat the snot out of each other in a playpen.
In the way she fights back against her being an absent mother is by making fun of her husband's football team.
Right.
What the hell? By which, by the way, she pointed out a bunch of stuff that she said she could do because she knows this stuff because she's an NFL reporter. Yeah. Anybody who's an NFL fan could have poked holes in what's wrong with the Eagles last year.
No kidding.
Unless she's actually giving information from some source that she has within the Eagles organization that it doesn't hit any different than some guy on the internet.
I'm glad you brought that up. So let's play this one here. She says,
"Wait! I just want to be sure I got that clear. That her husband will complain about her not being as active or present of a parent." And the way she retaliates is by making fun of the Eagles.
Well,
that doesn't sound like a healthy relationship.
Not at all. No, not at all. Well, she says here that she does get information from the Eagles, but she doesn't. They know she's not going to put it out there
Yeah.
But they do know she's going to use it to weaponize against her husband.
I try to get more information out of the Philadelphia organization for my marriage than anything for The Athletic. And I am comfortable admitting that. I will take as much. And they know that. The Eagles know I don't report anything on them. But in my kitchen, that's everywhere. And it gets me out of all the things that I'm supposed to probably do as a loving, supportive wife.
Okay, so it sounds like she's getting stuff from the Eagles actually to placate him a little bit. You know?
Like she's gonna okay, I'll give you this scoop. Well, that's what she's in the business of, apparently trading information for favors.
That's a weird. I know she's on a podcast there. She's on Le Batard's show, so she's probably doing that. To me, feels like someone who's just like getting a little bit loose on a show. She forgets she's on a show. Like if I'm hearing that and I'm the Eagles, I'm like, what the hell? And if I'm that and if I'm the Athletic and I'm hearing that, I'm like, okay, so you get all this information from these, you get the information from the Eagles, you're not reporting it, you're just using it to titillate your husband. You know, like it's, I don't know.
Well, those insiders have a boatload of information that
never gets out.
Yeah, that never gets out.
Yeah.
Like, and people do trust them that, hey, this isn't for publication.
That's true.
But, just so you get a better picture of what's going on here.
Yeah.
So she probably adds in a little extra when somebody says something like that to her, like, well, can I tell my husband? But then and then they'd be like, I don't know, is he on the internet? Does he have burner accounts? Like,
right. So she's she tortures.
All of that. I would have just sounded at the time. I would have thought like, she's exaggerating, and she's just having fun with it and everything.
It's a bit.
Yeah, that was like when you or I talk about the times that our spouses threaten us,
right?
Which totally doesn't happen.
Not at all in the last 2 days.
Here.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah. It's total. I totally make that up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So do you want one more? No, we're up against it. That's how much audio there is that's coming out from this.
I do feel, unless it turns out that the guy is a jerk, I do feel bad for the husband.
I feel terrible. Dude, I've numbered these cuts we played over the last 3 shows, Thursday, Friday, last week. And we're up to 13 cuts now that are all stuff from various shows. And so, I feel bad for the guy. You're right. She sounds exhausting, somebody says. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
She sounds exhausting.
Well, that's the other read I might have on it. If I had heard these, is man, she sounds like she's trying really hard.
Yeah.
Like that she's trying to put up some kind of image or something.
Yeah.
But apparently, maybe she was just telling the 100% God's honest truth.
Maybe. All right,
we won't know until one of her many friends that were with her at that resort in Arizona speak up.
Doesn't tell all.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's stick with some football in the next segment. The potential trade that won't go away. There is an NFL writer saying he's got a trade for each of the 16 AFC teams.
The Syracuse grad.
The Texans, he's not. The Texans need to do this trade, he says. We're going to tell him one more time our opinion on this coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I don't think I'm being hyperbolic. Like, this is one of the worst weeks that I can.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Hope you had a better weekend than the Astros, who we will talk about again at the top of the hour. The Texans, we are 10 days away from the draft. Nick Cacerio meets with the media today at 11:30. Along with James Lipford and, I believe Blanco. There's three guys, Nick Cacerio and two of his subordinates meeting with the media today. I don't think we've had that before. We haven't had, that I can recall. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I always seem to remember this being a solo show from Nick Cacerio.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember this being a committee affair. He always does he's always very appreciative of all the supporting staff and names them out. And that's one of them. It takes like 3 minutes at the beginning of this press conference, but that'll be interesting.
Yep.
So hopefully, Cody Stutz and those guys that are typically there will have some good questions.
Some good questions. Yeah, we'll have Nick Cacerio on this show at 7:15. I promise we'll have good questions for him at 7:15 on Wednesday morning this week. So a couple days from now.
I have a pressing question that I need to ask our listeners at the end of this segment.
Oh, okay.
Just remind me.
Okay, you got it.
About Syracuse.
Okay. Should the Texans? This won't go away. People wanting the Texans to get in on the Dexter Lawrence business.
I get it, man. I'd love to be in on the Dexter Lawrence business.
Yeah.
But I can't get into every business that I want to. I've been through that phase in my life.
Yep. Just trying to do a little bit of everything. And
try to be the Tom Brady of just like I have my finger in every pie.
Yep.
After a while, you got pie all over your hands, and you don't know what to do with it. It's a mess.
That's it. And do we want to eat this Dexter Lawrence pie? It doesn't really. On this show, we've chosen not to so far.
Yeah, it's just the defense is freaking awesome. Why are people so obsessed with taking the defense and spending more resources on the defensive side of the ball when ultimately I want as many resources as possible focused on getting the offense up to the defense's level? That's what I'd like to know.
This is the one I like least so far of all the people saying that the Texans should be in on Dexter Lawrence. And I guess just to set this up, if you were kind of out of the loop last week, Dexter Lawrence, the outstanding defensive tackle for the New York Giants, had kind of a down year last year, but he has been among, if not the best defensive tackles in football over the last 3 or 4 years. He wants a new contract. He's got 2 years left on his deal. The Giants don't seem inclined to accommodate him right now, so now he's asking for a trade, and that's led to all sorts of, hey, here are 8 landing spots for Dexter Lawrence, and the Texans are always one of them. Hey, here's 5 teams that should be calling Joe Shane right now to ask about Dexter Lawrence. This team, and the Texans. Ralph Vacchiano, NFL reporter for Fox, has the NFL player each AFC team should trade for during the 2026 draft. So, the team calls you up during the draft, here's a couple picks, and here's the player. The Texans, as I page down here, the Houston Texans acquired Dexter Lawrence from the New York Giants. The cost? I don't like this at all.
Yeah, this is just too much.
The 28th overall pick, which is the Texans' first-round pick, and the 59th overall pick, which is the Texans' second-round pick. We should point out the Texans do have the 38th pick in the draft from the Laramie Tunsil trade. So this wouldn't be a situation where you're left with a draft like 2021 where you're picking Davis Mills in the third round as your first pick, but your first pick in this draft would be 38th, and then you're not picking again until the third round.
And this is the problem with it, is that you've already got one high-paid veteran that you got via free agency in Danielle Hunter. Mm-hmm. You've already got Will Anderson, a top 5 defensive end in the league right now. And what you need is younger guys to continue that on into the future. If the Texans want to get a stud defensive tackle, I would rather spend 2 or 3 draft picks on young guys over the next couple of years,
and hope you hit on one.
Hopefully hit on one of those guys. Then I do want to bring in Dexter Lawrence. Again, the defense is already in a really good position. What you need to worry about is continuing that on into the future.
Yeah.
And then also on the offensive side of that, if they were going to trade away draft picks or something, I would, for an immediate hit, put it on the side of the ball that really needs the help. So if we're going to – Dexter Lawrence is the name du jour amongst veterans that might be available. There's other offensive players and impact players that are going to come available between now and the trade deadline or between now and the draft that if the Texans are going to make a move similar to this, I wanted to be on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, you're in a spot where if you had to make a veteran contract work, let's pretend Dexter Lawrence was a free agent.
Yeah.
And you had to try to, like, jigger some things to make it work for a couple of years. You could probably do that with the cap.
You could totally do it.
You could totally do it if it were just that. If it were just, hey, here's a second-round pick, and he's only got a year left on his deal, then paying premiums on both ends of it, this team is not in that position. They might have been a couple of years ago when when the core group of young guys are all still at least a year or two away from having to even think about extensions. But not now, man. Like, you've just got more front burner, expensive type stuff that's about to happen. And these picks that you're giving away are your cheap labor. That's the big thing. That's why when I see people talking about, we had either a texter or somebody on social media was saying, Nick needs to take these 9 picks and consolidate it down to 4 picks. Like, trade up and get 3 or 4 guys you feel really good about. I'm like, no, you got to fill out special teams, man. You got to fill out your depth chart. Well, you got to hit on a couple day 3 guys like most good teams do.
They need depth. They still need at least one more edge rusher right now that is either going to come via the draft or maybe you re-sign Derek Barnett. But remember, just Danico Autry and Derek Barnett alone had 500 or 600 snaps on defense last year, not included in the playoffs. And they were valuable in what they did. So the Texans rotate their defensive line. And I like some of the younger guys, but I don't think that there's anybody I feel really confident in right now as being a bona fide edge rusher, a guy that can help you on third down. And then, God forbid, one of the starters gets injured, especially. They need guys there right now. Mm-hmm. So that's just on the defensive side of the ball. Depth in the secondary on defense. Offense, both competitors on the offensive line to start, but also depth at tight end. And all of those other things, I'm now consolidating the picks to a certain degree. I'm cool with. It's just not down into just 3 or 4.
No. You need
that is one area. I was joking about quantity over quality.
Yeah.
Earlier on with the Astros pitching, that quality over quantity doesn't seem to work out with pitching all that much. Mm-hmm. But with draft picks, there's validity to that. That as soon as you start consolidating into just a few picks. It's you're in danger of overestimating your own ability to know who's going to be good and who's not, and that there is a lot of legitimacy to quality being more important than overall just we're going to nail these 3 picks because I feel good about them. Mm-hmm. You're not that good, man.
No.
Once you get into the second round especially, you're not that smart. No matter who you are. You can be the smartest guy in the world. You're not that smart to actually know that you're consistently going to nail a second or a third round
Even the
pick.
Good ones aren't that good. Absolutely.
Plus, the Texans, as far as the Dexter Lawrence trade goes, the Texans they've exercised a lot of the options and everything to push money off into the future, where at the beginning of the offseason, they were top 5 in cap space in 2027 and 2028.
Yeah.
They're back down towards the middle of the pack now. They've used up some of the things they can do to create space. They've done that already. You don't want to push that too far into the credit card spending.
No, and this would push you way in. I mean, this would be like buying a car on a credit card.
Yeah.
The couple texts, the audience chime in here for a second. The base power text line. Seems like a lot to give up for a guy coming off his worst season. That's true. That's a pretty ballsy thing to be seeking out a new contract coming off of the season he just had.
He still was an impactful player. The stats weren't as impressive as the year before. He had 9 sacks in 12 games the year before. But the concerning thing would be that it was coming off of an elbow injury, and you just don't know. Yeah, I'm with you there as far as him being at his peak powers and paying the premium for it. For a guy that wants a new contract every single year, it just doesn't feel like the kind of headache I want to invite in.
Yep. Text message: Lawrence shouldn't even be in the discussion. He's a great player, but they can't afford to pay him. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we've been saying.
Yeah, it's like he wants gone because last year he wanted a new contract a year after signing an extension.
Yeah.
And then they gave him a bunch of incentives. He didn't reach them, and now he's upset that they don't want to give him a new contract again with 2 years left on the deal.
No, they've given Nick Cacerio has given one big deal to a player outside of the Texans building, and that's Danielle Hunter. Mm-hmm. That's it. Think of the big contracts, relatively big contracts that Nick's given out, and they haven't all worked. You know, he gave a contract extension to Titus Howard. He ended up getting traded for a 5th-round pick in the end. He gave a contract extension to Laramie Tunsil. They ended up trading him for a lot more than they got for Titus Howard. But the Nico Collins, Jalen Petrie, Derek Stingley Jr., Will Anderson soon, I'm guessing, all those things, they really value the intel they have by having guys in the building, by being around them on a daily basis.
Quick question for our listeners.
Yes.
So here's the deal. My wife ordered a couple of soap dispensers, like a little bathroom soap soap dispensers. And from Amazon. They arrived, and then a couple days later, another one arrived.
Okay.
And then today we get an email that the 4th one is on the way. We haven't paid for the 3rd or the 4th one.
So
do I alert them that this is happening, or do we just play it out and possibly become like soap dispenser magnates or something?
That's interesting. Yeah, it sounds
zero. The profit margin's pretty good selling brand new free items that I could list on Amazon.
Yeah. That's true. If you do it from the side of the road, that would be really fun. If you just had a table that says soap dispensers, and that would be fun. That would be really fun. It sounds like Brandy may have hit a button where she
No, I went back and checked. We have ordered 2. There's no recurring anything.
So she didn't accidentally hit a button where she signed up for a subscription to soap dispensers?
No. I went back and I checked. There was only the original order. It's not a subscription item. There's only one receipt. They just keep sending us soap dispensers.
Well, it's a very popular thing, the Soap Dispenser of the Month Club. Everybody knows about this. It's a very popular item. I would say I would send it back. Karma.
I mean, ethically. Well, no, you know what? We're not going to have to send it back. Usually, companies are super cool. You tell them, and they're like, oh, okay, sorry. They'll apologize to me for the inconvenience,
of sending you more stuff.
Free soap dispensers.
No, Amazon's super easy to work with from that standpoint, like returning stuff. And
Amazon, I've always been impressed. A couple times I've actually had to make a call. And I was blown away by the fact that I was talking to an actual human that knew what they were doing.
Really?
And it was I would have thought it would be the opposite with Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
The other one was ESPN. I told you, I had called up ESPN because like many older people, I get really confused as to wait, am I paying for Hulu and Disney? I thought I had a discount on ESPN, but now what the hell? What the hell's going on? Why do I have to go to Hulu to log into ESPN?
Right.
So I called up and they straightened everything out. There was a legitimate issue and it wasn't my fault. But then they went above and beyond and gave me a discount going back 6 months while talking to an actual human being.
Dude.
And I didn't even have to wait that long. She was like, would you mind holding, sir? And I was like, yes, I'll hold.
Yeah.
And she came back 3 minutes later.
Oh, my God.
And I was like, we'll refund the last however. It was even more than, I want to say it was more than 6 months.
You need to send those soap dispensers back so you keep the good vibes going.
Well, I'm not going to send them back, but I'll send them back if they ask for them.
If they ask, that's what I mean. But don't just hoard them and keep them.
I'll tell them about it, but
And don't sell them by the side of the road. That would be pathetic. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Rockets finish with the same record as they did last season when they went out of the playoffs as a 2 seed. So are they better or are they worse than last year heading into the postseason? We'll discuss that and who they're going to be playing and when they're going to be playing, and we'll get to all that coming up next. Seth, I would say, too, that not just the good fortune of
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Rockets finish 52-30, same as last year. It just goes to show you how different seasons can be. Last year, 52-30, good enough for the 2 seed. So this time last year, Seth, we had no idea who the Rockets were going to be playing because we were waiting for the play-in to sort itself out. This year, 52-30. You're not even on your home court to start the playoffs because teams just got better. The Spurs significantly better this year, and then obviously Denver and the Lakers both better than you, and OKC is the best team in basketball. So the Rockets will play the Los Angeles Lakers starting on Saturday. The Rockets are heavy favorites in this series. They are every outlet I've looked at, Seth, and I've looked at 3 or 4 of them this morning. The Rockets are anywhere, I've seen minus 700 up to minus 800, which for those who don't know that lingo, that means you've got to risk $700 or $800 just to profit $100. So you're risking a ton of money to just win $100, which is unheard of for a team that's starting the playoffs on the road in Los Angeles against the Lakers. But this is what happens when the Lakers are going to be missing one of the 5 best players in basketball.
Yeah, it turns out Doncic is pretty well thought of.
Yeah, they like him in the betting community. Yes.
And not to mention Reeves as well. You add to that. Yep. And, I mean, just on paper or by the eyeball test, because this will be another one of those matchups where you just look out on the court and say, wow, is that a high school team versus a college team? Because the Rockets are just bigger than these dudes. That they've got all of the advantages. The Rockets really, I hate to overly simplify it like this, but they can only lose this series by their own mistakes, or if somehow, some way they regress to their previously sloppy style of basketball, that style of basketball where there's no ball movement and it's all ISO. That's the only thing that, barring injuries, obviously, that could make them lose this series. So they've got every right to be confident going to this series. The biggest thing I'd love to see is, as I'm assuming a win here, is just that they play really clean throughout, especially by the young guys. You know, that we don't have these fourth quarter turnovers. They don't make a bunch of these games more interesting than they need to be.
Yeah. I guess the question would be at 52-30, same exact record. Do you feel like this is a better team than the one that was going into the playoffs last year with, Jalen Green? It was basically this team, but with Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, Fred VanVleet, and Steven Adams.
Okay, so we got some good performances out of Jalen Green last year. It was just we got some horrendous performances out of him, too.
They had one good game against Golden State, and every other game he was damn near single digits.
It's a great question because we'd have to say, going into this series, do we worry that somebody's going to kind of disappear in games the way Jalen Green did? Do we worry that Şengün would be the culprit this year, I suppose, or most likely suspect, based on the year's play? Not the way he's played, for the past month. But I don't worry about that. They're facing a weaker opponent, though. That's the part that
than Golden State last year? Yeah, no question. I guess my biggest concern, I say my biggest concern is they're just not as good a team defensively. They're a top 10 team offensively and defensively this year in the NBA. It just doesn't feel that way.
Well, a lot of that's residual from the first part of the season.
Sure.
That sustained them. They were playing like an average offense and an average defense for the bulk of the season up until a few weeks ago.
No, I know. And yet, but if you had told me what is the Rockets' defensive rating this year for the entire season, and you told me seventh, that they're seventh in defensive rating and eighth in offensive rating in the league.
Yeah.
It doesn't even amidst I remember the fast start. You're right about that. And they've had a nice stretch here at the end of the season where they won 9 of their last 10 games. They were just so bad by their standards in the middle of the season. I would have guessed maybe a top 10 offensive team just because you've got Kevin Durant on there and you've got Alperen Şengün, and they've had some good offensive outputs. But the defense has been such a big complaint, and Ime Udoka has just been – it feels like he's been so upset all year long. I just would have never guessed that they finished the season as a top 10 defensive team. And so I say that's a concern just because I don't think they're as good defensively as last year. I think some of that's focus and being dialed in and whatnot. So I think they'll be focused My biggest concern is how overly reliant they get at times at the end of games on Kevin Durant to do something, and teams throwing multiple bodies at Kevin Durant, and then it's going to be incumbent upon somebody else to knock down the shot or go create the shot. Kevin Durant's usage is very, very high. So that would be my big – and they've not been good in close games this year. They're 5-9 in games decided by 3 points or less. So that's I think that's probably my biggest concern is them closing out games, the other teams throwing resources at Durant. Because I want to feel like, Seth, that this is why this year's team is better because they have Kevin Durant on the team. Because that was a big complaint last year is they didn't have any go-to guy that could go get him a bucket. Jalen Green was trying to be that guy, and he was atrocious against the Golden State Warriors. Kevin Durant has been that guy for 2 decades now. When you get into a 7-game series, and even against a team like the Lakers that are going to be at a severe talent deficit with no Luka and no Austin Reeves, you get into a 7-game series, and it turns into a chess match, and if J.J. Redick has some things to throw at Kevin Durant, and Alperen Şengün and Reed Shepherd and Amen Thompson, these other guys are going to need to make something happen in the final moments of games.
And I think that's where the style of play has just been so much better, specifically with the first thing you talked about. Okay, what does Kevin Durant do when he gets bracketed? And he's just been making better decisions, and there's better movement away from the ball now that they have answers, and they can create a flow. I'd be really surprised if all of a sudden they regressed. Now, if they regressed versus one of the better teams in the league that didn't have 2 of their best players out, that would make more sense. It wouldn't be as much of a surprise. It's just that they're facing an opponent that they've played a better version of basketball against teams like over these past 3 weeks, and I think it'll be a huge surprise to me if all of a sudden, is Durant going to be the guy that stops the change that he made in his game a few weeks ago, or he's not the guy I worry about.
No, I'm worried about what other teams do to him in the final moments of games where they you got to get a bucket.
Yeah,
Kevin Durant's got a couple. I'm sure he'll make the right decision. I'm more worried about the guy, whoever he's getting the ball to, knocking down those shots.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of that too is just with Tari Eason playing. Everything when Tari this series will go as Tari Eason goes, and as long as Tari Eason continues to be more of the guy he's been in the last few weeks, then the spacing is good. They can run their offense. It's when he's off and everything is all stilted, then the spacing gets all screwed up, and then you get a bunch of iso ball, you get a bunch of bad decisions. And I don't mean to put it on him like he's the most important player on the team, but he's been the most glaring example of when he's operating the way we know he's capable of operating, you're seeing a better version of Şengün. You're seeing a better version of Amen Thompson.
There was, his bad play definitely coincided with their worst stretch of basketball this season. There's no question about that. A lot of people weighing in on your Amazon situation, Seth. Said alert them, and they'll always tell you just keep. For those who don't know, Seth's wife ordered a couple soap dispensers, and now Amazon seems to think that you've ordered several more soap dispensers.
It's like I'm on a weekly subscription or something, which I'm not. Sweet. I triple checked.
Yeah.
No, that's been my experience with almost everything. Is that on the internet usually? As long as it's not a super expensive item, when you say, "Hey, there's an issue here," they're like, "Oh yeah, just keep it." It's not worth it to them to deal with the return process and everything.
Same thing happened to me. This is a texter. I ordered 2 flashlights. They sent me 3. Told me to hold on to the 3rd one.
I think they probably also look at our stellar record as just freaking way too we consume too much, and they're like, all right, these guys are like the ratio of orders to returns here is pretty good. We don't have to worry that they're trying to dupe us or something.
Yeah, if it was a frequent flyer program, you guys would be definitely sitting first class.
Yeah. Gotcha. This isn't like our 27th return this month.
Someone says, just keep the dispensers. I got a free generator from Amazon 2 years ago.
Holy crap.
Ordered 1 generator and got 2, and then says, shh.
You, my friend, you might have just introduced yourself to the wonderful world of price gouging.
Yeah.
You got to wait for the next hurricane.
Absolutely.
And just set up next to the road.
Seth with his soap dispenser business and
I got before, I can't remember which storm it was a long time ago. I got Texans player privilege once at I won't say which big box store it was, but the guy saw me walking in. He's like, "Hey, Seth Payne."
Hey, man.
What are you here for? And I said, a generator? And that was kind of as like I was buying drugs,
Yeah.
And he's like, we just got a shipment in. Just stay right here. And he, because it was he like completed the sale. Then they rolled the generators out, and it was like ants to a sugar hill.
Oh,
it was, everybody in the store was there looking for a generator.
But you'd gotten yours already.
I'd gotten mine, yeah.
You know what? You've had enough surgeries. You deserve that generator, man. That's what I say. That's how I look at it.
And I was like, should I ground this thing before? No. Put it in your garage. No, kids, don't do that ever.
Don't ever.
I don't want to joke about that. Yeah, I shouldn't even joke. Never put it in your garage, ever.
All right, weekend summary here of what happened with the Astros and Mariners. It got started off to a horrific start for Seattle fans. It was something off the field. And then after that, it was all Mariners. We will give you the summary. We'll tell you what that was, and we'll do that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One of the
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Nick Cacerio meets with the media at 11:30 a.m. today. We will be carrying that press conference, by the way. I found out during the break. So we will be carrying Nick Cacerio's press conference pre-draft live. We'll talk a little later this hour. What do we want to hear today? What do we hope gets asked? And if it doesn't get asked, then maybe we'll ask it on Wednesday when we have Nick on.
I was trying to think back towards notable things that he said in the pre-draft press conference before. And he doesn't, he's not going to tip his hand or anything. One thing, Texans Jacob had tweeted out something about the number, basically every player that the Texans have taken in the first 3 rounds since D'Amico got here has also either been on a top 30 visit or met with the Texans at the Combine before.
Yeah.
Which that tracks, and I think D'Amico definitely really values the in-person interview. He said something at the end of his tweet that surprised me a little bit because I didn't know this was a thing. But he said something along the lines of the Texans don't use this as a way to, create either confusion or something like maybe putting smoke out there. I don't know if anybody. I haven't seen anybody claim that the Texans do that.
No.
I wondered if what I've said, and I've seen this misinterpreted a few times. I saw it misinterpreted on Reddit. They said that I had said that the Texans more likely use these top 30 visits for guys that they want to correct things or, see exactly what the blemishes are. I think what I've said is that they don't read too much into it, that these are guys they're interested in and they want to, get more information on them, get to know them better. But it doesn't always mean it's an indication that it's a guy that they really want to draft.
Yeah.
Sometimes they bring in a guy in specifically because they're not so sure about him and they might like him as a player, but they're not so sure about some things and they use it. And this is coming straight from Cacerio, I believe. Yeah, Cacerio said this. That sometimes they just are. It's almost like, all right, yeah, we're sure we don't want this guy.
Yeah.
But you just can't read into a guy visiting the Texans as proof that they totally think he's draftable. Doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean it one way or the other.
Do you still have Jacob's tweet up there in front of you? What did he say at the end right there?
I would have told you if I don't. I don't have.
You don't have it in front of you.
I was searching for it.
So it was something about the Texans don't use this to throw smoke out there for other teams. I think there are teams that do that with the top 30 visits that bring guys in just they have very little intention of drafting them, but they do. I think probably the higher up the draft, the more it happens, if I had to guess.
This is what he said. 30 visits absolutely matter for this team and usually haven't really tried to fool people with them. I've never gotten the sense that they kind of get into any of that gamesmanship of, making it look like we were interested in this guy when we're not. I think D'Amico especially really values the in-person interviews. So it is notable that in the first 2 days, as the Texans Jacob tweeted out, Texans draft picks on the first 2 days since 2023 and their type of meeting. All of them have either been a combine meeting or a top 30 visit.
Yeah.
And most of them were a top 30 visit.
Yep. There's 11 names on that list you're looking at. 9 of them were 30 visits. Yeah.
So, they have the potential for 90 total visits.
Yeah.
With between their top 30 visits, the 60 official combine
visits. It'd be shocking if they
unofficial ones or not. Yeah, so in the first 3 rounds, the Texans might be interested in 45 guys or so. So it's I guess you could look at the guys that they have visited with and say, all right, it's almost definitely going to be one of these guys.
Yeah,
of these 90 guys.
Right. And people and I think with the Texans, as Jacob points out, teams that value those visits greatly. It would be a shock if they drafted somebody in the first 3 rounds that wasn't a visit at the combine or in the 30.
Yeah.
I just remember with a previous GM here how many players I would ask, hey, did you have any idea the Texans were interested in you? And a disproportionate number would be zero clue they were interested in me.
Yeah.
It happens. It used to at least happen more than you would think.
The only 2 guys that they didn't have a top 30 visit with that they drafted in the first 3 rounds were Jaden Higgins and Kamari Lassiter.
Those both feel like guys we know enough.
Yeah.
We don't need to waste the 30 visit on either. Not to say anything about the other guys that did take 30 visits, but Kamari Lassiter especially feels like a guy like they probably felt love at first sight at the combine.
Well, with Jaden Higgins, there's that Iowa State dynamic where it feels like they trusted Matt Campbell so much in the program that anybody they talked to, I'm sure that was proof positive enough for what they wanted to know about him.
Yep. So did you have the same thought I did, Seth, this weekend with the Astros and the Mariners, that when the Mariners decided to unveil the new Ichiro statue outside the stadium before Friday's game, and somehow they managed while unveiling it to snap the bat?
Yeah.
So Ichiro, they've got Ichiro in his iconic stance with his batting stance with his bat up there, and they had a sheet over the statue, and they go to pull the sheet off, and the sheet was heavy enough to where it basically just bent the bat right above the hands of the Ichiro statue.
Yeah.
Like a toothpick.
It was, I
was like, this is going to be our weekend, man.
I thought it was going to be a good omen, perhaps, because, wow, there's something about, Imai's going to get his first start here in an actual road major league ballpark.
Yeah.
'Cause they don't count the one in Oakland, in Sacramento necessarily.
Right.
Versus where a Japanese legend is going down, a new Japanese legend will ascend, and it was exactly the opposite. 100% exactly the opposite.
Yes, Ichiro.
It was a horrible day for Japanese baseball players in Seattle that day.
Ichiro's bat. Apparently, Ichiro took it in stride. He was.
I would imagine,
He was cracking jokes about it when he made his speech out there or whatever. But boy, when I saw that bat get snapped on the statue, I'm like, this is going to be our weekend, man.
You know what? I had never understood this joke when I had seen it on the internet before, but it's people were making all kinds of jokes about, I know who the copper merchant was. Did you see any of those?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And people were, so apparently the world's oldest complaint is from some dissatisfied customer of a copper merchant.
Okay.
Back in, I don't know where it was, Mesopotamia or something. It was this guy named A. Nasir, who the customer is complaining about the quality of the copper.
When was this?
This was in 1750 BC.
Oh, okay. This guy was
Everybody
the first.
knows that,
this guy was the first Karen, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
It's recognized as the oldest customer complaint. It's written on stone.
Oh, wow.
Somebody chiseled into stone this complaint to this copper merchant.
When you send it in writing, it always hits a little bit differently. So, chiseled his complaint in stone. That feels like a bad use of time.
So apparently, I guess A. Nasir is the person who complained.
Okay.
I guess. No, he was
the Karen. Yeah.
Oh, no. A. Nasir was the merchant.
Okay.
Nani was the Karen.
Okay. Was he excited he got to speak to a real person?
I don't know.
Does it say?
This tablet is so big. That must have been the worst copper ever.
To take that much time?
Yeah, to actually chisel into you know how much it probably cost to have somebody spend man hours on chiseling into that tablet about the copper.
I love that we've got a patient zero of customer complaints. They can all be traced back to this guy. Oh, man. Yeah, well, maybe he was...
That's who, A. Nasir is who sold that copper to Seattle.
To Seattle to put that statue together, yeah. It didn't get any better after that for the Astros. That was the high moment of the weekend for Astro fans, being able to point at the Ichiro statue and say, ha, your bat broke, because the rest of the weekend sucked.
You guys remember that time that we swept you and we had the meme that you got all angry about?
Oh, yeah.
How's that taste?
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh,
it was embarrassing.
It was embarrassing, yeah. What of all the things, because we went through this earlier, we went through a list earlier that Chandler Rome put together. It's a good list. It was the 6 big concerns that he had. And I think every Astro fan knows right now, Brian Abreu there are numbers that would indicate
he's A. Nasir.
Through 15 games.
He's freaking copies of Mesopotamian copper merchant.
Through 15 games. He's one of the worst through 15 game or through 5-inning pitchers in the history of the sport right now. He's terrible. He's only the 4th biggest concern on Chandler's list that he put together. That's how bad it is right now.
It's just such a nightmare when he goes out on the mound.
Yeah.
I'm just terrified.
And yet there's 3 bigger nightmares in Chandler's eyes on this team right now.
Yeah.
Injuries, pitching acquisitions, organizational depth. Bigger concerns than Brian Abreu right now.
I just and then it's weird with Abreu that they can't help. They got to tell you every inning. Like, oh, it's a mechanical issue.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a mechanical. I wish it was an injury. I feel like a mechanical issue should be fixed by now.
Right.
Is he not a major league ball player?
Yeah.
Has he not been doing this for a long time?
Yeah.
What the hell?
He's
not a closer. I don't care if he's not. He's just going in with a 5-run lead. He's not a closer. What the hell excuse is that?
Who do you think, if this continues, something's got to change, right? Who do you think is under the most pressure to get their metaphorical head chopped off right now? By Jim Crane. Jim Crane has got to be beside himself watching this baseball team right now.
I think I'm having a hard time, and honestly, text line help me out. Like, I'm having a hard time placing any of the blame on Espada, other than letting Hunter Brown go over 100 pitches in his first outing this year.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one area where I'd say, all right, man, boy, we really tried to smoke the whole pack of cigarettes on day one.
Yeah, were we? Sorry, Seth. Were we mad about that the day after? I'm trying to remember.
No, I wasn't mad about it. No, it was got a little bit eyebrow raised, but he looks great and in command and everything.
Yeah.
That's 100% hindsight. That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing that I can really look at and say, all right, well, maybe he had some hand in that. But organizationally, for one, you assigned 6 pitchers in the offseason, and they haven't done squat. They've got a 5+ ERA of the 5 of the 6 guys you acquired that have actually played for you.
Mm-hmm.
The young guys in the outfield have performed well. Cam Smith is doing great. Joey Loperfido has really been a nice shot in the arm. That was what we were most concerned about in the offseason, and at least you've gotten two of the 3 positions out there. Guys have been performing admirably.
Yeah, dude.
But you're still stuck without, in a year after you traded for Correa and created a jam-packed infield, and still Paredes is still on the roster, and it's been great in the short term to have him there. But, all these runs aren't really doing much for the Astros right now because the pitching is such a mess.
That's the part that really sucks about this, is that if you look at the numbers offensively with this team, and they've not been a great offensive team the last couple of years, especially with runners in scoring position, runners on base, and they had issues with that in the game on Saturday, I think it was, the one they lost in extra innings, where they out-hit the Mariners 17-7 and still lost the game, something that's almost completely unheard of, especially when you have a 5-run lead in the game. The really sucky part about all this is that Yordan Alvarez is off to a great start. Jose Altuve Yordan Alvarez has an OPS of nearly 1,300. Jose Altuve is just below 1,000 OPS. Christian Walker has had a major comeback. His OPS is 936. Cam Smith, who, let's face it, if you expect to be a relevant baseball team 3 or 4 years from now, Cam Smith is going to need to be an all-star for you. He looks like a damn all-star.
Yeah.
And I can't enjoy any of these things right now because the pitching is so bad and they're so injury plagued. These are 4 guys that are having all-star seasons right now, and you can't enjoy it. It sucks.
I guess at some point, if things stabilize a little bit, and with the Astros, if the hitting stabilizes, that means they're not going to be as good as they were in the first few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That's very conceivable. Just because, Vasquez has been playing. I don't know if he's ever played or had a stretch of baseball.
984 OPS, right?
Yeah, and that's not. He was above 1,000 for a little bit, but he's going to come back down to earth.
Says you.
Cam Smith would be the one, just because we saw him get off to a really promising, or he at least had that stretch of a couple months where it was really, really good last year. He's still a young player. But, yeah, maybe he continues on with this because he's just this good.
Cam Smith, I will say this about Cam Smith.
Yeah.
Is compared to last year. The deeper stats for Cam Smith seem to indicate a guy who's figured some things out.
Right. No. Yeah. I feel very comfortable with him right now.
Too.
I'm just kind of going through the checklist of,
sure.
All right, how much of this might actually evaporate?
Yep.
I think Altuve has probably really been helped out by the strike zone, and for the first time in his career, they're calling an honest and fair strike zone to him, and that's going to sustain. They're not getting rid of ABS anytime. The only question about ABS is whether they expand it next year. But that's been really cool to see. Christian Walker, I think, likewise. Does he come down a little bit? Maybe, but I feel very confident because you can track that to his change in his stance and all of the things he worked on in the offseason.
The thing I love
it's just the pitching. The pitching, though, I don't have any reason for optimism other than that at some point Josh Hader is going to come back, and at some point theoretically Hunter Brown will come back.
Yeah, the thing, Christian, the thing that's so encouraging about Christian Walker for me is he just has way more competitive at bats than he was having last. He's only struck out 9 times this year. And he's played every game, 16 games. He's only struck out 9 times. He was 100 in a billion last year with strikeouts.
The one thing they were talking about with ABS on the broadcast yesterday, which I just don't have the appetite for all of these excuses we're hearing from pitchers over and over again, was that, man, it seems like it's really lowered the top of the strike zone. So the Astros, who love to have this steady diet of, 4-seam fastballs high in the zone, might be suffering because of that. But it's just, all right, doesn't explain the injuries, doesn't explain just the overall incredibly bad play from everybody. Everybody else in the league is dealing with this, and yet the Astros are the absolute worst pitching staff right now. I don't want to hear Imai talking about how it's not usually this cold when we pitch in Japan, or that the mound is hard. I don't want to hear about Javier not being able to grip the ball properly. Like I have zero appetite for any of these excuses from any of the pitchers right now.
Totally agree. It
was 65 degrees.
I know.
It wasn't like you were pitching in a blizzard or something.
No, that's pleasant weather to pitch in. That's really nice. 65 degrees.
Not to mention colder weather, and that wasn't even cold weather.
No.
It's supposed to help the pitchers more than the batters.
That's true. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, good question from a listener earlier on the text page. We'll bring it onto the show. 3 GMs in town. Which one failed their team the worst? Nick Cacerio on the offensive line, Rafael Stone, point guard, or Dana Brown with the pitching for the Houston Astros? We will power rank that coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic. Oh, yeah, I love going to the Men's Tea Clinic. I went on
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, quick reminder, Nick Cacerio will be meeting with the media at 11:30 today. It'll be Nick Cacerio, general manager, along with James Lipford and Chris Blanco, who are both assistant general managers. So we get a three-person press conference today. We'll carry that live at 11:30, and a reminder that Nick Cacerio will be on our airwaves at 7:15 on Wednesday with me and Seth. So any sort of follow-up we need from today's press conference, we will hit Nick with that on Wednesday this week. So we had a question from a texter earlier, Seth, and I'm having trouble finding the actual text. So I apologize to this texter if I'm framing the question the wrong way, but I thought it was an interesting thought because we've got three GMs in town who are all to varying degrees embattled or have maybe I don't know if blind spots is the right word, but have like maybe one Achilles heel with how they've been conducting themselves as a GM over the last year or so, let's say. So I'll paraphrase what the texter said, and just which GM is failing in their areas the worst of these three? Nick Cacerio in building the offensive line for the Houston Texans, Rafael Stone in addressing the point guard issues with the Rockets this season, or Dana Brown addressing pitching with the Houston Astros.
Oh, all right.
I've got my answer, but I'm curious what yours is first.
Okay. Rafael Stone is the one that I'm
gonna write
okay,
mine
it was served up on his doorstep at the and I'm not bringing it up first because he's my answer. I'm gonna make an excuse for him. It was served up on his doorstep right before the season began, and then he had until the trade deadline to do something about it. And it was the combination of him and Udoka. It felt like the organization felt differently about Reed Shepherd perhaps than Udoka did, because like to not go out and just find any warm body to be a competent point guard, that was the frustrating part as Kevin Durant is at the stage of his career where he is. But I'm still going to give him an excuse I'll give him an excuse just because of the suddenness and the
timing
surprise.
of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The timing of it all. Right now, and maybe it's just the white hot heat of the moment, because I'm just so miserable with the Astros right now. I guess I'd go with Dana Brown. And just it's not just the pitching, but just the overall roster construction and where they stand right now, and also the fact that they've just flat out openly paraded Paredes around trying to trade him away because of the acknowledged issue they had with the balance on their team, and didn't do anything about it. And it's cool in the short term, but that awesome offense isn't doing a damn thing to combat the problem that like none of these pitchers you brought in the offseason have done a damn thing.
What about Nick?
Nick on the offensive line, it's hard because, okay, is this a one-year question or a multi-year question?
Yeah, good question. I don't know. I guess maybe I would say over the last year, just maybe leading into, for the Texans, this offseason, leading into the season. For Stone, obviously, he's leading into this season. I would say just specific to how they've done it for 2025, 26.
I would say the problem is, this is the thing. This is how it felt last year. I don't know if this is accurate or not. It felt like it was almost a tryout year for Cole Popovich, and they said, hey, here, let's see if you can drive this old jalopy real good down on the dirt track down the road.
Yeah.
And maybe then we'll get you a stock car. And I'm like, okay, cool, but they're racing that jalopy in a NASCAR race.
Right. Hey, these games count.
Yeah. So it worked out. Okay, they brought in Ed Ingram, and that worked out. Trent Brown was a budget signing, and that worked out, kind of.
Yeah.
Except that Trent Brown was injured by the end of the season, by the final game. It was too little, too late to get home field advantage by the time you figured out the offensive line. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think that's if you hadn't had to tiptoe into that season trying to figure out who could even play offensive line for you, and those guys had an entire season together, that it's very conceivable that team could have gone to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest failure for me out of those three.
Yeah. So mine is relative to those three is Stone, only because he didn't really try to fix the point guard position.
Yeah.
And even at the trade deadline, he had that press conference after the trade deadline where he said, well, maybe this just isn't our year. And that was a pretty damning thing, I thought, for a GM to say and put out there. It's just who knows if maybe that factored into that lull of really bad basketball that they had. Like when you hear your GM sit there at a press conference after the trade deadline, a trade deadline in which you did nothing. And I know I'm not like waist deep in the salary cap issues and the aprons and things like that may have prevented him from doing something. But he is the GM that put this roster together. If you're prevented from doing anything because of what your salary cap situation looks like, or because you signed Dorian Finney-Smith to this horrible deal that's putting you in a position where you're hard capped and you can't do things, you are the GM that did those things. You didn't inherit those things. That's where I give Dana Brown a little bit of grace, is that Dana Brown came in on the heels of a really weird situation, for one thing. And I know it's been a couple years now.
Seems perfectly natural to me now.
But the part where they let James Click go after winning a World Series, then decide that the owner and Jeff Bagwell running things is the way to go about, and Reggie Jackson is the way to go about things. They make 2 or 3 horrible decisions and then hire Dana Brown, who comes in on the heels of those, and into an organization where the minor league system has just been it's just been torn through because you've been making all these trades and you had bad drafts or whatever. Or you had the punishment too from the sign stealing scandal. I give him a little bit of grace. It doesn't mean that he's far from perfect, obviously, but these injuries are just such a weird thing that's going on with this team right now.
You're right. The Dana Brown sound. I feel like I keep wanting to give Dana Brown the benefit of the doubt when he said they'd had discussions where they thought, well, maybe this just isn't our year. It did. It felt like I was if you were a soldier in a battle back in Vietnam or something, and your lieutenant all of a sudden just is like, well, maybe it's just not our day.
Right.
Right. All right, cool. Like, all right, can we maybe do something about it?
They're going to play the rest of the war.
Sometimes things don't work out.
These games are going to count in this war that we're in right now.
Yeah. So that part, again, it's not enough to tip the scales, but I don't know. Boy, I wish that texter hadn't framed this question just like this.
Yeah.
Because I'm not feeling so hot right this moment.
Right.
I'm enjoying these Astros games because they're putting on such a show offensively. I would much rather, if the Astros are going to be a non-playoff team, at the very least, it's fun to watch the games because you feel like they've always got a chance.
Yeah, they're never out of it. Yep.
They're delivering, as opposed to if you had awesome pitching and no offense. We've been through that before.
Right.
It is a battle to get through those games.
Yeah, for me, the answer to the question is Stone, just because it didn't seem like there was any big effort to address the point guard thing, and then the lack of a point guard has been the issue with this team when they've had issues this year. That's it for me.
With the benefit that Nick gets, because I would say I think Nick and the offensive line are just the Texans and how they've built the offensive line. It's been a multi-year saga.
Yeah.
I guess because they're not playing right now, the white-hot scrutiny isn't on as much because you feel like, oh, okay, well, they did some semi-aggressive things so far, and then we'll see what they do in the draft. I expect they're going to draft an offensive lineman. But it's been an ongoing saga where with the Astros situation, as you pointed out, it's an ongoing saga, but it's also Dane Brown inherited a bit of it. And with the Rockets, it's all these issues. These issues are all this year issues, and it all started with Fred VanVleet getting injured.
Yep, and it's in the playoffs start this week, and how far can they make it? And you tried to build this team to compete with Oklahoma City, and it almost feels like Rocket fans are resigned to the fact that, okay, beating the Lakers should be a foregone conclusion. If it's not, then we've got bigger problems. But let's say they beat the Lakers. I don't know any Rockets fan that thinks they're going to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in a 7-game series right now. I've not heard from anybody or talked to anybody who thinks that. And I think the other thing, too, Seth, that sticks in the craw of a lot of Rocket fans is that the San Antonio Spurs jumped into the HOV lane and just went right past you. They weren't a playoff team last year. They're the 2 seed now, and they got Victor Wembanyama, and I get that he's an alien, he's a freak, he's the next big thing, but that doesn't make Rocket fans sleep better at night when you're sitting at a 5 seed.
Hey, one of our listeners earlier thought we were disrespecting LeBron James because we were ignoring the fact that LeBron James has carried bad teams or mediocre teams through the playoffs before. And he listed off his accomplishments. And I'm not denying his great and vast accomplishments, but he also, I do need to point out this detail. He didn't do any of those things when he was 41 years old.
No.
But it was enough for me to be like, oh, wait a second. All right. If he's going to pull off one last miracle before he rides off into the playoff sunset, is there a chance that all of a sudden LeBron just does whatever it takes to play 40 minutes a night and just shows a different version of himself at this point?
If you had no dog in the fight, would you be rooting for LeBron in this series just because he's the old guy that's trying to dial or do you is it?
I don't know. Is there anybody that doesn't have a dog in the fight? It feels hard to. I don't. LeBron. No, I think if I weren't. Yeah, if it wasn't. Cool story.
It'd be a cool story if he, at age 41, was able to turn back the clock with no Luka and no Austin Reeves and win a playoff series. I think the NBA would be into that story.
But they'd be into it, and I would want to get behind it. But it feels like every time LeBron does something incredible, he ruins it for me by the way he.
That's why I ask.
Himself.
That's why I ask.
No, but it would be one for the ages.
Yeah.
Yes. So if it weren't a team that if it weren't a team I was a fan of, then I would be into it. That would be pretty cool to watch.
It would be pretty cool to watch. The other thing,
I wouldn't watch any of his interviews.
Don't watch his interviews and don't look at what uniform he's wearing.
I don't need to see him doing an interview where it talks about how he's always been the underdog or something like that.
Nobody believed in me.
Yeah.
It's been this way forever. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We mentioned Nick Cacerio is going to meet with the media today, along with James Lifford and Chris Blanco. What are we hoping they get asked? What do we want to hear? We're 10 days out from the draft, so we'll dig into that coming up next. But I got to tell you guys right now, this Blue Chew Gold, man. Oh, you guys know I've been.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
So things that we are waiting on here. The Astros play today at 3:10 p.m. They close this series out, trying to salvage one game, trying not to get swept. We're still waiting because I've been looking at all the, I've been refreshing Chandler Rome's Twitter timeline, Seth. I've been refreshing Brian McTaggart's Twitter timeline. Because I figure those guys will have, A, the lineup for today. So we're waiting to see what the lineup is for today's game. But, B, we're still waiting on news on all these guys that have been sent, not all of them. We know that Javier and Hunter Brown are both on the injured list. But the other guys, we've not heard anything about Tatsuya Imai other than he went home because he had right arm fatigue and they wanted to look at his arm. Cody Bolton left the game with lower back tightness. I'm guessing they're MRIing that as well. And then Jeremy Pena left Saturday's game with pain behind his knee, and they're going to do some imaging on that. So we haven't heard anything on any of these guys yet. So we're waiting on news there. I'm just trying to level set everything here because there's so much going on with this team, and it feels like none of it is good right now other than they're hitting. But Chandler also pointed this out last night, is that J.P. France, who went up to Seattle, pitched 2 2/3 horrific innings the other night, and then flew back here, is now getting on a plane and going back to Seattle to rejoin the Astros. Chandler points out that you can't be added back to the active roster that quickly unless he's replacing a player going on the injured list.
Okay.
So that's kind of the smoking gun here, or the tea leaves, that somebody's going on the injured list, probably a pitcher if it's J.P. France that they're sending back up there. So it's either Imai or Cody Bolton, or somebody we don't know of that might also be injured.
Imai, 2 of his 3 results notwithstanding, would be the one that I hope it's not.
I hope it's not
because the upside is still very much there.
Yes.
And I don't want to. I've gotten into almost a state of denial with the Astros pitching right now, where I don't allow myself to let it play out to what this entire season would look like if you're starting the Cody, the Boltons of the world, the Ryan Weisses, and whomever else for an entire 162-game season.
We get Burrows today, so you know I'm jacked about that.
Burrows, I have hope for, Sean.
You do?
You brought me around, yes. I know you proclaimed him top 10 Cy Young candidate earlier in the year based on his spring training results alone. Yeah. And I was skeptical. I was skeptical.
Right,
I don't know why. I don't know why. But I was skeptical. And I know I'm going to say, look, he was a victim of bad luck in a lot of his first outings. He was a victim of bad luck and circumstance.
The whole staff,
Lady Luck will smile on him for the rest of the season.
I've been seeing stats out there trying to convince us that the whole staff is a victim of bad luck. And the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter what your expected batting average is on balls that get put into play, which has been fine. Like the Astros, their ERA is not indicative of this.
Yeah.
But when balls get put in play, generally speaking, teams are not making spectacular contact. The issue is they're on pace to walk 1,000 guys, literally walk 1,000 baseball players this year.
Right, yeah.
So, your expected batting
let's not
average.
pretend it's 1975 where we acted like the only thing that mattered was hits and nothing else. Yeah. Walks are kind of a big deal, okay?
Yeah.
You know what else doesn't help? Hey, great. Your expected ERA, this, that, the other thing. Yeah, I get it, and it's valid. But please, could you go more than 3.5 innings every now and then? Astros starters, I'm looking at all of you. They just not. I don't want to see a 3.2. I don't want to see a 2.3 or a 2.2. I need to see 6s and 7s in front of some of these stat lines after a game.
Yep. Text message on the previous segment when we were debating which GM should be under the most heat for addressing certain parts of the team. Cacerio O-line, point guard with Rafael Stone, and then pitching with Dana Brown. People weighing in on the base power text line. For me, it's Dana. He lets Fromber and Dubon go, brings in Imai, who's not ready, and doesn't address the closer, a closing pitcher. Look, they thought Brian Abreu was going to be able to steady the tide here while Josh Hader is out. So I can't really blame Dana Brown for Brian Abreu stinking. The elephant in the room with me, Seth, is that I think Dana Brown probably works under different constraints than the other two GMs do.
Yeah.
I think, the NFL salary cap and the NBA salary cap, obviously MLB doesn't have a salary cap, but they've got the competitive balance tax that Jim Crane clearly manages his business with that threshold in mind. So it may as well be a salary cap that Dana Brown's operating with. I just think, I think as far as owners go, I think Jim Crane is a lot more involved and a lot more with his eye on the bottom line than maybe Tillman Fertitta and Cal McNair are.
Yeah.
And I think Dana Brown operates in a different ecosystem than those guys do. That's why I want to give him some grace, because he's made some good moves. He's winning the Cam Smith trade right now with the Cubs. I thought the Kikuchi move at the deadline was a good move a couple of years ago. I think people are more upset about the moves he doesn't make, and I don't know how many of those I don't know how many of the moves he doesn't make he can't make because he inherited a situation and has an owner that is very cost conscious.
Yeah, he doesn't have a green light to go out and get one of those name brand starters as a pitcher in the offseason. So you bring in 6 randos.
Yep.
Burrows, to his credit, has gone at least 5 innings in each of his 3 starts.
Yeah, he's been.
Which these days
he's Sandy Koufax compared to the rest
feels
of these
like a
guys.
throwback. That's 6 or 7 innings, and I feel like,
dude,
like I'm just in a dream.
They need 6
Even
out of
though
him.
I can't speak complete sentences right this moment.
They need 6 out of him today in the worst way.
Yeah.
I mean, they're 3 games into a stretch where they're playing 13 straight days.
So if it makes you feel any better so far, Sean, early in the season, his expected ERA right now is 4.36.
Burrows.
It's right about where his expected ERA was last year.
It's not going to get him in the top 10 for Cy Young.
He's not giving up as much hard contact as he usually does.
Yeah.
It's not exceptional or anything, but he might be our hope. He might Burrows might be
name the other one.
If Imai and Burrows.
Okay.
And Lance, of course.
Yeah. Of course.
All right.
Yeah, he gave us 4 1/3 the other day.
4 1/3,
yeah.
Sean.
Oh my God, he's a marathon man.
It's crazy.
Hey,
I hope they tested him for PEDs.
What are you most hoping to hear Cacerio get asked about today?
Boy. Okay. It's always a question with Cacerio of, okay, what's he going to give an actual answer to versus, and, people have asked him in these pre-draft press conferences pretty much every question you can ask, and he's going to stiff-arm the ones that he doesn't really want to answer. It's always more of a philosophical thing at this point, and I feel like we've gotten his philosophy down pretty well over the years. We know he likes to trade a lot. We know he'll talk about his buckets of players and everything. I think the thing that's interesting to me is maybe the relationship between him and D'Amico pre-draft, how it may have changed over the last few years, and we'll ask him something along these lines on Wednesday as well. But yeah, what have you and D'Amico learned in working with each other that is like a non-negotiable with a prospect?
Yeah.
You've said before that you have a smaller draft board than a lot of people. What are the things that are usually kicking somebody off of your draft board?
That's a good one.
That other teams might not typically do.
That's a good one. If he was answering truthfully, what do you think the answer to that question is? Just based on the types of guys we've seen
I think if
in.
there's any kind of a reputation that the guy doesn't practice hard, they're just not going to waste time with it.
Love of football, man.
They're just like if there's checks on that. I asked D'Amico about the fact that we don't hear the term energy vampire like we did the first year, and D'Amico said we got rid of them. We got rid of all of them, and D'Amico basically said, if you're going through a guy and you just start to see too many negatives, might be on the academic side, might be on the toughness side of things or whatever. It's just like, okay, we don't have the time or energy to deal with somebody like that. But yeah, I think on the absolutely 100% non-negotiable, it's 2 things. And I think it's like this for a lot of teams that have smaller draft boards. One, it's that practice dynamic. If a guy just has a reputation of not being a hard worker, you just can't have so many of those guys on your team. You're just trying to, give a sermon to every day about the value of hard work.
Yep.
The other would be for guys that have had run-ins from a discipline standpoint, or I guess either legally or in school or whatever, they probably – how I've always looked at this. There's crimes against oneself, and then there's crimes against humanity. Some guys that have had issues are just bad people. They're just freaking sociopaths, you know. Other guys, they might lack maturity, and you want to see some kind of growth in that along the way. And I think they've got a couple guys on the team right now where at least the anonymous scouts had said that there were questions about them earlier in their career, but they figured it out and they got it together. I think that's I don't know how I would frame that in a question. Like, how do you tell whether a guy's just a jackass or a genuinely bad dude?
Yeah.
How do you figure out if a guy is genuinely matured or if he's just a bad person?
I want to hear about, and I'll ask Nick about this on Wednesday if he doesn't get asked something similar today. I'm curious how the D'Amico effect sort of out there in the marketplace among players, both players in the building and players looking at the Texans maybe to come here.
Yeah.
How has that made Nick's job easier? How's it affected his job? Because it feels like every guy they brought in gushes about D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing there's a lot of GMs out there who GM for guys that it's not easy to go find players who want to play for that head coach.
Yeah.
But it seems like everybody who comes here, first of all, it seems like most people who are in the building really like playing for D'Amico Ryans. There may have been a couple that don't, and then C.J. Gardner-Johnson was gone after 3 games, that kind of thing. But I'm curious from a GM's perspective, when you have a head coach who seems to have a really positive Q rating out there, what's the ripple effect on your job as the GM? Both with in-house free agents that want to remain Texans, trying to make sure you're getting a proper price on them, and with guys who come in from outside the building.
I think the other one we asked him about this at the Combine a little bit, but I'm trying to figure out a different way to ask it. But there have been a lot of articles written lately about how a lot of teams are using AI now, and they're using more advanced computer models to figure out how athletic a guy is. This is dicey because Nick's going to always play it close to the vest when it comes to disclosing how much technology or analytics they use. But I guess just maybe – and we've asked them some version of this question before, but just are the combine stats less meaningful than they used to be because of all this technology you have now to be able to track guys and see how their actual on-field speed is?
Yeah.
And that's a dicey one because scouts in general like to act like they don't look at the combine stats at all. I've told you before, every scout will tell you that they don't pay attention to 40 time until all of a sudden one of the prospects they like runs a 4.3 40.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, yeah, 40 time. What's the wrong? Yeah. So it's dicey asking personnel people questions about the measurables.
Yep. Let's go out to Rally House, talk to the fellas on In the Loop. That's where they are today. Gentlemen, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, what's going on?
Yo, what's happening, fellas?
How's it going?
We're doing good.
I was on Rally House's website looking for something that I wanted you guys to pick me up, but I'll text you photos later.
Yeah. Let me know. I got you. I think we're going to try and establish a residency out at this Rally House in West Chase. It's Westheimer and Wilcrest are the cross streets.
Okay.
We have such a good time out here, and it is lovely looking at all the things on the wall. The only thing that would stop me from trying to establish this residency is I don't think that I would want to just sign over my paycheck over to them the way that I would have to.
Dude, that is an Achilles heel of mine when I see cool pieces of memorabilia or whatever. It's they've got good stuff out there, huh?
Yeah,
terrific stuff.
Yeah.
Somehow I made it out of here last time, only spending $150, and the problem is that probably is a standard floor if I do what I want to do.
What'd you get, Reggie? If you don't mind me asking, what did you buy?
If you're looking at the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams right now, I am wearing one of my halls, which is how would you describe this hat that I'm wearing?
I don't know. It's kind of a hybrid of the old school logo.
Definitely, it's the old school
Blue on blue.
Astros logo up front. The star and the H, but then it's like almost a beige cap with a blue brim of sorts.
Yeah.
So I paired it with a brown shirt and blue pants to kind of make it all go. But there's a whole bunch of varieties. How many? We said it was like 130 different caps on the wall.
No, it was 150 something.
Okay, my bad. I shortchanged them, and that's just Astros caps. There's all sorts of different stuff here, and I don't want to go through it all over again, but because it's just going to make me want to buy stuff.
You have a really impressive on-site your remote computer setup. Is that a 2-computer?
Oh, it really is.
Going there? Oh.
Yeah, so because I am attached to technology at the hip, I try and make sure to bring out 2 laptops, and then what I've done is I've also brought out like a laptop stand so that they're at different levels so I can see them at the same time, because it doesn't matter if I have multiple laptops if I can't look at them all at the same time.
And I did not.
Bare bones, John Lopez. Yeah.
I'm lucky to have my laptop here.
Yeah, John's just out here with his ingenuity and the newspaper. That's all he's got here.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
I like that shirt off to the left behind you, Reginald. It looks like a Houston. Is that like a picture of this, like a cartoon picture of the
Actually, let me
city?
see if I can. Yes, exactly. You've diagnosed this perfectly, as you often do. It's a shirt of the city with skyscrapers and oil derrick. I mean, there's actually a couple of T-Rexes on here as well, and it just says Houston, H-Town, Texas on it. It's all sorts of stuff like this. Like, it's not just team apparel. There's a whole bunch of Houston stuff. In fact, there is a Texas pot holder that is over here on the side. I tell you, I bleep you not. And so I love it. There's all sorts of different stuff here at Rally House. If you want to get fitted to be moving around this city the way that you should be, this is the place you need to be.
There you go. There you go. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. We're cross-talking with the fellas. Brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. They're out at Rally House over in West Chase. What's the question of the day, boys?
Well, you saw Clint Capella finally check the little box off his bucket list.
He got acknowledged on Payne and Pendergast.
He did?
This morning.
Good.
Yes.
Which is the highest praise that you could possibly
Absolutely. First ever three-pointer. He checked that off. So my question for you guys and our listeners is, what's something on your bucket list that's still a possibility, that you still could do it? And just
So you don't think you can play in the Super Bowl then?
I can't play in the Super Bowl. My lifelong goal, ever since I first heard about it as a kid, was to run with the Bulls in Pamplona. Well, that ship.
You're going to break a hip.
That ship has sailed.
Okay, good.
It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. I was in Spain once, all ready to do it, and I got there a week early before it started. So that ship has sailed. But something that you
Wait, you're telling me that poor planning is what stopped you?
Well, I was there for the Olympics.
Oh, okay.
I was there for the Olympics in '92, and I said, this is the year. I'm going to go to Pamplona. I'm going to run with the Bulls. But it started a week after I left. Anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to become fluent in a foreign language, and I feel like it's more attainable just because every single day I stumble into some article that says if I don't do this, I'm going to get dementia next week. So yeah, I like learning a foreign language was one of the best ways to keep your the little neurons firing and everything.
Yeah.
So,
What language you going
still
for here?
achievable.
Yeah,
What's that?
What language you going for here?
For a little while, I was toying with the idea of becoming fluent in Japanese just because I was so excited about this influx of Japanese pitchers we're going to get.
I can't
So you can speak to Tatsuya Imai in his home language. That would have been cool.
But that's a really hard one to learn, so I think I should go with the old standby Spanish.
Stick with something that shares the same alphabet at least. With English.
I'd like to live off the grid for about a month, and I think I still could. Like maybe, whenever I retire or whatever, go to the jungle in Costa Rica and live there for a month, or Alaska, live there for a month. That's one I still think I could do that.
Yeah. Like totally. Okay. You're
off the
grid.
Okay.
Off the grid.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
How about you?
For me, I'm trying to think back in the day, back when I used to play a lot more golf. I remember one time I heard Lou Holtz list all of his. He sat down after he got fired from Arkansas, I think it was, or some job that he got fired from, and wrote down like 106 goals. And I remember reading them. I'm like, that's really cool. And like one of them was like, be on the Tonight Show, blah, 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 like this and that. And I forget how many he ended up accomplishing, but one of them was get a hole-in-one in golf. I'm like, that feels attainable for me. I think I could do that. I've never gotten one. I don't play enough golf to get one anymore. But the question of the day is, which one do I think I could still accomplish? And I think I could accomplish that. I think if I could.
How often do you play golf?
I play golf like 4 times a year at most. That's what I'm saying. I would need to play more. We actually have a golf simulator in our building, which I've only used like 3 times, and it's super fun. No. I'm not saying I would count that if I got a hole in one. I'm saying if I wanted to actually practice, I've got a mechanism to practice right there without having to go into the heat. I could sit there and work on my swing all day long.
Yeah.
But instead I walk 2 blocks away and go to Lizards instead.
There are a few par 3 courses in Houston.
Yep.
You should just start parking yourself out at one of those every day.
East River 9 is over there. That's a good one. Yeah.
If you ever want to go, let me know, because that's usually a good time for me as well. We can see if we can both knock that off the bucket list.
That'd be fun. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, boys. Well, that'll be good. So Rally House, if the people want to come by and see you, it's on Westheimer in the West Chase area.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we'll be listening. Looking forward to a good show. with the fellas on In the Loop. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and you can also do this, Sean. Just do what your average corporate CEO does and lie about your golf score.
That's true.
You can have that, but you can have that hole-in-one.
Let me tell you about the
with no
hole-in-one I
witnesses.
made. Let me tell you all about that hole-in-one I made. Had to buy a round for everybody.
Yeah, no, to be very clear, John Lopez shows the pictures of the fish that he catches. It doesn't sit there and make up the length of the fish, right?
This is true.
Yes,
This is true.
See, proof. All right, so we are done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they're out at Rally House in West Chase. Colin Neal is in for Figgy Fig. They are in the Loop on a Monday, and they start now.
That's right. We are indeed at the Rally House in West Chase. The cross streets you're looking for, Westheimer and Wilcrest. A lot of W's because that's the type of outcome that you'll get if you come out here and join us during the 4-hour broadcast that we have out here. I'm with John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Colin Neal. Super producer Colin Neal. Remember on Friday, somebody was asking why, Colin, you didn't play the little drop, and it's because I bullied you out of it. So if you so choose at this moment, I'm giving you space to do this. Okay, Colin, you ready?
I know. I'm just gonna do it now when you least expect it.
Okay. All right. See, now I set myself up for failure.
Yeah,
I tried to do something nice, and this is where we are.
I might have the turntables.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that quote of The Office. But yeah, let's have a little fun as much as we possibly can here on a Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. Hit us up. Let us know what you're thinking about various different things. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. And John, I am enjoying all of the good vibes of seeing all of these jerseys and apparel and hats and so on and so forth. But I'm going to be honest. I'm a little scared today.
Yeah, why is that?
I'm a little scared that we won't have as much fun as we did last time because we were going right before opening day where there was a lot of hope. And right now, buddy, people are upset.
Maybe we need to shake up the bats like they do in baseball. Whenever they're in a slump or they're having a bad time, they just rattle all the bats.
Physically shake the bats.
They literally shake the batting wherever they keep them in the dugout.
Okay, all right.
They wake up the bats. Maybe we need to just kind of run across that wall over there where there's 160 Astros caps and just shake them up.
I like how the number of hats just keeps So I believe it's like 300 hats over there somehow.
Just rattle them all. Just throw them all to the floor. Put them back up there, wake up the bats. Because remember last week, in yesteryear, way back last week when you said, I don't feel really great about starting on a down note,
Yeah.
Are we ever going to not start on a down note with the Astros?
Buddy,
I'm telling you.
Right, it's the old adage of when you win, it feels like you're never going to lose again, but when you lose, it feels like you're never going to win again.
Yeah.
The idea being that, that is not actually the truth. You will get back to some level of winning. You will get back to, losing some games here or there. It feels like that in this moment in a way that is outside of that adage.
Yeah.
It feels like, because how the hell are you going to win if you can't have no pitcher go longer than 2 innings?
You can't do it. And then the injuries. Okay, let's go through the injuries here. Just since we last convened.
Good God. All right, go ahead. You got it.
And, way back Friday when we last convened. How
are you supposed to stay healthy over an entire weepend? Come on. How do you blame them for that?
Exactly.
Staying healthy for a whole weekend?
Whole weekend.
Come on now.
So we've had, Tatsuya Imai.
Correct. What is it?
Shoulder soreness.
Let me make sure I get this right. There's so many things to keep straight.
It was a tired arm.
Fatigue, yes. It was arm fatigue.
Yes.
In which, buddy, I'm sorry. Tatsuya Imai starting to sound a little soft. Ain't he?
I think he might be a con man.
Okay. I thought I was gonna be a hot take artist calling him soft. Lopez came over the top with he's actually he's trying to sell you a monorail.
There was a moment.
What's happening.
There was a moment after this. I believe I texted you and Sean and Figgy.
You did. That's right.
And I said, "Are we sure that he's actually pitched before?"
They just got some dude who's vaguely Japanese, and they're like, "You probably played in NPB."
Are we sure he's actually pitched before? Because he said the ground was too hard.
Yes, he said the mound was too hard. Which to his, I'm going to try and be fair in the way we do this because we're you could be the dude who is just reckless. I'm okay with that. I'll take the responsibility of being responsible. There are different mounds of all the stadiums in Major League Baseball, and compared to Japan, where I think they only have 6 stadiums, if I remember correctly. And
is that right? I didn't even know.
Yeah. I think Chandler Rome was mentioning this over the weekend after the series was over, or actually not the series isn't over. There's one more more game of the series. Aren't you happy to hear that? But no, he was mentioning this. He was mentioning this after yesterday at the end of the weekend that in Japan there really is only 6 mounds to deal with.
Yeah.
And here you're talking about 30. Was it 30 different? Or is it 30? Yes, 29 different mounds that you're dealing with here that all have some level of different characteristic. Now, how much of that is an issue when you can still warm up on them? And the idea is still to just throw strikes, right? Like, I don't know how much that becomes an issue, but ultimately, there's that. What else did he complain about?
I got it right here. So this is what prompted the text I sent to you guys, that maybe he's just a grifter. Because he said the mound was really hard.
Yes.
He had trouble adjusting.
Correct.
The weather is not usual.
The weather was the one.
Oh, it's a little cold and wet here. And then he said his mechanics are out of whack when runners reach base. And it just made me think, like, that's 4 excuses right there.
That's right.
In one tweet that Chandler Rome had, I was like, what if this guy is just like, yeah, I pitched. Yeah, I pitched in. I'm a pitcher.
Hey, man, I ran for 3 touchdowns. We went to state back in high school. You don't know.
Yes.
Ask about me.
And I'm being facetious, but that's where they are, man. It's
that's just the first one.
That's him, Miguel Uyola. As well,
down on the farm,
who they were probably going to count on at some point. Cody Bolton.
Yeah, Cody Bolton, interestingly enough, he left, was that yesterday's game? They're all running together. He left the game this weekend with back tightness. And I think that what we found out was, hey, that time that he got hit by a baseball in his back, that same place started tightening up on him.
Yeah.
That one seems to be like lower on the DEFCON scale, but obviously we have enough DEFCONs that you can put them all together and they all add up to a DEFCON 1. But keep going, please.
And then, of course, that's not even to count what we already knew, or did I miss one from the weekend?
Jeremy Pena left Saturday's game with right knee tightness.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's just when we're talking about injury-wise, right? The way that they're performing is problematic. Do you know the Astros only have 2 quality starts in 16 games?
Yeah, I saw that. It was not a great day when I saw that. Yes, I do. And they're giving up more runs on their fastballs. They're giving up more runs as a starting pitcher. They're not going deep into games. It's an absolute mess.
Is panic mode just entirely warranted here?
I don't know if I'd go panic mode, but
really, you're still holding off. Is it just off because of the early?
It's in the neighborhood of panic mode.
What is that? What is the panic mode neighborhood?
Well, let me explain it to you. The Astros have started this bad before.
Yes,
they've started worse.
They absolutely have.
And
I mean, what, 2 years ago?
Yes, they've started this bad before. They've started worse. So this is kind of, like I said, in the neighborhood of panic mode. Well, does this one feel different? Because if it does, then it is panic mode.
I think it does for some reasons. I think 2 years ago, if you're talking about it, your pitchers were just kind of bad, but they were still there, right? So they had an opportunity to turn it around. Your pitchers right now have been bad in that they're just not throwing strikes.
Yes.
That's a thing that's really terrible, which maybe you could say they could turn that around. But as you mentioned, they're giving up a whole bunch of runs on fastballs, which I imagine does not then bode well for just throw it in the zone type. Now, I'd like them to try that. Let's give it a shot.
It'd be nice.
Let's see if we can just get the ball in the zone and see what happens after that. But I'm not sure exactly how that goes. And then you're dealing with the better portion of your rotation that we already admitted was a lesser talented rotation than in past years of the Astros already is out for a period of time that is undetermined, right? We don't know when Hunter Brown makes his way back, and we were talking optimistically about 6 to 10 weeks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, and I don't know how optimistic there is or how much optimism is warranted with this Astros team at this moment. You're talking about a whole bunch of dudes, Tatsuya Imai, right? Assuming that he can even find his way to get comfortable, there was no guarantee that he was going to be a front half of the rotation starter. Burrows is a pitcher who, I mean, if we were being honest, he was probably a back end of the rotation guy. We were hoping that he could, you know, he could demonstrate himself.
Because he showed a few things.
He has been a back end of the rotation guy at best, right? Christian Javier got hurt. Lance McCullers Jr., fine, but that looks a lot better because he's standing next to the ugly friend, right? But it's been fine. Like, there's not as much talent there, even if you have the guys that have remained on the team and remained healthy, find a way to pitch better, quote unquote.
And then there's this, and this is something where my mind went as well. Dana Brown, general manager, obviously Joe Espada, manager. They are each in the last year of their contracts.
Correct.
I feel like this is a factor in terms of how they react to this. Maybe the desperation they go to. Could it affect what Jim Crane and others, in terms of advisors, might feel is best suited to withstand this and maybe add pitchers, bring pitchers up or whatever, versus a desperation mode manager and general manager. That's a factor to me. Dana Brown literally said on the flagship, we feel like right now we're going to be able to sustain these injuries because of the depth we have. I ask you, Reggie, what depth? What depth?
I mean, Spencer Arrighetti down there on the farm, he threw 6 innings late last week, which I know some people are mad about because they feel like Spencer should have already made his way up.
Yeah.
There's probably, Jason Alexander is still down there, but you realize what we're doing here in, what is it? Where are we? What does it say? 6-10 teams? So through 16 games of 162, we're already talking about the dudes that at the end, during the large part of last season, we're like, God, thank God that they're just making it.
Yeah.
16 games in the season. What is it? 2-3 weeks into the season, we're already doing the thing where we're like, whew, can we get Jason Alexander up here? Right? Like that's where we are. This is really problematic. So I am in panic mode with the understanding though that it is a long season and there's ways to get back to this, but it already felt like you were on thin ice when you talk about the number of games that you would need to win, and you've just wasted some of those. Flat out wasted.
And he's
them.
talking about depth when the starting pitchers have been awful. So the depth are the guys that you didn't feel worthy of being up here and eating up those innings. I get every pitcher.
Also, depth in the pen.
Depth in the pen.
Is there depth in the pen here?
I do not believe so.
And especially if we're talking about depth in the pen, do you have depth of guys that can actually handle high leverage situations?
Oh yeah, Brian Abreu. Brian Abreu is another factor.
He wasn't terrible last night.
He wasn't terrible. There we go.
There you go. There's positives. If you see, y'all just being negative. You just need to flip your mindset. You know what I mean? He was not terrible, right? So there you go. Like velocity was up a little bit there. So hey, everything's all good
8
now,
straight
right?
games giving up a run. He had. Was it 8 straight?
I think that was right. I mean, you could give me any stat that sounds negative, and I'd be like, yeah, that sounds about right. Speaking of stats that sound negative, this is the thing that is the most frustrating to me. Astros had a 5-run lead and out-hit the Seattle Mariners by 10 and still lost on Saturday. Per OptiStats, that's the first time that's happened since the Cleveland Indians defeated the New York Yankees. Damn, I try not to say that name, but it is what it is. On, get this, June 27th, of 1932.
That's a while before I was born.
Was it? Are you sure?
Yeah, it was.
I was wondering if that was about when you were.
I'm pretty sure.
I thought your 5th birthday party was right around then.
I'm pretty sure.
Come on, Reggie, don't do it.
It was. No, look, man, it is a mess. It's not getting better. The most frustrating thing is they're scoring runs.
That's the thing.
They're scoring runs.
They're scoring some runs. There's times where it feels like, hey, you might be able to score a little bit more runs and get this through. But yeah, honestly, when I was talking with Luke about this a few weeks ago, and we were asking, would you rather, as the season was trending this way, would you rather have this year's team where you could score runs, but your pitching is lackluster, for lack of a better way of saying it?
Yeah.
Or would you like last year where you were anemic scoring runs, but your pitching was pretty solid? And I was like, I think I'd like this iteration because you could probably still go and win games. Buddy, I already feel like I regret that answer.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah. Saturday night was an abomination. It was a total abomination.
Would you call it, would you say that it felt like terrorism?
It felt like they did. I actually thought of that.
See?
I actually thought of that, what you were saying.
It's aggressive, I know, right? Like, I understand. It sounds like I'm belittling something that is very important.
Yeah.
But, buddy, it feels terrible watching some of these games. It feels like I'm being assaulted.
Yes, it absolutely does. God.
And so that's where we are, 16 games into this, man. 6-10 Astros team that looks to hopefully not get swept for the second series in a row.
Well, I mean, they already lost the series 3 games to the Mariners, who were struggling too offensively.
Yeah, you look like the get right squad.
Yeah.
You look, we facing the Astros. We gonna get ourselves together. Don't even worry about it, boys. Like that's what it's starting to look like for the Astros. And I am not excited about the baseball that is today. But ultimately, they've got to do something to get themselves back to it. It is Mike Burrows on the mound for your Astros with the 3-10 first pitch versus Seattle. George Kirby on the other side. Right? It's not going to be any better in that regard. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's have a little bit of optimism as we have the countdown to the NFL draft. Now 10 days till.
You know what I like to say?
What is that?
Next week.
Okay, very good. That is indeed next week. All right, question that we're asking as we ask our questions towards the NFL draft, which one player in this draft screams DeMeco Ryans guy, no matter if you think it's a position of need or not? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
The The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Sports talk around anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
And see your way out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. If you really rocked with us, you get out to the Rally House in West Chase. It's Westheimer and Wilcrest are your cross streets out in West Houston, my old stomping grounds. Come out and see us. Come out and get yourself shopping. If you don't want to get Astros gear, I understand that, but there's gear all over. There's Texans gear galore. I'm talking about jerseys, shirts, hats, all sorts of different things. There's Cougars gear. I know the Cougars haven't failed you in the way, or maybe you feel like they have. There's all sorts of stuff there. There's Texas gear. There's, Sam Houston. You hear that? You hear that, Colin? If you need some more gear, I know you've got a lot of it, but if you want to add some more, there's some of that on the wall. Dynamo. Hell, they even got Cowboys gear in the back corner like a bad kid that's in timeout. You know what I mean? Like, we got everything that you could possibly ask for. It is indeed a sports apparel store, not a someone asked, is it a sports bar? It is not a sports bar unless you bring out a beer or two. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I'm really impressed with their Texas and Houston Pride stuff, which is right by where we are.
There's some cool stuff. Like, I'm looking right above your head right now. There is a sweatshirt that just has a big TX embroidered on it that looks kind of cool, kind of minimalistic.
A lot of Houston Pride, a lot of Texas Pride. It's cool stuff. Oh, $400 gift cards.
Oh, yes. Yeah. We shouldn't
Don't bury the lead.
Hey, man, if you come out here, you have the opportunity to have your shopping spree subsidized. We're giving away $400 gift cards, 1 an hour. In fact, we're very close to giving away the first one. So come out, say what's up. Say what's up to our support staff here, our promo team, and they will get you signed up for the opportunity to win a $100 gift card. So you can go wild at the Rally House out here at West Chase. But let me check the text line real quick. Base Power text line 713-572-4610, where the 281 asks for a shout-out to Klein Cain High School's soccer team, who won the 6A state championship on Saturday for the second season, back-to-back seasons for the Hurricanes. So shout out to them. Hey, champions. Yeah. Look, we looking for champions around here. We root for winners around these parts. So shout out to Klein Cain High School boys soccer team for doing that. Also shout out to us because the draft is approaching. 10 days is what it looks like in the countdown to the first round of the NFL draft. 10 days until we find out whether Nick Cacerio selects defensive tackle or an offensive lineman or, trades out or something else entirely. And with that being the case, we've been asking questions in the lead up to that first round. And so today's question, John Lopez, is who is the player in this draft that screams D'Amico Ryan's guy, no matter if you think it's a position of need or not? 713-572-4610.
Well, for me, it's got to be a defensive guy, right? I guess it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it doesn't have. Honestly, I feel like it'd be more fun if you could find an offensive guy. Because that's the thing that we've asked a whole bunch is how do you get the clear and obvious mentality and ethos and what's the right word, identity that the defense has cultivated under D'Amico Ryans that shows up and that oozes as the blood, the life force of what this defense is. How do you get that to the offense? And it feels like some of that is just players, right? Having the same type of players who have that mindset. So if you could point me to a player on the offense that feels like that, I would love that. But you're right, it probably does show up on defense.
No, I agree. You want to get that swarm mentality on the offensive side of the ball, and D'Amico clearly will have an impact on that. Let me put it this way then. My mind immediately went to the defensive side. The one that I've said this before we even got to the question, and you can get in at 713-572-4610 or via Twitch or YouTube. What player in this draft you feel like snap your fingers and say that's a D'Amico guy? To me, Jacob Rodriguez is it. A little bit of little bit of, I guess, question as to where exactly he will fall in the draft, but that's a possibility. Let me ask you this. How do you feel about Harold Perkins Jr.?
Harold Perkins Jr. is so interesting, and it's tough because I'm not draft wonk, you know what I mean? I'm not one of these people who, as a media draft person or is a media draft scout that's looking at this for months on end or even a few months leading up. I'm admittedly parachuting in and standing on the shoulders of giants who have done the work over this time. And what I am is a college football fan, and I remember Harold Perkins and his journey at LSU through that lens, where he was failed at LSU. They kind of couldn't figure out whether he was an outside linebacker or whether he was a rush end, and they moved him around. Clearly a really talented dude that it just feels like we never got a good idea of what's the right way to use him and the ways that it shows up, which honestly.
But doesn't that fit DeMeco?
You think so?
Yeah, the guy that can kind of play, almost all over, as a linebacker, be one of those guys that's just, uber athletic, and kind of use that, as he has, several players over the course of his career, talking about DeMeco, just linebackers being able to move around and be athletic, kind of what Christian Harris would have been. That type of player. Oh. I hate to say it like that.
No, I know. No, I feel you. The thing that got me was just thinking about how far we've fallen, or he had fallen, Christian Harris, from a dude that felt like he was going to be the next star of your defense to no longer even on your team.
But that to me is a Harold Perkins. That type of athlete, that type of player.
That's interesting that you went there with the linebacker. You know the answer that I want to give when it comes to linebackers, because this is the guy who – it's the reason why I've been really locked in on this guy is because he screams DeMeco runs. In fact, a couple friends of mine were talking about it, and I was like, ooh, that sounds like DeMeco. And it's C.J. Allen. Linebacker, Georgia, right? It reeks of all the things that DeMeco likes doing, right? They like going and seeing a dude who's played in a program with a very smart, smart defensive mind, like Kirby Smart at Georgia. It's a dude who is real coachable, high IQ, which that's really the big thing, especially when I was looking at, where's the Aziz, the Aziz, a successor. And I go, that's a guy that could do that, right? I think that the Beast says that he's often a step ahead of his teammates and he's a likely starter, right? He's that type of dude. Now, the physical abilities aren't off the chart. Like there's a little bit capped there, but the mental side of it, the physicality shows up. And similarly, what you're kind of going with Jacob Rodriguez, it feels like C.J. Allen has that while also being like leader guy on the defense, which very much to me feels like DeMeco Ryan.
Now, when we go to the offensive line, that's where I would go on the offensive side to find a, quote, DeMeco guy. This dude has gotten a lot of publicity because he's a redhead that has a mullet.
Jennings Dunker.
But the reality is he's a DeMeco guy, whether he's a redhead or a brunette or a blonde and doesn't have a mullet. He is one of those.
Now, if he shaves his hair, he might be even more of a DeMeco guy, just baldy.
Because, people always talk about nasty on the offensive line. That's a characteristic that a lot of coaches, always are looking for, that. But he is at the top of the class, made a big-time impression at the Senior Bowl, which we all know. That Nick Cacerio, loves him. Which, by the way, Nick Cacerio, you'll hear him here on our airwaves today.
11:30 is about when we're expecting to hear from Nick.
But Jennings Dunker, forget the publicity and the look and the craziness of all that. Just as a player, that is a DeMeco dude. That is a DeMeco dude.
You know me. I lean on the benefit of the Dane Brugler beast.
Yeah.
So I will just read you a few of his strengths in this draft profile. Tell me if this sounds like a DeMeco guy. Square, stout frame with good length and quality bulk in his shoulders. Powerful in the run game and has pop in his large hands.
Yeah.
Understands landmarks as zone blocker. That's not as fun. Let's see. Efficient in his setup and reactionary movements as a pass blocker. Intelligence is obvious both on and off the field. Reliable practice habits. Works hard to keep good weight on his body. Easygoing personality. NFL Scout said that he's a sharp dude and one of the most popular guys in the program. That's Jennings Dunker. That sounds like a DeMeco Ryans guy to a T.
Sounds like DeMeco wrote it.
Sounds like DeMeco. We just want to go all the way there.
Yeah.
It sounds like DeMeco. Yeah, that him. It's funny that you mentioned him because the guard who is probably similarly placed when we talk about rankings, I guess, and it's funny that we've just fallen into places of relative need.
Yeah.
Keelan Rutledge, I've talked about him already.
And he's been mentioned with the Texans.
Georgia Tech guy, so he's smart, but it's also verified that he's smart outside of just the fact that he went to a school where you're definitely going to have to do algebra. That's not a joke. You have to do algebra if you go to Georgia Tech. It's an engineering school. Get with it or get gone. Yeah. But he's also described as nasty. He's physical. Those are the things that we know. What is it? Fast physical is what D'Amico Ryans tries to create for his team. Those are guys that very much come to mind. Some other names here on the text line for the O-line, Emmanuel Pregnon and Barber. I'm trying to remember who we're looking at there when we mentioned Barber, but obviously Emmanuel Pregnon is a name that's very evident. It's weird because looking at mock drafts, Pregnon's name doesn't feel like it's showing up as much. Now, of course, I'm trying to isolate my mock draft looks to the insiders, quote unquote, who are now starting to do more of their mock drafts based off of insight, guys that they're talking about, talking to, scouts, so on and so forth, where I think that the larger mock draft industrial complex has a lot of people that are still kind of working off of, this is what I'm scouting, this is what I'm guessing, with all due respect to those folks, because I think that those things are valuable as well. But I'm trying to limit it to, okay, what are the people saying that are in these circles, maybe talking to others? And I haven't seen Pregnon as much as we had once seen Pregnon.
Early on, it seemed like
we were seeing Pregnon attached to the Texans a ton. And I don't know, do you feel like that is something, or do you feel like I'm just kind of we're just kind of missing a little bit of that?
No, you mentioned it. 10 days away, you start to get much better intel, much better feel for where people are going. So I think it is something. Another one that has been mentioned a lot is Caden McDowell. Before we get out of here, I'm curious on what the Beast says about him, because he's one of those guys, Caden McDowell, that is kind of a throwback, known as a throwback, nose tackle, just more in the fill the gap. And why are you grinning at me like that?
So I'm smiling because you called him Caden McDowell as if
McDonald.
Yes, as if we were coming to America. It's like, no, it's not McDonald's. This is McDowell's. They got the golden arches. We got the golden arcs.
Maybe that's what I was thinking. Maybe that's what I was thinking.
I love how much Coming to America runs through the program that we have here. It's how I would want it. There's no other way. You wanted the breakdown on Caden McDonald per Dane Brugler. This is it. 1-year starter at Ohio State, which that's one of the big things that people talk about. He only started for a season, but he lined up at the nose guard as a defensive coordinator Matt Patricia's versatile front. After handling a backup role as a sophomore, he became a starter, and then he emerged as an All-American. Was the most dominant defensive player on several of Ohio State's 2025 tapes, which says a lot considering how many. I mean, we're talking about Sonny Styles. We're talking about Arvell Reese. He showed up as the most dominant player a number of times. Powerful skill set. Best when he acts as a run defender, which, buddy, this team would love to have.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Resets the line of scrimmage with his initial burst. He plays games of peekaboo, often wins the ball carriers, meaning he's able to hold those blocks, but then, get into different gaps. And the big thing is just he's only had 695 career snaps. And his inexperience will be noticeable. That's the big thing. But, hey, you talk about a D'Amico Ryans that is great at taking dudes and elevating them. That's where that guy very much shows up as very interesting.
All right.
Yeah, those are some of the guys. Someone else mentioned. Oh, I saw it talking about Harris Perkins, Keldrick Falk. He's
been mentioned some.
Auburn edge rusher as well. I do wonder though if he's in a range where it feels reasonable to take him for the Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, 10 days till the NFL draft, and we are excited to get there and see who is the next player, or who are the next players, I guess I should say, to jump in with the Texans and hopefully help them push towards their goal of winning a championship. All right, coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. If you missed it last night, which I would not blame you for, in the midst of a rout versus the Memphis Grizzlies in Game 82 for the Rocket season, Clint Capella had a bucket list type achievement in the midst of this game. So that led us to ask, what is on your bucket list that is still a possibility? 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I don't think I'm being hyperbolic. Like, this is one of the
Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Raleigh House West Chase. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Here on Sports Radio 610, John Lopez, Reginald Atula here at the Raleigh House in West Chase. Westheimer and Wilcrest are your cross streets if you're coming out to hang out with us, where we just gave away our first of 4 $100 gift cards to Cindy. Cindy came out in the brightest orange.
It was
Houston
a giveaway.
Astros
I just got the story.
shirt.
It was a Father's Day giveaway.
Okay, yeah, so it's a Father's Day giveaway for the Astros. We can get her more Astros gear because she won a $100 gift card coming out. Heard us, came out, popped out, and won.
Yeah.
So we're super excited to have that happen, and she takes a photo of us right now doing this very radio show. We appreciate Cindy coming out, and anybody else who managed to come out and see us, come out, get yourself something nice from Raleigh House, and maybe we can help you out with a gift card as well. All right, let's jump into our question of the day right now. 713-572-4610. What's on your bucket list that's still a possibility? Because last night, in the midst of what was a game that, if you're a Rockets fan, was actually probably the second or third most important game for you to watch.
It really was.
Last night of the NBA
They were watching
season.
the other games.
Exactly. Because Kevin Durant did not start in this game. Jabari Smith Jr. did not start in this game. Amen Thompson did not start in this game. Alperen Sengun did not start in this game. Pretty much all your starters did not start in this game. Reed Shepherd played, Tari Eason played, the bench mob played, and they handled up on the Memphis Grizzlies pretty well. The score was a lot to the little. You don't care about it. I don't either. But what did happen in the midst of this game is that Clint Capella knocked down a three-pointer for the very first time in his career. Do you know how many three-pointers he had taken to this point?
738.
That is a lot more than what he had actually taken. He had taken
738 games. I thought you said games.
Yeah, no, he had taken 7 3-pointers before this game.
738 games he had played.
He took 2 3-pointers in this game. I think first he took just like a 3, and then the second time he took a 3, they sent him back in the game. They drew up a play for him in that left corner. He's wide open, as he should be, because why would you guard Clint Capella? He lines it up, takes it, knocks it down.
It was kind of an awkward shot, too.
Why would it not be? He's taken 9 in his career. In fact, last night he doubled his season high his career high of shots taken in a season was previously 1. Last night he took 2. He did it just in a flash like that. So he is 1 for 2 on the season from 3. Now 11% from 3 for his career, and he got to cross that off the bucket list. Like, you can say anything about Clint Capella's career. There's a lot of good to say. Maybe if you want to be a jerk and try and say something bad, he's made an NBA three-pointer, something that a lot of us can't say.
Bucket list item.
Yeah, bucket list item for sure. So with that being the case, let's talk about our bucket list. 713-572-4610. What's on your bucket list that's still a possibility?
Outside of catching a marlin, which we've talked about on this show.
You're still in that bucket.
All the fish I've caught, every variety of fish out there. For some reason, I've never caught a marlin. Had them on there, had them hooked, seen them. I saw them on this last trip, hitting the teasers and stuff, but never hooked and caught one. Outside of that, I kind of want to live off the grid. Just a month. Just a month of nothing but complete off the grid, maybe in the jungle in Costa Rica, maybe in Alaska during the summertime.
Yeah, I'm glad you said during the summertime.
Yeah, just out there, living off what you get, living with, whatever power you can muster, whether it's lanterns or fires or whatever, just off the grid. I think I could do it for a month. I'd love to do it for a month.
Okay. See, here's the thing. When you first said this, you said, I kind of want to, and I'm like, you can't, living off the grid, you got to have a lot of want to.
Yeah.
It can't just be I kind of want to. I feel like that'll be a bad
I do
spot
have a lot
to
of
be in.
want to.
More power to you, brother. I will wish you well, but please know, I will never
You will
join
never
you.
visit me?
Never. Not once. What
Come on, Reggie, open invite.
Absolutely not. See, this is the thing. I very much feel like we created Inside for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, so if Inside was created, I am going to appreciate.
Well, you can live in a cabin or
all
a
of my forefathers.
Just won't have any electricity, and you'll have to go in a bucket.
And electricity, and the internet, and Twitter.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. The internet.
What do you mean you forgot about?
Kill you.
It's literally. Me personally. I thought you were talking about you.
No,
You're like, I can't have the internet. Well, let me consider this.
No. I'm good with that. My eyes are open on that.
I would not be able to live without the internet.
Now, Sean said something that I thought of you on, and I actually thought of myself too, because we can all just luck into one. A hole in one.
What's funny is that's never been a big want to for me. Now, of course, the bigger want to is breaking like 90 in golf because I've never been particularly good at golf, but I also I've seen enough of, here's one good shot here or there where I'm like, if I put effort into it, I can do it. I just don't have the time or the expenditure to be able to put the effort into it.
So what is you think you could still do this?
You know what my answer is. I've talked about it before. You might not recall playing an NBA Celebrity All-Star game.
Oh yeah. You can still do.
I'm right on the edge of feeling like I can't though.
Yeah.
I'm right on the edge because I'm not an important person.
Yeah.
And but
let's say the All-Star game comes to Houston.
Exactly.
I
have to endear myself to this community. You have to understand. This is all insincere. All of the personality that I put on the radio is insincere. I am just doing this to endear myself to this community enough so that when Houston hosts the All-Star game again, I can be in the Celebrity All-Star game. That's what it's all for. The day after I play in that game, I will quit and walk off into the sunset. That is it.
Everyone has goals. Everyone has goals.
As you can tell, I'm joking.
I like this one from the 832. Do a cartwheel as an adult.
Oh, really? That feels real manageable.
It says they haven't tried it since 5th grade. They're 38 years old now.
Oh, that feels real manageable.
You could do a cartwheel.
I feel like you
do
just
a
give yourself
real quick.
Did you just tell Maddie to do a cartwheel?
I'm trying to get somebody hurt.
Yeah. That is wild. Somebody said hitting a hole-in-one as well. I think there's a lot of people. 832 bucket list, go to Wrigley, Fenway, and Graceland. Yeah, that one feels like that one is probably very, very doable. You just got to decide to make it happen. Now, some of these, not doable. Reincarnate and become back is all right, well, I'm not going to finish reading that, but comeback is particular toys. Best of luck to you.
Call one play in a Texans game.
Ooh,
I feel like you could win that in an auction.
That's hard.
I feel like you could bid for that or win that in an auction.
Does it have to be a regular season game?
Probably
if
not.
it's a preseason game,
yeah,
you might be able to. And how stringent are you on this?
Well, Vandermeer won't let go of the microphone first of all in a regular season game.
Oh, you meant like call on the. I thought you meant like call the play like.
Oh, actually call the play. That's even better.
Yeah, I feel like the way that would have to happen is you would have to have some level of in with the coach.
Yeah,
and then like hey, you should run this play. And then they call it. You know what I mean? I feel like it's not going to be you on the headset. If you're willing to try, I feel like that could be made to be happen.
I remember, and it wasn't that long ago, maybe 10 years or so, in the A&M spring game, they let a student call a play in the spring game.
Huh.
Yeah. And I think it went for 27 yards or something like that. Yeah. So maybe you could do that.
Yeah, I think that one could happen. I think that one's possible. Let's see. Catch a 30-inch or bigger speckled trout.
I've caught 3.
On artificial bait?
Not to brag.
See, you didn't have to make that about you. You just made that about you for no good reason.
The thing is, you remember it when you catch a third. Like I said, I remember I've caught 3.
I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You could have let that person have their moment for 3 seconds.
I didn't want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you're nakedly honest about that, so I guess we move on. 504, something on my bucket list is to meet the best running back in the NFL, Bijani Robinson, at Atlanta Falcons training camp practice.
That can happen.
Now, here's the thing, though. You, as a grown adult, it gets harder for you at training camp, don't it? I feel like there's going to be a whole line of babies, and the babies go first. We just understand in our society, if there's a whole bunch of kids there, the person, whoever it is, got to talk to the babies first, and maybe they get to meeting you, the grown man who is standing there.
Yeah.
Maybe, right? That's the thing. That's the possibility there. Colin, are there any things that for you that you would want to have on your bucket list that you could probably still make it happen?
Oh, I would love to go to a World Series game. I've been to an ALCS game. I've never been to a World Series game. It doesn't have to be Astros. I just want.
Why'd you add that? Doesn't have to be Astros. I feel like you're trying to say something.
It ain't looking great.
I feel like you're trying to say something. You're how old are you right now, Colin? I say this, and please understand, I will not make a joke on the other side. I'm letting you know that you have amnesty in this moment.
I'm 25.
Okay, so.
I will say
you got at the very least a good 40 years.
Yeah, he'll do it.
Now, another one I want to do, though, this one's a bit more of out of reach possibility, but it's possible. Just go to every single ballpark in America.
You can do that, too.
Ballpark. Yeah.
You can absolutely do that.
You could do that in the summer. I've seen people do that in the summer. Now, you'd need a lot more money, more than I'm sure that we're paying you at this company.
Yeah.
But, I feel like you can make that happen.
A lot of people are giving me places off the grid I should go, so we'll see about
does it really count if people know where you're going to go?
Yeah, there's no people around. You're still off the grid.
He's just off the grid. Like he's not on the lam. I feel like that's different things, right? He's not on the lam. He's just off the grid is what he's trying to do. Try to buy and finish the Star Wars Lego Death set. I do love how low stakes some people's like bucket list item is because y'all can make that. Some of these y'all can make happen by Thursday. You know, like you could get the Lego Death Star and make that happen in 3 days flat.
And you
don't even have to call out from work.
Somebody said hunting a grizzly bear with a bow in Alaska. You better have backup. You better have backup because that's just going to piss him off.
That feels awesome. All right, so can I take you back to the person who wants to call a play for the Texans? What play are you calling?
Ooh, me?
Yeah. Let's say it's this year with this Texas team.
I wouldn't go totally outrageous like the annexation of Puerto Rico or something from back.
But doesn't it feel like you have to? Because you can't go like halfback dive, right?
No, it wouldn't be a halfback dive, but it wouldn't be that crazy. I'd do something like a little. Something that could make you feel like you figured it out. Like I'd do like a little stacked, run pass option.
Okay.
It
has to
like
be something
that.
special. Like you're not going with like a tried and true. I'm not mesh. We're running mesh. You got to do something that feels like it has your personal flavor on it, right?
Yes.
Okay, that sounded wild the way I said it. I apologize for that. But it's got to be something special, right? You're not going. Oh, we're going 22 dive all three.
Hey, just call 4 verts every time.
Oh, see, look, that's a man of taste. We're going straight Madden. We're going 4 verts. I'm pretty sure that's not even what they call it in the league on any of the systems. But we're going 4 verts. Everybody run deep. CJ style, chuck it up there as far as you can. Let's see if we can make something shake. I like that. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the question of the day. Coming up next in the 11 o'clock hour, we'll give away another $100 gift card here at Rally House. So you want to come in, get your name in the box, and be around to win it. But at 11:30 thereabouts, bottom of the hour, we'll be hearing from Nick Cacerio talking in his availability. But before we get there, let's go around the NFL where I think that we've gotten this year's draft equivalent of the October surprise. How October surprisey is it? 713-572-4610. We go around the NFL next.
In the loop.
I would love to add another running back.
in Cyprus.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's get a truncated edition of Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 as we broadcast from the Rally House at Westheimer and Wilcrest in the West Chase District. Come out and see us. $100 gift cards are on offer if you come in, put your name in the box, and are drawn. 3 more to go. One, our lovely Cindy, who is out here in her bright orange Houston Astros shirt. She is tearing this store apart. I mean, she is going aisle to aisle. She's pulling stuff and bringing them up to the front and getting detailed information about it. Cindy's doing a great job. She is shopping in the way that my mom used to shop. She done brought, what'd you bring her, Cindy? What are these, a couple of visors? 2 different visors. They look the same, Cindy. I don't think those are different visors.
That's all right.
All right, we got to go around the NFL. I will talk to you in a little bit, Cindy. I'm at work right now, okay? I need you to understand that. She said they're great prices, though, so that's a good testimony towards Rally House. All right, we go around the NFL where this weekend, when it comes to NFL draft prep, we got what and as you can tell, I'm a little bit of an election nerd at times.
Yes.
It feels like when you're headed up to the draft, you always get what is the equivalent of the October surprise. If you're not familiar with, I guess, presidential elections, is that as you're headed towards the November election, it's almost inevitable that something big pops up as an October surprise, here's something that's going to change the election. And it feels like we do that the same way in the draft. You remember the Laremy Tunsil had one of the biggest ones with
Tunsil effect,
the gas mask. And is this our version of it, where we found out that Ruben Bain, big-time pass rusher, might be competing to possibly be the first pass rusher off the board, right? Or maybe somewhere in there. Vrabel-Rousini obviously is still a guy who's going to be considered like an edge, but in that top 3 range of pass rushers and edges, he was apparently involved in a car accident in 2024 in which one person later died. That was a report that came out this weekend. First and foremost, before I get into like all of the details of it, does it feel like this is that for this NFL draft?
Oh, it's absolutely that. I mean, whether you want it to be or not, the thing that's frustrating to me is I never understand what the reporting and reporter gets out of something like this.
What do you mean?
Yeah, because this has been around and available since 2024 for people to talk about and ask about. Now, clearly some agents or someone somewhere was, whether it's, coaches or whatever, asked them not to necessarily report this. But this has been somewhat known, and NFL teams know it.
Yeah,
they knew it already as well.
That's the interesting thing about this. The story goes as follows, that Ruben Bain was cited for careless driving with an accident that happened in 2024 in which Bain was driving his 2021 Land Rover SUV. It had 3 other passengers, a couple of Hurricane football players, and a young woman, 22 years of age, named Destiny Betts. His vehicle rear-ended another car, veered into a concrete barrier, ricocheted into another barrier, and then came to a rest on the shoulder of the highway. Betts was transferred, the 22-year-old woman was transferred to Ryder Trauma Center in Miami, and then she was in a coma for nearly 3 months before she passed from her injuries in June of 2024. So that is the situation, right? He was cited for reckless driving, careless driving.
He wasn't under the influence.
He was not under the influence, but he was cited for reckless driving, a charge that was later then dropped. And it's worth noting this was at 4 a.m., depending on how you view that, right? All of these things come together where people ultimately things end up being some level of, is this a character concern? And for me, I don't think it is. Like, there's reckless driving, there's careless driving, late at night, clearly driving too fast. But one, I think that this is, depending on what you believe, because there are some scouts that are saying they're waiting for some other shoe to drop or something, other incidents. I don't know with the vagueness of that if I'm doing anything with it. But right now, this feels like an isolated incident where clearly he was being careless, but it happened a long time ago. We have not seen something of the similar sort happen. And the family of the young woman who passed, unfortunately, which is really, really terrible and awful, have said that they are not seeking any level of additional, whatever. Now, there's always the question of, now that he's making millions of dollars, will something civil come up? But there's not going to be anything legal that then will hem him up when it comes to his ability to play. I don't know that this does anything for character concerns. And as you mentioned, this is something that at least was known around NFL circles, if not publicly known, and it has not seemed to change the way that they view this edge rush.
Well, clearly it begs for, and I'm sure it has happened, much more background and information that the NFL teams could gather. The other part of this that is, interesting is, will it cause him to drop? You said careless, and you were absolutely right. It was careless. Does careless equal character concern?
That is an interesting question.
We all are careless sometimes.
Very much to various different degrees.
Does that mean we have bad character, and is it something that would reflect on your organization if you draft him? I'm with you. By and large, I'm like, I don't see where this would be like a Laramie Tunsil. The guy's going to drop like a rock. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if some do. Just because it's out now,
Yeah. You made an interesting point. Obviously, the journalist in you gets to that perspective early on, mentioning you wonder what the journalist who ultimately brings this to light stands to gain. The thing that I actually go to is there's a lot of people who love doing this thing where they go, oh, yeah, I've been hearing about this for some time. Now, from a journalist perspective, there's going and doing the work and getting the tangible evidence of this that allows you to publish this. But I do wonder, for the people that get to a place where I had heard about this, what is there to be gained from that perspective of just kind of knowing a thing and holding on to it without being able to suss it out, especially if you're in a place of journalism?
Well, I think there's two things going on. Number one, a lot of these people, and we know reporters like this, they get a lot of their information from agents and coaches on the inside. If that agent or that coach says, listen, I really would appreciate if you didn't run with this. It's been taken care of, the family, this, everything that we've talked about. Then, does that reflect like you're sort of indebted, to these guys, or you're doing their work for them? That is not a good thing, but at the same time, it's how the game is played these days with a lot of these agents and such. So there's that aspect. The other aspect is you do have, somewhat of a responsibility to do it as it's happening, just because that's the news that's happening. Because when you hold it for 2 years, you look worse. You hold it for 2 years, you look worse. Like, okay, now I knew this, and now we're going to talk about it. 10 days before the draft. That's sorry.
Yeah. So, we'll ultimately see if this impacts him. It does not feel like that'll be the case, but this was the big story that broke this weekend. But the context makes it such that it's worth remembering that there's still other human beings that are impacted by this. And obviously the biggest tragedy is, of course, of the young woman that passed in the moment. But her family seems to not hold this against Ruben Bain. So I don't know the NFL teams will do the same. We continue around the NFL here. And remember, on Friday, we had a big conversation about the Jaguars going with Travis Hunter playing cornerback only. This was a report that Ian Rappaport seemingly threw out there. Now there's a little bit of question that could be thrown on this, as Travis Hunter himself, in the era of social media, saw that Ian Rappaport tweet out that the Travis Hunter, that they're looking at him playing at cornerback, and he commented on that saying, now, who told you this, with the confused face emoji, which immediately undercuts some of the feeling? Or does it? I guess let me ask this a question to you. Does this undercut the thought process that the Jags are going to move away from him playing both ways?
I think it undercuts it some, simply because clearly this is somewhat news to him, in terms of how he's reacting. But at the same time, Rapp is very reputable and could well have been told something that they are considering or have decided on. Because keep in mind, in the report, they said they would still use him offensively in quote, gadget plays or here and there, whatever however they put it.
Which honestly feels like the Deion Sanders
very much so
way of going about it.
Very much so. So I think there's probably a little truth on both. Like they've made this decision, like we want him to be a cornerback and be a Pro Bowl, All-Pro, whatever. We still want to use him a little bit, but not full time, not meetings, not splitting time in practice and training camp. and it just hasn't the message hasn't all the way been delivered to him.
Maybe so. You know what this made me think of? Because also, it's not like the player is an entirely reliable perspective of this.
Right.
I know that sounds insane, but remember when Joe Mixon was out here Breaking Bad at Folks Center reports about his injury status as if he was going to make his way back shortly?
How'd that work?
Yeah. That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
So the idea that Travis Hunter got out here and was like, whoa, what do you mean that I'm not going to? I don't know about that. That doesn't mean that he doesn't end up in a place where he's just kind of cornerback only with sparing
No, I agree.
plays
I think
on
that's a
offense.
lot of it right there.
Yeah, so that happened there. And then finally, real quick before we go here, Mike Vrabel apparently is not going to be participating in Patriots pre-draft processes. This looks a little funny after there was photos that circulated of him and Diana Rossini, a NFL insider, seemingly canoodling at a adults-only resort in Arizona. Does this feel suspicious to you, or are you in the place where you go, this is probably a thing that they were already doing?
Well, it's curious at minimum, because doesn't Mike Vrabel strike you as a guy who, according to their statements, nothing to see here, a lot of friends were there, it's sort of out of context, all that. Doesn't he strike you as a guy that would go front and center and talk about that?
Huh, that's interesting.
I think he would.
I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah.
Right? He does, like, just his general personality.
Yeah,
That's
like,
before we
stand up there. Hey, let me tell you guys. You know?
That's before we get to the notion of like PR teams and what they might tell you, or lawyers or whatever. It is worth noting that some of the media up in Boston did say that they got an email in March that it was going to be Elliott Wolf driven, that Mike Vrabel would not be in it. However, I hadn't considered the idea of Vrabel might be the type of dude that goes the other way, where he goes, actually, let me get in front of this and answer questions. I don't know. That was an interesting thought, but it's not as salacious as I think Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, would want it to be. But it is curious, just generally, right? That Mike Vrabel, a dude who is very highly regarded up there, would completely be absent from this portion
and
of
he spoke last year.
And he did speak last year as well. So how much of that though was him being a new coach as opposed to in year 2 of his time there? I don't know.
Well, the thing is, even if this were something that maybe they were considering beforehand, he strikes me as a guy that would have said, screw that. I want to go out there and talk about this because it just didn't happen, or this is my story, or whatever it may be. So I think there's probably a few more influences involved here.
All right. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Masters was completed, and we got what was history out of Rory McIlroy winning it. Is Rory now the greatest golfer of his generation? I saw this thought out there, and I want to run it by you. Let's do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One of the best defensive tackles.
trip to see Weezer at a tour stop of your choice? Travel, 2 nights of hotels, and a pair of concert tickets, all included, thanks to Live Nation and Crush Music. And entering's easy. Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to us for 1 hour. Then do it again every day through April 18th for more entries. Visit our website for more details on this national contest. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Raleigh House West Chase. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, hope your Monday's going well. You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're broadcasting live from the Raleigh House at the corner of Westheimer and Wilcrest, enjoying all of the various different apparel options that are here. And honestly, I've just enjoyed watching Cindy, who won the first of our 4 $100 gift card raffles. In fact, the next one coming up here in about 20 minutes. I'm just watching her shop. Because last time I was the one running around, and I'm just sticking right here to stop myself from spending a whole bunch of money. But watching her shop is kind of fun as well. She's asking all sorts of questions, looking at various different things. It's adorable.
It is adorable.
So you can. Well, I would not say come in and watch Cindy's shop. That'd be really weird. But you can come in and do your own shopping and maybe win $100 to that end here
this hour
at the Raleigh House. Yeah, this hour and every hour of our program up until 2 p.m. All right, real quick, here in actually about 10 minutes, we'll hear from Nick Cacerio, who's talking. And you'll be able to hear that right here on your Houston sports leader in your home of the Houston Texans, Sports Radio 610. But this weekend was the tradition unlike any other, the Masters. And interestingly enough, Rory McIlroy wins back-to-back years. Only the fourth to ever do that. Who are the 4? Do you know?
Nicholas, Faldo, and Tiger.
That's correct. That is correct. And so he joins that elite group. And I saw someone assert that now Rory McIlroy is the best of his generation. Mm-hmm. And it took me aback a little bit. And I wanted to throw this up to you. Do you think that that's correct after Rory, especially the way that he won this felt kind of odd to me? It felt incredibly Rory. I mean, he was absolutely incredible days 1 and 2 before the cut. 12 under through those days.
Yeah.
He finished at 12 under. He played par golf for the actual weekend rounds, and it did not matter. It felt almost more like the rest of the field did not challenge him more than like he.
Oh, it happened eventually. It happened. Let me ask you this, because this is a weird sort of comparison to make, but is winning Super Bowls a statistic that matters for quarterbacks? Yes, it is.
To some degree, yeah.
For you, it's not as much. So if this is sort of like now, this is not to disparage Scotty Scheffler by any stretch, because he's won a Masters, and he's been the number 1 player in the world. The best of his generation to me is still Scotty Scheffler, and I thought he put that on display yesterday. I mean, he shot a 65. He was all but counted out, and came up and finished second, 1 stroke behind Rory. And I feel bad because I don't want to when you talk about one of these players, it kind of seems like you're insulting the other, and I think of them both equally as the 2 best players, or 2 of, if not the 2 best players of their generation. Rory winning back-to-back puts him in another tier altogether. You just said it. There's only been 4 players that have ever done it,
and they're elite.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're
Jack Nicklaus, Tiger, Nick Faldo, and him. Those are elite guys. I mean, even if you don't want to, depending on how you feel about Rory, if you just want to talk about those other 3, those dudes are unassailable in what they've done in golf.
Absolutely unassailable. At the same time, Scotty Scheffler is the greatest player of this generation, of Rory's generation. Yeah, just because of not only being the number 1 player in the world, winning all these majors, winning a Masters, and what he did yesterday. I thought for a while there, he's gonna chase him down and win this thing. So I don't buy into that with, but with as much respect as you can possibly muster.
Is it weird that I feel like there's a level of dominance that needs to show up, and Rory in this weird way just is not a dominant golfer, which sounds insane because he can.
He had a 6-stroke lead going into Saturday.
He can do incredible things, like he can find the smallest of windows between trees and be able to shape his shots perfectly. But I mean, he won what? He won 4 in the first 4 years, right? And then 4 just majors. But he just does not show up in majors outside of these last 2 Masters, really.
Right.
And even then, they were the old Rory of, he's going to collapse.
Right.
Like, he kind of still did that. He just had enough of a cushion to where the collapse didn't hurt him in both of these instances. And so I feel almost like a jerk of bringing that up, but it does feel like that's still kind of the story there with Rory. He just has managed to win 2 of them. And I can't take that away from him, nor would I want to him, but it just feels weird because the way that it feels does not hit me where I go, that is like the greatest of a generation, even though he's doing the things that ultimately, accolade-wise, would be something like that.
I'm glad you brought that up, too, simply because I feel like you could easily make the case this was a bigger win for him than last year.
Really? Okay, make the case then.
Simply because you could never quite, and you were kind of talking about this a little bit right now. You could make the case that you could never really trust Rory.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's prone to or liable to just pop up.
Hell, he hit bunker on 18 yesterday.
Exactly. He's liable to pop up and win a major. He's also liable to finish 10 strokes back. He was never the guy you could just count on. Scotty, you can just count on. He's going to be on the leaderboard week in, week out. Every major especially. But because of what he did, and he got the proverbial monkey off his back last year, and to do it again and back it up, I think that it's almost like, here's another football reference, almost like John Elway winning the 2 Super Bowls at the end of his career.
Yep.
Elway was Rory. Elway was, man, what a player.
Honestly,
so talented.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I had thought about that.
Yeah, he incredible talent. Maybe one of the best quarterbacks. In this case, the best shot hitter, shot makers in golf that we've seen since Tiger. And all this stuff. But boy, you just can't count on him, and he hadn't won the big one. The big one being the Masters.
Yeah.
And now he's won back to back. I feel like this is sort of his Elway moment where now nobody even questions where at the time it was like, oh, Elway, great, but, blah, blah, blah. Now you can't even question it anymore with Rory.
I almost felt like Rory was like, if I was trying to be, tongue-in-cheek, I almost felt like Rory was kind of sandbagging it the last couple of days to make it interesting, which it did to some degree, right? The other things that made it interesting to me, Sergio Garcia kind of losing his mind. He snapped his driver.
Snapped the club.
And then for some reason he was carrying somebody else's bag during a round. I'm like, hey, you realize we got caddies for that. The blues and white are here for that.
Yeah.
How much entertainment did you get of the weekend just in general? Because I had actually a few people, both friends and now someone on the text line, kind of talking about the presentation, and maybe this goes to golf as a larger circumstance, but they almost felt like they did not enjoy it, in part because of the nature of the way that golf and the Masters likes presenting themselves.
Is it too much now?
It might be.
Too much smarm.
It might be.
Too much lovey-dovey. The whole
patrons.
Oh God! Well, you know how I feel about that stuff.
I know. But that's honestly, someone brought it up.
And we're talking about Jim Nantz. Let's just be honest.
Nantz is the manifestation of it, though.
Yeah.
I think that this is something, especially for Augusta National, they want to live in that. But I think golf in general. I think the conversation I was having with a good friend of mine was he feels like golf needs to come into a newer era where they make it more intentionally entertaining. And I'm like, I think that golf serves a niche audience that they want. And it's not a niche audience in that we can't get more people. It's that these are the people that we want for a very particular reason. The aesthetic is what we want. Just look at who is advertising in golf. It's consulting firms.
IBM.
It's Rolex. It's IBM. They're with they don't want to have Coca-Cola.
Mm-hmm.
They don't necessarily want Pepsi-Lay. Like they want this niche, and I think that in that niche it is broadcasted for them. Do you think that's at all a missed opportunity for golf, in which maybe they should be more of a I guess all-encompassing bigger tent type of sport?
But the thing is, it's not golf, it's the Masters. The Masters is the only one that the golf does do a lot
to some degree.
No, I
think Waste Management obviously is the one that people immediately go to.
But
even
some of the so-called non-major majors, that are out there, they'll lean into that and the fun aspect. The Phoenix Open is a party.
Yeah.
And all that. I think this is specific to Augusta National and the Masters, which I don't feel as if they're going to change anytime soon. But I feel like it is getting to be like. That's a lot, man.
How much of it is that, and how much of it is
they did everything but put Vaseline on the lens of the camera, like those old romantic movies.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Because they literally used to do that.
I wonder how much this is accurate, and we need to go here because we need to get to Nick Cacerio. But the PGA Needs Some Villains comes in from the 8-2, and I do wonder how much that also plays in, where it's just everybody is a nice story and it all feels like good boys, and you kind of need somebody that everybody kind of hates and thinks is a jerk.
Yeah, John Rahm needs to lean into it a little more.
Yeah.
So Patrick Reed needs to lean into it a little more. Patrick Reed had a good week.
He sure did.
But nevertheless, no, I think it's more Augusta and Masters centric.
Okay. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Would love to talk more about that, but we got Nick Cacerio, general manager of the Houston Texans, talking about it, and you'll hear that next.
In the Loop.
I would love to add another running back. I just don't.
text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Raleigh House West Chase. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from the Raleigh House. Willcrest and Westheimer are the cross streets if you want to come out and see us. We've had a few people come over and chat with us, but also you have an opportunity to win a $100 gift card. In fact, the next giveaway is happening here about 10, 15 minutes. So
Yes,
if you're
sir.
nearby, might want to shuttle over, stop by. But if, around 12:30, 1:30, come in, see if you can win $100 and get you a little shopping spree for you or some friends. So you could do that. But let's not take any time here. Nick Cacerio and also, it's not just Nick. It's also Lipford and who else is there again? James Lipford and Chris Blanco as well are talking to the assembled media. We'll send you to that right now.
Things up, kind of get ready to go for next week. Excited about the opportunity we have in front of us. We feel like, we have a chance to, add some good football players to the team, which the goal remains the same, is trying to build the most comprehensive, most competitive team for the 2026 season. So we're making progress. I mean, if the draft was tomorrow, we'd be ready to go. I think our staff has done an incredible job of putting us in a position. There's a lot of information, obviously, we've accumulated kind of from start to finish here. So, just finishing up a few things here this week. Chris and Lip are here. Just want to say a few words about the two of them. I'd say, we're very fortunate to have a lot of the people that we do in this organization, specifically on the scouting side. This is the sixth draft for most of us, for the core of the group. Kind of been here for six drafts now. I think the continuity that we have in place certainly is advantageous and very helpful. It kind of gives us a chance each year to kind of build on some of the things that we've done previously. I'd say personally, I can't say enough great things about the job that Lip and Chris do and have done. I think we're fortunate to have them in the position that we do. At some point, they're going to get their opportunities. I mean, Lip had an opportunity here this spring in Atlanta. And I think it's just a matter of time before Chris is recognized and gets the opportunities that he's earned and deserved. But I'd say the longer they're here, it's better for the Texans organization and our group. So certainly thankful for their efforts and the efforts of the overall group. And, thought it'd be good to have them, be a part of this as well, because they're a big part, and then not just the two of them, but comprehensively the group. They're as big a part of this as anybody. We've always talked about this. D'Amico and I have always talked about it. This program is not about one person. It's not about one individual. It's a collective effort. And we're trying to do things that in the end are the best interests of the Houston Texans organizationally. So, again, that's why I'd say Chris and Lip are here. So, again, excited about the opportunities here next week. We'll see if we pick. If we pick, we pick. If we don't, we don't. I'm sure we'll keep you on your toes like we always do. And if we move out of the first round, then I'll probably get, some choice words about the draft party. So this is the way it goes. So, I've heard a lot worse things in my life. So anyways, we'll start with some questions and go from there.
I have two separate questions. First for Nick and then for Lip and Chris. Nick, you've kind of become known for making a lot of trades. I think at least three draft day trades in each of the drafts you've been in. But I'm just curious your mindset, what goes into your thinking before you make a trade, how you decide that, and then I'll ask the other questions after that.
Yeah, there's never one particular thing. I think our process and approach is understand as many players as possible, what's the commensurate value for the player, and where do you have an opportunity to pick the player, and if you move off of a pick, what's the cost-benefit analysis associated with that, and what's the risk-reward, and what do you get in return? So we're always prepared to pick. If we made zero trades, I don't think any of us, you all might be surprised, but we wouldn't be surprised because none of us really know how it's going to go. What we try to do is just understand as many players as possible. A lot of this is positioning and just have an understanding of, where we think the value of the player lies. So if we make a trade, we put it up on the board and say, what do we get in return? Are we comfortable with it? And again, we're making these decisions very, I would say, organically, and it's very fluid. Multiple people are involved in a discussion, and then we'll make a decision. Ultimately, at some point, we got to make a decision. D'Amico and I got to make a decision about what we feel makes the most sense. Do we pick? Okay, if we pick, here's who we're going to pick. If we don't pick, okay, if we move back, okay, we'll go back this many slots. What players could we potentially lose? Are we okay with that? Are we not? So, look, this is just understanding the value of the players, understanding the value associated with a pick, and ultimately just doing what we feel makes the most sense. So I would say there's never a prescribed, we're going to do A, B, and C. We're going to make this number of trades. It's not how we approach it. So it's case by case. We take the information in real time. Where we are positioned right now, we're picking at 28. I mean, honestly, we have no idea who's going to be available at 28. There's probably a group, 10 or 15 players, more than likely, unless you get to that level, they're off the board. Okay, so then you're into the next tier, right? And then you kind of go through that process. There's a reason we stack the board. There's a reason we grade the players, and we take the players as they come off. So, I mean, it's not, I don't want to oversimplify it, but that's the reality of the situation.
And going back to last year's draft, obviously y'all traded back, but I'm curious, how did you all first identify, Jaden Higgins as, I know there's a relationship with Matt Campbell, but how did you all first identify Jaden Higgins that he might be somebody that you could maybe present to Nick and D'Amico or somebody that might fit this team?
Yeah, I'll speak on that one. So with Jaden, he's an interesting player because he was only at Iowa State for a couple of years. Started his career at Eastern Kentucky, was an under-recruited player, Miami kid, more of a basketball player. And I'd say the thing that, talking to him specifically from our group was how he practiced, not only how he was spoken about. Him and Jay Knoll were spoken about in very similar ways, different personalities, but the way they practiced, I would say, was one of the first things that stood out to us. He was very consistent. Honestly, had a lot of similarities to how Hutch practiced. So there's kind of a trend among those three guys. But he was unique, and we as a group felt that only really 2 years of Big 12 football. This wasn't a guy that had been at a Power 5 for 4 or 5 years. Was there some more upside with this guy? And then you combine that with his intelligence, his work ethic, the type of person that his parents raised. We felt like he'd be a good person out of our program. And, it's year one was good, and, hopefully more from him moving forward.
Nick, I have a question. I know that you guys have been really busy in this offseason, and especially in terms of with the offensive line. How much of what you guys have done before the draft will impact if you would look for somebody on the offensive line? And the reason I'm mentioning offensive line, I know that was a focus. Last week I got a chance to talk to Hannah, and she said one of the things you all know you need to do is keep your quarterback upright. So can you just talk about where you are with the offensive line and how you feel about the moves to this point?
Yeah, we feel D'Amico and I have talked about this, before the draft, try to put the team in a position where, if you had to go out there and play a game tomorrow, we'd be able to go out there and play and field what we feel is a competitive team. So what happened for agency, honestly, has no bearing on what goes on in the draft. So the draft's the draft. We'll grade the players, and ultimately, we'll take the best football players, regardless of the position. That's what we've always done. That's not going to change, this year relative to previous years. So, we're a BPA team. That's what we do, take the best player available. There's a reason that we grade the players and put them on the board and stack the board accordingly. So you start hopscotching around, it kind of goes against the integrity of what you're doing with the process from start to finish. So, our goal is to build, the best football team we can for the 2026 season. There's some players that we added in the spring that, hopefully they'll be able to help us. Hopefully there's some players that we add here next week. They'll be able to help us. There's probably some players that we're not even talking about that they're going to come in the building here at some point and give us some quality snaps, like Tommy Togiai has done at different points, like Naquan Jones did last year. Going back a few years ago, Derek Barnett. So it's a very fluid process. So, you just deal with it. The calendar says, okay, it's this time of year. All right, let's try to take advantage of our opportunities. All right, and then move on to the next phase. So it's a pretty fluid situation. So we'll take the best football players. It's not going to affect our draft strategy. So, whatever we feel makes the most sense at that time, and that's how we do it.
Nick, specific to adding Reed Blankenship and David Montgomery, just your thoughts on those two guys, and I have a follow-up for Lip and Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, experienced players have been very productive. Have the right mentality, have the right mindset. They were both, I would say, thought of very highly within their programs. They have a certain level of toughness, certain leadership. So when we felt like those players kind of fit our program well, I think in the end, we talk about this extensively. We're drafting people. We're drafting people, we're adding people, we're signing people. That's the priority. You have to have a commensurate level of skill, no question about it. But we're drafting people. Do they have mental, physical toughness? Do they have resilience? Can they handle situations when things don't go well? I'd say those two players sort of fall into that category, and they go out there and they produce, or they have produced over the course of their career. What's that going to look like in a Texans uniform? I mean, we're all going to find out here this spring and into training camp.
And for James and Chris, when you look at philosophy, everybody talks about building the trenches, be strong in offensive and defensive lines. How does this draft shape up for particular those areas on both sides of the football, and just kind of your philosophy about wanting to be good in the middle on both sides of the football? Thank you.
Yeah, philosophically speaking, for us, building a tough, smart football team, swarm, relentless, that starts in the trenches, offensive line, defensive line. As you guys have seen with the players that we've added over the years, it's extremely important for us. With this draft in particular, we've done a deep dive onto both sides, really going back to, once the draft last year concluded, just starting with the junior tape and working our way through the fall, through the All-Star game, combine processes. So for us, we're very excited about really digging into it even more over the next week or so and adding good players to the team next week.
This one's for Nick. Earlier in the offseason, you were very clear C.J. Stroud's the quarterback for this team. Since then, you guys have picked up the fifth-year option, putting him under contract for 2027. How does that affect his future with this team, having picked up that fifth-year option?
I don't really think it affects his future. I mean, he's our quarterback. We've said that from the beginning. D'Amico and I both said it. So, I mean, I think that was really more of a procedural thing. I mean, I don't want to say it was a no-brainer, but it was kind of a no-brainer. So, glad he's here. Again, it's more part of the process. I mean, so we're excited about his off season. I think he's had a good approach, had a good attitude here. I think he's put a lot of work in, from, I'd say, March and April. So excited to have him around here in the spring, and excited to keep moving forward.
This one's for Lip and for Chris. With the changes that have come towards college football, with more players entering the transfer portal and being with the system for 1 year, has that changed your approach on how to be able to scout talent and also to see where they kind of fit in the pecking order because of how much of different personnel looks they're in?
I think it's, for us, evaluating it, it's been a positive thing. Now, I don't come from we don't come from a place of the college coaches and that world that has to deal with the everyday transactional nature of it. But from an evaluation standpoint, when players have been at multiple schools, and it's a whole nother group of people you can ask them about how are they on a daily basis, because that's honestly, not to speak for our group, but that's what we're curious about. How are they every single day? Are they consistent? How do they work? How do they show passion for ball? So at the end of the day, we're trying to find that out, players A through Z. And so when you have, hey, he left school A, went to school B, we can talk to both schools, see if the information matches up. If it doesn't, okay, where's the gap? And then, just on player-by-player basis, it's a little window into, like, how they make decisions, what's important to them. Really not worried about the NIL side of it. We don't get into that a whole lot. But the actual transferring, what was the reason for it? It's not a bad thing. 10 years ago, it might have been a different conversation, but these guys transfer, and we don't hold it against anyone. We just want to know what their DNA is, what they're made of, and ultimately what will they be as a Houston Texan if we draft them. That's what we're just in search of.
Nick, you're drafting 10 spots apart twice to start the draft. Obviously, that's kind of how it started with you and D'Amico, with number 2 and 12 turning into Will and CJ. How does that process, do you kind of connect that? And can you tell, as much as you can tell us, how did you come to the conclusion of getting both Will and CJ when you were 10 spots ahead when it first started?
Yeah, the spots, probably more just coincidence more than anything else, but speaking to the process, I would say, as we went through it as a staff collectively, and the great thing about how we do it, we put a lot of time between, let's call it August until December. It's very scout-centric, scout-focused. So we let the road scouts, college directors, John, Zeke, Lip, Chris, whomever, do their work, grade the player. Here's what we think of the player. Okay, and then the next layer, call it February, March, kind of go through the same process with the coaches, kind of get their lens. How do they see it? D'Amico obviously goes through his process. So we kind of arrived at the same endpoint where we basically said, look, these are 2 of the best players in the draft. If we have an opportunity to add them to our team, it's probably something at least worth considering or thinking about. Okay, then you start to put the wheels in motion. All right, as you get a little bit closer, you start to say, what's it going to take to get to that point? What's the cost associated with it? Kind of going back to the original question about moving. So once you kind of have an idea of what that looks like, then ultimately you make a decision. Okay, yeah, we're interested in doing it. We're okay with it. Or you know what, doesn't make as much sense, and we're going to do something else. So again, there's risk reward, there's cost benefit analysis that we go through. So in those conversations were pretty, I would say, fluid. The week of the draft, we kind of said, all right, here's what it looks like. Here potentially are our options. Are you good with this? Great. Talk about it as a staff. Hey, what do you guys think? Because they might have a different perspective and a different lens. I think the one thing about how we do it, we take a little bit of a democratic approach where we listen. We try to listen to a lot of ideas, and we talk through it. I mean, matter of fact, we had a meeting on Friday where we kind of went through the whole board, and it was like, hey, what do you guys think? Well, okay, we moved this player. Here's the reason why. Okay, does anybody else have a thought? You don't want to make sure we have a variety of opinions that we've gathered. We're not looking for necessarily groupthink. We're just trying to, is there something we're missing here before we ultimately make the decision? And I would say, just going back to your original question with those two players, we talked about it and we felt, you know what, in the end, it's worth whatever we need to do to get to that point, which is why we made the decision that we did. The fact that I didn't realize that we happen to have 10 spots in between kind of these first few picks. I mean, that's kind of happenstance more than anything else. So we'll kind of see how it goes. But I think you have an idea of, hey, if you're going to move from this spot to this spot, here's the cost associated with it. Then you have to look at what's your inventory of picks, whether it's this year or next year, and ultimately make a decision and go, okay, yeah, that's worth doing, or you know what, we're comfortable doing something else. So again, there's no like one size fits all approach. I think one of the things we pride ourselves on is just being as adaptable and flexible as possible, and not necessarily getting so caught up in, well, we got to have this player. If we don't do this, I would say in their particular case, we felt pretty convicted, like these would be two pretty good players to add to the team if we had the opportunity.
Nick, what does best player available mean when it comes time to draft? Like, are you best player available at what position, a certain position, or just the best player available on the board?
Yeah, it's trust the grades. And there's a reason that we put grades on a player. So, again, we grade the players, we stack the board, we do it vertically and horizontally, and then you work across. Okay, if you have two players that are similarly graded, okay, great. If you have another player that's graded a little bit lower at a quote-unquote position of need, okay, so you're going to take the lesser player when our grades tell us let's do something else. So, again, it goes back to the integrity of the process. So trust the grades. There's a reason that we grade the players. We're not a round-based team. We assign a commensurate value to the player of what's the value relative to what we think the role is going to be. That doesn't mean we're going to be right about it. It just means this is how we see that player if we were to add him to the team. So work across, work vertically, and then pick the players off as they come. So I guess that's what that means. So I would say, like, other than quarterback, like, there's no position that we wouldn't consider drafting if that's what the board told us. So that's why we set the board. That's why we spend as much time on it as possible and say, okay, here's the group we're picking from. And again, we're not picking every player. Like, we're going to reduce it down to however many players that at some point we would consider drafting if we had the opportunity. And that's probably taking 10 or 15 out that they're probably not going to be there. Assuming you can't get in the top 15. All right. Well, okay. Well, if one of those players, let's just say you had graded at a certain level, gets down to a certain point, okay, then you have a discussion. There's obviously a reason why, or something, some mitigating circumstance that caused that player to end up down where he is. So it's just more about trusting our grades and trusting our process more than anything else.
And along those same lines, you've always told us that, drafting is like a crapshoot. You can either win or you can lose. You've been pretty good in the later rounds as far as picking talent. When you're looking at your board and when you're looking at the best player available, do you also look at if some of those late rounds that you have here that may have outperformed what you thought that they would as far as their draft grade was concerned, and when it's time to pay them, are you looking to fill that need?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the late round of free agents, honestly, the 5th through undrafted players, it's probably a similar pool of players. And I would say, honestly, that's where, like, you tip your hat to your scouting staff because they know the players as much as anybody, and we spend as much time talking about that group of players as we do the other players that are graded higher. So, again, drafting and grading, it's just, all right, how do you get the guy on the team? right? Okay, here's a grade. All right, the grade probably tells you, okay, you're going to probably have to draft this player to get him on the team. Okay, some of the later players, all right, they're a certain grade. Maybe you thought based on like what you see on tape, like here's a grade we think of the player. Okay, they're still valuable to your team. And, you know, if they come in your building and play better than somebody else, that's great. Like, we let the players, D'Amico said this countless times, and we both feel the same way. It doesn't really matter where you were drafted. Like, if you're drafted in the first round, great. If you're drafted in the seventh round, great. If the seventh rounder beats out the first rounder, okay, great. Now, what happened that caused that to happen? Okay, maybe the player didn't perform at the level that you thought he was going to perform. It's going to happen. So, like, we've all been around a lot of really good players who were drafted early or were drafted in the middle, who were drafted late. I mean, that's the way the league works. So, I would say, like, the Saturday discussions are, I would say, as, you know, we spend as much time on those and are as in-depth, and it's the same thought process and mindset. It's not, well, we're sitting here on Saturday in the fifth round. Okay, the guy's character is horrible. Don't worry about that. Well, okay, you draft him in the fifth round or you draft him in the third round. It's still the same person. This goes back to what I said earlier. We're drafting people. So if you get the people right, when you look at, I would say, some of those people that we've drafted in the late rounds, they're some of our top, I would say, borderline elite makeup players. Henry, Hutch, I mean, there's Jared Patterson. Like, there's a reason those players have maybe stuck around beyond maybe where they were drafted. Again, happens all the time. We're not the only team that goes through this. I mean, let's go look at Seattle. I mean, Drake Thomas, like, who wasn't drafted, was a starting linebacker who's got a contract extension because he plays with his hair on fire and he represents the 12s the way they want to play. Like, so it happens all over the league. And, you know, look, I would say as a scouting staff, I don't speak for Lip and Chris, but you take a lot of pride in those players because those players have an opportunity to enhance your overall program, enhance your overall team, which, again, just get them in the building, right? Okay, if they're on the roster, great. If they're off the roster in the practice squad, no problem. Like, we've talked about this. You're going to need those players at some point to go in and play in really important snaps, like Miles Bryant did, you know, when he was here. There's a guy who wasn't drafted. You look at you guys have talked to Miles. Okay, you look at Miles. How did this guy make it 6, 7 years? Well, because he's smart as hell, he's tough as hell, he's instinctive, and he's got the right mentality and a mindset. So those things are important. Are they more important later than they are early? I wouldn't say that, but a lot of the times, because of that, that's why those players end up. And look, there's a lot of players that we had a good fortune, Lip and I both did in New England, that fit that profile as well. So again, I know it was a long answer. I'm sure you guys are shocked by that, but it was a long answer to what we're hoping was a simple answer. But hopefully that helps.
Lip, Chris, I want to go back, particularly you answered about the kids going into transfer portals and everything. You alluded to a word that's sort of like a hair on fire, NIL, but you said, well, it's not that big of a deal. But how much does it become a factor of these kids' character when you really start trying to evaluate? Is that the type of, when you start looking at character traits, and does that fit your organizational structure?
Chris, go ahead. Why don't you hit that one?
Yeah, I'd say with NIL, to Lip's point, to Nick was talking about, it's another data point for us to understand like who they are, what motivates them, and really it allows us to see how they're going to be as a professional, because that's really a glimpse into a professional mindset. You know, as we all know, money, it is a factor in some of these decisions that are being made, and for players that are able to handle themselves very well when money comes into play, as long as their motivation stays true to football and everything's grounded in the football game, and they're making good decisions, then to us it's a good data point. And on the flip side, if they give us evidence where it's like maybe they're not handling it as well as maybe as they can, what's the reason behind it? Is it a maturity reason? Is it because they don't have access to the right resources? And for us, as we evaluate the players, it's really about understanding, one, where they're coming from and how they can integrate into our program. So the more data we have on them, whether it's NIL or something else, we want to know so that we can make the determination if they can have success, with the Houston Texans.
All right, so Nick, you joked a couple of times about trading back and how people will be upset with you if you do that. So should we take that to mean that you're more likely to trade back than to trade up? And to that point, what's your appetite for, in all of you, your appetite for trading up if, say, one of those players that you didn't feel like was possible for you to get starts to slip and maybe that's more of a realization for you?
Want me to let Lip answer that question? No, I'm just kidding. No, look, I think we're prepared for anything. I don't think there's we're going to do this. I mean, look, we could go both ways. Again, it's always who are you trading up for? Kind of going back to Landry's question, how far are you going? And what do you have to give up in return? So, and then, okay, if you get past a certain cohort of players, all right, what's the next tier? All right, well, we're comfortable with these 5 or 6, or you know what? Maybe we'd rather have this player as opposed to that player. So, again, look, I'm not trying to be cute here. We could go either way. But, again, a lot of it is driven. Trades are always a product of the player. They're very player-driven. And we're going to sit in there. I'm sure what we'll do is you get through 10 picks or so, and, you know, we'll keep having conversations and discussions as the players come off. Okay, here are our options. Hey, what about these 2 or 3 players? What are our thoughts? Hey, what are our grades? What do you think? Hey, Meek, what are your thoughts on this one? Yeah, I like the player. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, where are we collectively as an organization? All right, is it worth doing? All right, and then we'll put the scenarios on the board. Hey, it would cost this. Okay, well, if we do that, then that means we're going to be out of this, this, and this. Okay, like we're either comfortable or not comfortable. So, again, it's very, I mean, I know Omar's going to ask for cameras in the draft room, but it's very free-flowing, and it's very active conversation. We don't just sit there looking at a screen, you know, watching all the fans jump up and down, you know, when somebody gets picked, and, you know, Roger does his big hug with the player and all that, and handshake that he's got worked out. So we're working, we're thinking, hey, we're preparing, and then we're always ready to go whenever we got to pick.
And I did the last thing I wanted to ask about was the tight end.
You're listening to KLT. I am KLT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. We continue with Nick Cacerio, Lifford, and Chris Blanco.
Your own team and that position group where you guys are with the life cycle of that, like you just extended Dalton, but kind of behind that, you know, there could be a question of depth and that sort of thing. So
yeah, I'll hit our group, and then I'll let Lip kind of maybe talk about like the tight end group here. So with our group, I mean, you know, we got a lot of guys in some different categories. You know, Brevin's had a couple years here, unfortunately, where he's had some injuries set him back. So, I mean, he's a player that we've liked having in the building. So, honestly, it's probably TBD with him a little bit. So, but he's a great kid. He's got a good attitude. Look, he's been here working his tail off. So, I mean, he's got a great spirit. He's, you know, everybody's rooting for Brevin. There's a little bit of an unknown there, what we actually have. All right, Cade has played decent football at different points. You know, he's going into kind of year 3. So, there's certainly some areas that he can improve. Foster has played pretty good football at different points his career, whether it's in Vegas or with the Saints. You know, Dalton's probably been our most consistent, you know, probably the most steady player that we've had at that position here over the last 2 to 3 years. You know, he had a career year. I mean, I think he break the career, a single season reception record. You know, broke Owen's record, unfortunately, who OD's a really good player. But, you know, so, you know, there's some question marks if we're just being real, you know. But, I mean, we think there's some players there that potentially can help us. So what other opportunities that leads to in the draft, like, we'll kind of see what that looks like.
No, it's no different than any other position. We're going to, as a group, scout the tight ends. No different than we're going to scout any other group. But it is I would call it a deep group, and they come in all shapes and sizes. A lot of impressive guys we've talked to at all-star games. A couple underclassmen thrown in there. You've got some more typical Y tight ends, your bigger bodies, your line of scrimmage players, your blockers. You've got some more, I'd call them passing game players. So I would say no one guy is exactly like the other. They're all very unique, and I think no different than the other 31 teams. Like, what's your flavor? Which kind of guy do you like? What are you looking for? A lot of, I would say, high quality just humans in that group too. It's a lot of good dudes, a lot of smart, mature guys that I'm sure us and a lot of other teams but we're going to scout the tight end group in 2026 the same way in 27 and 28. I think that's the direction from Nick and D'Amico. It's our process really doesn't change no matter if you've got 10 on the roster or 2 on the roster. You've got to do the work. So ultimately, whenever Nick looks at Chris and I and our group, like, hey, are we good on this player? We try to tell that to the rest of the guys in the room. Like, every player on the board needs to have conviction, yes, no, and that's our job for Nick and D'Amico.
This is for Chris and Philip, kind of a 2-part question. The first part is, what is your approach to scouting HBCUs, and do you spend much time there? And then is there a group that, not with HBCUs, but across the board, a position group that is deeper this year than most?
Yeah, I'll take the first part. Particularly the HBCUs, we treat them like any other, you know, college football program. We go in, we evaluate them, whether it's a school visit, tape visit, We'll see them at the All-Star games. Like, there's really no difference in how we approach HBCUs.
Yeah, on the position-specific question, not to get anything too specific because I don't want to say too much, but there's definitely I can think of a couple that come to mind that are okay. It's light here. Nick and D'Amico and our group, we've had that discussion, honestly, dating back to the fall. Hey, this particular group, it's going to be a little light. So I think the way that affects things is maybe get to day 3 and, hey, Nick, the way it's sort of played out, there's really only 1 or 2 left at position X that may make our team or be a factor. If we really want one, it's probably going to be early or it's going to be one of these 2 guys. We don't want to get into those positions. And there's going to be the inverse. That argument is, hey, there's still a dozen guys out there at this position. Like, we don't have to, go crazy and go get one immediately. We can be a little patient at this position, but I think that's part of our job is really knowing the landscape, pick by pick. Hey, Nick, this is getting a little thin here. Hey, Nick, there hasn't been a guy at this position go in 30 picks. We're okay here. And again, he could probably do it without me, but we try to feed him as much information as we can, just because that's our role on game day, for lack of a better term.
You guys have obviously been the final 8 the past 3 seasons. How much does trying to get over that hump factor into drafting, into free agency, into trades? How much does that, knowing that you're on the cusp of doing something historic in this franchise, kind of factor into how you guys make moves?
Yeah, I mean, our focus is on the 26 team, just trying to put the best team together that we feel gives us the best chance to win. I mean, we're definitely proud of the program that we built. Our consistency over the last 3 years, ultimately it comes down to your ability to execute on game day. So, I mean, I think they put a stat out there. I mean, 70% of the games last year were, like, league-wide, weeks 1 through 17, 70% of the games are one-score games in the fourth quarter. I mean, so, like, it's as competitive as a league as there is. I mean, this isn't like the NBA. So, I mean, we got a really competitive league. So try to put together a really good team, give our team a chance, to hopefully play good football, and put ourselves in a position where we got maybe a chance to win in the fourth quarter. So, I mean, the margins are, look, you guys, I mean, you've seen a lot of football. You guys have followed us. You follow the league. The margins are pretty small. So, in the end, it goes down to basic execution. And when you look at the team that actually won the championship this year, I mean, they were really good on defense. They ran the football well. They took the ball away. They played good situationally. So, like, whichever team is the one team left standing at the end of the year, there's probably a good chance that they've done those things. So, hopefully we can put ourselves in a position, where we have the opportunity to do so. And in the end, it's just going to come down to our execution, in the games that, that matter.
This is for any of you. When it comes to evaluating offensive line prospects, other than the non-negotiables, are any of the main variables, have they changed now with Cole leading that room compared to past years?
Yeah, I'd say just generally speaking, the offensive line, it's probably one of the, I don't want to say one of the harder positions to evaluate. And I think a lot of times, and this is where you can use multiple checks and balances. So, look, everybody watches the tape. A lot of the college systems are the college systems. A lot of the things that these players are going to be asked to do, it's probably going to be a little bit different. What you see on tape, the one thing, not just the Houston Texans, but league-wide, there's probably some benefit to the individual player workouts because you might be able to see something in a workout. You're not sure if he really has it or you didn't see him do it on tape, that maybe put him through the paces and say, you know what, he actually does this better than maybe we thought. And it's either a technique flaw, it's a body position flaw, or his ability to take coaching. I think that position, there's a certain level of instinctiveness, certain level of awareness, certain level of toughness, and to be able to take coaching and apply coaching. And we've seen multiple examples of players who didn't have an extensive history playing offensive line. Like Malott is a good example. Stephen Neal's a good example. They basically played another sport, but they were coachable. They had the right mentality. They had the right mindset. Even going back to Mason, like, unless the last time I checked, there's nobody that runs a triple option in NFL football. So other than Georgia Tech, now they don't run a triple option anymore. But okay, so you had to make a little bit of a projection. Well, he's going to be able to actually do the things that are going to be required for an offensive lineman to have some success. So I would say it's a pretty nuanced position. Look, in the end, you got to be smart, you got to be tough, you got to be physical. You got to be competitive. Like I would say, those are some non-negotiables. And then there's some technique things that, either a coach is going to emphasize or that you're going to focus on within your system. And then I would say to a certain extent, you have to be able to extrapolate whether or not the player is going to be able to handle it or not.
Thank you. For Nick, we can see that the name of the stadium is being taken down, and in 3 weeks, FIFA will take over this facility. Can you tell us a bit of how much has been worked with them for this not affecting the players, like OTAs and everything that you have to do, guys?
Yeah, fortunately, it's not affecting us all that much. I know it's an exciting time, in the city of Houston. So, unfortunately, I'm probably the wrong person to ask any soccer questions to, because that's not my cup of tea. But I know there's a lot of interest. Chris and Lip probably, have a little bit more interest there. But no, again, they've been good to work with. We haven't had any issues. Like, there's no roadblocks or anything. Our players are able to kind of move through the building. We're in the off-season program. I think in middle of June, FIFA takes priority over the Texans. So that's probably your all time to shine there. So, but overall, it's been good to work with them. I'm sure Mike probably has a little bit more insight, Toman, on this than I do. But, it's an exciting time. A lot going on in the city of Houston for sure. So I'm sure the stadium will be packed when the games are played. That's for sure.
Chris, I know you said earlier that the evaluation kind of starts right after the draft of the next draft class. Aside from injuries, does the evaluation typically in players change much from when you all first started to the current draft? The current draft, does it typically change much? Because I know some prospects can come out of nowhere. Some prospects may have a down year versus the previous year. Because I'm wondering how you all trust that.
Yeah, we trust the tape. The evaluation, that begins on the tape evaluation from the previous year and most of the current year. And when you talk about the injuries, you talk about the character profile. As you're getting more information on these players, the evaluation of the total player is going to continue to grow and evolve. And then the other part of it, as Nick alluded to when he talked about the offensive line, is when we get with the coaches, as the scheme evolves, as coaches' demands or the wants, evolve, that's where the evaluation and their place in the building, the fit, that's where all that starts to come together. So the evaluation doesn't stay static, I would say, in the fall, but it's always evolving and growing. And really, this week and into next week, we'll find out, where the true value of the player lies.
I would say there's not like a huge standard deviation. So when we go through kind of our spring reports or spring process, they're going to watch however many players kind of initially assign that initial grade. Here's what it looks like. That's what the grading scale is for, kind of get them in the ballpark. Again, could a guy slide maybe a slot or two? Yeah, if it's a significant, like, say, gap, something happened, we either missed the evaluation or the player, like, drastically improved. But I would say, like, it stays within, 1 to 2 sort of grade levels. It's not, well, we graded him at this level, kind of towards the bottom, and then all of a sudden he ends up at the top. If that happens, you better have a pretty good reason why that took place, or you just kind of missed something. So, again, you're going to kind of have a little bit of a bell curve. You're going to have the core right there in the middle. You're going to have some outliers. Okay, are we sure on the outliers, good or bad? Something happened. Okay, was it injury, transfer? The guy just played really well. Okay, then it's a one-year production guy. Then there's a lot of things that your heads kind of start spinning there a little bit. But for the most part, we talked to the group about treat the spring as if the draft was the beginning of June. Don't treat it it's in spring, I'm going to be a little bit more lenient. Or go through the same thing. Hey, watch 2 or 3 games. Hey, what do you see? Okay, here's his strengths, here's his weaknesses, here's the role, here's what we think the value is going to be. Okay, great. And then you go into the school in the fall and training camp. Hey, yeah, here's what I saw. Yeah, it looks pretty similar. Okay, and then you just continue on. So we try to stay true from start to finish. And again, put as much emphasis at the beginning as you do at the end.
Yeah, for Lip, when you look at the trends, are you seeing more positional flexibility in the secondary when it comes to the draft, just with how some of these guys prepare, and just what have you seen from some of the big conferences, especially SEC guys that can do a lot of different things? Thank you.
I wouldn't say there's been a massive jump, but I think just speaking specifically to the secondary, you do see guys, play some nickel, play some safety. You don't see as much flexibility away from the outside corner position. It's more inside the formation, middle of the defense. there's a couple schools and some pods of players in this draft that, hey, it's 3 players and they all kind of rotate. One snap he might be a nickel, the next snap he's a boundary safety. And I'd say for whether it's offense or defense, not to speak for D'Amico or any of our coaches, but the more versatile a player is, I mean, that's certainly a bonus. But at the end of the day, like, they have to let's start with doing one thing at a high level, and then if you can do a couple things, that's great. But to answer your question, I wouldn't say it's some huge trend that we're noticing, but it does come up talking about player X. Hey, this guy's played 400 snaps in nickel when he was a freshman. Like, it may not seem that big of a deal. That's a big deal because they may come to the NFL and they're not a complete fish out of water. They've actually lined up there. They've felt the speed of the game from there. Even though they've been playing safety for the last 3 years, at least they played left tackle as a freshman. He's been a 3-year starter at right tackle. Hey, at least he's got in that stance before. So we do make note of it. Can only put so much stock in it, but I think just knowing the history of each player is a huge part of the job.
No Masters questions.
It feels like there's more 25-year-olds in this draft. It feels like it's a little bit more common between COVID and everything. What are the factors that go into, say, like a 25-year-old who's a 6-year guy and a 20-year-old who's a junior? What are the factors in the conversations that go into that big of a gap of age?
No, it's a great question, Landry. I would say, honestly, you ask 10 people, you're probably going to get 10 different answers. I would say there are definitely benefits to a player that has played more football, and you have a better sense of what it's going to look like. A player who's played less football, maybe there's a little bit more of a, not projection. Look, there's a projection element with every, but like was only played 2 or 3 years. What do we think it's going to be? Okay, then you kind of have to put that into your calculus. So, I mean, honestly, depends on your philosophy. So I think to a certain extent, there's been some discussion about, well, NIL, players being in college more, is kind of a negative. Maybe it's a positive. So we can't control where they are, what they are. That's all we can do is understand who they are, what's their situation. If a guy's only played 10, 11 games, he's only played 10, 11 games, then what is that going to look like the next year? Okay, then you're going to have to make some, I would say, estimation of what you think it's going to look like. So, I mean, just philosophically, it depends on what's the priority, what are you trying to do. Like, in the end, you win with football players. So, and it goes back to, regardless if they've only played 2 or 3 years or they've played 5 or 6 years, mindset, physical, mental toughness, resilience, handling adversity, at some point, those are going to come up. So even if a guy's like a 20-year-old kid, okay, he's not played much football, he's got all the talent in the world, but he's mentally weak, he doesn't have a lot of resilience. Okay, like, what's that going to look like? Well, I'll tell you what it's going to look like. He's probably not going to end up looking that good, you know? And, okay, is he going to get stronger? Is he going to get bigger? Is he going to get a weight room? Like, we're going to, quote-unquote, develop him? Like, the reality is, these are all developmental players. Regardless of where they played, how long it is, as soon as they walk in our building, they're starting from ground zero. So we'll get a baseline evaluation of everything and then kind of take it day to day and then see how it works itself out.
Nick, kind of a two-part question. When you look at Tank Dell, do you believe that he will be good to go for the start of training camp? And does that affect his injuries, affect the way you go about potentially addressing the wide receiver position in the draft?
Yeah, with Tank, I mean, honestly, it's probably a day-to-day. We'll kind of see where he is. Probably have a better idea as we get through the spring of what his availability is going to be in training camp. So, I mean, he's been here pretty religiously, since he's been able to do more once he's kind of gotten out of the rehab stage. So, I mean, as far as the receiver position, I mean, look, if there's a receiver that we like, that we feel, we want to add to the team, then we're going to take him independent of kind of what's going on. And in the end, the competition will sort itself out. D'Amico and I talk about this all the time. Get them in a building, they'll figure it out, not us. So ultimately, it's going to be up to the performance of the players. So we try to stay true to that and not get so like, well, we have this. Well, honestly, like that could change in a heartbeat. You get into a game, all right, well, what's our next option? So you always want to be prepared and have some contingencies in place. But I would say a person's individual situation doesn't necessarily correlate to, well, we have to draft this over here, and if we don't, so, okay, like, if you draft it, you draft it. If you don't, you don't. I mean, there's a group of players that, we haven't talked about, like, after the draft, if they're not with a team, all right, is there a player that we feel could add some value to our team and program? Nick, we signed Chubb kind of, later in the spring last year. It was May or whenever it was, and Nick ended up coming in here and doing a pretty good job and helping our football team. So there's probably going to be the Nick Chubb grouping of players in May and June, there might be somebody out there that makes sense. And, we'll try to make an evaluation how we feel that makes the most sense for the team.
Nick, over the last 3 years, we've seen the consistency on the defensive side of the ball, and it's been showing as far as them being, top-rated defense. One of the things that CJ hasn't had is some consistency on the offensive side of the ball, especially he's going into his fourth year playing behind, his fourth different offensive lineup. When you went to get the free agents and now you're going into the draft, how much of that is based off of getting him some sort of consistency?
Yeah, I think we're just looking for consistency as a team. I mean, that's what the focus is. So, again, there's multiple checkpoints. Okay, build a team, add players, go through spring camps, go into training camp, and then once you get to training camp, you'll have a better idea, what you think the team is going to look like. So, again, D'Amico and I talk about it all the time. We're trying to build as comprehensive a team as possible, and it gives ourselves an opportunity, and hopefully we play good in all three phases. So, I mean, that's not going to change. So that's where the focus is, and we'll do the best we can to try to put together the best team for the 26th season that gives us the best chance to win. I mean, that's not going to change as long as the two of us are here working together, overseeing the team.
Not sure who wants to address it or maybe who's kind of more familiar with it, but how is AI playing a role in the draft process? How do you integrate it, not rely on it too much, and then, trust yourself as well and maybe even question it?
Great question. I honestly, Chris is probably as versed on this as anyone. I mean, he spends a lot of time. I'll let him kind of talk about this. I think we've all I speak for myself, experimented with some of the tools, and there's different things that you can do, tools, models. Again, it's a data point, and maybe what it does, again, I'm not very smart, but it seems like their models are built, you can take massive amounts of information and distill them down into a digestible amount, and maybe it kind of guides your thought process and leads you in a direction that might be advantageous. Go ahead, CB.
Yeah, no, to Nick's point, it's really helped in terms of the research and helping us become more efficient. And we have different groups in the building that have been using it in different ways. For myself in particular, it's really helped me just, sift through different news articles and whatnot and be able to create more comprehensive reports. And then as well as like any type of work with the computer, Excel, it's almost like a research assistant. So I still believe like it's very important for scouts, for personnel people, for coaches to be very proficient, experts in their jobs, and really just looking at AI is just as another tool to really help, supplement and help us be more efficient with the work that we're doing. That's been the biggest, I would say, benefit for us at this stage. And we have a good group upstairs, Kevin Clark, Tim Brogg, and some other people who are working with it on a day-to-day and really helping us, find different ways to implement it so that, we can be more comprehensive with it.
We're actively trying to do more with it because we think we should. I mean, look, it's out there. I mean, like, we could all put our heads in the sand and say, it's not going anywhere. It's just how do you incorporate and how do you utilize it and what's the best tool available. And again, like, I give Chris a lot of kudos on this. I mean, he's very bright and he can do a lot of things that, quite frankly, a lot of us can't do, and that's helpful that we have it sort of integrated into our process. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how this continues to grow and evolve over the next however many years.
Nick, you've mentioned a little bit.
There you go. That's Nick Cacerio, James Lipford, and Chris Blanco talking to the assembled media for a good long time. A lot to digest from their pre-draft availability. So coming up next, this is what we'll do. We'll get into our lunchtime confessions, and I'm just going to tell you straight up. It's going to be a lot of our takeaways from what we heard and what you heard from Nick Cacerio, James Lipford, and Chris Blanco talking about Texans. We'll give our ideas about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Jordan Alvarez is off to a great start. Jose Altuve is just below 1,000 OPS. Christian Walker has had a
Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, that was some really good in-depth stuff from Nick Cacerio and James Lipford and Chris Blanco. We're going to dig in on that a lot more at 1 o'clock.
Are you sure it was really good?
But it was, for my opinion, one man's opinion.
You don't know anything.
But I got a couple of confessions.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
I got a couple of confessions out of it, too. So I never felt good about the old Tank Dell thing, and I feel worse now. Ever since D'Amico gave us that little nugget of information about, we'll see about OTAs. Well, hell, Nick Cacerio said it's probably day-to-day on him right now in terms of training camp and availability during training camp and stuff. I guess this could be a two-part confession here, Reggie. I don't know what you think, but number one, I never felt good about it. I feel worse now. And the second part of that is they are 100% drafting a wide receiver.
Yeah, Nick Cacerio,
100%.
He went as far as saying if there's a wide receiver we'll take him.
Yeah.
Not a direct quote because there was a lot being said over the last 40 or 50 minutes of Cacerio, Lipford, and Blanco talking. However, I look at the wide receiver class, and obviously at the very top, I don't think that there's like real superstar power. There's some wide receivers to be liked, and if that's the case, I have a hard time thinking that they won't find one or two that they like, right? And so with that,
would you be surprised in the first round?
I would be surprised in the first round.
Not as much as you would have earlier, I bet.
No, not as much as I would have if you had asked me that same thing an hour ago.
Or an hour or a month or
correct,
for sure.
Correct. But it does feel like they might. But the problem is, in hearing the way that they talked about it, and obviously I kind of enjoyed that it was Cacerio and Lipford and Blanco. I think that the entire group of them made them a little bit more forthcoming. Also, sometimes we got a little bit of variety where it wasn't just Nick Cacerio answering, where you got some people that maybe have a different approach to answering questions, which I appreciated. But it feels like there's other positions where they could do that at as well, right?
Yes.
As much as maybe they add a wide receiver, there's that thing, but then also maybe they just go a different way about this. Like maybe there's another position where they add to. In fact, I think that leads to my confession.
These are my confessions.
I am a lot more convinced that a tight end is coming than even before.
That's the next one.
I am so much more the way that because there is the possibility, at least, or there had been in my brain, that the Texans might be delusional about the way that they look at the tight end room, right? Nick Cacerio, interestingly enough, and I don't remember exactly what the questions are, but shout out to all of our compatriots in the media cohort that was talking, because I thought they lobbed up some pretty good questions, and whichever one brought Nick Cacerio to breaking down their tight end room as it stands, he said Brev is TBD.
TBD.
He gave all of the, hey, we love him, we're excited, there's things that we do, but he basically was just like, we'll see, which, I mean, at this point, especially that guy, saying, hey, but I guess we'll just see about it. That feels like he got earn his way on, which, again, I don't know for certain about that, but they're not taking that as a given.
Yeah.
He said that he's unknown, and I think he used the word that he's what he has or what he'll do is unknown, which, yes, absolutely. Cade, he called decent. Foster Moreau, he called decent. The only he was like Dalton has been our most consistent, but he also didn't jump out of the gym in praise of Dalton Schultz, but he did, he called him consistent. That is one in some possibles, the way I see it, the way that they are looking at their own tight end room with a office coordinator that likes tight ends and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I feel even stronger that they are going to, at the very least look strongly at the tight end position or maybe pick it. And then on top of that, I can't remember if it was Lipford or Blanco. I keep mixing up their voices. But then they also went as far to say that they're going to scout the tight ends like any other group, but that it's a deep group and there's a unique variety of players. they coming out of there with something. Coming out of this draft with something.
That was Lipford. He said it is a good group, a deep group. What's your flavor? High-quality humans in that group, too, which, of course, that was an underlying theme of the whole thing. They want their type
We
of
draft
people.
humans.
They draft humans.
We draft people.
Which is always good when you draft humans.
As opposed to drafting what?
Non-humans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got another one.
These are my confessions.
And go figure, it has to do with this as well, because it was about as candid as the Texans can get. It was about as in-depth as the Texans can get, specifically Nick Cacerio. There was one moment, it was neither candid, nor thorough, nor even answered the question. And it just got me thinking. Nick Cacerio was asked specifically, and I forget who asked the question. Apologies.
Was that like second to last question that we had?
Second or third to last. Yeah.
Was it the one about consistency around CJ?
He was asked.
I think that was Sarge.
It was Sarge.
Yeah, I think it was Big Sarge.
He was asked specifically about such consistency on the defensive side of the ball, and he was asked specifically about continuity on the offense and being able to have that consistency for CJ Stroud. Didn't even come close to answering the question. He said there are multiple checkpoints.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
The only thing that I did hear that felt like it was an answer in I guess omission of sorts was he was asked, how important or how much is consistency for CJ a factor? And he goes, it's really about consistency for the team, which again, they are not centering their thought process on the quarterback. They're centering their thought process on the team as a whole, which again, in many other circumstances, if you have a franchise quarterback, you are centering your process around your franchise quarterback.
Right.
They have been telling us in a weird way, hey, they like CJ, but not so much that he runs the way that they do things.
You and I are on the same page on that. I was like, because they were really, again, they talk the way they talk, and it's always, very, I was going to say convoluted. Sometimes it's convoluted, but really just very, scout-ease, whatever you want to call it, very corporate sounding and all that, and all that, and all of a sudden didn't even answer it, but answered it in a way that was like, well, we're not worried too much about that with CJ. It's about the team.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Which, I mean, in a general sense, yeah, it's always about making sure the entire team is consistent. In that very particular way, the way that he answered that made me go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and it also falls in line with other things that they've said as they've gone about it, right? Like, I think that was interesting.
These are my confessions.
Hey, I didn't realize that Nick Cacerio was real chummy with one of our cohorts. B. Scott, Brandon Kyle Scott, our guy. You'll hear him on the.
That's not what Nick calls him.
No, apparently it's not. You'll hear him on the Rockets report. Is that Wednesdays on the drive at 4:40? You'll hear him on Fridays with us. In the 11 o'clock hour, you hear him up and down these airwaves because he's damn good at what he does. And in that same way, I thought that Nick Cacerio was giving a little recognition to our boy. He was like, good question, B. I was like, wait, since when we just calling him B?
What up, B?
When did that happen? Yeah, apparently we need to start calling him B. But he also, Nick Cacerio, in answering that question from B, he said, we can go both ways in regards to trading up or trading back.
B.
Yeah. He was like, it's just a matter of who, like what players and how much in essence. And he also, interestingly enough, laid a landmark that I don't know how hard and fast it is, but it does give me a little insight. He goes, you get 10 picks or so in, and then we'll have convos. And so in my mind, I'm like, all right, we'll get to that 10-pick range. And I think you look around at the landscape, and are there players that you find to be interesting? I think that is the slide metric of if you see a player get into them teens, that is interesting.
Sadiq, who are we talking about?
Sadiq. If you see a player get into that range, do you then start the countdown of if the Texans make a jump up? That felt very clear to me in his wording in the way that he was answering the question from our guy, B.
I think you're probably right. I think you're absolutely right. You got time for one quickie that's
go ahead.
non-sports here?
Yeah, man.
These are my confessions.
See what happened with Chili Fest this weekend?
I didn't even know that there was. I saw that there was the art car parade. I didn't realize we had Chili Fest.
Chili Fest.
See, I'm missing everything.
Very popular, hugely popular event that happens this weekend every year. Great first day. Parker McCullum was going to be in the second day. The featured performer.
Mm-hmm.
They canceled it the whole day. Chili Fest, multi-million-dollar event, because there was too much mud. They canceled it because of mud.
I'm guessing you think that was soft of them to do?
Back in my day, No, but that was one of those things where I was like, wait a minute, they canceled this giant multi-million-dollar event because it was muddy? It must have been some hellacious mud. It must have been like dangerous mud or something.
But it's I can see that because, like, look, man, if you're working on like a field where it's a lot of dirt, and if it ends up being mud, we can't do nothing that we're supposed to be out here doing.
SAWFT.
Oh, okay. All right.
SAWFT.
Here's the hard ass here.
Colin, you ever been to Chili Fest?
No, I have not. I can't say I have.
Yeah, but it's enormously popular, and they canceled it because of mud. Come on, man.
All right, I think that there's some validity in that possibility.
I don't think there's.
Now,
I don't think it's that big of a deal. Come on, it's just some mud.
It's just mud.
All right, y'all say that.
Mud.
If you say so.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Moved a little bit to accommodate what was a very intriguing pre-draft summit from some front office folks. But we got some big news for the Astros, and let me tell you, it ain't nothing good. I'll tell you what that is.
More bad news?
Buddy, it's the sign of the times. We'll do that.
2. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, where we're broadcasting from the Rally House on the corner of Westheimer and Wilcrest. Come out and see us. We got $100 gift cards that we're giving away. You want to get out here and see us. Again, Westheimer, Wilcrest, come out. The Rally House, all sorts of stuff when it comes to Cougars, Texans, University of Texas, A&M, Texas Tech, LSU, Sam Houston, Astros, Rockets, Cowboys, I guess. I mean, USA, Texas. I said Texas Tech. I'm pretty sure I said that. Oh, Texas State. Okay, my bad. My bad.
LSU.
Yeah, I mean, there's USA Soccer. There's Mexico team.
It's pretty cool, man.
Mexico from World Baseball Classic. In fact, we got the USA World Baseball hat right behind us in Puerto Rico. All of it. So there's all sorts of gear here for you, and you can get it at a discount if you come through and get this $100 gift card that we're giving away.
Yeah, man.
Come over and say what's up to us. Also, if you come through and you could throw a baseball, you might be able to start for the Astros.
Dude, this is like legit getting to that point.
Like, I think that the Astros might be smart to do it as a giveaway themselves, because they're going to need pitchers or they're going to need players just generally, as if we found out not too long ago that Jeremy Pena and Tatsuya Imai are headed to the injured list. I think Jeremy Pena I believe he's on a 10-day IL.
10-day with hamstring?
No, I believe that was a knee injury, if memory serves. Yeah, great. Oh, no, you're right. Grade 1 hamstring strain for Jeremy Pena, according to the team. Imai sidelined with what the club described as, quote, right arm fatigue.
And he's on the 15-day.
He's on the 15-day IL. If I could find small, very, very minuscule portions of, I don't know, hopium to try and consume from this very particular news, 10-day versus 15-day feels like it's actually something that you'll come back from.
Yeah, I mean, Hammy probably strained it at some level, but the 15-day for
the 15-day, especially for a pitcher, I feel like that could blow up pretty quick.
And it's the proverbial arm fatigue, which is so vague, and it could be any number of things, and has been any of number of things with this club in the past. What's the total players out up to? 7? 6?
You want to do the head count? Brown, Hader. You said here. All right. I'm not doing this with you. I am not doing. All right, Brown, Hader are out. Now Pena, Imai are out. Who else went out?
Well, if you're counting Ayola from the minor leagues, they were counting on him coming up.
Okay.
He's out.
Did you lose Gordon? Oh, no, they're calling up Colton Gordon, Shea Whitcomb, and J.P. France instead of those folks that we just said going to the IL. Whew.
Man.
This is Christian Javier is who else you were probably thinking about in that moment. Yeah, man, this is already getting really dicey for the Astros. An Astros team, they're playing tonight.
Yeah.
Right? They're playing. In fact, they're in the midst of what is no breaks, right? They're playing tonight to finish out their 4-game set versus the Mariners. There's a 3-game set versus the Rockies at home from Tuesday to Thursday, which means you jump right into a Cardinal series Friday to Sunday. Like, there's no breaks, and you're dealing with losing guys in the midst of it as you're having pitchers not able to throw strikes, as you're having, hitters, getting deked off the base paths. You see the Jose Altuve experience returning to form?
That was a pretty good move, man.
It was a good move. Like, you got to give them credit for doing that, yet and still it made me feel very sick that it happened.
And this was after an umpire interference. Took him off of the base path and put him back to first base.
Yeah, that one did. See, that one really sucked because that one was good base running, right? Going first to third. In that instance where he got off running on the pitch, and then saw that the ball, what was it? Oh, he tried to throw to second.
The catcher hit the umpire's mask.
And they weren't able to corral it. It squirts out into the outfield, and Altuve takes another base, except nope. Go back. It's interference. Yeah, no, there's bad
crazy.
luck. There's injuries. There's all things for the Astros in a way that makes me feel very, very sad. Would you say, Colin?
I feel like that's just crazy because umpires, just like any officials out there, are treated as just part of the field, like they're a ghost. Like they get hit, you get hit. It is what it is.
But with this particular thing, I just try and do the thing where if that had happened to my team, how would I feel? And I'd have been furious.
Oh, I'd have been furious
if you throw it to the outfield because the umpire hit your catcher's arm on the backswing.
Right, that's the difference. It's one thing. I mean, obviously Colin's right. Like an umpire back in the day when they were standing on the defensive side and got hit by a player, that's part of the field. But this is the catcher. Literally, you're impeding him from literally from trying to make a play. So I get it. It's just unfortunate.
And if you want a little bit more hopium, again, not a lot of it to be had, but Bennett Sousa did begin a rehab assignment with AAA Sugarland last night. Walked one, struck out 2 batters in 1 scoreless inning. So maybe Bennett Sousa could be on his way back to help your pen, but that's a very small thing when you're talking about the grand scale of what's going on with the Astros right now.
Yeah. Look, man, it is coming apart at the seams. It is still early. We all know that.
16 games in, man. This is a level of anxiety that you should not have 16 games into any season.
No, not at all. But what I was going to say is, like, as much as it is still early, we mentioned earlier, it just feels different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Astros have had a worse start than this and made it to the ALCS. But it just feels like this is truly coming apart at the seams here.
Yeah, and so now you're depending on J.P. France and Colton Gordon to try and help you steady the lineup. Honestly, the one that it's weird to say this, but it does. I kind of really hate not having Jeremy Pena. I know that you have the infielders, and you should be able to. It just feels different without Pena. But who knows? We'll see what it looks like. As again, the Astros playing tonight. Even it's Mike Burrows, George Kirby.
3:10 p.m.
3:10 p.m. For the 6-10 Houston Astros on a 6-game losing streak. I hate saying that. It feels real bad, man. Some other things that are popping. If you care at all, WNBA draft is tonight. The Connecticut Sun, soon to be the Houston Comets, will have the 12th and 15th pick in the first round. I don't think that that's really crazy notable, but if you are already investing, maybe check that out.
It will be mentioned, I'm sure. I'm sure it will be mentioned.
Now, more importantly, if we're talking about basketball in the city of Houston as it pertains to current City of Houston basketball teams, the Rockets are locked into a 4-5 matchup with the Los Angeles Lakers as the Nuggets fend off the San Antonio Spurs in Game 82. Funny enough, in that game, the Nuggets they played Nikola Jokic for the first half because he needed enough minutes to qualify for end of season awards type stuff, and then they sat him. And the Spurs, who were not playing with Wemby, played the rest of their starters. So this was one of those games where the Nuggets needed to build a lead and hold on to it. And the Spurs, for a little while, looked like they might have tried to come back. If the Spurs had won that game, you're facing off against the Denver Nuggets in the first round of the playoffs.
Yes, and it not only helped the Rockets, it really hurt the Spurs.
Yeah, because the Spurs are now in this
Spurs would have had an easy path to the conference finals.
They would have had the Lakers.
Yeah.
They would have had the Lakers in the first. Oh, no. They would be
the winner of the Lakers.
They would still. The Spurs are locked in to play the Minnesota Timberwolves in round one.
No matter what.
If they had won, they would have had the winner of the 3-6 match. Oh no, they're facing a team that's going to come into play in. There we go, because they're the number 2.
Yeah.
But then it would be Rockets, Timberwolves, or no, it would have been Lakers, Timberwolves in the third round, which one of those teams would come out to face off against the Thunder. Now they have more of a possibility of facing off against the Nuggets later on. A very good team, but we'll see what that looks like. Ultimately, the game 1 is now set for the Rockets-Lakers Saturday. Prime time, 7:30, ABC. Like, they are getting prime time treatment, Rockets, Lakers. And so if the Rockets decide to show themselves well in this, they'll have a big audience to do so.
And this should be, I mean, you can't ask for more. I get it, they're on the road. I don't think it'll matter much. No word on Luka, much less Reeves. But there's only so much that LeBron can do. And I was listening to Udoka talk about, as Coach does, and not blaming him, some of the challenges and things that they're going to have to overcome. This was just a perfect scenario for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, we don't know games 2 through 4 when those dates are, but that'll be announced once the play-in tournament is concluded on Friday. The play-in tournament will be going all this week, including starting tomorrow. I'll get you details for that when we get there. Another basketball thing, Kelvin Sampson, University of Houston Cougar Hoops, they're already replenishing. We were talking about how the cupboard is a little bit bare when you have 2 guys deciding to exit go into the draft early and then 2 guys graduating. Well, they have secured transfer commitment from a couple of players, one of whom is LSU guard Dayton Thomas Jr., 15 points, 6.5 assists last year, and that was before his season-ending injury in January. One of the top playmaking guards in the country, 4.0 assist-to-turnover ratio. So if you're talking about, oh, man, you lose Kings to Flemings, this is not a bad replacement that Kelvin Sampson already doing his job to make sure that this Cougars team is a good one.
No, that was a huge get. That was a huge get for him right there. But also, they're not done quite yet. It is moving and shaking in the transfer portal right now. Louisville got like 4 players yesterday. It's going to be more to come for him.
No, absolutely. So that was good to see. It's not like it was anything that I did not fully expect, but that was indeed there. And shout out to Mike Breen, who on the final broadcast of because he is the primary broadcaster, play-by-play guy for the New York Knicks. As now that the regular season is over and now that the NBA has 3 national television broadcast partners, there's no longer the first round being broadcasted on local broadcasts. It's all national from here on out. Mike Breen had something to say about that. I appreciated him standing up for the local broadcast.
You got it, Colin?
Monica will be all part of the pre- and post-game. Of course, this is the first time ever that no longer can the home team announcers and broadcasters televise the first round. The entire playoffs exclusive to the national TV partners. I mentioned this earlier this season. I personally think, Clyde, it's a poor decision. Fans want to hear their team's announced team, at least in the first round. Because for so many of us, and that's been on all my favorite teams growing up, the home team announcers, they become part of the family, such a big part of why you root for the team. Now, I get it that the networks pay a fortune to get exclusivity. Obviously, I work for one of the networks, and it's important for them. But I just think the fans deserve to be thrown a bone once in a while in terms of, let the home team have a little bit of the first round. Somehow, if there's any way it could ever work out some kind of compromise. I'm not hopeful for that, but it'd be wonderful to have it because this is our final telecast of the season.
That stinks. It stinks loud. It is really bad. You go through all this. Think about the local broadcasters. They go through the entire season. They know the team better than anybody else. They do it. And like Mike Breen, first of all, only someone like Mike Breen can say something like that.
Because he's the voice of the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
He's the play-by-play guy
but
for
also
the NBA
the
Finals.
Knicks.
Yeah.
And so only he can get away with it. And I thought it's awful that they have to do this.
I appreciate that. However, I'm not going to come down on your side on this. Ultimately, everybody gets paid more money because they're national broadcasters that are paying more and more. And part of that is we get the exclusivity of these national games. It was a cool thing. It was not a like the reason why this was happening was not like a hey hat tip to the broadcasters. Like the NBA wants their more money, and these are the things that get cannibalized in trying to make the league bigger and bigger.
But I still think it just stinks loud because there is a compromise out there that he just mentioned, or that he mentioned. That can be had, and you're talking about people that here locally all over the NBA that go through 82 games and then it's like, all right, see you later.
I mean, you got 82 of them things.
Not the playoffs.
Well, I mean,
even just one round.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
It'd be like that sometimes. All right, you're in loop here on Sports Radio 610. I wanted to mention the passing of former Houston Astros player and manager Phil Garner, but there's just not enough space to do it here, and I want to do it justice. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. But coming up next, also, there was so much to digest from Nick Cacerio, James Lipford, and Chris Blanco talking that let's get into some more of the takeaways because I did think that there were some interesting things, and then we'll also salute the passing of Phil Garner. We'll do all of that next on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's Figgy Fig holding it down. Yeah, the World Cup is coming to Houston. Big deal.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Raleigh House West Chase. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big boy Scott. We are indeed at the Raleigh House in West Chase. Westheimer and Wilcrest are your cross streets if you want to come out and see it. So you should. You should, man. There's so many incredible things. In fact, just yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, just yesterday, I was out and about in town. And some lady asked me, hey, where'd you get your hat? And I was like, oh, actually at Raleigh House.
Right there, man.
I was wearing my hat that actually has the old school, like star, the red star, the brick red.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you harken back to that time, and what an interesting time in Astros baseball. And obviously one of the names you think about at that time period was Phil Garner.
Yeah, man, this was really, really tough. We had heard a few things, around about him not being well. Passed away Saturday night at 76 years old.
Good run.
Good run. News gets out yesterday. Scrap Iron, a lot of people familiar with his nickname as a player and as a manager. I actually really, that was in the meat of the Astros' first run, from 2003 to 2006 or 7. Of course, 2 NLCS back then, championship runs, and then the first ever World Series after 44 years. And that was tough. I actually, last night when I was thinking about this, I actually went and looked up some quotes from him when the Astros finally got to their first ever World Series for this series, for the city against the White Sox, because they were just so reflective of what he was. First of all, incredibly easy to speak with.
That jumps off the page.
Yeah,
100%.
and that was back in the time when I would be out at the ballpark on a very, very regular basis, almost every night, covering them or watching them or writing a column. But I ended up like, what was that exact quote that he said? Because it was very reflective of him as a person. So I went back into the archives and found the column that I wrote the night of them getting to the World Series, and he said a couple things. Because we all know it was kind of a tough row to hoe, especially with the Albert Pujols thing and all that. He said, we did it the best way. We did it the hard way. That's the way I like it. And he was talking because he was Scrap Iron.
Yeah.
And then he said about the celebration, he said, there were a lot of years racing through my mind right there. We finally get to go. I mean, he just represented the city, played for the Astros.
That's the part that I was not as familiar with his time as a player. It's one of the funny things is I think no matter how old you are, depending on, and obviously the era will depend on this, but there's so many dudes who you might only know as like a manager or as an executive, and you go, oh, you completely missed the fun of them as a player.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, Garner was one of those. And so unfortunately with his passing, it sent me back then. It's like, oh, okay, this dude was not only super interesting, but really good as a player, pretty damn good as a player.
And he had a really incredible ability to be one of the most affable and likable people you will ever be around, and yet one of the most intense, like scary intense as well.
That's such a hard line to balance.
Yeah, like you could go, hey, what's up, Phil or Scrap Iron or whatever, and he would be telling stories and just laughing and all this. But then once the game was on or something, triggered his intensity and his competitiveness, it was like, holy smokes, I would never want to cross this guy. He was something, man.
Yeah, so rest in peace to Phil Garner. Obviously, condolences to the family who, I imagine that they're incredibly happy with some of the quotes, some of the remembrances of him. Javier Bracamonte, the Astros bullpen catcher since 2001, said, no doubt I could say one of the best managers that I've been with. He was really good to me, gave me a chance to be in my first World Series. He gave me a chance to work my second All-Star game. A lot of respect for him, great memories. I mean, there's that. There's people that say, like, talking about what he did a great job. And, it's easy to forget. He jumped in the middle of a season before jumping in and having success, which is a whole different beast. So salute to him. Obviously, salute to his family. And, just another one of those Houston legends that's unique to us. So, glad that we have an opportunity to remember him and have an appreciation for him. If we can switch gears, if you don't mind. I don't know how I have a segue from remembering someone's passing
Not a
to
good
talking,
one. Yeah.
talking about Nick Cacerio talking into a microphone, but that's what I'm tasked with doing. But Nick Cacerio, joined by James Lifford and Chris Blanco, we're talking to Assemble Media. You heard it here earlier, just about an hour ago, on Sports Radio 610. And there were so many things. And I see some people on our YouTube page saying that, it was one of the most boring press conferences. And I get it, right? People talk for 40 minutes and inherently can feel boring. I thought that he actually felt more comfortable. And there were some really good questions that he was willing to get a little bit more into when it came to his answers than other times. Now, of course, it's Nick Cacerio. The way that he talks and some of the ways that he speaks are just going to feel like word salad. And to some degree it is. Like, I'm not trying to make it seem like he was out here giving Shakespearean soliloquies, but he was giving us a little bit of things that I found to be interesting. And so I wanted to bring back some of these things to you, if you don't mind. Like, one of the things earlier on was I just kind of landed in kind of the conversation about this draft, obviously, which starts on the 23rd. And he said it kind of straight out. I was like, we have no idea who's going to be available at 28. And that could be just a throwaway thing. But that, to me, very much feels meaningful this year, because I don't think that's just the general kind of, you don't know how the board will fall. I think that that's inherent in it. But I think that because this is the year that they have, we don't know. Like, I think that they have to be a lot more open, and they have to be a little bit more careful in their process, because this is typically a team that has a relatively small board. I know this, and I've confirmed this outside of sources in this building. They keep a relatively small board, which in a weird way runs counter to the way that they typically do things, or the way that they need to do things if you don't know who could be coming down the pike in the first round and obviously later in the draft.
Well, that's not to say, of course, that they don't have intel and information on every single player out there, because they do, and they're very, very thorough with that. But you're talking about the tiers, perhaps, that they have. They have a particular set of players. What were your, like, this, if you had to just, like, describe the press conference? Because I'm with you. I thought it was about as candid as he could get, despite the word salad, as you put it, about as, sort of behind the scenes as you could get. Because I think there were some real sort of intriguing and telling things. I thought the tight end group, which you mentioned earlier, I mean, you really got the feeling that they are in on tight ends, just not only from what they said about, it's a good group in this draft, and what's your flavor is what James Lifford said. High-quality humans in that group, too. But also, I feel like they were not necessarily effusive about the tight ends that are here. He, in fact, talking specifically about Brevin Jordan, Cacerio said a little bit of to be determined, TBD with him, and then he said, literally said, we're pulling for him. Like, wow. Like, there's still some mystery and uncertainty there.
They talked about him like he was an orphan.
Yeah, we're pulling for you, kid.
We hope you.
Maybe Babe Ruth can hit a home run for you. So I was like, wow. So I think very telling on the tight ends. That I would be very surprised if they weren't prioritized. Very, very telling on wide receiver, specific as it has to do with Tank Dell. In fact, use the term day-to-day with Tank Dell and his availability for training camp and OTAs. And he said, if there's a receiver we like, we're going to take him. And also very telling, as best as he could get, I'm sure, in terms of drafting a player of need, so to speak, despite being, as he put it, a BPA team.
Did you feel that? Because
he said he said flat out, we are a BPA team, best player available. But when he was kind of pressed on it, he talked about, well, we look at them vertically and horizontally, and if they intersect at a point where we might have.
My boy was doing geometry.
Yeah, kind of like Wemby doing math.
Yeah, it's like, why are we talking about Pythagorean theorem right now? We're talking football.
So
Damn.
he kind of talked about, like, he basically said, we're a best player available team, but kind of left it open, like, we get that there might be, some mitigating factors that get us to a place where if it's close, we're going to go with the need.
Which, I mean, we knew, honestly, his willingness or his attempt to try and push that they are such a BPA team, just it's the one of the few odd things. Like, I can let him rock on a lot of things. That one just keeps hitting me in a way that feels odd. Because,
and it should.
No, you talk about the role that they will play. Like, that's need. That's those types of things. That he makes it seem as though no matter what, they're just going to draft whoever. And it's like, that doesn't fully track with your early track record here. But two, I don't think that that's the best way of going about things, which is funny because, again, I don't think that they do that in a pure best player available way. I don't think that that's how they go, right? If that was the case, I don't even know that they would do so much of this, moving and shaking and
just
jumping
scratch
up
the
and
next
down,
one off
right?
the list. Yeah.
So I find it to be funny that he is so hard pressed on that, but ultimately, if it works, I guess it works. Now, I did find it interesting is there's a level of candor and maybe self-awareness that I appreciated from this as well, because didn't Nick Cacerio get out here and say that offensive line is one of the harder positions to evaluate? And I'm like, yeah, you don't say, huh? I didn't notice there, big dog.
We are aware.
But one of the things that I found interesting is that he said that it needs, quote, checks and balances. And I felt like that was a huge way of roundabout crediting Cole Popovich. I think that they are giving a lot of deference to Cole Popovich, and he went as far as to say that like a one-on-one like personal
individual workouts are more important for the offensive line.
And I feel like if we're looking for hints as to what's happening, I think that might be one of the places where a hint is given for you is who are the Texans working individually on the offensive line, especially if Cole Popovich is there to give some of those checks and balances on the remainder of the scouting team's evaluations on offensive line. And that very much puts us, not that we weren't already understanding of this, but it puts us in a place where this offensive line really does go as Cole Popovich goes. It is built in some ways in the image of Cole Popovich. And so whatever the progress has been, obviously you can give some of that to Cole Popovich, and I do wonder if that whatever progress we continue to see should
it should absolutely. I mean, he kind of is saying
on his feet.
And then just a couple of other sort of me interpreting, what I heard. Just sort of takeaways. One of them didn't take very much interpreting at all. When he was talking about the competitiveness of the NFL, he said, "This isn't like the NBA." I was like, "Wow, little shot there." This ain't like the NBA where there's some really bad teams on the bottom. Most of our games are, what do you say, 70% or one-score games?
Oh, that's his favorite stat. Yeah. His favorite stat is how many of these games are one-score games, and it goes, or he at least uses it in service of, hey, just stay close to the games and then finish and execute. But yeah, man, I was wondering when he said that, I was like, was Nick Cacerio watching the NBA last night and just sick at the 63 players that did not start as they typically do? As B drops in.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know that Nick Cacerio and B Scott was cool like that.
Excuse me, B.
Nick Cacerio was like, "Oh, good question, B."
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, B Scott acting like he ain't hear it. I know that y'all go drinking on Fridays and stuff. Don't lie to me, B Scott. No, but I thought it was fair. Interesting, and if no other reason, I thought one of the interesting takeaways for me, not that it is meaningful in this particular draft process, but I do wonder if this demonstrates a trend that's happening with Nick Cacerio and the Texans. He just seems more comfortable. And he seems like he is, I'm not going to pretend like he's out here gabbing with us like we the gals or nothing, but he seems a little bit more forthcoming, and I do wonder if that will continue to where we get a little bit closer to a Nick Cacerio that's willing to let us a little bit more insight. Because he gave us a little bit. He talked about them, the way that they operate, the idea that his democratic approach with them in the room and how they, they reevaluate the whole board. In fact, this Friday, they went back and they reevaluated the whole board to try and find more, see and make sure that they weren't missing anything. I think we're getting a little bit more into the process little by little, and I think that he's also getting willing to give us more. Now, if we get into the season and things look bad early like they did last year,
I think that's what a lot
he
of
might clam back up.
No, I think a lot of it is they're just comfortable as an organization. They have some continuity. They have some people that they trust. They know the players they have. They're established, and they have confidence in their system. I think a lot of that has to do with the comfortable nature that he seems to have now, et cetera. Now he did one other kind of just takeaway. It was kind of along the lines of like, oh, you're really going to help CJ now, right? I mean, you're going to try to get him that consistency. You got a lot of consistency on the defense, from year to year. Haven't had a lot of that on the offense. And he never answered the question. Basically said, there are multiple checkpoints, and he was asked specifically about continuity on the offense versus the defense for C.J. Stroud. Clearly, that's something that they want, but he was just, kind of, all right, this is the way we're going to do it,
How'd you take his answer about AI? about the integration of AI into their systems and the way that they do things.
Well, I think I liked it because it's exactly how I feel about it. And especially once you get into the levels of AI that they do, where they dig deeper than ChatGPT, of course. They have more.
Are we sure? Because the way that they were talking about it, I do wonder if they were utilizing some of these kind of over the top.
I'll bet
AI.
you they are. I'll bet you
I would
they
hope
are.
so.
Yeah.
Because it was interesting. They talked about we've all had experience with AI, just the general public. But they went into talking about how, it's helped with efficiency amongst them, and that it's helped them sift through articles.
Well, the main thing is it's a tool,
and
a couple of them said that.
Yeah, but I think that you have to know what the tool is, right? Because a spade is a tool, but if you get a spade thinking that it's going to help you, build a shed, right? You're using the wrong tool. So I do find that interesting. For me, not that my experience or thought process on AI is the end all be. I did that.
Close enough.
AI is the end all be all. There we go. But the things that AI seem to be best at is, kind of pattern recognition in large sets of data, which I do think could be very impactful and useful in scouting.
No, I loved it. It is a tool, and he's kind of was talking about we're cautiously dipping our toe into it, or at least jumping in. So I like what he was doing.
I'm just a little bit cautious, as I am with a lot of AI, to be fair, about them talking about they were using it to sift through articles and stuff, because I think then you're talking about language models, where the large language models are where we've seen hallucinations and where we've seen little, incorrect portions of AI usage, or incorrect to things that are given to people and that they run on as if they are facts. So I really do hope that at least if they are using it, they're double checking it, or if they're using it at places where you don't end up with a mistake. And I would hate to think that a front office that is so damn thorough would find a level of slip up, just because they were trying to embrace technology in a place that maybe it should not be.
I think they are spending money on AI. They are doing it the right way, and I like the way they're approaching it.
Great point. That of course I left till way too late. Someone on the text line 713 said I did like what they said about NIL, and it was a really intriguing point that NIL was actually good for them. Or the transfer portal maybe more so was the interesting part for me, is that with guys playing with multiple programs, now you have more people to ask about them. And I was like, oh, that's so simple and obvious, but of course I did not see it. And you go, all right, guys are moving around.
You get to see what their motivation is. That's the other thing they talked about. I think it was Blanco. If they transfer, are they transferring just for more money or opportunity or ability to fit the system, et cetera?
Yeah, more data points for them. If we're talking about AI and those things, giving themselves more data points is always the most important thing. And I hadn't considered put them on another team. It's another data point for various different players. So I thought it was an interesting, insightful look at them. Probably would have loved it if it was a little bit less than 45 minutes, but sometimes it is what it is. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do a little mixtape. Figgy's still out, starting to feel a little bit better, but still a little ill, so I will handle mixtape duties again. And yesterday, in addition to seeing the end of the regular season in the NBA, we say goodbye to the pun master himself of ESPN. I'll play a little bit of his highlights next.
All right, let's talk about this. Thousands of dealerships out there across.
favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the Mixtape in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you.
Just like Figgy.
I was a little off. I messed it up there. I am not Figgy Fig. Figgy Fig still a little ill. I see. This is the thing. On Friday, we was giving him a little bit of grief. Apparently, there was a fever involved. I feel like you can't make fun of somebody if they miss work due to a fever. If there's a fever involved, cut the jokes.
Yeah.
So I found out there was a fever. I stopped that. We'll see. Hopefully, Figgy back will be back as soon as possible. I think Colin. I think we got you one more day at least.
Super producer Colin.
Yes.
There it is. See,
I
you did say that you were going to play, and I appreciate you being a man of your word. But so I'm handling the mixtape again today
in a time that you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, you're right. I was not expecting it, so I appreciate you again holding yourself to your word. Let's do a little bit of a hot mic. You know, Figgy likes to do a little hot mic every once in a while on this. So we got some audio for you. And this was inspired by last night was the last night of the regular season in the National Basketball Association. The Rockets got a victory. The Denver Nuggets got a victory. And thankfully those things worked together for the Rockets to face off against the Los Angeles Lakers in the first round of the playoffs. So we'll talk about that at some point. We got the whole week to get ourselves geared up for that. In fact, that means that when we have B. Scott on Friday, we will have a Game 1 preview time. And shout out to B. Scott for joining us right now here at the Rally House.
And I'm already in that mode, right? I'm already in first round mode, already looking at the matchups. I think we've talked about this when we kind of look forward to the Lakers, kind of anticipating that it was going to be the Lakers. No excuses, man.
No.
I don't want to hear nothing about it. Ain't our year. I don't want to hear nothing about Fred VanVleet's injury or Steven Adams' injury. The team that made it to the 5th seed is much different than the team that made it to the 4th seed, that being the Lakers, right? It's a completely different team that they got going. So the Rockets need to figure it out and be able to get through this first round. They don't have any excuses anymore.
Well, we'll get to that. One of the things that we saw yesterday in one of the ESPN matches was Mark Jones. Mark Jones has worked for ESPN for 38 years, covering basketball, calling football games as well. Well, calling both of those for ESPN, college football games, that is. And last night was his very last night working for ESPN. And so with that, can you give me cut 7 here? But because Mark Jones is the pun master.
He is that.
He loves calling games and dropping in little puns. And so this was the final one that he dropped on, or at least one of the final ones that he dropped on us last night. This is Baylor Shireman of the Boston Celtics. This was Mark Jones calling Baylor Shireman put a move on the defense.
Working against Banchero. Banchero moving his feet well. Shireman on a wave like a do-rag. Baylor Shireman.
All right, so what we're gonna do, this is the Mark Jones specialty. It's dropping a pun, and he's very punny. And so we're gonna go good pun, bad pun here as I run through some of the history of Mark Jones. And there's too many for me to list, but I just grabbed a few of them. So let's start there with the Baylor Shireman on a wave like a do-rag. But good pun, bad pun.
Can I give you an alternative and go dad pun?
Oh, dad pun.
His puns are all dad puns. Like that feels like something that an old man trying too hard would say, but it also wouldn't be Mark Jones if he didn't do that.
That's right.
I would say
to go in the spirit of Mark Jones, I'm going to go good pun.
I would say bad pun.
Oh no! On a wave like a do-rag.
I also have a question for you guys. A lot of times in the broadcasting industry, you probably are familiar with this term. They call saddlebags. Like you got like an old saddle on a horse.
Mm-hmm.
You have these phrases or questions or whatever in the saddlebags that you can just pull out whenever you feel like. Was this one that he had in the bag?
Ooh, it's possible.
It feels like one that he had in the bag.
It seems far-fetched that would just be off the cuff.
Yeah.
But he does it enough.
That's in his Rolodex.
He does it enough where
that's in the saddlebags.
Oh, so y'all got Mark Jones on a Saturday just sitting down writing some of these out and then putting them away for later.
I have him doing
You
that.
ever see a rapper? You ever see a rapper go to a radio station and do a freestyle
and he pull out his phone?
Well, yeah, or he just has memorized some raps that he has not published yet, and the beat fits perfectly with whatever the raps are. Or he adjusts the raps to the beat.
Yeah.
I feel like he was adjusting the raps to the beat.
That was a saddlebag pun, so I'm going to say bad pun.
All right, so let's keep playing the game then here. Give me Mark Jones 1 here, Colin. This was him calling a little bit of a Steph Curry with the Golden State Warriors. This is Mark Jones.
Former Finals MVP, still a key part of this Warriors lineup. Curry behind the screen. Oh, they lost him again. And he makes them pay. He's hotter than fish grease. 5 threes in the first quarter.
Now that's a good one.
That is a great one. That's some of his best work.
Hotter than fish grease is incredible work in my mind. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I might bring that one out from time to time because that one feels like it means something. All right, give me Mark Jones 2 here. This is him calling a little bit of Luka Doncic back when he was with the Mavericks, I think. Here's Mark Jones.
Doncic deep in his bag like the fries are at the bottom.
Good pun, bad pun, gentlemen.
I'm going to go with this is going to be my first bad one. Gave him a dad one earlier as a pass. This one's just going to be straight bad.
I feel like I agree with you, and I feel like all the bad ones are the ones that he had in his back pocket, that he had in those.
That
bags.
one does feel like in his bag, like the bottom of the bag, like deep in his bag, like fried.
Yeah.
Although it is evocative. It does make me think about when I go to Whataburger and I'm trying to get them extra ones at the bottom of the bag. It does feel like that.
Come on, man.
It's like,
y'all are hating. I like that one.
of course you do.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Tell me if you like this one. Here we go, Mark Jones. This is him again. He, in addition to being the national broadcaster for ESPN, he also is the home voice of the Sacramento Kings. This was Kevin Huerter doing a little bit of sending defenders way past where they were supposed to be.
That's the second one he's had like that, Katie.
He's just active.
Oh, Herder put them on a flight like an IG model. Kevin Huerter with a fake of all fakes. Two guys.
All right.
I kind of like that.
Put him on a flight like I
kind of like that.
I think get flowed out. I think I like that one.
Yeah,
I think I like
do.
that one.
I do.
Yeah.
All right, so we got good pun here. Good pun here.
It's a good pun.
All right, but it's also one more, and this was just a terrible game. I don't remember who was on this one or who was playing in this one. This is a little more Mark Jones, good pun, bad pun here in the mixtape.
Murray with a nice move and drive. Utah getting out and running, approaching a minute to go. Clarkson has a mismatch with Jokic. On the blow by Clarkson. Tipped up, and Jokic gets it. Millsap had it knocked away. A lot of transition, and Mitchell missed the layup underneath on the reverse. Wow.
That would have changed the way this half felt.
Grant left everything short with the left hand. We're going up and down here, Doris.
Yeah, scoring has slowed down a little bit. A little careless pass for the second time by Donovan.
Mitchell just threw it away. Porter Jr. missed the alley-oop, and it's looking like LA Fitness at 3 o'clock right now.
Missed layups, turnovers.
Yeah, that one was actually funny.
That was perfect.
Yeah.
No, that was absolutely
funny.
That one felt real.
Yeah.
You talk about the saddlebags, that one very much. But don't forget, Mark Jones also college football, and this one actually a couple years ago in the height of the Colorado of it all. This was him calling that Colorado game, and Shiloh Sanders with a big play on the field.
The ball back to the 22. They ruled it a sack. Picked off. Real estate ahead. Shiloh Sanders showing him his shoe bottoms. Stunting like his daddy. Touchdown.
Stunting like his daddy.
He gave you a twofer. Showing him his shoe bottoms is not. I like that.
Yeah.
I think that's a real good one. Like if you're just running out in front of everybody, showing him his shoe bottoms is sick.
It actually works as a 1-2 piece.
Yeah.
Like a jab and a right hook. I think that works.
And that one might have been something that he actually had in the bag, but he timed it perfectly. It fit that. You know, he had at some point he's like, stunting like his daddy. That was in there somewhere, but it worked.
Hey, look, I don't know if RG3 was on that call with him before a stretch there. You had Mark Jones and RG3 in one booth.
Correct.
For the college football games.
Yeah.
And when we talk about the high levels amounts of corn, boy, when we would get these two brothers together, man, it would get corny. But I kind of liked it.
That was my favorite
thing. It was a guilty pleasure.
That was my favorite thing about Mark Jones is that we were all in school, or we were all in school and saw two people that did not need to sit together in class because they would enable each other.
Yeah.
That was Mark Jones and RG3 in a college football booth because they would both get together saying all sorts of
right
crazy
way
stuff.
to put it.
Yeah.
But you know what? I appreciate it because it would always be the C team on a college football game. So it'd be like a game where it might be out of hand or it might not be all that interesting, and you go, all right, I'm just tuning in to see what wild stuff they say. And sometimes on a Saturday, you need that game, you know?
Especially on the third-tier game, right? Like, give me a reason to watch, even if that reason is the voices that I'm listening to. Hey, we'll take what we can get, right, if you're the network.
Yeah, so salute to Mark Jones, 38 years at ESPN. He'll still be the voice of the Kings, but we won't have him giving us those good or bad puns on ESPN. All right. It's the mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Still out at the Rally House, Westheimer and Wilcrest. We still got some gift cards to give away, man. Stop by for this last period of the show, and maybe you can end up getting yourself $100 to help you shop. But I'll take you to Brooke Knows Ball. Brooke Knows Ball is somebody on the internets, on TikTok, and she had an interesting idea for modern pitch framing now in the era of ABS. Tell me if you hear anything wrong with this, though.
Somebody just sent me this idea, and I'm all here for it. It's called reverse framing. What if the catcher starts taking the ball and moving it outside of the strike zone? So that way when the batter calls ABS, they lose their challenge.
I don't think it would work that way.
The timing of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Explain.
the timing, because you have to. I guess you could still do it in that time. You have to make your declaration right away.
Yeah, so is her point is to
catch it on the corner and move it out.
Yes.
But the point to get the batter to erroneously charge.
Correct.
Yes. Or challenge. I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe if you think you're playing some mind games with the hitter, maybe that could work. But I don't think that's going to ultimately land.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, this is interesting, right? So since we're not framing inside necessarily. Okay, let's maybe frame it outside and play this game. What way is the batter looking?
Oh, yeah.
The batter's not looking at the catcher. The framing was always to try and fool the umpire.
Right.
So why are you then trying to take a strike and make it a ball if the umpire calls it that way?
But at the same time, it might be the confirmation, because they do see the ball, and they have to make a decision right away. But if they see all of a sudden, where the catcher catches the ball, or where the ball is, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, but you don't want the umpire to call a strike as a ball, because then you have to use the ABS challenge just to get it back.
Correct.
The whole idea was just to bait the hitter, which again, the hitter's not looking at it.
Yeah.
The hitter is just based off of what they think the pitch was.
Yeah. So point being, the frame of reference for the hitter should still be the same, regardless of how the catcher frames the ball.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So that wouldn't quite land.
But I do wonder how much, and I use this to jump off, I do wonder how much teams are thinking about how pitching and hitting and the entirety of that particular portion of the game, the essence of the game, changes in this new era of ABS. Because we talked about it like, all right, well, umps will get calls right. It does feel like there's kind of the way that people go about the game will shift.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if her theory could actually work. Maybe not side to side, but because the box is still the same from each end to the plate, but your radius, the height changes depending on the pitcher. Maybe if you could frame it up out of the zone and to fool the pitcher into or to fool the hitter into thinking that it's a ball, that it's a high fastball, so to speak, as opposed to in the frame. Maybe that could work. But I wouldn't try this.
It's a big risk. It's a big risk.
Yeah, just see ball, hit ball.
Yeah.
All right, one more thing before we go here on the mixtape in loop right here on Sports Radio 610 with our friend B. Scott stopping by at the Rally House.
Yeah, man.
Out here in West Chase. Rory McIlroy, salute to him for winning back-to-back Masters. Only the fourth player ever to do such a thing in back-to-back years. Do we have to have beef with him, though?
What?
As a city? As a staff, record label, and crew. This was Rory McIlroy talking about leading up and preparing for the Masters.
Oh, yes.
He decided to not play the lead-up events. He went and just, played the Masters, played Augusta National a couple times, but he was shading some people.
About your preparation, I'm curious if this is the most prepared you feel you've been before a major championship, and what you can take from your prep for this that you're going to try to implement moving forward.
Yeah, I joked last week and going into this week, like, this place feels like my home course. I haven't played anywhere else in the last 2 or 3 weeks, really. So I felt prepared in that way. I felt prepared that, wherever I headed on the golf course, I sort of know what to do. I know where to miss. I'm pretty comfortable with all the shots around the greens. And yeah, I think it is. It's a good blueprint. I said this earlier in the week, I'm not going to take 3 weeks off before every major, but to get to the major venues early, do your preparation, play, and not just play and look at things, and actually play. Go out there with one ball, shoot a score. Try to do it that way. I think, and I've talked to Jack Nicklaus over the years about how he prepared for majors, and he would go the week before and he would simulate a tournament. He'd play one ball for 4 days, shoot scores, so then when he got to the tournament, that it was sort of it felt second nature to him. So. I did a little bit of that leading up to here, and I think it's certainly a good way to prepare going into the next majors.
I thought something very similar to you when I heard this, and that is, first of all, it's like everything else. It's copycat. You know, some of the upper tier players are gonna start if they're not already. But we saw at the Texas Children's Houston Open a lot of upper tier players, especially Europeans, you know, kind of tuning up here. Well, if it works for Rory back to back, how many more players are going to say, "I got to skip the Houston Open. I'm going straight to Augusta"?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I don't need no Houston Open. I got bigger hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, how could they be bigger? I guess just the Masters. I mean,
yeah.
One of the better tournaments that you'll find. But yeah, no, it definitely sounds like he's like kind of shrugging his shoulders at the idea of coming out here to Houston to get his mind right for the Masters.
Yeah, I was like, hey man, you had to do that.
Come on now.
You didn't have to do that.
Come on now. We got events to promote around here.
I think when he was 19 years old, I have to double check my work on this.
God, you sound
my
old
memory.
right now.
I think when he was 19 years old, he got a sponsor's exemption to the Houston Open.
So
he actually got one of his first big breaks here.
And he looking down.
And now he's like, don't need you anymore.
You know what?
Don't need you anymore.
I don't care about your green jackets. Bump you, dog. Houston don't need you. All right, that's a little mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. You want to talk a little Rockets here before we go?
Why
not? Scott?
Let's
do a little bit of that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One of the best defensive tackles in football.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from Rally House West Chase. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. It's been a fun day, another fun day out here at Rally House West Chase. Westheimer and Wilcrest. We're going for another 10-15 minutes here, but that don't mean that the fun got to stop at Rally House. It's still got all of your apparel needs if you want to rep Houston in a way to, and I guess the Cowboys a little bit. But they got everything. Dynamo. They got, is that Prairie View? I know I got my mom's Texas State, or rather Texas Southern pullover. Yeah. Last time I was out here.
They got
Texas State's
Southern.
Out here.
They got LSU in here.
That's B. Scott out here. B. Scott just got him another one of his Bearcat shirts because that's his people. Whatever you want to represent in the greater Houston area, you can represent it by going to Rally House. So make sure you pop out. This location is a great one, but there's a number of them around the area. And tell them I sent you. They won't know what you're talking about, but at least it'll make me feel good. Somewhere in the ethos, I will know that you did that for me.
And like, who?
who?
Reggie sent me.
What that's supposed to mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, don't think you get a discount because of this.
Okay.
Nice of him.
Whoever Reggie is.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned being something like nice of him. I felt that way watching Amen Thompson on Friday. Amen Thompson with a career basketball game versus the Minnesota Timberwolves on Friday. You lost technically, but ultimately that didn't end up hurting you because now we're in a situation that I think we all wanted. But remember last Friday we were having the conversation about what would make this NBA season a success for the Rockets. And can I posit to you that this one thing, if it really is a capital T thing, is the success, point blank period. And it is if Amen Thompson is all NBA type player that people were talking about last offseason, because seeing him drop 41 points with on really efficient shooting, seeing him what was his score line, or his numbers were 41, 9, and 7. I mean, it felt very much like you could roll the ball out to him and he can go get you a bucket. If he is that more often than not, I think you could probably just go, this season is a success. Am I wrong in this?
Yeah, I think it's already a success based off of what you've seen him do throughout the year. Like he's had an added responsibility, and he's handled that, I think, with grace, on top of being all of the things that I feel like you want him to be, save for the jump shot. And I always say this, man, do you know how incredible of a basketball player you have to be in 2026 to impact the game as much as he does without having a credible jump shot, right? And so a lot of what we saw in this game that we're talking about on Friday was like the full imagination of what Amen Thompson can be within the confines of what his game is, right? So if his handle is tight and he can just dictate where he's going to get on the floor, if those paint touches are going to be much more reliable and fruitful for Amen Thompson himself, then that is a good sign for the Rockets and objectively a success for them in terms of his development.
Well, I think you're right. Just flat out, if you can get this, look, not 41 per se, but get that kind of impact into
I mean,
the
he's averaging 20. If you say that goes to like 25 a game for him.
Right.
J-Lo, he's out there crossing dudes up, though.
No, I'm saying because of everything else.
Yeah.
Because of everything else that he's been doing. If you get that or some semblance of that, I think it's a success. And clearly you're gonna win the series, and maybe you won't win the next one, but I think you'll have something that you can look forward to. Like, okay, we tried the experiment, it didn't work. We know what he is, and then he got into a groove toward the end of the year.
Yeah, I think what we've learned is that point guard Amen Thompson is probably not the best idea.
Yeah.
But we talked a lot about off-ball Amen Thompson, him cutting, him being in a dunker spot, him the rim running and all of that. But what we saw, I think specifically in Friday's game, is that there's more to it than that. Maybe it's not point guard, but there is something to the idea of an on-ball Amen, or I can give the ball to Amen, and he can either go get a bucket or make something incredible happen. We saw that.
Without question. Like, that's the thing, is him as a driver definitely came along. And I kind of poo-poo this because I've realized that the modern NBA and being like really statistically driven has hurt my love for the mid-range, in that my theory had come to, you have to be, if you're elite at the mid-range, take them at your heart's contentment. If you're not elite at the mid-range, hey, let's not do that. Amen Thompson, from that like 8 to 15 foot range, he's gotten to be, actually maybe not even all the way out to 15, but like that, 7 to 12 range.
And they could expand to 15 if he keeps working on his game. Right now it's at 7 to 10, but you're seeing like, hey, maybe it could go out to maybe a little bit to 15, even if it's not that now.
But it just gives his ability to kind of stop and pull up from that range gives enough of it puts defenses in enough of a conundrum where they go, do I have to guard him all the way to the rim? Or is he going to be able to stop and get the shot off? And that's enough of a conundrum for him to be able to get busy. So him on ball, like you're saying, I think that this is a place where you might have gotten to a place. Of course, this is the absolute high of it, but if he can do this more often, now you have 3 different guys that in different circumstances, I can just roll the ball out to them and say, go get it. Kevin Durant clearly is one of the craziest scorers. That's a 7-foot dude who can get to a spot, pull up over anybody, knock it down. Alperen Sengun, in a lot of circumstances, you give him the ball either on a post-up, sometimes not even a post-up, face-up, he can get to a spot and get to a shot. If a man is now that, you have really diversified what you're doing here. And I think that really could represent, and that's the guy that you look at and you go, the future is even the brightest for him as well.
Yeah, the negative part of that conversation is still the part about the math game, right? Like they lost this game, and they did so with Amen Thompson giving you an incredible, efficient 40-burger. Kevin Durant was also really good.
13
and
of 18
efficient.
for 33.
But it was all from 2.
Yeah.
Like your 3 main guys who shoot, that being in this game, Amen Thompson, Alperen Sengun, and Kevin Durant, total took like 2 or 3 3-pointers and didn't make any of them. I think Alperen Sengun took none.
Correct.
You know, I think Amen Thompson took 1. Kevin Durant only took 1.
Correct.
So that's just to say there's still a relevant conversation to be had about how great a player can be if they don't shoot threes at all. But that's the other side of it.
Yeah, but isn't that what you're building on? To be able to add, whether it's Reed Shepard, whether a point guard that can get other guys.
That's the point. You got to surround that person with that. You think about Dwight Howard's Orlando Magic. There are different teams that are built like that where maybe the main guy doesn't shoot threes, but that means everybody else around him has to.
Right.
Well, it does feel like, I know last offseason people were like, well, Amen's working on his jump shot. It feels like this offseason, we're not there yet, thankfully, but this offseason, with the development of all the other parts of his game, and I know he's going to try and grow those, it's just going to be get in the gym and work on those mechanics, my boy. Work on that shooting mechanics.
Yeah, the shooting mechanics, but that handle and the ability to just get wherever you want, right? Like work on your bag, and then like you get to a spot on the floor that you're comfortable with, and everything else should take care of itself. We're not necessarily forcing you to become a three-point shooter.
Man, I always appreciate you, B. Scott.
Yeah, man.
Nick Cacerio's homeboy, apparently.
Gladly.
I know that y'all was out here smoking cigars out in Stafford on Saturdays like
man,
that.
We go back, man.
Yeah, apparently so. That's our guy, B. Scott, jumping out at the Rally House and saying what's up to us. Been a fun one.
It
thus
has.
far. Been really good, J-Lo. I've had a great time here, and I haven't spent any money, so I'm proud of myself for that, personally. A lot of people have come in and spent money. $400 gift cards were given out, and I'm pretty sure 3 out of the 4 got tapped into immediately. And the fourth one, our friend Gary, who won.
Yeah, he knows what he wants.
Yeah,
He's just waiting for it.
He said he is saving it, so when the NFL comes out with the salute to service jersey, he's going to be like, boom. Let's go make that happen. So, no, it's been awesome to do this. And again,
and shout out to the fine ladies here.
Yes,
like
always taking care of us.
They brought snacks.
They did bring snacks.
They brought snacks,
which was unnecessary but greatly appreciated. So no, not only are you going to get out here and enjoy yourself with the stuff, but the knowledgeable, friendly, staff out here particularly, but at any rally house is always going to take care of you. Make sure that you're good. Speaking of taking care of you, the hands that we get to turn you over to every single day are Clint and Ron of The Drive. I believe that they're back at studio. Fellas, what's happening, man?
Not much, fellas. How's it going? How's Rally House? I love me some good Rally House, man. I've always been a fan of it.
Man, it has been a blast. I feel even better because I have not taxed my wallet today, so I'm proud of myself. I've just fed my eyes, but I have not taken from my wallet. So I think I did a good job today.
Rally House. Really enjoyed that song right there. Yeah. You can get yourself into some real financial trouble at that Rally House. It's like Rally House is very similar to me. When I get up, and I'm not even lying. When I walk into that Texas Star Grill Shop, and John, I could get myself. I got
a lot of trouble.
Clint, I got to $200 one time in about 7 minutes, and you know me.
What?
And you know me. And that, oh God, and that damn Texas Star Grill Shop, yes. And Rally House can get you sucked right in too. I mean, it can get you sucked right in. You get out there and you got a few things you're like, damn, how did I get here?
It's just walking around. Like I've stopped myself from walking around today, but as soon as I did it once, because B Scott came through, so I went over to say what's up. I saw the brick red Astros cap, like the whole thing is brick red, and that thing looks gorgeous. And I was like, damn, I might need to spend $36 right quick.
Yeah.
Just like that. So, no, it's been really fun out here. A lot of great stuff. How's y'all's days going?
It's good, man. Yes. As long as you don't have to watch the Astros, it's good.
Yeah.
Nobody's on the injury list over there.
Yeah, we didn't lose anybody in the last hour when we weren't paying attention, did we?
No, I don't think so. You had to be
not funny, boys. Not funny.
It's not.
It's not, but we got to laugh to keep from crying.
Yeah.
Are y'all in panic mode behind this? Like I am. I think J-Lo is managing to stave this off a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about this because
fair.
I heard J-Lo use that term, and I would like to use it too. We still on that this early?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the 2004 or 2024. It's 12 and 24. They came back. All right, how you feeling right now?
Yeah. Is it different?
It
feels different.
It's hard, man. It's hard to gin that up because also we all know basic, or at least we have intuitively some understanding of probability. How many times can you escape death, so to say, in that way? Like, just it feels intuitively like that's gonna be a tough thing. And the thing I thought about is, who's got to be real upset, right? I feel like Jim Crane got to be pretty damn upset insofar as they went and they overhauled the entirety of the way that they do things, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to health and wellness, and that they made sure that the health was, and it's just blown up.
It's not any different.
And what's funny is I don't even know that it has anything to do with the overhaul. Like, they might have done great things with the overhaul for all we could tell, and they just got super duper unlucky. If I was him, I'd be sick right now.
Nah, I'd be sick of a few things. He'd be sick of a few things. Hey, real quick, John, because we are going to get into this, and I feel bad about this. I got to come clean to you, Clinton Tyler, about this. John, you ain't never told me about the little barbecue, like Houston barbecue festival type thing that I found myself in Humble yesterday.
Ooh. Oh, you were there?
Oh, John,
it's awesome.
First off, I did not pace myself well at all.
Oh, no.
I was in a bad place.
Yeah.
I was in a bad place, Clint. And I mean, I was stupid. I'm eating the bread. I'm eating it all, man. I'm banging out. I mean, there's about 40 restaurants in, and I'm just taking Space City barbecue in Baytown.
Yeah, that's
nice,
a real good friend of mine.
Solid one. Good one.
Rich, you ain't tell nobody about it, though?
Well, I should have. Ron, I should have thought of that because the guy that organizes it every year is a friend of mine that I've known. I know a bunch of the people out there. Space City is a good friend. Yeah, man. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh boy, I did. Yeah. And I listen. I went with people who were prepared. You got to bring a tray.
Yeah.
You can put your. Well, that first round, I thought I got in there. I'm like, oh man, we're about to attack this thing. All right, here we go, baby.
Humble's a long way away from home for you.
Right,
how'd that work out?
I just got, man, couple of fellas. A couple of friends, they were like, "Hey, you want to go? We've gone 5 years in a row." I said, "Just try barbecue, bet." And it was good. It was a good for me.
Yeah, that's not a hard sell.
For me, being in there for 6 years, I haven't exactly just gone and hit all barbecue restaurants. Everything was there, so I had to.
That's a great.
I got to taste everything. Couple of things. Couple of problems here. Go Clint Stoerner style here, guys. Hey man, it's a barbecue competition. It's not even competition, but it's a barbecue showcase.
Yeah,
I'm good on your desserts. I'm not gonna put y'all out there. I remember who you are.
Yeah,
but y'all just had sheet cake.
Oh, come on.
Wait, just
by the time I arrived.
You blame it on other people.
Nah, I'm not. And listen, I got there at 1. It ended at 4. You just had sheet cake from it all.
Yeah.
There was a little too much dessert out there.
Yeah,
a little too much dessert. All right. That's all I'm gonna say. Right there. Yep.
Oh, I thought you had another gripe.
Meat on. I'm sorry. Meat on seaweed. Come on, guys. Barbecue competition.
Meat on seaweed?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to understand what you were saying.
LaFusion. Barbecue,
just saying, a little too much.
Barbecue sushi.
That was probably
fusion.
Korean.
No,
are we getting this out
the Korean spot was solid. The Korean spot was solid. Like the kimchi and the sauce on there.
Yeah.
One person had ribs.
What?
Wow.
At all 40? And you found them?
We found the one.
found
the one spot.
I like that he sniffed him out. Like
and I did like him. I shot him out. Weaver, solid, very good. Loved the corn they had. They put the sausage back in the corn. They had the ribs, but bread pudding was solid.
Love it.
Guys,
Love
come
it.
on, man. It's barbecue though.
Do we have a timestamp on when this is happening?
2 briskets. Only 2 people had brisket.
Oh man.
I mean, what was the barbecue? What
I don't
were they
even know.
barbecuing?
Oh, I mean, sausage galore because it's the cheapest. Sausage galore.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, man, I ain't got too much sausage in me.
So did you enjoy it or not?
No, I enjoyed it. Shout out to Truth. Whew, that was I waited in that line. Their line was a little long. I waited in there.
I've said it before. I think it's the best place in town.
Woo, that brisket was fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah. Had an
All right,
Italian beef sandwich. Woo, it was dipped. Woo,
Oh, that sounds good. All right, now I just got to go get lunch.
Man. I got to do it again though.
Yeah.
I thought you'd have been the one to tell me about that, Lopez.
I would have. I should have. I've fallen on the sword, man. I should have done it.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
very good. We're done for the day. Been a fun time out here at Rally House, but we leave you in the very capable hands of the fellas of the drive. Y'all kick ass today. J-Lo, I'll catch you back at studio tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right. Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. You listen to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right, baby. The drive is live, and we will definitely try to kick butt today, baby. That is what it's all about here. Tyler's in the building. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the beautiful Tyler. Oh, Tyler, he didn't slip into him another hat. He went with the black one. That's it.
Clean.
That is clean.
Broadening my my style here, you know.
I did, baby. We got to get them down because somebody's about to say something, get themselves in trouble right there.
No, turn it back up. Let's see what they're talking about.
That lady sounded frisky.
That lady sounded really frisky.
While we're on Lopez not telling you about that, can we have a conversation about the team here?
What team?
Well, Sports Radio 16.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, when it comes to hey fellas in the H, man, this you have to go to give us a shot. I think Lopez is on the bottom of the list.
So you're not surprised at all he didn't tell me.
Well, I just feel like if I were a barbecue guy, like if I was John Lopez.
I'm surprised he wasn't here. Maybe he's probably this is the 13th year. He's probably done it.
Well, I mean, I just feel like 6 years in, hearing your stories about I feel like at some point he should have said, "Hey, Ryan, man, if you get a chance, up in Humble, man, they every good barbecue joint. If you really want to get a good feel for Houston, barbecue, Gulf Coast, Texas barbecue, then you need to go." But the more I think about it, like I think we need to rank the team here. I think Lopez is probably last place.
You think you believe his veteran status makes him believe that he doesn't have to do that anymore?
Oh, I don't think Lopez
ever did it.
I don't think he's ever been that way. Like I think when Lopez leaves that door right there we're looking at, or the Rally House door, when that mic goes cold,
it's gone.
I don't think he's worried about
switches the focus, huh?
Yeah, I don't think Ryan Hughley and his love for smoking meats. I don't think it crosses his mind.
That's not 100%. He has sent me some stuff. He has sent me some, maybe not to go somewhere, but he has talked to me about, hey, you got to do this, you got to do this.
Oh,
this.
okay.
He's done that off his time on a Sunday.
I love J-Lo. Great guy.
You're not surprised though. Earmuffs for those that this may make him feel uncomfortable. Clinton Tyler, I was at this event. This is the first time in my life in an event like this, and it's packed. There's hundreds of people.
Was it outdoors somewhere? Obviously,
outdoor, indoor. It was raining a little bit, but they had the indoor. Some teams set up inside, some outside. This is the first time in my life I've ever walked to the restroom, into the men's restroom, and it was full. There's a bit of a line, of kind of when you walk in, and nobody's at urinals.
They're all waiting on the old toilet, huh?
And there's five toilets in there. And nobody, I was at the urinal.
Heavy.
I was at the urinal myself, and they all just, anybody here? No, I'm good. I just said, nobody had to take a leak.
Them boys was making room now.
Yeah, they was. There was definitely people out there waltzing around there that they spent their entire day. Clint, I had not eaten anything until today again. Oh, it was.
So that was Saturday?
No, that was yesterday.
Okay.
It was Sunday. We got up there about 1:15, closed it down to about 4 something.
Yeah.
I mean, whew, that had me, man.
Well, you got to break that thing down. Who stole the show for you and all that when it comes time? I know we'll get there during the show, but we got to have a little barbecue.
Yeah, no, we had to get there. Truth barbecue. It's the first time I ever had it. I've heard a lot of people tell me about it. It was strong.
Mm-hmm.
Weaver was strong. Loved the corn they had.
I don't think I've ever had. Where's Weaver? I don't think I've ever had Weaver.
I forgot where I need to whoever had that Italian beef sandwich. That was good too. That was good. Yeah. People out there taking chances though. Got a lot of people out there taking chances. Going over trying some things.
Yeah,
I feel
fun
like barbecue taco fans out there.
Yeah, I feel like I would have. Now, if I were established, I probably wouldn't give a rip. I just put my name on it and let's ride. But if I were really trying to compete, I probably wouldn't have penny pinched on the sausage.
Well, listen, everybody made sausage. Like I didn't find very much chicken. There was I think 2 or 3 places that had chicken. One rib, as I said. I was surprised. Nobody just went out there and said, "Let's bang on." But I think sausage is probably cheapest.
Quickest,
cheapest, quickest to put on. Now, I had some good sausage. It was just like, hey man, and I'm going to 5 straight.
I'm sausaged out.
I'm sausaged out. All right. The Astros on this Monday, Clint, they get going here in exactly an hour from now, as they are in a 4-game set with the Mariners, and Clint, they have lost the first 3, and they are looking. God, dog, I think the last time we were on the air, maybe last week sometimes, we came on here during the day game trying to hope for them to avoid another sweep. And that did not happen. That was a 9-1 loss to the Rockies. They're looking to avoid a sweep. I got to go to the resident psychopath. Get to the mic, Tyler. Where are you at right now with your Astros? There's nobody more optimistic than Tyler Milner. Again, coming out of the Jack Easterby years, he found 10 wins on that schedule. I can't remember what bar we were at. We were somewhere downtown. We got to go again. It was a really beautiful spot. But you found 10 wins the year after that. But they're 6-10 right now. It is early, just 16 games, 5 fifth in the AL West. They've lost 7 straight. Currently 1-8 on this road trip right now. Luckily, nobody's running away with it in the West. But Tyler, you're as optimistic as it comes. It's 16 games out of 162. Like, are you in the? Hey guys, it's early. It's in the. Are we still saying it's early? And and that being legit, obviously it's early.
It is.
But do you still feel like it's early and like not to worry about this group?
No. It's a massive problem. The pitching in particular. And when you juxtapose where we're finding the Astros right now, this disaster, this horrendous start to the season.
It is horrendous.
When you juxtapose that to where we were, like, remember 2 years ago when we were sitting around like, man, this abundance of arms the Astros have, it's almost a problem, but in a good way. You got all these extra starters. Yeah, you have injuries, but, man, the arms, I mean, you got Luis Garcia, you got J.P. France, you got Eric Getty, you got the regular guys, McCullers at the time, you had Verlander, all that. We were talking about the overabundance in arms the Astros had and what they should do with it. And now you're at a point where literally you can't put together a starting 5 rotation really properly with a healthy guy and the best arms. You're just in a very, very bad place when it comes to your pitching, both bullpen and starting. So I don't know what they're gonna do. Hopefully Dana Brown is maybe on the phone a little bit early in 2026.
I mean we're real early.
Yeah. Because if you want any hope, you got to start making moves now because the pitching is a massive, massive problem paired along with the health of the team.
Listen, you guys have both been here and seen this. Shout out to the very late Phil Garner, but he was there when they put the tombstones on the front of the Chronicle, and they came back and was able to not only come back but got to a World Series against the White Sox. And we saw it just a few years ago where they were 12-24 in 2024, and they started this thing out. And with this very manager and a lot of the parts, they were able – check that. Some of the parts they were able to get back. Where are you at? Is this – are you still in this is too early, it's early, or are you
I'm never it's early. I don't give a damn if it is 10 or 162. I'm never too early. No, I'm not – I'm having a hard time panicking. But my dauber's down for sure. I mean, I don't know what – I mean, panic for what? I mean, it would be one thing if you were completely healthy and Hunter Brown was struggling along with Abreu and, you know, you had like you had guys out there. If the lineup was struggling along with the pitching, you know, that kind of thing. I'm having a hard time kind of deciding as a fan where I'm at exactly, to be honest with you. Like it's hard to not just sit here as a fan and go, boy, we are snake bit. We are just snake bit. It don't matter what they do. You can't win for losing. But at the same time, it's, then you come to and you go, well, I mean, there's the injuries are so rampant. You worry about what the team is actually doing with their pitching again.
Yeah.
You worry about, guys like Abreu who are messing the bed. How do you those
That's
are,
what you're saying. If there are a bunch of Abreus, if Hunter Brown was pitching like Abreu,
yeah, then I panic. But I just don't know what you can do with the injuries that are out there. Like, I'm not overly concerned. Like I said before, I think we got better with the Christian Javier move. I'm not overly surprised or concerned at all about the MI move. I mean, they come over here. A big part of those guys coming over here from Japan is the workload that you're pitching when you're not pitching, and all the different parts of getting your arm right. And so I would rather have not hit the first couple of weeks of the season, but I'm not surprised that at some point there's a level of fatigue with him he's not used to. So for me, it's not panic as much as it is just, boy, here we go again. It's hard to not just let that take the wind out of your sails, for sure.
It feels different than those other years where they've got some slow starts, because I think obviously Hunter Brown and Josh Hader can fix some things, but I really don't know when them jokers are going to be back, right? Like, I really don't know when they're going to be back, and then how quickly they're going to be themselves, right? Like, Are they gonna be a month? What does this look like if you have to go without them for a month? What is that gonna look like? And then how long before they're completely themselves? And Clint, the pitching, like Tyler said. Do you know? And I can hear Ocho now. I'd like to interest you in a stat. I'm not a big stat person. Did you know, Tyler, that yesterday, Sunday, Logan Gilbert, the starter for the Seattle Mariners, in the game Sunday, went 7 innings, which is more than the last 4 starters combined. And Lance went 4 1/3, more than the last 4 starters combined for the Astros in the last 4 games. He gave up 4 hits. They've given up 10. He gave up 1 earned run. They've given up 12. He got 7 strikeouts. The 4 of them got 6. He had 1 walk. The 4 of them had 10. Like, this is getting. And they're just coming out of the game, and they're getting injured one by one, and it's like, I think it would be better, but damn, like, this is wild. And then I could have felt Tyler through the television screen when Altuve got picked off at first base when he should have been at third. And I'm telling you, if I'm a catcher, if I'm Yainer Diaz, damn it, that should be your move. Yainer better run his hand up against the umpire every time someone tries to steal to make their asses go back. That should be a move if that's what you can do. But, I mean, when he got picked off at first base and he didn't move and just got tagged, I felt
unreliable.
You ain't lying. I felt it from Tyler, but damn, man, this pitching is just insane. They had like 17 walks, like in a 2, like almost a game and a half period.
Well, that's the stat. That's the stat for me that I saw this weekend, and maybe this has happened before. I don't know, but when I read this stat, I thought, this is hard to do. They are, and I may have this backwards, but you get the point anyway. They are last in the American League in home runs allowed. And they are last in all of
giving up 16 themselves.
They are last in all of baseball in walks. How can you have a problem throwing strikes, but when you do, everything gets hit out of the park? Like that. That's too. Like, hey man, we may have an old buddy up there that can't hit the strike zone, but he's hard to hit. I mean, he's got some wicked stuff. No, we got guys that can't find the strike zone and can't miss a barrel. I mean, how is that a thing?
I mean, they just walking in runs like left and right. Like yesterday, I don't even think the Mariners swung the bats well at all. I mean, Cam Smith threw somebody out at the plate. Like everything, it didn't matter, man. They're just walking guys in.
When you got the only closer that's healthy right now in your team, when he is pitching in a 7-1 or 6-1 ball game in the 8th inning, 9th inning, you got problems.
When you know,
Abreu's back out there,
and when you know you got 13 games in a row, you got 13, you got to play 13 in a row. So he's out today, right?
I mean, got to be.
I mean, you look in his eyes, man. That's the one right there. That's one that's hard to explain. Like I don't. Hell, what inning do you pitch him in?
I mean, again,
right? Like he
hey,
can't.
Look,
like he can't be the closer.
I know we can't do this. I know we cannot do this right now. But you remember last year when somebody, hey man, just give old buddy a week off.
Yeah,
that old Florida Gulf Coast League.
Let's put him on the IL again.
Give him 15
Abreu's
days.
league.
Well, give him something, man, because you're right. Now he's in his dome. He's in his head. I mean, it is. Wow. That's the part that's hard for me. Every time I catch him, I get up in the morning and I flip it over there, and the station's always on the one that I went to bed on, so it's the Astros, and it's a replay of that game. Abreu's up there pitching.
My man in the ninth, Tyler went strikeout, walk, base hit other way. Carlos was, or whoever that was at short, was walking off the field before that ball landed in the grass.
Not going to win many ball games that way.
All right, coming up, what a day in Augusta yesterday. That was amazing. And you ain't gonna lie, tell me. I know Tyler was thinking what I was thinking. From about mid-Saturday on to yesterday, especially around the fourth hole for Rory, I thought, boy, my God. Here we go. We spoke this up. I was going to take it for the team. I was going to say that was my fault, Rory. I spoke that up for no reason. She was about to go out there and go Greg Norman and yourself.
Hey, he did us a favor. Now, he did us all a favor, y'all.
He turned it around, man. Scotty Scheffler looking like old Tiger about to track people down. All right, the Masters, what an amazing performance. And that back nine, that was something else. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, all my athletic directors, all my superintendents, how about board members out there? I need you to listen up one time. GCs, architects, engineers, parks and rec directors, and private sports organizations. Listen up, y'all. Fielder's Choice Sports Construction is the choice. Look, over 600 fields in the ground today, 25-plus years of experience.
do. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What's going on Augusta?
Tell you what went on.
Come on, hey y'all, tell me you didn't think that boy was gonna choke that thing away, man.
Crossed the mind for sure.
Oh, he did us all a favor, man. Y'all relax. Y'all relax, man.
Y'all relax, man. And then I'm at AAU basketball, and I just like, let me check some things around. And I know we walked out of here with Rory going off. What, I think he birdied 6 of the last 7 holes in round 2, and he was up 6 strokes. I check in the middle of that game. I looked down. I said, "Oh my God, Rory's got a 1-stroke lead. He's sitting there at the same spot he was when we got off the air yesterday. Shoot, even par today." And I'm like, "Oh my God!" And I mean, he missed that missed putt on 18, whatever. I'm just like, "Oh my God, he has ended this thing tied. He is tied going into this thing tomorrow." And then that 3-putt on 4, Tyler, what he end up being 3 strokes back? Like real for for a split second.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh my God, this boy didn't 3-putt it on 4." I said, "Here it goes. Here goes the wheels." Here, because there were some hubcaps starting to flare off. Like they were there. Here we go. And somehow he got to, as he said, Amen Corners, where he won the tournament and turned it around. But that was shaky. I mean, shaky like hell over there with him.
Well, to finish the tournament, what did he finish at? 12 under?
12 under.
12 under because he bogeyed that last hole. To finish at 12 under, which is exactly where he was at, if I remember correctly, Thursday, he was 12 under. Everybody else, the closest guy to him was 6 under. So he literally shot even the third and fourth day of that damn tournament and ended up winning that thing. Yeah, it was I'm with you, man. I felt like, hey, man, all that blow it and choke talk early on. By the way, Tyler, I can't believe you didn't just pick up on that one. All that choke talk on Friday afternoon, I thought, ain't no way. And then here he comes. When I looked up and I was like, what did Rory do? How did this happen? He did us all a favor, man. He just kept it tight.
Is that what he did?
Oh yeah,
he kept it real tight. I don't know if he was down there thinking that clip. He was down there, boy. He was down there fighting it, man.
He was down there thinking Scotty Chef. I'm gonna tell you the one that's got to be. I mean, Scotty's saying the right things right now. Scotty got to be sick.
If he just played any kind of way on Thursday and Friday,
Chief, I watched Scotty miss, and I'm not even talking about some of the shots where he was short and pulled it back off the green. I'm talking about putts that he usually makes blindfolded. I know I saw 5 or 6.
Well, I know you were saying that we were in here on Thursday and Friday.
Yes.
Like he's the one on 17, and nobody birdied 17 yesterday. But the one on 17 that he came real close to, and then ultimately he'd have been in the playoff, although I think Rory may have played that a little different. But he would have been in the playoff potentially. That one, he's still got to be sitting there.
Oh, sick.
That one.
Sick, man.
But it was
a hell of a tournament, though, man. I mean, we potentially you were sitting there looking at, we potentially could have got bonus golf with 4 or 5 players involved in a shootout, and then Rory ends up coming back and finishing strong and winning it all. I thought off that 18 green, 18 tee box when he put. I thought, oh my God, he did it again.
He actually got lucky where that thing ended up.
Yeah,
but you ain't lying, man. Right there, I said, "Damn, Rory, just get it in the fairway."
I don't know why he went driver. I mean, I don't know why he went driver. All he had to do was 5 bogey that hole and you win.
Well, he did.
He ended up, but he did it the hard way. He didn't bogey because he was conservative. He bogeyed because he hit that sucker 40 yards right off the box.
Tyler, I thought it was Kevin Costner. They're in Tin Cup.
That's such a great movie.
Give it to me again. Just taking a shot, boy. No, man, it was that was good, man. That was a good tournament. And I was sitting there thinking, all right, I'm into this a little bit. Like the Rory choke that reeled me in. The potential of choke reeled me in.
Everybody.
And then then he's gonna pull this thing off. He might pull this thing off, but that has to be hard in the middle of the round, mid round, to try to get yourself pulled back together after you and he's in there thinking like, I've done it here before. I have blown it here before in many places.
Becomes the fourth golfer in history to win back-to-back Masters.
Yep. You name the others, Tyler?
I know the last one was 01-02 with Tiger. I got nothing for you after that one. I mean, I'm sure maybe Jack did it at one point.
Jack's got one.
The other guy is the person that Tiger, I believe, pushed out to retirement and to the booth. I believe he because he was the man before Tiger got there, and then Nick Faldo said, "All right, man, I'm out. Let me go sit up here with Jim. Let me go sit up here with Jim."
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy
because Nick won that. I think he won them back to back the year before Tiger won his in '97, and he put the jacket on Tiger, and then and then he went on to the booth. I think he said, "I'm out of this thing." get that.
I'm gonna compete with these young bucks.
Yeah, especially that one.
He's still doing some stuff in the booth.
Yeah, he's been. Maybe he's not Jim's right hand guy anymore, but he used to be. He used to for years. He was the lead analyst for CBS Golf. I hate Tyler by the way, and I saw that multiple times. Tyler sent us that one where they have Tiger driving through.
Dude, AI is wild.
When Tiger, there's about 4 of them floating around.
But there's
out there.
the one where they're trying to give Rory the jacket. Tiger
goes barrel rolling through the
floor. I hadn't seen that one.
Then he gets out of the car and he's holding a bottle of Jack. AI is wild, man.
And a phone calling
Trump.
He's wearing his Sunday red.
He's wearing his Sunday red too, man. Got that thing rolling up.
It's like Rory just.
I'm here. I'm here.
Rory played some great golf.
I'm here.
God damn it, Eldrick.
God, man, we lost. God, he's done. He is absolutely done. I don't even think he's good enough to get on Charlie's bag.
He's got to be, man.
I don't think he's good enough to get on Charlie's.
You don't think he can walk that long?
No. I think he can walk. I just think it's a bad thing for Charlie if he gets on his bag.
Unnecessary attention.
Nah,
he doesn't need that negative attention.
Don't know.
Hey, did your dad drive today? Did he drive you here?
Honest to God, honestly, he would be terrible on the bag. I think he would try to tell Charlie things that he would do that Charlie can't do.
I'm not familiar enough with Charlie's game. I'm assuming it's not Tiger-like.
I would assume so too. I don't know, man. I think you can clear these trees. Yeah, just go what I would do.
Bend it around those trees.
Yeah, bend it around them trees. I think that's like Magic Johnson couldn't coach because he's expecting people to do what he's doing. No, nobody sees the game like your ass does. Yeah, I don't think he should get on the bag. All right, coming up, it's draft season, and boy, I don't know about how I feel about this big story that is starting to hit as the draft nears. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, it's not winning back-to-back Masters, boy, but when you're looking to sell your home and you sell that sucker quick for top dollar, I'm telling you, it is an unbelievable feeling. So, look, if
Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on The Drive. Yeah, man, couple spots, man. I will do that again. I will pace myself a little bit better. If you missed it earlier during the crosstalk, as I said, I slid into that barbecue. It's like, I don't know if it's a festival, but barbecue event. It was the 13th year they've done it, where just a bunch of barbecue restaurants in the Houston area come together and they just kind of prepare a nice little bite for everybody, and you just go through and you bring a tray. Now, they are hard asses, Tyler. First off, this would be terrible for Tyler. Now, Tyler, this is not one Tyler would do great in.
Why?
You get full really quick.
Yeah, that's true.
You get full really quick, and like I've watched you.
Not a competitive eater.
This ain't something you nibble your way through.
Well, I've just seen we've gone to Twin Peaks before, and Tyler has ordered his buffalo tendies, and
Tyler's tendies and a small beer.
And usually the beers are bigger than that, but that particular time, usually it's not a beer.
Makes his hands look big.
Usually,
true.
Usually it's a double, but he'll be a tendy in, maybe a tender and a half.
Did you say tendian?
A tendy. One of those tendy
in.
Oh, one of those tendy in. Maybe a tender. I would follow. He'd probably have a tender and a half.
There was such a thing. You would be one.
He had a tender and a half, and he'd be like, he ain't touching that. He's not touching.
Slow eater too.
Yeah, very slow. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if this would have been the thing for you. Now they did have liquor as well.
Did they allow to go containers?
I didn't see if anybody was doing that. They didn't have containers, but you got to bring your own tray, so you could tell the rookies that didn't know it. There was this fella, and by God, he was sweating so hard, man. It was not a sweat. I mean, it was raining, feel good, but I looked over at that young man. He was sweating hard. He asked the guys, he's like, "You got any extra trays?" He was like, "No, you got to bring your trays. You got to bring your tray." Now he managed. He's just grabbing them, banging them, finding trash cans, firing them off, going next line.
Got the meat sweats.
But he was over there. Every time I looked at him, I said, "Man, he needs to get to a paper towel quick."
Yeah, you got to rush when you don't have a tray.
The meat sweats are a real thing, man.
Yeah, it forces you
into rush mode, man.
He was even there. He was grabbing his to stand near a trash can so he could fire that thing on in.
That's right. Hey, by the way,
real quick, the amount of black guys in cowboy boots, that was something I hadn't seen. A lot of people, a lot of y'all told me,
get out of it. Out here. I'm telling you, get out of it.
I mean, I'm talking Paul Wall and the grill.
Oh yeah,
all the way down, and some that was killing yours. I ain't gonna lie to you. I know you got some nice.
Well,
boots.
that don't surprise me. That shouldn't surprise me.
I mean, it was some. And now, like you said, it does make sense, because if they're gonna go, they're gonna act like they're getting some gators. Like this, I said one of him and his lady was matching ostrich. It looked like. I
really
walked over there and asked, but they had matching one. They wasn't playing around.
There you go.
They just bought them bad boys. But no, man, it was a good deal.
Well, Andre Ware, he put his vote in.
What did he say?
Dre's listening. He told me, he texted me, said he put Smitty's up against anybody. Little food truck on Dulles between Avenue E and Dulles High School. He's absolute best.
Was
Smitty's out there?
They weren't out there. No, they weren't out there.
You had to make your way over there. It's on your way home, ain't it? Dulles High School's down there your way a little bit.
I mean, kind of. Yeah.
Well, slide on through there, man, and see what Dre's talking about.
I like to venture out in the barbecue. Yeah, it was a cool thing, man.
Any oxtails out there this weekend?
No. That I would have been cool with that. Like, there were you could tell there were people out there that were like, all right, I'm gonna try to show off a little bit. I'm not just gonna go with your run of the mill brisket or ribs or pulled pork. Like I saw, salmon out there, which ain't bad.
I think not that salmon is, but I think fusion is a thing.
There was a lot of fusion.
I mean, like you're taking barbecue and trying to fuse it together with the obviously Mexican food with the tacos and
a lot of that.
A lot of the different trying to mix and match it with other genres, if you will, and that's one that's either can be really good or really bad. Like it's very rare. Is like it's all right.
That's it. Like we saw pork tenderloin that was kind of an infusion with like Korean sauce on it.
Yeah.
But it was. Yeah, I get that. Like the guys I was saying, it used to be like 1 or 2, 3 tables would do it, but now it was like more than half of everybody was doing it, and not just staples.
Won't you slide through Smitty's on the way to work tomorrow and bring me and Tyler something?
Bring you something?
Yeah, we'll see what Dre's talking about.
That might be out of my way a little bit, but
no, that's all right. I mean, you get great gas mileage in that rig. I mean, you got about 400,000 miles on it. Just ease that thing over.
205.
205.
We can get to 4 though.
Let's see what Dre's talking about over at Smitty's, man. Come on through.
Yeah, it was.
Tyler, you think you'd appreciate that, wouldn't you?
Oh, so much.
Yeah.
So I text in Blood Brothers. Yeah, they were there. They were there.
What about tomorrow lunch though?
Smitty's. I mean, I don't. We'll see.
He's ducking, ain't he?
I'm not ducking. I just thought. Well, Tyler doesn't eat during the day, so that would be a good meal for him.
Yeah, you won't cost you much. See, me and you can just put hammer down on whatever on this side.
Just give me a kids meal, man.
I'm not gonna get you. I'm not gonna get you kids.
Just
what would I go with?
Yeah.
I'm definitely a brisket guy. I'm a moist brisket guy. 10 out of 10 times.
I know you're not big on the sauce.
I want the lean.
No, I want the sauce on the side. I like to dip it in a good sauce. I don't like any of my food. I don't care what it is. I don't like any of my food. So especially if I got to get like elbow deep in it, I don't want it super messy. I can apply how much ever sauce I need. But I don't know. I mean, Dre's talking about these smoked oxtails over there. He said they're real deal.
Smoked.
So I think I'm not sure I've ever had smoked oxtail.
That does sound good.
I don't know. I'm not sure I've ever had.
I had. It was not at that location now because I remember the guy telling me, but he was telling me there's a place that has smoked oxtails near Missouri City. I might have to. But yeah, I might have to bring it.
Well, yeah. Hey, Tyler, don't eat tomorrow before you come in, bub.
He doesn't. He doesn't normally.
Well, I just wanted to let you know because Ron's providing lunch tomorrow.
Yeah. Maybe at some point.
Text me when you pull in the parking garage. I'll come down and help you get it out of the car.
Oh, you think it'll be that much? Nah. It ain't gonna be more than a sack that I need to grab.
Let me clear one thing up. I can handle the load by myself
because I'm not buying enough for you got to come and help me.
It's gonna be it's gonna be a true sampling. He ain't buying lunch.
We're doing samples, baby.
Sampling stuff.
We got
hey boys,
two or threes a piece.
I hope y'all did eat, but we're gonna go ahead and see what Dre's talking about. We're gonna sample this thing.
Just a taste. Yeah, we're not getting a full meal. You ain't getting no sides and all that either.
Let me show y'all how old buddy had the meat sweats. Let me show y'all how he was doing it.
Listen, the draft is coming up, Clint. And I'm wondering what you thought about this story because I hate the way that this story is making my mind think. Ruben Bain, who I heard Dominique Foxworth today on ESPN say he thinks he is the best defensive player in the draft. But there's a story that came out about him, which the timing of the story, I hate the way that the timing of the story makes me now think about the story. But Ruben Bain had an incident in 2024 where it was an accident that later led to someone's death. Former defensive end and 2026 NFL draft prospect Ruben Bain Jr. was involved in an auto accident in 2024 in which a passenger later died because of injuries sustained in the crash. According to a report published on Sunday, Bain was cited for careless driving for the accident that occurred about 4 a.m. local on March 17, 2024 on Interstate 95 northbound in Miami. Clint, like it is what the story should be about is how terrible and sad this is and a tragedy for the young lady who was 22 years old and lost her life. And I'm sure this is something that her family had to, now that it's so public, had to relive, which is awful. But then you look at this and you're like, this happened in 2024. How in the world does this drop? And this is something that is made public and known right now. Right now, 2 weeks from the draft, this is known right now. It just feels suspicious on the timing of this being dropped.
Well, look, the world we live in, it's unfortunate, but the world that we live in, man, is what the depths that people will go to, whether it's for $1 or just to tarnish somebody else or to cast a negative light on somebody else, the depths that they would go to, especially like you said, this is one that includes a family that's going to have to relive losing a 22-year-old, son or daughter. I'm sorry. It's just the world we live in, unfortunately, man. It's sad, but it happens every day. And I think the thing that you hope, the 4 a.m. because I hope that it was all on the up and up and everything. It was just a careless driving situation. There was no alcohol involved. There was none of that kind of thing involved. Bringing it up at this point in time makes it seem like somebody's trying to take it out of context and create issues that aren't really there.
Well, it almost feels like somebody is trying to hurt Ruben Bain.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. No question about it. It's the world we live in, unfortunately. But I agree. I think I don't know that I am qualified or have done enough due diligence to say I believe he's the best player in college football in the draft this year coming out. Defensively, but I know he's one of the top 2 or 3. That's for damn sure. He is special now.
Do you think this affects his draft status?
No.
With some teams? You think this takes him off of some teams?
No, look, I
would have assumed they knew this, right?
I mean, unless there's something underlying, unless there's something that when they do their research, they find that, hey, man, there was some stuff swept under the rug. And even if, I don't know why you would want to go back 2 years and do that, even if it were the case. But, I don't think this impacts him at all. It's unfortunate for his family and her family, as you said.
I wonder if this was so hidden that teams didn't know about it. I wonder, were most NFL teams finding out about this incident for the first time like we were?
Yeah.
It's hard to think that Ruben Bain would be involved in something like this over 2 years ago.
Yeah, I didn't know who
Ruben
Ruben was 2 years ago. Yeah. I guess that's the way it flies under the radar, maybe. I guess.
But hell, when we start knowing who Ruben Bain is, you would think this would be some of this, because it's factual, it's public record. I mean, you could obviously see what he was charged or what happened in that situation. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll get you ready as the Astros are going to look to avoid getting swept. They'll start up here in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll get you ready for that, let you know the lineups and everything going on there. And the general manager, the vice president general manager, Nick Cacerio, spoke earlier. We'll look at some of the things he had to say in regards to his team and getting ready for the draft. That's coming up next.
All right, look, I know you're probably not getting ready for the draft, but you might be getting ready to ease to a work meeting. Maybe you're getting off going to a little happy hour session. Maybe you and your bride, your significant other, maybe you're going to a little dinner. If you do all those things on a daily basis and you've got a hair loss issue that you really struggle with, you got a receding hairline, balding or thinning up top. If you've got that issue, I need to get your attention one time, man. My guys and gals over at Advanced Hair Restoration is simply the best in the business, man. It's a one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, right? I'm talking about you're going to feel more confident, more youthful than you have in a long time when you see your own natural hair growing in places where it's been disappearing from for years. So, look, if you're one of those guys that throws on a hat or one of those guys that tries to cover up this and cover up that, I'm telling you, man, Advanced Hair Restoration is for you. It's guaranteed to work, and it's backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. Look, y'all, Advanced Hair is the way to go. You know who you are. You want to get that fuller head of hair, quit dealing with that hair loss issue? Your consultation's free, $250 off, 250 free hair grafts. Call 832-688-HAIR, 832-688-HAIR. You can always check them out online at advancedhair.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Monday as The Drive is live as always. And Clint, Tyler, the Astros need a win bad. They need a win bad. They're about to get started here, and we'll keep you updated and abreast on what is happening here. But they need a W in the worst way. This is the final game of this road trip, and they're trying to avoid an 8-game losing streak. All right, trying to avoid a 4-game sweep at the hands of the Seattle Mariners. The lineup today, Mike Burrows is going to try to stop the bleeding. See if he can. Can he get to the 5th? Can he pitch 5? Can that?
He can. He can. We'll see if he will.
And by the way, he may have to.
I just want to come on the backside of this thing healthy.
Clint, he may have to. No matter what happens. I mean, they just can't keep going. That's nice. They can't just keep going to the well, right? Somebody has got to hang in there and throw some innings so this bullpen just doesn't get taxed again. We know Brian Abreu is probably unavailable today, which may be a good thing.
Yeah,
I'm just saying with the amount.
At this point, what we've seen from him, hell, that's a good thing.
My man Joe Espada says 6-1 tomorrow or tonight, 13 straight games. But we got to get you in and get some work.
Mm-hmm.
What we got to do because.
Yeah, I mean that's just proof. The whole don't listen to what they do or don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. Like that's one of those deals that there is clearly they feel like he is in which we know it's obvious.
Later.
But they clearly don't view this as it's all right. No big deal. It's just going through part of baseball, man. Long season. I mean they clearly are showing. Now they got some concerns. He's got to get out of that funk and he's got to get out of it quick.
That's the first time he's pitched in a game this season to give up a run.
Oh boy.
We'll get all this little funk.
All right, so it was rough. The lineup today, and you'll get some news here after we give you the lineup on why some of these names aren't in here, as more roster moves needing to be made due to injury by the Astros. George Kirby, one of the better pitchers for the Mariners, is getting the ball today, and he will face Jose Altuve, who's playing second base. Jordan will be in left field today. Paredes is the DH today. Christian Walker moves up to the cleanup spot. So he's been swinging the bat well. He moves up to 4th, dropping Carlos Correa, who has kind of been sick in and out since Colorado, but he is at third base. He is at third base or shortstop today, as they will drop him in the lineup 5th, and then Cam Smith, who has still been playing good baseball, he is in right. Taylor Trammell is in center, and Diaz, he hit him a homer yesterday. How about that?
Yeah,
got out of there quick. Hit him a homer. He is catching. Sorry, I know you said this last week. He's played too many games. Well, get ready. We're going to see a little bit more of Nick Allen as he is in at third base today, or at shortstop today for the Astros. So there it is. Altuve, Alvarez, Paredes, Walker, Correa at short, Smith, Trammell, Diaz, and then Nick Allen at third base today. So that's where we're looking right now with the lineup, and they desperately need to get off of this. They've lost 7 straight, and now this is 3 in a row. You don't want to get swept by a division team, right? Or a division team right now. And they've fallen to 5th in the West. Now they're 5th in the West, and maybe 2.5 back, but still you don't want to continue to drop to 6 and 11. So that's the lineup. Real quick roster moves. Clint, Jeremy Pena. He's been yo-yoed in with the finger. Now he is going on the 10-day IL with a grade 1 hamstring strain. And then Imai, he is going on the 15-day IL due to arm fatigue, which is retroactive to the 12th. So is Pena's as well. The Astros also optioned Jaden Murray, who got in yesterday to AAA Sugarland following the game. They got to play this game. They optioned J.P. France after his ass got lit up the other night. They're bringing him back in, and Colton Gordon. Let's see if he can give it a shot. Shea Whitcomb, he's going to jump in as well from from AAA Sugarland. I can't even keep up who the hell is on the roster and who's available right now. But the big news, Pena and Imai, they are on the IL, joining many others, from Hunter Brown to Hader to Javier, Jake Myers, on to the IL for this team.
Yeah, look, the MI thing I don't think should surprise anybody. There's clearly a different workload here in the States versus when the kind of how you go about your business
a little early.
In Japan. Well, no, I mean, I'd rather it not happen, but I mean, it's just, you're looking at however long the season has been plus spring training to where he's been on a different regimen of throwing in Major League Baseball versus where he's been previously. So there's obviously going to be some level of change, discomfort, change in how much he's taxing that arm. And I would think that it's going to take him a little while to get used to it. So that part of it doesn't really surprise me. The Jeremy Pena thing, if it's not the finger, it's a hamstring. Boy, he's just had a tough run at it recently.
Yeah, hamstring's a little concerning for him in his game, with speed being a part of his game, and as you know, those hamstrings injuries, those soft tissue injuries, they just got to heal themselves. There's not much you can.
And this is where I just don't like. I don't understand the line of thinking here with the Astros. I don't. I mean, you've got all-star position players. Not a knock on Nick Allen. He got some speed. I think he swung the bat pretty well when he's been in the starting lineup. But you've got a guy that was as good as anybody in the league at third base last year, and you got a shortstop that I mean, he's father timed a little bit, but Carlos Correa can still play with anybody at the shortstop position. But you're choosing to DH one and get Nick Allen in the game. Like that part of it just baffles me with what they decide to do. You've got too many infielders. Now I understand one of them's injured. The day that one of them goes down, which isn't the first time it's happened, but the day that one of them goes down and can't be in the lineup, you decide that you're going to DH and play a Nick Allen fella.
Well, I guess it was going to be Nick Allen or Loperfido or Bryce. It was going to be because they got like Paredes and Altuve and Correa. They're all Walker. They're all in the lineup. It was just, hey, let's give Nick Allen.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I'm even more so referring to the defensive side of things. I mean, again, last time I watched Nick Allen play, which I don't think was his most recent start, but the one before that, I mean, and I'm not knocking him by any means, but I mean, there was two plays that weren't made behind, I believe it was McCullers. I think it was. Maybe it was that inning when he got loose from McCullers. But anyway, I mean, there was two plays that I'm disappointed if Carlos Correa or Jeremy Pena don't make. Nick Allen, you're like, hey, man, that's tough sledding. Ain't been out there much. But I don't know, man. I don't understand. I don't understand that approach with the Astros of just you got the extra infielder. I mean, let's play to it, especially when somebody's injured. Doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense to me.
They're just trying stuff, man.
Yesterday, Correa, I guess, didn't play because he was coming off that sick. Oh yeah, he got 3 hits the day before, and yesterday couldn't play because of his tummy, I guess, recovering. And now all of a sudden Pena's gone, and now you don't have Paredes at third and Carlos at short. So I don't know, man. That's a tough one for me to watch.
Well, they really need to get one here, as they're going to get started here in a second. They really need to get a game here just to salvage some things because they are obviously really struggling, and as they could at least go into this, come back home and face the Rockies and maybe get things rolling again, because it is 162 games, and there are stretches like this. Now, I don't know, there are a lot of playoff teams that just a lot of them every year that go through 8-game losing streaks in the middle of the season. That's generally teams that are not going to be very good. So you need to get going. And just if you guys are wondering at home, Altuve swing at the first pitch. Those of you, to hell with it, right, man? Just go back to what you know. Hell with it all. But we'll keep you updated. All right, Nick Cacerio, he spoke earlier to the media. And by the way, he will be on with the fellas Payne and Pendergast coming up 7:15 on Wednesday. So get yourself ready for that. I'll be probably taking the kids to school listening to Nick Cacerio as he'll talk with the guys. And as Clint always says, which is dead true, he has a pretty good rapport with those fellas, both of them, and they seem to have a pretty good conversation when they have, and as honest and as comfortable as Nick Cacerio can sound with those fellas. So stay tuned for that at 7:15. But he spoke to the media. He addressed some of the big things, including Clint. C.J. Stroud said he's our quarterback, excited to have him. There's more. That was more of a procedural thing, him getting the new or them picking up the fifth-year option when it comes to C.J. Stroud. Added, this is added that the team is excited about his offseason.
I think it's the biggest story in Houston that is I would say probably not talked about near enough. I don't listen 24/7.
What specific part of it?
I mean, just what does C.J. Stroud do? What is? I mean, for when you look at Will Anderson's going to get an extension, or he's not going to touch the field, not going to go to training camp. As good a guy as Will Anderson is, he is an absolute fool if his cleats touch NRG again without life-changing money for him and all his sisters and family and everybody. When that happens, the noise, I think, is going to be really loud around, CJ must be next, especially nationally, because I don't think nationally people are hip to just bad's not the right word, but just kind of how there's been that regression, right? I think nationally there's still probably a little hesitation to say, hey, I don't know if CJ's going to be the guy in Houston long term here. I just think as you look at this thing, man, it's going to be interesting to see what C.J. Stroud and his representation believe about C.J. Stroud, the player.
Oh,
I mean, do they just sit tight and just understand, hey, I got to play year 4 without a new contract, or do they make a little noise and potentially get sideways with the brass over here off NRG? Well, I think it's a real possibility that they could be at a bit of a crossroads. I don't think it's going to keep him from playing, but I think there could be some real uncomfortable times. The minute that Will Anderson gets that deal, I think there's going to be some uncomfortable conversations that have to be had.
Well, listen, you know how they feel about him. I think they feel that he is deserving of a new contract right now, comparative to his peers and other people that have been in this situation. They got to feel that way. Now, if they play hardball or not, I don't know, but. I mean, you're hard-pressed to think that they haven't looked at the other players around the league and see what guys like Trevor Lawrence recently, guys like Tua recently.
Yeah, but I mean, those two guys would be reasons for the team not to do it.
Oh, I wouldn't say Trevor. Trevor finished.
Finally, but I mean, up until now, everybody talked about how he's a disappointment and he's not the guy, and he's not. I don't know. If you're the organization. Like the whole he deserves it is if you're like this guy's the next Joe Burrow, like we've once felt.
Oh, the organization feels that way. We're talking about CJ.
Oh, you're talking about
CJ's
got you.
representation. I feel like CJ's.
Yes.
CJ's. We know this. CJ's people how they feel. I don't know if they're going to go hard and pursue it, but his people most definitely have to be feeling like, oh, look what happened with Trevor. Year 2 of the deal.
Got you. I thought you were talking about the organization.
No,
I got you. You're talking about CJ. Yeah, but that's the point, right?
And I think the organization feel the other way.
Right.
I would wait.
I just wonder how that's gonna feel. I wonder how that's gonna come out in the wash. I just don't think it's gonna be just a. Now they'll paint the picture of, ain't no big deal. Kind of like that shoulder injury that he went through last year. All of a sudden is a kind of a crutch to talk about. Well, this is the first offseason he's had where you have to worry about a bunch of stuff. Well, what did he worry about last year? Oh, that shoulder injury. Oh, I thought it wasn't a big deal.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't remember that.
What?
I don't remember when they were saying what he had to deal with.
Oh, back then it wasn't no big deal, and it was under wraps, and it didn't hurt anything, and he's going to be fine, and it's not going to impact his play. And now all of a sudden, when you hear D'Amico talk about C.J. Stroud and Nick talk about C.J., this is the first offseason where he's not had distractions or he hadn't had problems, right? So it obviously was a big deal. I don't know. I think it's going to be a very, very interesting, and I think the trigger to it all is when Will Anderson gets his money. I think that's going.
Yep.
That's going to make for some hard, and I think it's going to make for hard conversations for Nick Cacerio and D'Amico Ryans to then avoid, right? Because when Will gets his money, and you're speaking nationally about the draft or about whatever, it's coming. The question's coming. How comfortable are they to say, well, yeah, we need to see one more out of CJ?
Oh, they basically have said it.
Yeah, no, I was
going to say, like CJ, David Mulligan and his representation, they know what.
Oh, I think they got the message loud and clear.
Yeah,
but it's going to get real when Will gets his money.
I think the other part, because I do think CJ, this is big. I think the other part is how they seem to be dealing with CJ. It seems like they're not only is he gonna play ball with him, But is he going to play ball with them the other way? It feels like they have taken a different approach with C.J. Stroud. It seems like this is going to be much more of a tough love feel with C.J. Stroud than it is, and that to me is the other way, because I am really
one
intrigued.
more thing that could backfire.
I'm really intrigued in training camp and everything, how this goes about and how they talk about him. Like, I wonder, will we hear less kid gloves and more, straightforward commentary about the quarterback? Like, this is because it seems like they're doing it different. All right, Gerard, get up out of here, man. Hey, let's go. It's that time.
Ship.
Here we go. All right, coming up as we continue, the Rockets. We know what their playoff fate is. They got the draw that they needed, but Clint, there is some news that just came out here a couple of minutes ago in regards to that move. We'll let you know what happens and what's the latest coming from that Lakers-Rockets series. That's coming up next.
Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
1171 OPS. This ball hammered to right field, and back goes Cam Smith, and he'll watch this one go. That's the first extra base hit of the year for Josh Naylor. It's a 3-run home run, and the Mariners jump out in front in the first.
That's his first extra base hit of the season? Great. Well, listen, the Astros are looking to avoid getting swept by the Mariners. And, yes, they before their asses can get comfortable in their seats or standing out there, they are down 3-0. Ah, dog, man, I thought Mike maybe would be the stopper today.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
I thought Mike Burrows might be able the guy to say, let's jump in. And maybe this is going to be like Lance. Because Lance walked out there with a walk and a 2-run bomb right away, and then he at least didn't give up his runs until later on. Maybe Mike can pull this off, but
gave you a little bit of life.
Yeah, hey, Mike Burrows first inning ground out, first base, then a little bloop hit from Cal Raleigh, and then Julio Rodriguez with an absolute bullet that bounced off of Carlos Correa, and then, as you heard there, first extra base hit, Josh Naylor, a 3-run bomb. And here, like the Astros generally do, they do come right back as Carlos Correa leads off the inning with a single. So we'll see if their offense can yet again bring them back into the game. But the Astros are now trailing 3-0 and trying to avoid going 1-9 on this road trip and losing 8 straight.
I mean, Tyler, now that it's hard to get beyond just the disgust right now with the Astros, and not just what the wins and losses, and not just the losing streak, but also how they're doing it, obviously. But I tell you what, I mean, that over's got to be hitting at about an 80% clip. Between as many runs as our pitchers are giving up and as many our bats are scoring. I mean, that over's got to be the safest bet in baseball. Astros over. Not their team, like the game over, not the Astros over. Even though the Astros over is probably pretty good too. I mean, that total's got to be just. I mean, it's got to be hitting an 80% clip.
Oh,
as I say that, hello.
I was just about to say Cam Smith, man, he is really swinging the bat well, and he is, but he just grounded into a double play.
Well, I think I could have made that one. That was old candy hop right next to second base. Just step on it and flick it across the field, man.
That was rough.
Could I have made that throw across the field? Could I have flicked it across there accurately?
Without stopping and setting?
I don't think that would have factored in. I'll be honest with you. The odds of me hitting first base with that baseball would have been slim to none.
I think you got a better shot if you stop, set your feet, step and throw.
I played third base back in my days, and I'm embarrassed to admit how many times I missed my first baseman. I mean, I could stop it. I was good with the glove.
But getting it over there?
There was as many of my throws across the diamond hit that damn batting cage behind my first baseman. And I'm embarrassed to say it, my first baseman was an All-American tight end.
And you
he was every bit of 6'4".
And you were an all-SEC quarterback firing the ball over.
If anybody ever tells you there ain't a difference between throwing that little ball and that football, they're crazy as hell. I mean, it was. I'm gonna tell you, I could if he'd stood, I could have hit him on his nose 9 out of 10 times with a football. But a baseball, ain't no telling where that thing was going, boy. No telling.
And you're firing.
Only time I was ever nervous on the baseball field is when at third base you hit it to me where because you hit one. You hit one. Most of the time, I'm fielding them. I got time to stand up and think. If I could think, boy, I was screwed. Golly, boy!
Just firing it over the head.
Luckily, there was a batting cage back there, so the fence was 20 foot tall, and it was a net.
Oh, knocking it down.
Yeah, man, that was it.
All right, we'll keep you updated here. 3-0 Mariners here in the second inning. All right, the Rockets, they know their path now. They will have to face as the 5 seed the Los Angeles Lakers. Their series will get started on Saturday night. So they've got some time off. They've got some time off to get ready. That probably helps the Lakers because their best player now is 41. So we'll keep our eye on that. But they are huge favorites in this series, Clint. And you tell me, is this good, Tyler? The Rockets are minus 750 to win the series. Is that heavy favorites?
That's strong.
Strong favorites.
That is strong.
And they're a 4.5-point favorite in Game 1. Now, the reason why they are that favored is because of the injury situation with the Lakers. Luka and Austin Reeves are their two best players, just to be honest, and they at least offensively, and they aren't thought to be available in this series. Now, Shams Charania of ESPN, their newsbreaker, had this, Clint. Luka Doncic is returning to Los Angeles on Friday after spending the last week in Spain, where he received multiple injections for his grade 2 left hamstring strain, according to Shams, and he will be back Friday. He also said the status is now unknown for him to be able to play on Saturday. But he has been in Spain trying to get additional treatment that's unable to be gotten here, and we'll see. Grade 2, I would assume that he's probably still not going to go much in this series, but even if he does, there's no way that he is healthy. One, he's a defensive liability anyhow. I mean, you'd be hunting down switches for him all day long. But we do know what he can do offensively, so maybe it just washes. But that is going to be the big thing to watch coming into this series, because the reason why the Rockets are such favorites because of those injuries.
Yeah, Ron, for me, I said before the injuries that the Lakers scared me more than anybody because of just their ability to close. The options that they have, the absolute assassins that they have that can close in the final minute or final 2 or 3 minutes of a game. The Rockets at the time, Kevin Durant's the only guy that could get that done, and it was not pretty at the time. Now, I still wouldn't feel real comfortable about it if all those guys were healthy. I think the Rockets can play with a healthy Lakers team. I think they can play with them. I think they can get to the brink with them. I don't know if they can finish 4 out of 7 times in order to move to the second round. Now with this skeleton crew that they look like they're going to face for at least the first part of the series, I like our chances. And like I said before, handle business quick, like you should. Get multiple days rest before that second series starts. Hope that whoever your opponent is gets taken to the brink in 7 games. And then you catch them in game 1. Maybe they're a little fatigued, and you're good and rested. So, look, the good fortune of the Rockets is upon us here, catching the Lakers in the first round.
Now, this obviously changed. I mean, even if Luka if he's 75% himself, I think it does change the series. In terms of what I would still believe the Rockets would win, because I think he would still be limited, but it would change the series. I think Luka at 75% of Luka, especially what he would still be able to bring offensively, would be a huge change, because they're not playing terribly right now. To be honest, the way that the Lakers finished the season off, but again, obviously LeBron just needs some break, somebody else that could be able to take things through, and if Luka's there, it does change.
Well, that'll be one of the more fascinating parts of the, at least the early on in this series, is just the basketball fan of what does LeBron have left in the tank, because there ain't no riding. Obviously, right now, riding the 2 players that have scored and been a more integral part of the offense. I think this year, this has got to be about him the first handful of games anyway. So, just basketball fans in general, that's going to be fun as hell to watch.
Yeah, and I think this feels like if Luka and them aren't able to be able to go, this feels like a sweep, or at least a gentleman's sweep. And you would think 5 days off, didn't play very much yesterday, so 5+ days off is what LeBron will have, close to 6 days off. Game 1, that's probably the best shot at the Lakers. You have a fully rested series. This thing gets past game 3, and the energy you think he will have to kind of show to get them to compete, the Rockets should have a huge advantage, later on in that series. All right, coming up, we'll get you updated with the Astros as they're in Seattle. But we do this on Mondays. Our weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can text in your weekend's best, weekend's worst. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, your weekend's best, weekend's worst. I guess the worst part of it would be if you had a breathing issue going on. Maybe some allergies, sinus, maybe some sleep problems. Maybe you or your significant other, maybe you're snoring like a freight train, keeping the house up, right? I mean, not getting that.
Radio's 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros. Listen, I believe, Tyler, if I'm not mistaken, Mike Burrows was able to get through an inning without giving up runs.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Hallelujah.
That's a Christmas miracle. Yeah, as the Astros are looking to end this dreadful road trip, one of the worst road trips I've seen them have since I've been here. It is now 3-0 here, going to the bottom of the third inning, as Mike Burrows has completed 2 innings. He's given up 3 earned runs already. It was 3-0 after 4 batters in this game, as he gave up a double, a home run, a single, double, and a home run, which has put Seattle in the space. They're leading 3-0 right now. So it is not looking good to slow down this 8-game losing streak right now for your Houston Astros. But there's still plenty of time left, right? And the offense has been able to put them back in games before when they're down here. But they at the very least need Mike to get some innings in this thing, as their starters over the last 4 games have gone total 6 1/3 innings.
There again?
Over the last 4 games, their 4 starters have gone 6 1/3. One of the starters went 4 1/3. Thank you, Lance. So that is the latest there. No walks, though, so that's good. So we'll keep you updated there as the Astros are in Seattle for a little day baseball. All right, Clint, let's do it as we do, and you can do it as well. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Base Power text line, YouTube, and Twitch, jump in as well with us. A little weekend's best, weekend's worst. I will start on my weekend's best. And my weekend's best, and we hinted towards it a bit, like a lot of people are talking about Rory and his comeback, and it was fantastic. But my weekend's best, Clint, was the number 1 player in the world, Scotty Scheffler, and even though he lost, I think he showed that where he is. It was very much Tiger-esque to me, and the reason why I say that is there have been a lot of tournaments where around the course, you can tell people have felt it, but you could see it. It was like, the number 1 player in the world, the one that everybody knows is the best out there in Scotty Scheffler, is starting to roll, and he is starting to get closer and close this thing in. And the last 2 days of that tournament, he started going off, and that climb of him getting there, that was fun, because it looks like he was about to try to track him down, and it was very, very impressive. He almost got there, ended up being a stroke behind Rory and losing that thing, but that also made it that much more entertaining, Clint, because you had the best player in the this is just absolutely ridiculous when you see what just happened with the Astros. Guys, I don't even know if you want to look at this. But when you the best player in the world is able to nearly track him down the way he did, it was fun to watch. And I hope we see more of those 2 guys coming together, because look at this. Because with Tiger being Tiger, like that, Rory, and they're very interesting when it comes to what they those 2 together going up against each other. So I enjoyed Scotty Scheffler showing why he's the number 1 player in the world.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna put some real pressure on him to be perfect, on Rory to be perfect down the stretch, and that on 18 that thing rolled back off the damn green, and he's going to chip in to make it happen. That's when you realize that Rory completed it. Which brings me to mine, boys. I got to give the love, man. I got to give the respect where it's due, man. Rory McIlroy going back to back, Masters champion. There's only 4 guys. He's the 4th guy to ever do it. Jack Nicklaus, Nick Faldo, Tiger Woods, and now Rory McIlroy. And I don't know, man. I know he He almost choked this thing away. But fighting through the adversity of giving up the lead, fighting through the adversity multiple times on that back nine on Sunday to get himself out of trouble. That was the story there. Sure, there's a are you going to choke story, but boy, there's also a fight through adversity and win your second in a row, man. And so that was big time. Did you guys know that he doesn't get another green jacket? You know it's the same one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they just give him that little small trophy.
It's the same one. And did you know that I think that green jacket has to be returned? I think the green jacket has to be returned after the year. That home run ball is not – that's the second one for that guy. That guy was hitting like 0.82 when he come into this series, by the way.
These are his first 2 extra base hits of the season.
Yeah.
5-0, by the way.
Yeah.
As Josh Naylor, another no-doubt piece off Mike. Mike, just walk him next time. I don't know if Mike's going to be in the game to see him again.
Yeah.
Wow. 5-0 Mariners. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just we got into a little debate at the Crawfish Bowl yesterday watching the Masters and I was not aware. I just kind of listened to the debate, if you will. I just assumed they got
brand new ones every time.
They got brand new green. Yeah, I'd want to hang 2 green jackets on my wall if it was me.
Yeah.
But he's got apparently they don't give him 2, so I guess I thought Tiger had 5. He only has 1.
That sound like I'm running it, don't it? Hey guys, why we got to?
Yeah, we need to do that.
Why we got to get you on new jackets here?
Ain't no reason to get that thing tailored. We got one that fits you already.
We got one. We got that one.
But then he's got to bring it back. They got to leave it on the grounds. I did not understand. I did not. I think he gets to keep it for 1 year, gets to showboat and do some autograph sessions and some appearances in it for a year, and then bring it back. I'll be damned. But Rory's got to be my weekend's best. That was. Thankfully, he didn't run away with it because that would have not been great for ratings. For him coming back to the crowd and giving everybody a shot was beautiful.
Yeah. All right, that is weekend's best. That's our weekend's best. Now our weekend's worst. And this one is for you, Shaquille O'Neal. This is ridiculous, Shaq. Shaq, you put somebody on the spot the way that Shaquille O'Neal did. The setup here is there's a couple that are Indiana Pacers fans, and Shaq basically put this young man on the spot on potentially proposing to this young lady, and he is on national TV, and this is the kind of pressure that Shaq puts on this young man that I just think is completely unfair.
I'll tell you what, if you ask her to marry you right now, I'll buy the engagement ring.
Ooh. Listen.
No, ain't no listen, do it right now. Do it right now. Get on your knee right now. I'll buy the ring. I'll send you the
Look into the camera when you do that.
Oh, look at her face, man.
If you guys agreed to come to the wedding, we'll do that.
I'll come to the wedding.
No, you can't.
Well, we got to tell us what the wedding is first before we can do that. Ask her right now. Go ahead.
I didn't agree to this.
But you can say
Why you put that type of pressure on those kids, and especially him? I would venture to say, Clint Tyler, that young man was not ready to propose.
Oh, if you saw the video, there's no way. He'd have got.
I don't know if she was ready.
If he were ready to propose, he'd have broke his leg trying to get down on that knee.
Oh, man, Shaq?
Shaq. That ring.
Man.
That ring just. He might get you a 6-figure ring.
Man, I'm telling you, hell, he said whatever I'm picking out.
And I'll come to the wedding.
Oh man. Now I'll be honest. If it were me, I'd have got on the knee whether I was ready or not.
No question.
I got
that ring.
I got to get that ring. Not be for. Hopefully it's for her, but it may not be for her. But I'm getting that ring. I'm bringing it. Then.
You say you'd keep it if it wasn't for her?
Well, who knows? I don't think if I have that shot again. But damn, why put him in? He put him in a spot.
Put him on the spot, and old buddy wasn't ready.
No, don't stutter. No, get on your knee. Like, damn, man. Nobody did that to you,
Old buddy
Shaq.
wasn't ready. Yeah, he put it on the spot. He put him on the spot.
I did not agree to this.
Video was painful.
Yeah, it was.
I've been there before. Conversations about getting on the knee when you know you wasn't ready. Yeah. I've been there. That's tough.
When you gonna do it?
That's tough sledding right there.
Man. So that my weekend's worst goes to Shaq. That was completely uncalled.
Well, I can't compete with that one, but I think my Astros heart was ripped out when I watched Brian Abreu, as you mentioned earlier, walk the bases loaded and then give up a base hit to lose a 7-7 game in the bottom of the ninth in this Mariners series. I think that was Saturday night. I think it was. Yeah, that is without a doubt. That hurt my heart, man. He went to walking those guys, and I expected the worst to happen. I anticipated it, and it still still hurt my heart when I think Crawford shot that ball over the shortstop's head to bring the winning run home. Boy, that was painful. So I got to give it for Abreu, not just for the weekend, but for what he's done this season leading up to this weekend. Yeah, it all just came to a head Saturday for me with him.
And the worst part is it would have appeared everybody else on the diamond all knew what was going to happen. As soon as he started walking, guys, I feel like all the Astros knew exactly what was going to happen.
I mean, it's so bad that you got some of the most competitive guys in the world behind you, veterans, Carlos Correa, Altuve, Christian Walker. I mean, you got these dudes that are some of the most competitive. The wind is completely out of their sails.
I thought they just want to grab a seat.
That's it.
Let's just sit down.
That's it. It's 5. I mean, you talking about now or in that game? It's 5-0.
Yeah. Well, now they might want to. I'm talking about that game when he just started walking them cats one after another.
Go ahead and get it over with, Brian.
I mean, my man Brian. Yeah, come on, man. Let's get out of here, man. We somewhere to get to. God, I mean, 3 straight walks and then J.P. Crawford. Bam, there it is. All right. That's weekend's best, weekend's worst. What you got coming up?
Nick Cacerio, he spoke a little pre-draft, media session. He had some of his main guys up there in the scouting department with him. But Nick spoke. Couple things that stuck out. We talked about C.J. Stroud a little earlier. I'm going to venture off that quarterback path. There's a couple of things that stood out that I tell you what, it was music to my ears. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, but before we get there, guys, you know what time it is and what season it is, and that is property tax assessment season. And I want you to know this. Just because your tax bill stayed the same doesn't mean it's correct. Get it correct and get what you're owed, and let that headache go and give it to the people that own Well Clint.
Don't overpay for property tax. Here's some facts for you. Property taxes are not set in stone. I had no idea until I learned about Onwell, to be honest with you. But know your property taxes are not set in stone. And know this, 86% of homeowners are overpaying.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily is brought to you. It is powered by Linda's Seafood over on the east side. Tyler, you remember that place over there where we grew up? My boy David Barber owns a place over there.
Oh, yeah. If we were boiling shrimp growing up, we were going there to get it.
Yeah, Linda's
Absolutely.
Seafood. If you're on that side of town, ease on in there, man. Tell them that Clint Stoerner sent you from old Sports Radio 610. And now Barber may flip the bird at you when you tell him that, but you'll know he'll know what's going on. Hey, boys, my boy David boiled up some bugs yesterday. Crawfish and the Masters. I'm going to tell you, there's not much going on in terms of like around a crawfish boil that I don't enjoy, but I think it's the first time I've had a crawfish boil with the Masters. I mean, that's the long format of the fact that you've got about 4 hours of especially the way the Masters worked out yesterday, where Rory was up and down and the leader was changing and yada yada yada, and then all of a sudden Scheffler's hunting him down. To be able to go back and forth to that ice chest with all them bugs in it, that was top notch for me. I mean, it was better than just sitting around and breaking good bread and maybe getting in the pool and all that kind. Like watching the Masters, not worried about missing too much action, even though I did look up and all of a sudden Rory took the lead by 2 strokes again. I was like, wait, what happened? How the hell did I miss that? But good conversation, great crawfish, and the Masters, that was big time. Again, powered by Linda's Seafood, my boy David Barber. Appreciate you big time.
Shout out to
Appreciate you. Yeah. Nick Cacerio spoke today in a little press conference with I think it's a little pre-draft press conference with his assistant general managers James Lipford and Chris Blanco. Is it Blanco or Blanco? I go Blanco because of the river, not Blanco. So even though I believe Tyler told me I was wrong on that too. Which one is it?
I was gonna say whatever I think of the river, I would go Blanco. So I guess to each their own.
We always went Blanco.
You all have said that, yeah.
But Chris, sorry if we're butchering your name. I've done it both ways multiple times. You get the point. But Nick brought his assistant GMs out there, and they broke a little bread. Ron, Nick said 2 things that I really, really enjoyed hearing. 2 things that I really, really enjoyed hearing. And one of them I think a lot of folks around here are going to like is a little bit of an update on Tank Dell, but there's 2 things here in this soundbite that I really, really liked. Here's Nick Cacerio updating everybody on Tank Dell.
Yeah, with Tank, I mean, honestly, it's probably a day-to-day. We'll kind of see where he is. Probably have a better idea as we get through the spring of what his availability is going to be in training camp. So, I mean, he's been here pretty religiously, since he's been able to do more once he's kind of gotten out of the rehab stage. So, I mean, as far as the receiver position, I mean, look, if there's a receiver that we like, that we feel, we want to add to the team, then we're going to take him independent of kind of what's going on. And in the end, the competition will sort itself out.
So there's 2 things here, Ron. The Tank Dell fan in me is in a spot where it's like good to hear. I'd prefer it be full go back. He's ready to rock and roll. But day to day, at this point in time, what is it? April 13th. At this point in time, day to day is really good for given what Tank Dell's been through. So I hope that Tank Dell is back on this team. But and I'm talking about, I know he's back on the team, but I'm talking about like contributing. But the second part of that is the Texans fan in me. And I've said this multiple times. I think it would be a major mistake to view your wide receiver room and any decisions that are made within that wide receiver room engage Tank Dell in any way, shape, or form. He has got to be viewed as a luxury for this team. If Tank Dell comes back from this most recent injury, and he is the Tank Dell that we saw when he first got drafted out of U of H after all the lower body injuries he's had, right? it will be an absolute miracle. But it's got to be viewed as a luxury. There is no way that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Cacerio, Ryan, can view and make decisions, view the wide receiver room and make decisions impacting that wide receiver room on, well, we got Tank Dell. I mean, you just simply can't do it. So it was good to – it's unfortunate, but that's where we're at. It was good to hear from the general manager that, man, if a receiver falls in their lap that they really like, they're going to go out and they're going to get that guy. Now, I don't know at 28 who's out there that can fall in your lap that you're going to draft that's going to really blow the skirt up of most Texans fans. We'll see.
Concepcion.
Yeah, there you go. You think he can fall to 28? You like him that much?
He's probably been in that range.
Okay,
yeah.
You like him? I like him.
I like him. Yeah, he's a playmaker. Tyler knows a lot more about him, but he's a playmaker that I think can play inside and outside with his frame. So,
well, that's a good call. I mean, that would be. I'm more of, hey man, just don't let the Tank Dell impact what decisions you're making in that wide receiver room. I believe that would be a major mistake.
Yeah, Tank is so difficult to understand what he is going to be. Like he's so hard because like they know what you say. Just watch what we do and not what we say.
Yeah.
They will tell us a lot because they know the shape he's in and the position he's in and how healthy that leg is much better than all of us. And if we know this group, they're going to make sure they know a lot longer than anybody else does. Because you could look at the weapons and what they have around them much, much different if you knew what type of Tank Dell you were getting. Because if you were getting the type of Tank Dell that we have grown accustomed to seeing, Clint, then that dude would fit what we've been talking about in terms of the extra, playmaker they need, the big play threat. You just don't have any idea what he's bringing to the table.
Well, the other part of it, too, is that the wide receiver room, the Houston Texans wide receiver room has changed significantly since we last saw Tank Dell. They've drafted a receiver that's Nico-like in terms of build, and he went out and had 6 touchdowns last year. He went out and when Nico was hurt, made a few plays. He went out and I would say at the very least opened some eyes. And they also drafted Jalen Noel early on. And so you look up and you're like, hey, that would be some competition. And you look up and you go, hey, well, where does Tank Dell really fit in this offense? Inside, outside? Are they really willing to build a package around Tank Dell, which I think is where they should start this thing, given the way the structure of the wide receiver room right now? And I don't know what the answer is to those questions. And unfortunately, I don't think it's real positive for the Tank Dell usage. I'm not saying him being here or not being here. I'm talking about how he's used in this offense and whether he's viewed as just another one of the guys that the competition will work itself out, or are we in a spot where we're going to put some packages together for guys like Jalen Noel, guys like Tank Dell, guys like KC Concepcion, if you end up drafting him kind of deal. So I think there's so many levels to the Tank Dell situation that I'm just glad to hear Nick Cacerio say. Basically, Nick said Tank Dell is a non-factor when it comes to if somebody to this draft. If a wide receiver we like is available, we're taking him, we're adding him to our wide receiver room. That is exactly what I wanted to hear, and I hoped would be the case. Now, on the flip side of that, Ron, there's another I think point that Nick Cacerio was making that it was one of those where it's a little word salad-ish. You know what I mean? A little word salad. So I didn't want to ask Tyler to figure out where to start it and where to stop it because it was around the elbow to get to the mouth. Now it was tough, but at the end of the day, another draft approach that I believe the Texans are in the exact position to take. I've never been somebody that believes in the draft that you draft best player available. Never believed it. I think teams are full of crap when they say it. Now, there's been times in Houston where the one position you don't need is a tackle, and you draft Blake Fisher, and I'm like, boy, you must just went best player or what you thought was best player available. Right? There's been times when it's happened. I just don't believe when I hear it come out of GM's mouths and coaches' mouths 90% of the time. But I believe it this time, boys. I mean, Nick Cacerio in a roundabout way said best player available. We stack our board, being vertically, horizontally, do all this, do all that.
They believe in their board.
Yeah, and if somebody falls, there's a reason why. And the Texans are in a spot, and what he said was every other position other than quarterback, we're going best player available. So obviously they're not drafting a quarterback, right? best player available. I believe this is a year, Ron, where the Houston Texans legitimately could go best player available, and you could make an argument for why they did it.
Yeah, they've put them. That's the best thing to me. They have, Nick and D'Amico have done in this offseason is they put themselves in a position where there is not a absolute need out there. Like, I mean, you can even say it's hard to look at what maybe position you'd say. Well, it's not hard. I think center would be it, but what position you say they're too deep. You question, right? Like if they need to, or their frontline person is so good that you don't even look at it.
But I think you got to look at this because you look at on the defense. I know some people are probably saying, well, what about edge rusher and corner? Like now, I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying it's a good idea or they should. But one could say I wouldn't roll my eyes if Nick Cacerio drafted somebody, a corner that fell to him at 28 they were in love with, or an edge rusher at 28 they were in love with. I wouldn't roll my eyes when Nick tried to explain why he did it. Like they've got to find a way to get cheaper, and you're not going to be able to pay Danielle Hunter, right? You're not. I don't know that you're going to be able to pay Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley Jr., and Kamari Lassiter. Like how are you going to
all the big money,
right? All the big money guys, right? You're talking about guys that are making top of the league and top of the market money. And so again, I don't think it's going to happen. But those two positions, you could argue, hey, I mean, you got to give yourself some cheap labor at some point in time because the guys you have now are all going to be top of the market guys at their positions. So. Again, I hope they don't. I hope they pull I hope it's somewhere where somebody can help us immediately and it helps us kick the door into an AFC championship and hopefully a Super Bowl. But I could see an argument where best player available other than quarterback could literally be just that.
Oh, yeah. You could be saying to yourself, all right, we're going to bring in that next edge rusher that's going to be there to replace Danielle Hunter. You could bring in and say to yourself, all right, man, we're already paying Derek Stingley as a top 3 corner in the league. We've got the highest paid non-quarterback in the league, and Will Anderson on our team. We're already paying Danielle Hunter big money. Our quarterback, what are we going to do there? We're probably going to be paying, even if we pick up the 5th-year option, we're going to be paying $26 million there. We've got Nico Collins who's probably ready to get a new deal too. Our offensive line isn't as cheap as it was before. So, I mean, most teams aren't paying corners, having 2 corners as top 5 in the league in money and 2 ends top 5 in the league in money.
That'd be tough. I tell you, but this is just most of the time when I hear that conversation, I kind of roll my eyes. This is one where I'm gonna tell you, man, I'm excited for this draft because I do believe that the Texans are in a place to where they, for the most part, they could be best player available, and whoever falls to them could even get aggressive to go get somebody that they really, really like because you got so many positions that can impact the game in a major, major way. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron and Show Hughley. T-Mill is on the 1s and 2s behind the glass. Quick update. Astros 5-2, baby. Astros have scored 2 runs here back-to-back. Oh, Diaz, he said he hit a bomb yesterday. Got a little RBI single today, man. Yeah. Got a little RBI single. I mean, don't look at it. The only thing that can make this harder to stomach is if Diaz comes around and he starts swinging the bat well and we're still losing 8-7.
By the way, your fave, Nick Allen, came through.
Yeah, a little double play. Tried to kill the inning, but hey, man, we got to get Nick in there, man. Let's get that done. Get Nick in that lineup, man. He's not trying to kill the inning.
That inning is probably going to die.
Let me ask you this real quick. I know we're up again. Let me ask you this real quick. Why would you not knowing how much this organization is right, left? Why wouldn't you DH Loperfido instead of Nick Allen, play Nick Allen at shortstop? You got a big righty on the bump.
Only I think is they want to give one of those infield guys a game off in the field.
Oh, we're load managing.
And they chose Paredes.
Paredes can roll his eyes at them. Come on, man. We load managing, man. We are in we're in desperation mode right now.
It's 5-2, as you said. Yeah, Nick Allen smashed the inning. All right, there you go. Diaz, maybe he's coming. Cam Smith probably should have checked that Cam struck out. The umpire did not call it, and then Seattle also didn't challenge it, and it was a strike that would have been an easy strikeout for Cam Smith. Got away with it, and then he got a hit on the very next pitch.
Got him,
and it started an inning. So 5-2. Astros back in it. We'll get you completely updated there. And How many of y'all thought Rory was going to choke this thing away? I ain't going to lie to you. I thought that was what we was going to be talking about today. But no, Rory stepped back up. And is this a real thing? Like, is there a real battle between Scottie Scheffler and Rory, or is Scottie still very clear the number one golfer in the world? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, I need you to listen up one time, man. This ain't hard. Louis Flory over the Ability Tree Experts. He's the best in the tree care game, man. Nobody even is on the same level as Louis Flory and Ability Tree Experts in that tree care game here on the Gulf Coast, here in and around our beautiful city of Houston. Look, the reality is that those big, beautiful, valuable trees, second most valuable asset on your property, second only to your home. Big part of that curb appeal now. Big part of that curb appeal. You got to give them the best chance to survive whatever Texas weather throws at us next, whether it's a drought or it's a freeze or it's high winds associated with a hurricane, right? I'll give you an example. If you just make sure those big, beautiful, valuable trees are trimmed and pruned the right way, that wind blows through those trees when we do get high winds instead of up.
It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That hit hard. Passed Altuve into right field. Around third comes Julio Rodriguez to score. Luke Raley with his second hit of the game. And the Mariners have scored 6 runs today. Raley drives in his 10th run of the year.
6 on the board before they're out of the 5th. They have not had a pitcher go through the 5th. This is the longest starter has another hit. This is the longest start that a starter has gone in several games. We'll see how much longer Mike goes. But as you heard there,
we suck again.
As you heard there, 6-2, and the bell's ringing on the Astros day right now. Again, 6-2. They're coming out to talk to Mike. Maybe they're taking the ball from Mike. I don't know. Let's see what happens here. But we'll keep you updated on what's going on there as there's still time. It's the 5th inning, and there's still time. So we'll keep you updated there. Real quick, Tyler, you said something with real confidence last week that I don't know that I know that answer to, and I wonder how many men know that answer at the current age that they are. We were talking about some of the new City Connects, and Tyler said he really liked the Royals one because purple's his favorite color. Starters, not one you get every day. Purple for a gentleman, which, hey, to each his own. You know what color is. I wondered if it was that Tyler thinks he looks really good in purple, or if purple is his favorite color. And no, there was no confusion there. Purple is his favorite color, not just that he looks good in purple. By the way, through 5 innings, there it is. Mike Burrows gets through 5. It's a starter through 5 for the Astros. They do trail 6-2. 713-572-4610, base power text line, YouTube and Twitch. As a grown man, are you confident in what your favorite color is? Tyler's very confident in purple. If someone were to ask me that, I think I would say blue, but I don't know if it's true. I've just said blue since I can remember, so it's just always there. What's your favorite color? Blue. I don't really know if it is. I wear some blue, but I don't even know. I've just been saying that since I was young. You know your favorite color as an adult?
Black.
Really? Your favorite color is black. Like you see something.
When I was little, it was blue. But it's if I'm buying a vehicle, it's black. It's either black or white. But I would lean heavily black. Yes, it is more times than not. If I've got a shirt that I really like, it's black. If I've got a truck that I'm really falling in love with, I'll try to look at these different colors, but I always go back to black. I wear a lot of icy whites shoes, but I'll be honest with you, I think the cleanest is the blacks with the white soles. I'd go black.
You judging it by what you wear all the time, or what you want to buy all the time, or you look at it, you're like, I love me some black and green. That green looks good.
I think all the things you said could be true. I do. I love me some black. I think it's easy to wear. It goes with a lot of stuff. See, I don't every time I leave the house, whether I'm working out or hell, I don't even care if I'm mowing the yard. Like I look in the mirror before I leave the house. And I'm not the best dressed man in America, but you're never going to catch me and be like, was he blind? Is he blind? Is he colorblind? What the hell's going on over there? And blacks, whites, grays are easy to just throw on with any color and roll.
Yeah.
So, but that is part of why it's my favorite is because there's some ease to it there. It goes with a lot of different things. I can wear it consistently. It doesn't show stains. I can wear it multiple days.
Doesn't show stains.
I mean, there's a lot of perks. I'd go black.
Ray said it's blue has always been mine. But is it still currently yours? I think, like Tyler said, purple. I think I'm drawn to green. I think I've said blue forever, but I think green's my favorite color.
How do you define that? Like I could see you because a lot of you got what you got on right now is green.
Yeah, I don't know. I when I shop, the green pops to me.
Like, is it just what somebody says? Like, I've never seen Tyler in anything. Purple would have been the bottom of my list if I guessed Tyler Milner's favorite color. Purple would have been. You had
yellow Hummer. I would have thought maybe yellow. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean LSU.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've never seen him with. I would have thought he just adopted maroon.
Did you just say I like purple? That's just like you like.
No, purple's absolutely my favorite color, but you got to remember that this armpit situation I deal with Niagara Falls under my arms, and that's going to show a little more on the shade of purple that I like. I got a shirt or two, but yeah, just my favorite color, not necessarily an attire. Or obviously, I'm not driving around a purple vehicle.
I think you should. I think that'd be sick, man.
Good.
I think you should go Crown Royal purple.
I'm just thinking to myself, you're right. What would anyone lead to believe to know that Tyler's favorite color is purple? Like, what would?
It is the color of royalty. You are correct.
Yes.
That too.
I think you need to start mixing in red or purple shoestrings in. Yep. Maybe here or there.
Agreed.
Maybe a good purple hat.
I used to have a good purple hat. I used to also have some fire kicks that had purple in them.
You must have really enjoyed that Minnesota stadium. Just all that purple in there. Real steam.
Yeah, there was purple everywhere as they whooped our ass. Gosh, damn it, that game sucked.
I did. Ray says he says blue, but now I do wear mostly black. 2 of my 4 vehicles have been black. I think your car choice is different. Like I'm with Tyler. My favorite color is green, I believe. I'm not banging out a green unless I got a great deal on it.
What color is your wife's car?
It's green.
Oh.
It is nice.
So you have purchased one.
I purchased one, but I didn't pick it. I picked the color. I wanted the all black one with the rims.
Yeah, I just put some thought into it. I'm more drawn. Like, I'm looking at that screen right there. I'm probably more drawn to green or blue. Probably blue. When I was a kid, it was definitely blue.
Yeah.
But if I had to pick one, probably green or blue. Go Astro Granny with Razorback background. She is red through and through. There's no question about. Oh, no question. No question. So, yeah, I think my eye probably is drawn to blue, like a bright blue color, probably.
Yeah. People said Prince liked purple. There you go. Tyler's basically Prince, but
Prince and T. Mill, man.
But again, a sex symbol. That's for sure.
That's the same amount of. Never mind. Oh, I almost got in trouble right there, didn't I?
They just got in trouble. That man, but see, Prince. We could look and see Prince wears a little purple. We've seen Prince put on a little purple. I need a purple jacket or something. You know what? I'll take care of it. Get you some sort of a purple scarf or something. We gotta figure out something.
I'm ordering me some sweet purple kicks right now just because y'all brought this up.
I'm doing it. Do it, man. Purple's your favorite. I want to start to see it. Give me that, man. Someone text in. There's a couple people on the baseball text line. Purple's my favorite too.
Well, I don't know. I think you may be the first white man that I've ever heard say purple. Man. I got a bunch of buddies that are black dudes that are in the fraternity, whichever fraternity it is, with purple. And that is, it is. Every time I see them, they got purple on.
There you go. Shout out Stan Northfleet, who was really bringing it this weekend. Dirty Dogs. All right. Maroon coming through. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. By the way, tell the truth. Tell the truth. I know you guys were into it. Did you all think Rory was going to choke that Masters away?
No.
Really?
It crossed my mind, absolutely, and I was watching it intently, but no, I didn't.
Oh, when he went to 9, and I think, was it Cam? Whoever it was, I think had a 2 or 3 stroke lead. It was briefly. It was briefly because he came right back, and they came back, and then
It was a blip of Cam Young.
Oh man, he looked like he was falling further and further from Saturday. You didn't think he was? Oh, I thought.
I thought he was, but it's like Rory's got a real I'm worried look in his face. I mean, I think to be fair, I think
he should have been.
I think it's probably always his look. Like, I don't know that he naturally is I'll step on your throat look.
He turns sideways with his head sometimes.
Hits it like gives his caddy a bunch of attention, which most golfers don't typically. Like I thought he was out over his
He's a real let the head fall on a missed putt. And then Scotty Scheffler looks like he's about to take the putter and kick whoever's ass is near him. or he's going to stand there for a little bit and just not move on. That's my thing is I feel like Rory is taking that four, like that 3 putt on 4. I definitely thought Rory took that to 5 with him. I most definitely thought that is on his mind. I cannot believe he got to 18 and hit that.
The chip out of the sand on 18 was it 18 or 17? The chip out of the sand.
That was 17. Just like he did it. He likes that position. He did it the other. Yeah, he chipped that one in on 17. But his tee shot off of 18. Hey man, you got a 2-stroke lead, baby. Hey, just right in there.
Give me that driver. Yo.
It's called Scott Van Pelt yesterday said. And of course it wouldn't be Rory if Rory didn't make it real interesting and put drama in the game on the 18th.
Well, he made me feel good about my golf game this Saturday because I played 2 longer holes from the wrong fairway. And he played up the wrong fairway on that.
Your wife let us know.
Yeah, well, she let her know about that score. I broke 90 cuz.
I don't know if she saw that. Did you see that? Did you see his social? This fool Lauren is video and her ball, I believe.
First hole, yeah. She
hit her ball.
You know, hole 1 at Eagle Point is downhill. Like you hit it, and she hits it pretty good off the box anyway. She nutted one, bro, and it was right down the middle, and I was like,
nutted one? All right.
And I hit one. I hit it in the sweet spot, but
on the other side.
My old pool, I pulled it to the opposite, hole 10 fairway.
Mm-hmm. She got the camera on her ball.
They got a bridge there for a reason, Tyler.
She had the camera on her ball and then swung that thing slowly over to Clinton. He was over there navigating his ball on a completely different hole.
I've played quite a few out there at Eagle Point. It's a beautiful course.
Tyler, wifey had that golf experience, man. She was on one in front 9, man. She was playing really good. Hit a couple long putts, and
then she went.
Hey, by 14, she said, "I think I'm just going to Uber home and let you bring the clubs."
Who was that dude that lost his mind last? Well, he didn't make the cut.
Golly, what was
MacArthur,
it? Patrick. Golly,
was something.
Sergio did it too. Sergio got the warning too.
Yeah, Patrick Reed.
No, the guy who
Scottish dude
gave the finger. He gave
Shane Lowry.
No, he gave the. Oh, I'm doing it. He gave the finger to the crowd.
That's allowed.
Real quick to the crowd. He gave the finger to the crowd and was cussing all day long. What is?
It's Patrick something.
Something, but man, that man
Cantlay.
No, it's Max.
It's McLaughlin. It's something. I can't remember. We talked about him last week, but he threw it in. See, it sounds like because I feel like Tiger has done that. Tiger has just said, "Oh man, my back's hurting, guys. I'm gonna have to come out and throw it in." I don't think his back was hurt some of the times. I think Tiger's just had enough. All right, coming up, the Astros are trying. They're trying to avoid this.
What they're trying to do is get Burrows hurt.
I feel like the Astros just want to throw in the towel, start this season over.
They're trying
they
to
just want to end this Madden.
IL.
They feel like a team that's down. Somebody's down 30-0 in Madden in the second quarter and just wants to start it over. Let's just start this thing over. But we'll get you up there. Tell me this, because I know a lot of people are going to say it's early. What is giving you confidence that the Astros are going to turn this around like they've had other years when they've had slow starts and gotten back in it? What gives you confidence about this team that they'll do it? We'll discuss that next.
Let me tell you this. If you have low T, there ain't nothing giving you confidence. I'm telling you, it takes everything.
Text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as Tyler said, I like this from you, Tyler. It's trying to be very positive. The Astros are now in the top of the seventh inning, attempting to avoid a sweep here in Seattle. It is now 6-2, and listen, 4 batters into the game, it was 3-0, and they have tried to fight their way back. George Kirby is still on the mound. George Kirby for the Mariners is going 6 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned, 4 strikeouts, no walks in this game thus far. I don't think any walks have happened in this game. Nope. Burrow does have 1 walk in here. Has given up 1 walk, but listen, I think he's done for the day. Probably, I don't know. They may run him back out there. Yeah, he's at 98 pitches. He's done for the day. Listen, he got hit around. He's given up 2 home runs. There's another 2 more home runs to the total in which the Astros lead the league in home runs given up. And I don't think it's real close anymore right now what's happened. But he did Clint go 6 innings, and their last 4 starters through this run of the rotation had combined for 4 1/3 innings. So they needed for him to get some length in this game. Javier went 1 inning. Imai got 1 out. He got 1 out in the game. And then Bolton, he didn't go very long after he had the back issue. Listen, it's been tough. It's been tough for the Astros here lately, and they at least need him to get some length. But he goes 6 innings. However, he does give up 11 hits. 6 earned runs, 3 Ks, 1 walk, and 2 home runs. It looks like his day is coming to an end. And right now, they've got some real work to do to try to prevent themselves from losing 8 in a row. 8 in a row here on this road trip.
Well, the reality of it is if the Astros can't score 6, then they ain't going to have much of a chance to win. So they got a long way to go in a short time to get there. They got 2 down on the top of the 7th.
This is the 8th consecutive game that they've given up at least 5 runs.
Yeah, they're 7 outs away from a 9th straight. Was it 9th straight loss?
8.
8 straight losses?
It'd be 8. 1-9 on the road trip.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for these Stros now.
No, as I said,
it's going to be one of them dig a hole and climb out type of years for Joe Espada.
That's right, Robert McIntyre. That was the name we was trying to.
Robert, that's right, not Patrick. Had screwed you up, Tyler.
Yeah, it screwed you up. Patrick would have had it if you just said Bobby. He sure enough would have had it. No, I'm serious. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the base power text line, I understand they are 6-10 right now, and if it holds right here 6-4 here in the with 2 outs here in the 7th, they would go to 6-11. And yes, it is obviously early in the season, right? They got 162 games to play. It's early in the season, but for you, you've seen the Astros get off to rough starts and come back and get to the World Series, get to the ALCS. You've seen it. What would be the reasoning that you would look at this and have some confidence that this particular group led by the captain, Joe Espada, who dug him out in 2024, this group can get it going? Because the injury situation right now is dire. We'll talk a little bit more as 2 more guys coming up at 5 o'clock fire have been added to the injury list. 2 guys that you counted on to be frontline guys for the Astros have been added to the injury list. We'll get you that. But this group just has so many injuries, and not just injuries, but right now poor performance from starting pitching. Your concern was bullpen. I'm going to assume that probably didn't get helped over this series. Right now, what is it? What is it that makes you confident, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, that this team can get back in it and can kind of turn this thing around?
Well, I mean, hell, there ain't much of nothing that makes me confident. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I guess the injuries. You get Hunter Brown back, and you get Josh Hader back. Obviously, I think those are 2 guys that I mean, barring another injury, I think those guys are probably more times than not going to be nails, which would help this team tremendously. But you're still going to have some serious issues with all the other – because, look, let's be honest, like the other guys that have been injured, like M.I. and Christian Javier, I mean, that's not just crippling injuries there. I mean, the problem is you got guys that are healthy. Mike Burrow's getting shelled today. You got the wheels came off of Lance, late the other day. And, I mean, I don't know what you're going to do, now that there's no Christian Javier. I mean, I guess, we've seen J.P. France come out and get beat around the ballpark. So I just don't know what the answers are beyond just a couple of guys getting healthy. And I don't know that those 2 guys, even though they're 2 of our best players, are going to be enough to really stem the tide, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Again, what would be your selling point of, all right, this is what, maybe not even confidence, but the thing that you would kind of hang your hat on of why you don't completely throw in the towel for this? Maybe that's it. Confidence, you're right, is probably too strong of a term. What is holding you from not throwing in the towel? Because it's someone just texted in. The only thing that's holding me in is because of how early it is. That's fair. Someone just said not a damn thing. if Dana and Espada get fired, that's when I'll have confidence again. Okay, so people have already gotten to that space. Someone said their division is not great. That is a fair one. Not only is the division not great, but I think the American League, it's probably going to be tight. They're probably going to be maybe 80, mid 80s, low 80s may get you into the postseason. So that is a fair thing. I guess to me, it's the offense does seem real, and if you could if they can, I do believe this. I do believe if they can just get to a place where they're competitive and they have a chance, I do think that Jim Crane and company would do something to be able to help the issue. And like Tyler said earlier, I think they probably need to be on the phone already. Maybe it's a little tad bit early for anybody to go and do anything. But I do think if they can just be around it, then I do think we've seen Jim Crane many years do what they need to do to improve the team. But that to me is it, because I do have –
They're going to need 2 top-of-the-line starters.
They might. They might. And Kikuchi was one that one time, and maybe they can get another one right now. But, yeah, if they're just getting to a point where this is where they continue and they're losing 8 straight and they struggle and they don't have a chance, then maybe they go in a different direction. But I think it is clear we can see this team is going to need help to compete. And I just think they've got to be good enough to get to a place where it matters for them to get help. And I do think Hunter Brown is going to get back, hopefully soon. We don't know a timetable, but Jordan is swinging the bat well. Altuve is swinging the bat well. And hopefully they can just get to a stretch where they are just around it. But this is the pitching stuff from top to bottom, to starters to bullpen. That it just seems to get worse by the day. It seems to get worse by the day. All right, coming up as we continue here, a little 5 o'clock fire. We did, as I said, the Astros are in Seattle right now, and they do have some roster moves because they have added a couple of more frontline guys to the IL. We'll let you know the latest on that. Nick Cacerio spoke as well, and Rory did something that nobody's done since Tiger, and we know the fate in the first round for the Rockets. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, I've told you before, whether it's at my home or it's at one of my rental properties or a house we're flipping, I've dealt with a ton of different paint contractors, and it can be a nightmare. Not only is it stressful and exhausting, but it can be just flat out a bad experience. I'm telling you, the way to go is Serta Pro Painters, right? Each Serta Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. That's who you're
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Drive is live.
Flip all these burgers.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T. They're the same person. Have the latest. And the latest is we got a little day baseball as the Astros are trying to avoid getting swept for back-to-back series in Seattle, and this one would be a 4-game sweep and would be 8 straight lost. They are trying to avoid that. Right now, the Astros are trailing 6-2 in the 8th inning with 2 outs, and if they are going to get something done, this is the time. Yordan Alvarez has just walked, and Jose Altuve is at second. 2 are on right now for Christian Walker, with Carlos Correa coming behind him, and we'll see if they can get back in this game, Clint. But just for those just rolling in here at 5 o'clock, this has been a game, Clint and Tyler, that basically over the last several weeks we've watched, with the exception of Brian Abreu coming in and just blowing it. But this is something we've seen, trailing early, down by multiple runs. Seemingly within the first 2 to 3 innings, they were down 3-0 after 4 batters in this game, and their starting pitching struggled. The one good thing is that they did get some innings out of Burrows. He goes 6 innings in this game, but he gives up 11 hits, 6 earned in this thing. So this is a game in which their offense is going to have to try to come back and do another comeback. And, Clint, that's just not sustainable to have to come back every single damn game, no matter how good your offense is.
New game, more of the same, baby.
Yep.
I mean, by the time you get to 3 or 4 innings, the other team's got 6-7 runs, and you're playing from behind. You're playing catch-up. And, the other team has the luxury of just of making decisions and making mistakes with a 4 or 5 run cushion, and it gets old, man. Anytime that this lineup can't give you 5-6 runs, you have no chance of winning a game. And they caught a pretty good Kirby today. Yeah. He came out, should have got through 8 innings. He walked, even though I don't know that in this scenario it's not the smartest thing that could happen.
I would have.
He walked Yordan Alvarez, came out of the game with 2 outs in the top of the 8th, and so they caught a good one today, and unfortunately Burrows, wasn't on it. So I guess beyond just today, one thing that we're dealing with here is it seems like every pitcher that they roll out there just gets absolutely shelled more times than not at some point in time in the game, and a lot of times it's been early. So.
And when you say shelled, it's just like multiple runs that they have to try to.
Well, it's just the thing is, man, they got to get, if Arrighetti gets out there at some point and he looks like the Arrighetti we saw last year, that would be an upgrade. I think that's the one good thing, is that you've got a couple of guys that you saw last year that were decent, a lot better than what we've seen this year. That those guys now are in position to really help you if they can make their way back. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's a thought of, like, Arrighetti's. Do they have the ability to do what you were hoping that Imai and Christian Javier would do? Do they have that ability?
Well, you remember last year. I mean, it's like Jason Alexander was giving you quality starts.
Yep, that's just all they need. And their offense, we'll see how long their offense plays and swings the bats like this. But, yeah, that's really all they've needed is just something in the ballpark of quality start.
Yep. Just give us a chance, and we hadn't, and it happened again today, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. So that is the latest there from today's game.
5 o'clock fire.
Now, in terms of roster moves, we've already talked to you about the amount of guys that they have on the IL, from Hunter Brown to their closer Josh Hader to Christian Javier to others that have been on the IL. Some having, like Cole and Zach DeZenzo, who they thought might contribute. Those guys have never even made it onto the field yet. They've added a couple of more, Clint, and most recently Javier and your starting center fielder Jake Myers goes. They seem to like to do this, Tyler. Another pitcher and starting position player. They like to kind of go and do those in pairs, it seems like the Astros do go into the injured list.
That was a no-brainer for me.
It was, and here go two more. Jeremy Pena, who has kind of been yo-yoing in and out of the lineup with this finger, he is now on the 10-day IL, retroactive back to the 12th with a grade 1 hamstring strain. So he is going to the IL for at least 10 games. And then Imai, he is going to the IL for 15 days due to arm fatigue. Both of them left the game over the weekend early, and not a surprise here. They've recalled J.P. France, who is on the mound right now. It looks like at least this time around is going better than it did the other day. Colton Gordon's also been called up, and Shea Whitcomb is also called up from Sugarland. But they're going to be without Imai, who I think they were hoping to be one of their top 3-4 starters. And then Jeremy Pena, who was the catalyst and their best position player all of last year. They're both going to the IL, joining. I think there's 10 or 12 on the IL now that they have. It's just getting ridiculous like last year.
Yep. It's hell. It looks like now they've thrown in the towel in the bottom of the 8th. Is that Shea? Big Shea looks like Big Shea's playing third base now.
Astros ain't loyal.
Carlos ain't feeling a little. His tummy ain't hurting again.
Oh no, hell, we just threw the towel in. I mean, it ain't no big deal. Boy, Shea, that thing ate y'all up. Ate you up. No.
Hey, Shea made a play.
Shea made a play. Los went to shortstop, by the way.
Oh, there we go. They got Nick.
Welcome to the game, Shea.
They got Nick out of there. Hey, Tyler, you remember last time those ground balls were hit to Shea at third base?
The nightmare at third continues for Shea.
Todd Callis was trying to get Shea up out that game.
That's what Todd said.
Todd said the nightmare continues. I mean, you get 4 errors back. I mean, they may send your ass to Corpus. I mean, the hell with Sugarland. They might just take you down, but that was good. You can't tell me his heart.
Better. They sent my ass to Baytown.
You can't tell me his heart was not beat through his chest on that ground ball hit to him.
That was one of them, though, Ron. It hit so hard and right at him, and he didn't have no choice.
Had no chance. Think about it.
Worst he could do was throw it over the damn head into the.
You say you'd have thrown it in the stands.
Oh, that hell! Joe Espada would have caught that piece over in the dugout.
If you missed it, Clint said he played third base back in the day, and it was just tough for him for the mental game of just being able to fire it to it.
I couldn't hit the ball.
To a 6'4" first baseman, he was firing it over his head.
All-American tight end.
SEC quarterback couldn't quite solve it.
Unbelievable.
I don't believe it was that bad. I think you're letting on how bad it was.
I don't remember what the percentages were, but I can tell you I felt it every time.
If you had 10 throws from third base to first, how many are you saying are offline?
3 or 4 are hitting the net, not just offline. I'm talking about where he can't catch them. I'm telling you, it was bad. It was rough.
4 out of the 10, you're firing them in there. You ever think to maybe go in there and heat one on the bounce, see if we can get one up?
See if I can you know what we did? I should have done that. Tested his scoop skills.
Yeah, check that out. All right, that's the latest there. A couple of more injuries. 2 frontline guys, Pena, your shortstop, and MI. You're one of your top 4 starters going to the IL.
What is going on?
I don't know.
5 o'clock fire.
I don't know what the hell's going on. I didn't think Pet's heads would be falling off in April 13th. All right, Nick Cacerio, he spoke to the media ahead of the draft. By the way, again, quick reminder, he will be on with Payne and Pendergast at 7:15 coming up on Wednesday, 7:15. Nick Cacerio will speak to the fellas, but he spoke to the media ahead of the draft, and one thing that he talked about specific to the draft, Clint, Nick Cacerio said when talking about best player available, we trust the grades. If you have 2 players similarly graded or lower at quote unquote a position of need, you take the lesser player. There's a reason we grade the players. This is how we see the players if we add him to the team. All right, we've heard about best player available. A lot of people text that in and talk about that during the week of the draft. You never really buy into the best player available thing. What are your thoughts about this particular Texans team when it comes to that?
Well, I think we're in a position to where I can buy into it this year. This is the first year Nick Cacerio's been here that I bought into the best player available. I think there's always needs that have to be addressed. And right now, where the Texans sit. I mean, I'm not saying I would do it. I'm not saying that I'd be real excited if they did it. But I think you can make an argument or a good debate about every position other than quarterback. Right? I mean, there's a money play if you talk about some of the positions we're stacked at, which is edge rusher and corner. Obviously, money's going to come into the conversation here in the next couple of years with Will Anderson and Kamari Lassiter going to have to get paid. Obviously, on the offensive side of the football, I mean, there's other than quarterback, there's definitely not a position that you wouldn't draft. And so, yeah, man, I think we are. It's a beautiful place to be in if you're the Texans. Is best player available is a guy that is more than likely, if he's on the defensive side of the football, he gets a lot of run. If he's on the offensive side of the football, odds are he could get quite a bit of run as well. So, yeah, man, I like that coming from the general manager today.
Yep, and we've talked about it. They put themselves in that position to do that, right?
Oh yeah.
Like if they drafted an offensive lineman and they felt like that was that was the best, the kid from Clemson we see them connected to a lot,
yeah,
or the guard from Oregon, that would make sense. You could see them saying, because they are in the unique position where. One, first off, I still think there are some guys that they could go after that could be instant contributors, right? I think at the receiver position, tight end positions, I think there are some spots, defensive tackle, but they are also in a position, Clint, where they can start to say, all right, let's make sure we have the successor in place for said position, right? Are they going to pay multiple corners? How much do they trust themselves? They trusted themselves to find Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley. Do they trust themselves to say, all right, we've paid Stingley. It's a tough one. Do we stay with Kamari Lassiter? Do we draft a replacement to stay cheaper there? Or even maybe, all right, we love Bullock, we love Petrie, we love the guys we have. Are we keeping all three? We just signed Reed Blankenship. Are we going to do that? Now it's going to – like they have the ability to do that at defensive end, at cornerback, at offensive line, at a lot of different places. So they're in a unique position with how they've built their team. We'll give them credit for that they can go in any direction for guys that can help right now or succession.
Well, there's also what we watched happen last year with Ariante Ursery.
Yep.
Cam Robinson was a guy that at that point we didn't know he was going to be injured and not ultimately play. We thought he was going to be a starting left tackle, plug and play. Well, you go get Cam. I mean, you go get Ariante Ursery and he plays well. Well, then you move Cam. Now it hurts you a little bit, costs you a little bit of money, but you're able to move him and move on from him. Now I don't know. I'm not going to pick and choose which guy they would choose to do that from, offensively or defensively. But that's always when you're in this position. If you draft a guy and he's not only right in your wheelhouse, he's not only the guy that you want, the type of guy that you want, cut from the cloth that you want, but guess what? He's a little bit more mature and he's actually ready to play. And now you can move a more expensive player or more veteran player. That's also in the cards. Hell, we know it is because we saw him do it last year with Cam Robinson and Ariante Ursery.
Yeah. So, a lot to be looking at, a lot of directions they could go. They could move up, they can move back, they could stay where they are, a lot of different things that they can do moving forward. I did want to send a shout-out, sad news with the Houston Astros family. Phil Garner, former manager for the Astros. He was also a three-time All-Star as a player as well. He passed away. I was just talking to weatherman Andy out there about Phil Garner. He remembering him at 76 years old. Garner, if you're forgetting, I'm sure many of you do not, got the Astros to the World Series. They bounced back after, kind of like this year, a 15 and 30 start, and finished with 89 wins, and then met the Chicago White Sox in the World Series. Phil Garner's contributions to the Houston Astros and the city of Houston and to the game of baseball will not be forgotten. That's coming from the Astros owner and chairman Jim Crane. So sad times as a former manager that led this Astros team to a World Series. Phil Garner passes away at the age of 76.
Yeah, man, sad deal right there, man. I mean, you're talking about an old boy that spent a lot of time in Houston, and most Astros fans got think pretty highly of him on and off the field, and so sad to lose a great man.
There you go. All right, T. Mill's best bets coming up as he tries to get these Mondays. These Mondays get a little tricky for us. We're going to try to see if we can get them all right here. T. Mill's best bets. What you want to do Monday? Maybe fade. Who knows? T. Mill's best bets coming up, and news coming from the Rockets and their series against the Lakers. News you got to know that could really factor in how this series goes. We'll tell you that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Hey, that he.
revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Listen to win. Win a trip to see Weezer at a tour stop of your choice. Travel, 2 nights of hotels, and a pair of concert tickets, all included. Thanks to Live Nation and Crush Music. And entering's easy. Just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to us for 1 hour. Then do it again every day through April 18th for more entries. Visit our website for more details on this national contest. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And grounds this one to the right side. Naylor, the hero of the game, will flip it to Cole Wilcox. Josh Naylor with 2 home runs and 5 RBIs, leading the offense as the Mariners sweep the Astros for the first time since August of 2018 in a 4-game series, as they win today by the final score of 6-2, and the Astros have lost 8 in a row for the first time in 13 seasons.
Oh, God, Todd, that is a punch to the jump.
Doggone it. 6-2. Cam Smith gave one a ride, almost hit a 2-run homer. Ball was caught against the wall. But they lose 6-2. Burrows allows 6 runs in 6 innings. At least he went 6 innings on 11 hits. And the offense, as Clint so eloquently said, if they can't get to 5 runs right now, they lose every single game they've played. That is, 8 straight losses right now overall. They went 1-9 on the road trip against Sacramento, the A's, the Rockies, and now the Mariners, who they have now dropped to 6-11. Clint, and this is the first thing that I will say, and I'm intrigued to hear it, and I know that I won't hear this, but I need to hear a little anger from the manager, the captain.
Ain't happening.
I need to hear. This one. I feel like I'm gonna get annoyed if I hear Tyler the post game, and it is that that optimistic. Oh, we're good. Look good. Like even if you don't believe it, I don't know how you couldn't be angry.
We'll get all this little fun.
I need somebody to get the wake up button. Hey, when we got to get something, or if he's pissed, if I'm pissed at Dana, what you giving me to work with something? I need to hear some kind of somebody kick over a Gatorade bottle or something. But look, I know I'm not going to get it.
But here's the interesting thing, and this is one thing that I think is important to being a head coach, and like Joe's got to have the ability to go, hey man, like I understand right now that I can take one of 2 paths. I can continue to lean into injuries and talk about how, boy, it's just right now we're in a rough patch, man. There's a lot of injuries, man. It's just piling up on us. Or you can realize that the starting pitchers that you have that are healthy have deserved a tongue lashing multiple times. The bullpen is you've got to. It's very easy and justifiable right now for him to go up there and say, man, we got to find some arms. We got to find some guys that can get it done, that can keep us competitive in these games beyond the 3rd inning. Like we got to find us some guys that when the wheels come off early on a starter, that they can stop the bleeding for us. We've got to find some guys. We're asking these guys to step up, and somebody's got to step up and take these spots as the season rolls. Like at least that. You know what I mean? At least that outside of just the. I trust these guys. These guys are battle tested.
It feels like that's what we're going to get.
Oh, no question. That's what you always get from Joe.
And maybe I'm off. I could be, and I'm sure many of you will tell me if I am. But I'm not saying it's like, all right, man, throw in the towel or the season's on the brink at this home series against the Rockies. But there are some moments within even long seasons of sports like basketball or baseball where it's like, hey, guys, this thing is going the wrong way. Like, before we get to the old players-only meeting, like, can we hear something from some of the leadership in there? I'll take even from one of the I would like to hear Correa lose it, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe he's about over it. I know Altuve won't do anything, but like I remember in that season, Tyler and Clint, you remember in that 2024 season, there was a game early on where Altuve just lost it. I don't know if you remember. In a way we didn't normally see him do it. I think it was against the White Sox. He started firing he got ejected, I'm certain of it. He started firing his helmet. He was pissed off like he had it. He had it, and it was clearly not just about that game. It was clearly about where they were. Like, we need to see some of that. I know they're just 6-11. It's just 17 ball games. But this thing is, they haven't had an 8-game losing streak since, what do you say, 13 years?
13 years.
Wow. I didn't hear that. Good gosh.
I mean, there is a standard for the Houston Astros, and this ain't a team where they just turned everything over. There are still dudes over there. There is a standard. That was one of the things that made the Astros great. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. Even if they had injuries, they would have guys that are just, they know the Astro way, or they grow up in it, and they come up and they do their job and they give you a chance. And they got guys out here, man, they're here going an inning, getting one out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, if Joe's ever going to break character, I mean, now's the time to show a little bit of frustration. I'm not saying you bench people. I'm not saying you throw people under the bus. But it sure would be nice for somebody in an Astros uniform to have some level of frustration visibly for the fan base to see it. It'd be nice. It'd be greatly. But these fools are out here dancing on the damn mound. They all locked shoulders and did some kind of spin in a circle, kick your foot in and dance. Yeah.
Yeah, the post game stuff is starting to be a little bit more different than just walk through the handshake line. Guys are having a little bit more fun.
It's all good. I mean, you see Rosarina after he hit that home run the other day? I think every bag he touched, he did some kind of little shake.
He stood there for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but Weiss, you ain't got no place to go in and getting upset and hit nobody. You got.
I think maybe he should. By the way, I think it's Weiss. I think he should go back to Weiss. I think we should start calling. I looked it up. I had to. But now I wish I wouldn't. Now I just wish I called him Weiss.
Weiss. I was calling both. Weiss and Weiss.
He's pitching more like a Weiss.
I don't know. I don't know. Weiss, whatever. It's ridiculous. Well, all right, man. I don't know. I don't know what's going to be said, but boy, they need to. All right. Let's get to these best bets. It's a Monday here. Let's see if we can make a little bread. Do what you need to do. And again, I will be completely honest with you because that is what Tyler would want me to do. These Mondays have not always, come through big time, but trying to get a streak going, trying to get a good 2 out of 3, maybe 3-0 to start the week off to get you into a good spot. I don't remember how Friday ended for you. I know you needed a Friday to really push through to get into the green for the week, a big Friday coming off of that. I think you went 3 for 4 on Thursday coming off of that. I don't remember what your Friday was. I'm assuming it wasn't great.
I think it was 2 for 4.
2 for 4, okay.
Yeah.
So we definitely would have known if it was 4. 4 for 4. We definitely would have known. So, again, if you need to check him out, at T-Mill Real Deal is where you can find his best bets. What you got today?
I got 3 picks around baseball tonight. No NBA action, obviously, as they get ready for the playoffs. Rockets, Lakers coming up here on the horizon. But 3 baseball bets for you very quick here. First, the Braves. I'm taking their money line tonight as they host the Miami Marlins. Got those odds at -150. Braves money line. Second pick, Dodgers. -1.5 as they host the New York Mets tonight. And within that same ball game, the Mets and Dodgers, I'm on the over in that one. Over 8.5 runs between the Mets and Dodgers. Those are your 3 best bets. Would love a hot start to the week. Absolutely.
That Braves Marlins are coming on. I like them. They got a weird ballpark, but they're coming on. It's just really weird out of where it's placed too. Drove by when we were in Miami not too long ago. It's just in the middle of just a weird area, but. They've been playing a lot better baseball here lately. We'll see the Braves. They've been leading that. So that I like that one. Braves money line on that. That's in Dodgers. We'll see. Yeah, the over on that. Yeah, the Dodgers, they're the only team in the league that is that is putting up, well, at least before this series, putting up the offense that the Astros have been putting up. The Dodgers, the only team in the league, so that over is probably a pretty good bet. Again, check them out at T-Mill Real Deal, where you can find those best bets. Got 3 of them today. See if he can get a dub. Coming up, we'll let you know about that news that you got to be paying close attention to up until Game 1 between the Lakers and the Rockets. And Nick Cacerio spoke. You got to hear what he had to say about one of the most talked about players going into training camp for the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Mokaram injury lawyers, y'all look at. I hope you never need them. I really do. I hope you never need them. But the reality of it is, if you or
Energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, I got it on the TV screen, Clint, Tyler. I don't know what Joe is saying, but it looks like some. Hey guys, we're good, man. We're confident. We're good. We know what we got here, man. These guys have been through it. They've been through the wars. Good, man. Good. That's what it feels like it was.
I trust these guys, man. Let's get back to Houston, get in a home stadium, home ballpark, and get this thing turned.
That's what it felt like. That is what it felt like. Astros, if you missed it, they lose again. They've lost 8 straight. They were swept in a 4-game series for the first time by the Mariners since 2014, and they have lost 8 straight in a season for the first time in 13 years.
By the way, 4-game series. Mariners scored 6 or more runs in every game.
Mm-hmm.
They went 6-6, 8-9.
Yep. Astros have given up at least 5 runs in now 8 straight games. In the 10-game road trip in which they were 1-9, they gave up at least 5 runs in 9 of them. The one they did shut them out 11-0, the A's. This would be the one game they won on the road trip. I will be honest, I did not have that on my bingo card that they were going to go 1-9 on the road trip. All right, coming up behind us, Clint, Texans All Access, as Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will talk to the general manager, Nick Cacerio. You'll hear him with the fellas coming up behind us. And then Area 45 is coming up tonight as well. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. The best late-night sports combo and show in the country. Colin, I don't know if he'll be on tonight with him doing In the Loop, but Colin is the new producer for them, so make sure you listen to those 3 nightly as Area 45 follows the fellas on Texans All Access. Remember, Nick Cacerio joins them. Nick Cacerio will join Payne and Pendergast 7:15 on Wednesday. Stay tuned for that. Clint, before getting to Cacerio, I did want to bring across some news coming from the NBA, and that is Shams Charania drops this nugget on the Rockets in the Lakers series. The Rockets will travel to L.A. Game 1 on Saturday night on ABC. They will face the L.A. Lakers. And by the way, as I said earlier, they are a heavy favorite. They are minus 750 to win, and they also have a 4.5 point spread where they're favorite in Game 1 against the Lakers. But Shams says that Doncic is to return from Spain on Friday. He's returning to L.A. after spending the last week in Spain, where he has received multiple injections for his grade 2 left hamstring strain. His status is still unknown. The thought is Austin Reeves is not going to be able to go in this series, as he's supposed to be 4 to 6 weeks. But Luka has been in Spain. He will return, and we'll see how long he's out of this series if he is able to return. But clearly, he is going outside of the box to try to get himself back from a hamstring strain.
What do you think they can put in his body in Spain that they can't do it here?
Well, I do think there are procedures and things that they are able to do that aren't completely approved over here. I think Kobe bounced over there too to get surgery on.
That's before QC Kinetics was a thing.
Before QC Kinetics.
Yeah, now you just go up the road to QC Kinetics.
Said he should just go over there to QC Kinetics.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just strange. Like as closely.
I mean, there are things that aren't approved. Yeah.
Right. I mean, but as closely monitored as these athletes' bodies are from a PED perspective, but you can just ease on over to Spain and get something that's not even legal in the
My
States.
thing is, so then when he gets back Friday, like the Lakers training staff, do they know what they're like? All right,
He'll probably bring a little briefcase with him.
Yeah, let us know what you got here. What do we do with this?
Bring a little briefcase with him. Say, hey, look here, man. Here's the goods for the next 3 days.
Yeah.
Shoot it in my glute.
And it is. Listen, this is obviously a huge deal. I do not believe the Rockets. I don't know, Tyler and Clint. You guys know the lines and stuff better than I do. I don't think the Rockets would be favored especially if the Lakers had home court. I don't think they would be favored to win this series. If just Luka was there. Definitely if Luka and Reeves weren't there, especially the way they've been playing. We just watched them have a 2-game set here in Houston, and they couldn't. So that's why this is a big deal. Because even if it's which we don't believe it's going to be a compromise, Luka, but it does completely change what Udoka and the coaching staff's game plan is for the Rockets with the Lakers.
Yeah, I don't, if he's limited at all, I think with the physicality that the Rockets could present to him, plus he's hobbled on defense, as you mentioned, he's a liability anyway when he's fully healthy, much less when he's injured. So, yeah, it's either got to be he's had some kind of miraculous recovery and he's full go, or I think he's going to be a liability.
Well, he's going to be a liability, but even how much of a liability? Boy, I'll be trying to get them Amen Thompson switches on him.
No doubt.
Amen Thompson full head of screen.
Downhill.
Hell, I don't know. I think anybody. Hell, shoot, I'd let Clint Capella get a full downhill on them.
He's stretching defenses, man. Hit a three yesterday,
drew it up for
man.
him. Shout out to Udoka. Udoka's drawing up threes for Clint Capella, but it took us forever to figure out what the hell to do at the end of the game with a double team. I digress. But that is one we will definitely be keeping an eye on in the status of Luka Doncic for this series. All right, Nick Cacerio, who you'll hear right after this on Texans All Access right as we get done, he talked about Tank Dell, and I think Tank Dell is going to be, outside of CJ, maybe one of the more talked about players and their status and what things are going to look like with him. Here was him catching up and commenting on his young receiver, Tank Dell, who is going to be returning after a catastrophic knee injury.
Yeah, with Tank, honestly, it's probably a day-to-day. We'll kind of see where he is. Probably have a better idea as we get through the spring of what his availability is going to be in training camp. So, he's been here pretty religiously, since he's been able to do more once he's kind of gotten out of the rehab stage. So, as far as the receiver position, look, if there's a receiver that we like, that we feel, we want to add to the team, then we're going to take him independent of kind of what's going on. And in the end, the competition will sort itself out.
Listen, Tank Dell is such a wild card.
Yep.
He is such a wild card for this team. And I think clearly those comments would lead us to believe they know exactly where he is and how they want to handle things. But Clint, he is such a wild card for this team. It's so much so that it shouldn't affect what your game plan is.
No, that's what look, I love what Nick is saying there. Number one, from a Tank perspective, him being day-to-day on April the 13th is a really good thing. And then from a Texans fan perspective is, I don't want any decisions that are being made in that wide receiver room. I do not want them being made with Tank Dell, being productive on this team as part of the decision. I think Tank Dell is a luxury. If Tank Dell comes back and he is anything close to what the last Tank Dell we saw on the field, then that's got to be a luxury. And you look up and you go, okay, we spent all offseason talking about CJ's targets. Now all of a sudden you got Nico, you got Tank, you got Higgins. Now all of a sudden you've got a pretty formidable group if he comes around. So it was good to hear Nick Cacerio say, look, Tank Dell has no bearings on the decisions that we're making. If a wide receiver falls to us and our board shapes up and points us in a direction of a wide receiver, then we'll take a wide receiver. To me, that's the big thing here is how are they looking at Tank Dell? And it appears he's a luxury, and that's exactly what I think they should be doing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just I've said this, and I know I've said it before. It's just like if you knew what you were going to be getting from him, if you knew which Tank Dell was coming, if you knew it, even if you knew if it was like, all right, man, he's not quite what he was, but he's still this. We can still do this with him. Then it would would really change what the offense is. And I think it will be a big thing if I think with those top, they've got 28 and 38 on the draft board. They've got 59, so they've got 3 in the top 60. I think it would be really telling, Clint, where he is if they use, especially one of those top 2 picks, if they use that on a receiver. If they went 28 or 38 at a receiver after drafting 2 receivers last year in the second and third round and knowing Tank's coming back, if they used another receiver there, I think that would be kind of telling on where they think Tank is.
Well, it'd be telling where they think Tank is and what they think that Higgins and more importantly,